Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Earth was transformed that day. The old world is now one continent covering a surprisingly small portion of the Earth while the oceans fill the rest. With the exception of strange landmasses that rose, like pimples, quite suddenly and with no apparent cause. 3 years after the fall, the old world order is no longer following the old Moor. Life now proceeds as right by strength. That day, every single world power, the USA, China, the Middle Eastern states, Russia, and Europe, every nation was attacked by inexplicable forces. First there was the mutant beast. Then there were the humans who were bitten by the mutated beasts, who became mindless killing machine. And not long after, the beasts evolved. Heroes and kings arose from the dust to fight back the tides. A majority of the former USA is ruled by Raymond the Earth King and his brothers, while the remaining states all have their own kings. Texas has its own king, so does what was once Florida, though most of Florida was destroyed around the eastern seaboard when the fall first happened. In eastern China, the martial lord, Yu Xing, fights for supremacy against warlords in Shandong, Jiangnan, and Hebei. To the west, Feng Jing, the Mad Tiger, controls what once used to be the northern Chinese plains. In former Russia, when Moscow was decimated by the fall, a young recruit rose to the occasion and thus was born Bear King Boris Ivanov, who then proclaimed himself the Tsar of New Russia. All over Russia there sprouted warlords and militant groups, and mercenaries. Some followed Boris, the rest were less than accommodating towards the new regime. In former Turkey, Usman the Scimitar rules while contending with the still extant tribes. Former Germany is controlled by a group of neo-Nazis, who knows how they gained power, persecuting whomever they can. Their leader goes by the title Führer Bradheim, the one-eyed king, and the only opposition he faces is David, the Iron Lord. There are no longer any clear-cut borders or even nations, the only order left is enforced by the nearest army. For example, Yu Xing has established his own dynasty called the Yu dynasty in his domain after he conquered a few cities, while Feng Jing establishes his own dynasty of Wei. Former Japan has Houtaro Oreki the swift dragon and Hikigaya the lazy tiger. Both of those men have great armies, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, and are evenly matched, resulting in matching, stable, spheres of influence. Imagine the world when all these powers have gathered on one continent, all these heroes and villains. Government? They all crumbled that day. Human rights? If you have power, you are practically a god. Weapons like bullets and bombs have no effect on people who followed the cosmic core system. But after 3 years, when some stability has been found, even, the age of war has begun. These warlords have begun to expand their power. After all, not all these kings are good-natured people. Since the fall, in order to survive, how terrible the things they've seen, how terrible the things they have done to get to where they are now. If not for luck and some powerful skill books, would they be as powerful as they are today? Some kings, before the fall, were office workers, blue-collar workers, some lived even lower lives, criminals. Before the fall, they had nothing, no prestige, no strength, no fame, living in routine every day, but now they live like kings. All of them are many things now. Some are killers, some are rapists, some are ruthless, some are compassionate, but they are, all of them, brave. If not, they would not reach where they are now. But even all these kings, all these heroes under heaven fear one thing. An army? They could fight armies. But him? They do not dare. His power is mysterious and deadly. He is Lord Shadow. He fears no king, fears no armies. He go where he pleases, does what he likes. He is like the wind. He is unpredictable. If he wants to take anything, no one could stop him from doing so. If he doesn't want to do something, nothing could force him. Some people hate him, some people adore him, some people fear him, and some people respect him. He has no armies or cities or even kingdoms, but no king dare offend him. Who doesn't know the stories of 20 kings fighting Lord Shadow at the Stone Gates? Lord Shadow decapitated people's heads like paddy stalks, drenching the gate red. Or what about the battle at the Dragon Cliff, where Lord Shadow appeared out of nowhere and stole in front of all the world the skill book, Dragon Palm, driving the Ice Queen Katarina to swear a blood oath that she would kill Lord Shadow should they ever meet? Or how about him slaying the 7 generals to save a friend? Lord Shadow, to save his sworn brother from an execution, killing countless heroes under heaven, and after he saved his brother, he even dared to return and loot all the belonging of the generals. Lord Shadow is one man, yet he dares contend with the whole world by himself. Such power cannot help but be admired. Some kings want to recruit him. Others have put bounties on him. Yet, if Lord Shadow appears, no kings have the power to contend with him. Of course, like all stories, his story begins with humble beginnings. This is his story of how a man working in a dead-end job grew to become one of the most famous men in the world, feared and revered. Chapter 01. The world orb. The Council of Quan. There is one person in the table. He is old and blind in one eye, covered by a golden eye cover, but his body is full with muscle. In his left hand is a golden spear, sighing while looking at the interactive construct in his hand, showing the Warren fleet approaching the planet Earth with light speed. In his heart he already has a plan to counter the Waronian offensive, but he needs the other piece of the cosmic core from Zeus. Earth holds sentimental values for him. Both Asgard and Olympus has made exploratory expedition to Earth before. Was it 5,000 years ago, or was it 7,000 years ago? Odin has lived so long he hardly remembers. When he landed there, he found out that humans have just begun creating community and their technology was still primitive. They even worship him when he arrived with his son. But Odin was convinced that if left alone to their devices, while they may stumble and fall, one day they will learn from their mistake and they will progress. Asgard and Olympus is Type 3 civilization. Yet they do not colonize too much planets in fear of the destroyer, or as humans call it, the Great Filter. And then a person enters the room. The man kneeled. The man was a messenger. Did they arrive? Odin inquired. The messenger was about to reply when from the distance Odin could see his old friends. Odin gestured the messenger to leave him and he messenger nodded. Zeus, you arrived. Zeus was a white-bearded, muscly man wearing his council robe. Power emanated from him, and sparks of lightning can be seen dancing on his fingertips. Odin, it has been a long time, Zeus remarked, but his face doesn't show that he is happy. After all, today it was Asgard that calls upon the council to assemble. Olympus and Asgard, even though they are allies, they also have been conflict. He doesn't like it when that one-eyed guy smiles. It irritates Zeus for some reason. Is it just the two of us? Odin inquired. The other has sent their proxy telling that they will follow our decision. They would agree if we agree. I brought Hermes with me. And I brought Frigga. Odin remarked. Saying this, light flashes into the room and Hermes appears beside Zeus while Frigga appears beside Odin. So, the Warren has begun their move? Zeus inquired as he sits on the council table. Frigga and Hermes respectively take a seat beside their king. Yes, Odin reply. And? Zeus inquired, creasing his eyebrows. Earth need to be protected. Odin remarked. Zeus creased hard. How about the Time Lords? Did they respond? Zeus inquired again. Oin shakes his head. They are neutral in this matter. Bunch of spineless coward. One day I hope they fall. Considering the daw, Zeus sighed after seeing Hermes rolling his eyes. Ehem, Zeus coughed a bit, then he remarked, thinking about the problem they're now presented. Even though we're an intent to attack Earth, what can we do? They are not a part of the treaty and Olympus has been at peace for too long. Do you think we would readily offend the Waronians because of one planet? Zeus raises a point and Hermes nodded at his king. Zeus is not cold-hearted to let Earth suffer, but he has his own planet to worry about. If they send the Olympians to fight the Waronians, then the Carthan will have an opportunity to attack Olympus. While they have non-aggression treaty with Carthan, and they both enjoyed peace for the last 2,800 years, there are still bitter feelings on both sides. Odin then remarked. They might not have our technology, but they are a warring race. Unbelievably strong and ruthless. And since they have departed years ago, they will reach Earth in 50 years by Thor calculations. Which is why even if we started pursuing them now, we would only see Earth destroyed and razed when we get there, Zeus retorted back. That is the thing. They are not destroying Earth, they are rebuilding it. To what? Zeus remarked, puzzled. To their liking. Waronian have no planets. When they fought the Irvinian race, their planet was blown up. Since then, they have been roaming in space searching for a home. I know, Zeus remarked, waving his hand. You don't have to give me a history lesson. Zeus remarked, annoyed. Electricity crackled in his hand. Odin just sighed. Immature as always, Odin mused. Then he remarked, recently I discovered they obtained a world engine from the merchants of Sarens. If they used it at Earth, then. Zeus holds up his hand. I understand now, he remarked, gritting his teeth and pale in his face, lightning sparks produced from his sweat. But what could we do now? Zeus inquired. I have a solution, Odin remarked. What solution? The world orbs could save Earth, and at this Zeus is shocked. The cosmic core. That damned weapon. You want to use it against Weren. That plausible, but you know about the cosmic core. It has its own consciousness. Asking it to unleash its energy and destroy a race might backfire on us. Yes, but the cosmic core would not refuse us if we ask it to save a race instead of destroying one. I don't think it would complain. Save what? Humans? Yes, humans. They're weak and primitive, but it is of course because they have just started in this great journey. In 1,000 years or 10,000 years or maybe 1,000,000 years they might reach our planet technology in the past, but not right now. They have a right to at least protect themselves from these irresponsible invasions. Zeus began understanding Odin's plans. How could the world orb help? Make them stronger? How? Zeus inquired. And Odin comes closer and whispered to Zeus. Zeus then nodded in understanding. But many would die. Zeus remarked after that. Odin holds the hand of his wife and smiles a bitter smile. Astronomical amount. Humans are still not developed and they have maybe 6 billion or 7 billion people. Then why? Olympus will not allow such cruel treatment to an alien race. Yes, many of them will die, but they will survive when the Waronian fleet comes. This is the only choice. Zeus then thinks for a while, his mind making calculations, and then he nodded and remarked. Then meet me in Zaren with your piece of the cosmic core. If the council allows it, then maybe your plan will work. Saying this, they then talk about other matters, and then that evening they take the cosmic core from both of their treasury. The cosmic core is the most powerful thing in the universe, or any universe. It could change realities, govern times and many other abilities, but it have its own consciousness. And because of that it is a very dangerous item in the whole universe. It is. Tonks to the Elder of Universe that it programmed the orb to judge any order it received it by using Elder of Universe morality as guidance. When the Olympians and Asgardian ask for the cosmic core to strengthen human on Earth, the cosmic core finds a system that the humans could understand. They could not be strong if the cosmic core used too complicated a method, or if the cosmic core gives them knowledge before its time, which might lead them to their own ruin. And then a light invisible to naked light sprouted from the cosmic core and shot faster than any FTL speed, reaching Earth in a blink of an eye. And the fall begins. Or as the Olympians and Asgardian call it, the rise begins. Chapter 02. The Fall. The computer cafe in Temerloh is just beside the elementary school of Joy Park. At my place it is called Taman Bahagia. When it is translated to English it becomes Joy Park. A customer parks his bike outside the cafe and rushed inside, pushing the door. The outside is raining heavily. There are not many customers today considering the heavy rain. It is the monsoon season in Malaysia, but at least the rain lessens the effect of the fog from Indonesia. Quickly he inquired the cashier to open his computer. He is a regular customer and he is in a hurry. He needs to open his Garena account and defeat his friend today. Thinking about it, the customer smiles in glee. Brother the survivor, open computer 6, the man remarked. Okay, wait a bit. The unsmiling man called the survivor clicks the button on the server and click the screen on PC 6 and it's open. Right now it's 3 p.m. He finished his shift at 5:00, so he still has 2 hours left. He just finished eating and he put his lunchbox inside his bag and put it under the counter. He then returns his gaze back to the computer in front of him. He is reading some novels in World. The new chapter by General just come out yesterday. This is the only thing he does every day. Reading novels, watching movies, and frankly it's boring and unrewarding. Of course reading ISSTH is never unrewarding, but when he look back at his life he doesn't accomplish much, all because the circumstances of his family and his lack of confidence. After finishing his diploma, because of lack of money he could not take his degree. Even if he takes it, his country is governed by stupid politicians, arguing about race, religions, throwing shits at each other like monkey in a zoo. While the common people like him suffers, the ringgits are declining. The oil price is high, taxes are high, people is being choked by their own government. While the ministers live like gods, some of those in religious position do not even say anything to those politicians, and jobs are scarce. What good is it to have a degree in a nation like this? One might say he is wrong, but that is his opinion. There is something wrong about his country. It's not even a world power yet the scandal is world level. The corruption, the nepotism, the lack of free speech and all of that problem with human rights. Just hope the ISA will not arrest me for this if they ever decide to scour the internet. So, when he got a job at a nearby internet cafe he accepted it. At least he will have some money for his own expenditure. He lives in Malaysia. The country near him is Thailand, Indonesia and what else? To be honest, he sucks in geography. This job is not too bad but the salary is not too high, but still, it's better than not having any money. He has no girlfriend. Not because he can't get one, mostly because he doesn't have confidence. In his eyes, girls only like you when you have a car, money or looks. He doesn't have money, doesn't have a car, and his look is okay, not great. He doesn't have acne like when he was in high school. That was the worst time to have acne. Sometimes the work can be stressful after all the kids entering the cafe are usually kind of act like a thug. Even though he has told them to smoke outside so many times they regarded him as nothing but a tool. If not because he doesn't want to cause trouble he would kill them. The survivor is mild-mannered, and only proactive with his friend. But his head is full with dark fantasy. But of course he never did any of the things he imagines to anyone. He doesn't want to get the death penalty. After all, he is not insane. But who doesn't have some dark fantasy in the back of their minds when they are being scolded or when they are powerless, and really angry at a person? And how many acts on those instincts? Not many. Today the rain is heavy and not many people come to the cafe. For the sake of convenience the internet cafe will be called Cafe Now. Sometimes he asks himself where his life is going. He spends 3 years acquiring a diploma and now, he is working on an internet cafe. To be honest, there is nothing wrong working at an internet cafe, but if that is his career path, why did he even bother using the loan to further his studies other than putting himself under debt? It's not even a career, it's just a job. Sometimes, there are days he just wants to run away from the problem which is student loans, and with not a good job ever knocking his door. He has been in many interviews, but coupled that with his shyness around strangers he doesn't really do well. He is also not handsome. He is not ugly though. The one thing he noticed that handsome people is usually easier to get a job. And science has proven that right. Then another person entered the cafe. "Oh, you. PC9 right?" The survivor immediately recognized the person. The man nodded and smiles, while the survivor quickly opened the computer. The survivor then sighed and then returned watching YouTube, reading novels and listening to songs. Then suddenly he heard a voice inside his head. "I am the cosmic core. Your world is undergoing great changes. Either become strong or perish. Luck and perseverance will help you in the coming days. Considering your aptitude, the most suitable weapon for you is a dagger. Prepare yourself for the worst is yet to come." Then the voice disappeared. And then with a flash of light a dagger appeared in his hand. The survivor was so surprised he falls from his chair. Then he looks at his customer who also in the cafe with him. He looks at the regular customer and at his hand is a blade. The other has a bow and arrow behind his back. The customer also glanced dazed and shock fills his face just like the survivor. "What is happening?" The survivor remarked when suddenly an explosion happens that shakes the foundation of the building. Quickly he tossed his earphones, and seeing the cracked walls he ran out of the building as fast as possible. "Run!" The survivor yelled to the 2 people in the cafe and quickly those 2 customers tossed their earphones and run to the exit when suddenly the roof gave out and the 2 people were crushed to death by the debris. The survivor was trembling. His hand is trembling holding the sharp dagger. What is happening? What the fuck is happening? He screams in his mind. Then suddenly he glanced upwards and sees meteors, big red fiery balls falling from the sky and his eyes follow the ball as he finally realizes where it is heading. Oh my god. Just across the street from the cafe is an elementary school. Many kids studied there, all came from the suburbs. In my place it called Taman, kind of like suburb I guess. And then it crashed to the football field, leaving a huge crater as the fire burns the football field grass. And the street shakes like an earthquake just happens. The nearby building around the football field either caught fire or their walls cracked. All around him people are crying and running. Some hide themselves under table fearing this is an earthquake when suddenly something appear in view of him. Name. Not yet given gender. Male level. 01 class. None strength. 12. Agility. 6 vitality. 9 stamina. 7 spirit. 11 endurance. 10. And then he glanced at the crumbled shop in front of him and he could see the seeping blood from the 2 customers. He looks at his bike outside the shop and remembers he left his bike key on his bag. His bag is under the counter of the cafe. People have already been calling firemen, police and all of that service. Usually he would not go to the debris and wait for the firemen to arrive, but then he could see that there are still many of that fiery ball is coming. I don't have time to wait. Maybe the next time that thing falls, it would land on me. Thinking like this, the survivor made up his mind. He then looks around him. Some even kneels and pray to God. I need to get my key and get the hell out of this place, he remarked. He steels himself and goes to the debris. What could make the building crumble like this? He mused. It was like that planned bombing of a bridge or buildings. It falls downwards like something melted the pillars. He was looking when he spotted a big egg. What is this? He is thinking to get his key and quickly get out of here. Then another ball of fire fall not far away from the school, and it's make another fierce shakings and the streets cracked and some cars who are rushing to get out of this got into an accident with a truck. People screamed and horned the cars, while some are just plain running from the area. I need to get it fast, the survivor remarked. His tone is full of anxiety and he ignored the egg when suddenly the egg cracked. What is this? This time he notices the egg. It was like something is clawing its way out from the egg. Suddenly from the cracked egg appear the most hideous chicken he has ever seen in his entire life, with a beak shining like sharp knife and having a pure black eyes, kinda like that demon in those supernatural TV series. It also has a horn at its head, making it abnormally scary. Oh fuck. What the hell is this thing? He screamed when the chicken lunged into him, and accidentally, by luck, he swings that dagger in his hand and accidentally slit the chicken throats. Almost at the same time a little blue book and golden coins come out of the chicken corpse and fell within his reach. What the hell is this? A game? He mused. And then he looks all around him and he could not believe what he is seeing. Chapter 03. The beast all around him, he could hear shrill screams. He looks behind him and he could see many beasts appears from the crater from the previous meteor. There are some guys wielding a machete and someone using a blade to try to attack the monster. Some succeeded before being overrun by the sheer number of the beast. And then the survivor quickly understands. Aliens. Thinking on his feet, he quickly took the blue book and the golden coin. Is this a game? It looks like a game. And then he remembers the words. Become strong or perish. Fuck all this. Then he quickly runs. He has no chance of survival if he waited for any law enforcement or policemen to come, and truthfully he is afraid of what comes out of the craters. He did see the beasts that rise from the craters and they were not the kind of beast he has ever seen. He knows of the back alley here and he could hide in one of the other shops considering people are in chaos. Ah Seng's shop, he remembered. Ah Seng has a candy store just behind the cafe and sometimes the survivor go there to buy some chocolate. Then he feels something shaking and he could feel the ground is shaking. A distance away from him he could hear terrible screams. And people praying to God. No, practically screaming for God help. The cries of help and the scream are like a war drum as smokes of fire rises from the building near the gas station. Then a huge explosion, a fire that reached such considerable height that the survivor could see it even though he is blocked by a 2-story buildings. The gas station is attacked. Hope the beast also dies. The more beasts that die, the more higher his chances for survival. His heart beats like a drum, more like an EDM factory, erratically and almost like his heart is jumping out of his body, using all his strength and vitality to run as far as possible from that scream. If not for survival, the survivor would crumble in fear. Run and run. Why is he afraid? It is because he could clearly see some of the beasts that appear from that crater when he was running to safety. If he were near that elementary school, he knows he is going to die. It is by luck that he killed a little chicken that just begins to hatch, but if he had to fight that ugly big thing, he is surely going to die. It looks like a cat but twice size bigger than cats, To be honest, it looked like a tiger and is currently now mauling and eating people like a snack. The survivor ran, dodging the people who is sprinting on the opposite direction of him, using their bikes and cars to escape the area. Then a crash sound can be heard. Another accident, he mused while running, with all people trying to run out of this area. Of course, some people are going to get into accidents. When he reached into Ah Seng's shop, he quickly sees no one is there. They must have run too, he wondered to himself. Quickly he run inside the store and close the door. Then when he enters, he realized why there is no one. Red blood fills the floor and he could see Ah Seng's corpse lying on the floor. His innards is gone and his left eyes were crushed by something. It was almost like whatever killed him did not finish its meal. Then a shrieking voice sounded out near the survivor, and suddenly from one of the counter a flying bat is flying towards him. "Fuck this," he remarked, and he slashed wildly, and one of his slash strikes the bat wings and the bat fell down to the floor. Seeing this opportunity, he quickly stabs the bat to death. Die. Die, you fucking bat. I'm going to grind you to meat paste and step on your fucking corpse." And this time only the golden coin appears. Killing the bat, he quickly reached out and put the golden coin inside his pocket. And then he spits on the fucking bat, partly because he is fucking scared, and he shrieks like a girl. Thinking about it, his cheek is red in embarrassment. If anyone ever sees him at that state, he would feel like hiding in a hole. Then quickly he barricaded the door with glass pane, steel panes, chairs, table, and anything that is heavy and sturdy. Losing his key in the most inopportune moment, what bad luck. Is this a game? He asks himself. Then he checks the blue book he got from killing the little chicken. Skill book. Beast Tamer. You can tame the world orb beast. To tame, use the skill on one of the beast and keep him for the indicated time to tame the beast inside the beast portal. Activating beast portal require 10 sulfur monophosphide for each hour. The cooldown depended on the beast tamed. Would you like to learn the skill, Beast Tamer? Whatever, the survivor remarked. It is still a skill. And in a game, the many skills you have, the better. The survivor begins to look at this as a game, looking at like that he could at least pretend to be calm. Yes. Then a light shone down on him, a light only he can see, and then he immediately understands. In his mind a card of a chicken appears. You have learned Beast Tamer. After you have killed a particular beast, then you can begin to tame them. Each beast has different time for taming. Then a bat card appears in his mind. So now he can tame bat too. In his mind the name of the chicken is Small Horned Chicken and the bat is Small Vampiric Bat. This is a game, he remarked to himself. Or world-like game. What happened to common sense, huh? He remarked in his mind. Anyway, after that he looks at his weapon. His eyes immediately discern the weapon and a screen appear in front of his eyes, kind of like the interface in the game when you identify stuff. Rusty Dagger. Attack. 0 to 6 sneak attack. 0 to 12 durability. 99 100ths. So killing 2 of those beasts take 1 durability and their HP must not exceed 6. No, the survivor shakes his head. The bat need to be strikes twice, so maybe its health was around 10 or 12. Then he looks around his surroundings. The cries and scream can still be heard outside the shop. He only knows the man is called Ah Seng. The survivor shakes his head looking at the condition of the corpse. The survivor don't know much about Chinese culture and how to handle their dead, but at least he knows that this is a kind of an indignity for them. Thinking about it, it is an indignity to corpse everywhere. Ah Seng, rest in peace. Okay. I already killed a bat that kills you, so I hope wherever you are, you will rest in peace. He took one of the blankets on the back room of the store and covers the corpse. Now I need to check what happened outside, he remarked. But he is too afraid looking in the front door. He also has made sure the back door is barricaded and the survivor is trying to make as little as noise as possible. Checking the back door is like the first thing he did. He learns many things looking from slasher movies. It was always the back door. He doesn't want to attract the beast to come here. He went and climbs to the second floor of the shop and peer outside from the black-tinted window pane. Outside he could see, monstrous beast is running around killing people. Some were torn to shreds, others were stomped to death, and some were bitten eaten right at the spot. The survivor almost puke when he sees one tiger like beat stomp a pregnant mother and then slowly rips the flesh of the pregnant mother to shreds with its claws. There is even some beast that is flying and they seem to be leaving the area, probably to spread more destruction. Some slither, some crawls. The survivor even saw a centipede as large as a car, a scorpions as large as a humans, and spiders. But they all begin leaving this place. It was like this is not their initial destination. Mostly the big beast, in which the survivor has decided to call them boss, is not interested in this kind of small area. Of course, they are not interested, they are the boss, the survivor thinks. Surely they want more than just a few hundred peoples. So they might go to Mentakab, Moran, or even terrorize the Temerlo city, or attacking the major city Kwanton. As long it's not him they're eating, that is fine. Some of them are small. Some of them are medium build while some of them are large. Thankfully these beasts lack intelligence. At least that is what he feels. They only rely on their sense of smell and sight to attack and do not attack the shop unless they detected humans in it. Thank God I didn't rush to my bike, he remarked in whisper mode. He watched as the street is filling with burning cars and corpses burned beyond recognition. The survivors are being chased by the beast and being eaten. Seeing all of this scene, his heartbeats race faster, but he tries to remain calm. Okay, what now? He remarked to himself to make himself focus. He needs to return home and search for his family. He quickly went to his pocket and realized his phone is also in the debris. Could he use the phone line in the shop? Quickly he went back down and he found it, but to his disappointment, there is no line. The line is not working. What happened actually? The survivor then remarked calmly. Even though his family is separated from him by only 4 kilometers. Usually a man who has families like him would already be in panic, but he still remains calm. Why? Because if truth be told, he doesn't care that much about his families, not because he hates them or because they hate him, but because there is no bond. There are roommates. Of course people remarked he has to be thankful being born into the world. He wants to spit on to such people. What is good being born in the world? If he wasn't born then he wouldn't be hurt, wouldn't have to worry about employment, about money, and all those existential problems, and most importantly he wouldn't be here right now, in risk of being eaten by such horrifying beast. Why would anyone want to get born? If they can choose, knowing what they now know, would they still make the same decision? He thinks not. The survivor is not athletic but he is not bad in it either. He has a good muscle, not too lean but not too chubby either. He has some muscles thanks to working in the electronic stores where he has to climb 2 floors to send a dishwashing machine when the company delivers the order, every day. In his family, they were more like roommates than family. When he got home, the survivor would retreat to his room, and play some games or watch some downloaded movies from some sharing sites. His relationship with his brothers is also not quite good, but that doesn't mean he wants them to die. But honestly, even if they die, he doesn't think he would be that sad. It was more like losing a roommate than a family. After all, in the modern world, not everybody have the family like those in TV or dramas. Not everyone is always eager to see each other in the holidays or always greet them with good smiles. Then what should he do now? Then he made a decision. I need to make sure that Big Beast and their minions leave first before I go out or I'm going to get eaten like the rest of them. Then he returned to the 2nd floor and watches from the top the events happening outside, not knowing in the 1st floor the corpse is wriggling his fingers under the covers. Chapter 04. The mutated sapiens. It was night and the survivor is almost asleep when he hears a sound. Alert! The survivor quickly woke up and then he peeked at the 1st floor. He swears he heard a sound from the 1st floor. By now, most of the people around the area has been dead or been eaten. The moonlight shines brightly. Night like this, the survivor unusually went to go drink coffee with his friend Nizam, talking about redundant thing. And when he goes back at night he will look at the stars. The survivor is not usually sentimental. Life is harsh, education is harsh and the country is harsh. Not knowing what to do after getting out fresh from college, not getting any calls from any company, and with no great prospect, the survivor sometimes just blanked out and some days asking, does all this mean something? To get married in his country, the dowry he has to pay for the bride family must exceed 10,000. 10,000 ringgit. The survivor wanted to shout to such family, are you marrying your daughter or selling her? Then they look at your education level, your job, what is your annual income, how could the survivor compete? Living in this kind of society makes him feel like he feels useless. He couldn't even make 1,000 every month. His salary is 600 ringgit. How could he even dream to marry? If he could not marry, why even bother searching for a girlfriend? It will distract him finding money. Then a roar bring him back to his present moment. The survivor is quite lucky in that the beast did not detect him here and no humans discover him there. It was dark, but he could see with the aid of the moonlight. Then he heard the noise again, and this time his eyes gazed towards the first floor. Then he noticed something is moving from the cover of the corpse. Then, outside he could hear people moving. He turns his gaze to the window pane. Then the survivor looked outside and then he gasped in shock. The corpse that has been bitten is mutating into half human, half beast, almost like that liquid thing in prototype. One person has a cat leg with human face, but not all of them manage to merge with the beats. Some become like a zombie. Then something nagged in the back of his mind. Wait a minute. Realizing what he forget, the survivor quickly jumped from the stairs and reached to the covers. He could see Ah Seng's corpse is beginning to move. I'm not going to wait. Sorry Ah Seng. He already sees what happens to the other corpse. And he is sure as hell the same thing is going to happen to Ah Seng's corpse. Without hesitation the survivor drive his dagger to the corpse head, and the blood seeped through the covers, not staining the survivor clothes. Yeah, and who says watching zombies movies wouldn't profit him? Strike the brain and the zombie is dead. Then a light shined down on the survivor body. You have advanced to level 02. You have earned 2 stats points, an additional 3 stats points for being the top 57 person out of 100 to use World Orb System to kill the mutated sapiens. Put 2 to strength, 2 to agility and 3 to stamina. The survivor then could feel his body is getting stronger and his body getting light, and feel a rejuvenating energy in his body as his fatigue slowly dispersed. A skill book dropped from the corpse, the golden coins, and a glove. I'm lucky, the survivor remarked to himself as he sat on the corner exhausted. His stamina dropped by 1 point. That stab is using half his strength, and the body of the zombie is quite sturdy, not all like he imagined. The survivor wondered it would be kind of liquidy. If that thing really gets up, the survivor really thinks he will be too scared to stab the corpse. He then checks the glove. Mutated Sapiens Protective Glove. Able to block infection from level 3 and 10 beast if bitten. Bonus. Strength 2, Stamina 2. Quickly the survivor equipped it. And he feels he is getting stronger. Now as he sits in the corner he is thinking how he is going to go home. He could not stay here all the time or he is going to starve. And additional 3 points? Is there some achievements? If I do it faster than anyone else, do I get some additional rewards? Is there some ranking I don't know about? He thinks to himself. Outside he could hear people walking, but the survivor now knows it is not really people that are walking but their corpse. Zombies. Mutated sapiens. No, zombies, the survivor decided. I'm going to call the corpse zombies. Or do I want to call them stiff? They give quite the experience. And they move slowly. If he make precise blow to the head, he could easily overpower a zombie. But he has to wait. Why? Because when he looks earlier there is still one large beast prowling the area, their boss, the survivor thinks. The survivor thinks that when the beast leaves, they leave one of them to guard the area. Kind of like a guardian, or a dungeon boss. It looks really similar like the alien in Alien, down to the green fluid around the mouth. Would it also have face sucker or something like that? Heish. He could not wait that long. He get up and take one of the chocolates in the counter and eat it slowly and trying his hardest not to make a sound when he is chewing. Chocolates. Can't live just by chocolates, but he can't charge outside either. Charging outside mean he wants to be eaten. He might not be a genius, but he is not an idiot. Then he hears the sound of crumbling bricks. The survivor went back to the second floor and looked through the windows, seeing something that resembles a badger is wildly punching on buildings and structure, destroying little shop and buildings. The badger has other badger following him. They are as tall as 7 feet and very powerful. Each punch destroys half the shop. The other 2 is not as strong as the one is punching. The other one dig the shop with its sharp claw, searching for what the survivor don't know. Fuck. As the survivor realizes something. The first is the infantry. Now the seeker. They're seeking humans. I wondered they were idiots. Who wondered even this beast has this kind of coordination? Thinking about this, the survivor is sweating. One building takes the badger about 15 minutes to search and destroy. One little shop takes them less than 10 minutes. I'm going to die. Fuck, 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 he cursed. And the badger is careful not to get caught up in the debris. One of them was unlucky enough and gets crushed by one of the building debris. If not for the other badgers, that one badger would already be dead. So they also help among their peers. The survivor observed. Solidarity. That's bizarre. Then slowly they work their way back to the shop where he is hiding. His face is going pale. Is this how it is going to end? He asks himself. Should he try to make a run? He looks outside and he found that impossible. He can't. With the badger and that huge beast in the elementary schools and with the mutated sapiens out there, just nearby his shop marching like an aimless zombie in Walking Dead, he would be eaten. Is he the only one around Joy Park who is still human? Because it is beginning to look like it. Slowly, and slowly the badger is making their way to the shop. The badger works systematically. They were like a demolition expert. They didn't care about the mutated sapiens only destroying buildings. The survivor then sit down and take a bite of a chocolate candy and already give up. So here is where I'm going to die. He is giving up because the badger has already destroyed the shop beside his. What a worthless existence. I am young, virgin, poor, and now I have to die being a zombie. This is not fair. I lived according to the rules. I pay taxes. I don't break the law. I did good. Okay, I may not do good much, but I do not do evil either. To die like this, and then the survivor feel the shaking of the building. He closes his eyes. Nothing comes to mind. Usually when people is going to die, life flashes through their eyes, or at least the important moments, or a face. There is nothing but the darkness resulted from him closing his eyes. No flashes, no people, no moments. He never truly lived, he discovered at that moment. His routine is the same: internet, reading books, working. With so little money, and so little friend, he never goes anywhere. He never did anything crazy, or idiotic, fearing to break some laws, always fearing something. If not the law, people. If not people, the future. If not the future, the present. He always fears something. Always that one something, always the almost but not quite. He was about to say his prayer when suddenly the shaking grew more powerful. Quickly the survivor opened his eyes back and then he realized this is not the badger doing. This is a very powerful earthquake. The items in the candy shop all fall from their racks, the counter shakes on such ferocity that the glass panes shattered while the survivor was brought forward and almost fall to the first floor if not for his quick grabbing of the railings. What the survivor don't know is that right now the cosmic core is creating a supercontinent, combining the nations and continents all over the world. Usually when a supercontinent is formed it takes millions of years and usually it is preceded with a great extinction. Volcanoes spurted its fiery lavas, creating mountains. Plates of the earth moves resulting in terrifying disaster, but the cosmic core can change realities and time. All it takes to combine all these continents only produce a little shakings all over the world, with a little but a few seconds, without damaging the world as so much but a quake. But this was enough to create a miracle for the survivor at this moment and for some others lucky people all around the world. The survivor looks outside and could see the streets jutted out, showing the solid hard ground. Building crumbled by itself and then one of the buildings opposite the survivor hiding place drop itself to the badgers that is coming to his hiding place and at the same time crushing the zombies around the shop. And the shop beside the survivor hiding place is also dropping itself to his hiding place. All the building falls like a nice set of dominoes. At that time he made a decision. An opportunity. He gets up from his kneeling pose and remarked, "Thank you God," and smirking he jumped out from the window of the second floor and landed outside with a thud. He feels some pain but no bones are broken, and it's not like the second story is too high from the ground. The candy shop is not situated in the mall, just a normal shop. I guess it does work a bit like a game. Thank God he put many of his stats towards strength, and now he looks around the area of his sight and when the dust settles he smiles. Easy prey. He smiles coldly. Why does he say that? Because in front of him now, he could see 3 badgers as struggling to get out from the debris and about 100 zombies that have their bodies cut into 2, some only have half of their bodies, crawling to get outside the debris. Be strong or perish, right? he remarked looking at the moon. I guess I'm lucky, and he takes out his dagger. He laughed. I use Kardashev's scale for grouping the planet. Type 1 civilization has the ability to use all of the energy on their planet. We're type 0.7, not quite yet at type 01 civilization. Type 2 civilization can harness all the energy of their host star. We can hardly imagine how someone would do this, but at least the close we came is imagining the Dyson sphere. Type 3 can access power comparable to that of the entire Milky Way galaxy. Anyone living in such civilization probably mastered interstellar travel, possibly even colonizing the entire galaxy. Chapter 05. Change. Looking in a distance, he doesn't see any threats that are coming to him. Destroy the biggest threat first, he decided. The zombie is many, but they are slow and they do not seem to possess any coordination. Anyone with a stick could fend them off. Be brave, he remarked to himself. Even though his hand is sweating because of fear, the survivor quickly jump onto the debris and arrive near the badger. The badger breath stinks, and each time it exhales, a gust of wind appear from his nostril. One of the smarter badgers is trying to drill its way out of the debris. Another one is wounded heavily, blood seeping from its wound. You think I'm going to let you do that? The survivor wondered to himself, and he stabbed the badger and blood flow out from the stab wound. But it is not enough. So the survivor stabs it again, and again, and again. Repeatedly he stabbed, and the survivor's stamina is draining, and finally when his stamina only left with 3, the shrieking and scrabbling badger died, and then a light shone down on him. You have advanced to level 05. You have earned 6 stats points. 3 level up. This badger gives a lot of experiences. He smiles in satisfaction. Who? The survivor is taking his breath. It takes almost all of his stamina to just kill one badger. And another badger is beginning to dig. Not one of these badgers can be allowed to escape. If not, the consequences will be disastrous. In the survivor mind, a badger card appears. The Strong Fist Badger. A skill book appears and golden coins are all around the badger corpse. Quickly the survivor takes it all and put it in his pocket. The book is small, so he just put it in the pocket. All to stamina, the survivor remarked, and he feel his body is getting rejuvenated. Then he jumped to the part of the debris and stabbed quickly on the back of the head of the badger. Critical hit. Double damage. Oh, so like a game there is also critical hit. Smiling now knowing that the badger neck area is critical point, the survivor keeps stabbing it and blood flowed around it while the badger is struggling to get out. And after another 10 strikes to its neck, it died with a whimper. This time the survivor still have 8 stamina. This time a skill book appears with the golden coin. Another skill book. What a bountiful beast you are, he exclaimed. You have advanced to level 08. You have earned 6 stats points. Another 3 level up. In normal circumstances, he understands to kill these badgers might be an impossibility at his current level, and he was doomed to die. After all, it takes more than 10 strikes to make one badger fall to ground. He needed to have greater strength and a lot of agility if he was fighting these badgers in a fair ground. Who would have wondered he would encounter such luck, trapped under the debris with nowhere to go while he repeatedly stabs the badger neck area. Now only one left. This one badger is badly injured, one of its claws was broken. The survivor was about to stab its neck when he remembered something. Smiling, he then remarked, all 6 to spirit. His body is full with vigor and power course through his vein, his eyes becomes clearer. Then he quickly activated the beast tamer skills. The information flowed into the survivor mind, and he then understand what he need to do. He approached the wounded badger and touches the badger, and a seal appear on the badger forehead. The seal was shaped like an orb. Then a voice enters his ears. You have used the beast tamer skill. Are you sure you want to use it on this beast? Yes, the survivor reply. Then the beast turned into an orb of light and a portal opened and it's shot through inside the portal. Taming time. 2 weeks. What? Seeing this, the survivor is clearly shocked. 2 weeks. It requires 10 SP every hour, and it will drain the survivor SP right now. Now the survivor SP is 7. Another hour it will drain another 10. Of course at that time his SP will rejuvenate, only to then supplement the taming process, but then that means for 2 weeks he would not be able to use his SP for anything other than taming the badger. He was about to curse, but then he remembered. The badger is surely strong, that is why the waiting time is long. He also remembers the scene where the badger is destroying the structure. Having a beast like that under his commands, he will at least be saved from anything weaker than the badger. It surely will help his survival in this new world. When the information flowed inside his mind, he also understands how beast taming works. If the beast is stronger than you, beast taming will not work. But then how is he able to make that badger obey him to enter the beast portal? Because at that time the badger is weaker than him, wounded, it will is low due to seeing its comrade dies and trapped under the debris. It is kind of like Pokemon, and the seal is like Pokeballs. If the Pokemon is weak after fighting it, touching it, the seals will appear if they are weaker than you. If not, they will struggle and be released from the taming processes. While the survivor was thinking of this, he doesn't notice a zombie has managed to crawl out the debris and heading slowly to him. The zombie is crawling since his lower body has been crushed, leaving only his upper body dragging his innards. A zombie appears while groaning like zombies do, grabbing the survivor ankle when it saw the human standing on top of the debris, trying to eat him. The survivor, who is startled by this sudden touching, he really doesn't like to be touched without proper warning, began saying curse word. Fuck. What the hell? Fuck, as he kicks the half-body zombie head. And the zombie hand release its grip from the survivor ankle, tooth dribble out from his mouth, his jaw dislocated, black blood mixed with red blood flowed from the zombie jaw. Fuck, that zombie humiliates me. The survivor, using the dagger, stabbed the zombie head with frustration and humiliation. And this time a ring appeared and the golden coins. He quickly grabbed it and was about to examine it when he notices the hundreds of zombies crawling out. This stiff. Oh fuck. More of them stiff. He looked at the incoming horde. He then takes a deep breath and smiled coldly, a hint of greed in his eyes. Okay. No pain, no gain. Only the strong survives, the weak perish, he then remarked, smiling. He out of everyone understands these rules better than anyone, and quickly accepted the rules of this new world. It is kind of his ability to adapt to situations like these, mostly because it is the kind of situations he has been dreaming of. Okay. Maybe not the people turning to zombie part, or the giant beast eating people, but he did fantasize living in a kind of game world, or fantasy world, and who wouldn't? At least it is more interesting than the world he is living now. Working hard doesn't guarantee that you're going to have a great life. It guarantees you to be a worker of some crazed millionaire or a greedy entrepreneur disguised as a great philanthropist, when all the businessman only wanted is the tax break when throwing their towel onto the ring of charity. At least now, he gets the reward according to his effort. It still requires some luck too. You're all going to die, Again, he remarked, smiling coldly to the crawling zombies coming out of the debris. And he began his killing spree. Having only half of a body and slow, the zombie is just a fish getting ready to be chopped. The survivor stab all the zombies' head. The baby zombies, the woman zombies, the granny zombies, the MILF zombies, the glasses zombies, he saw them as nothing more than corpses. Most people wouldn't have his heart to deal killing a baby. Even though it is a zombie, it still looks like a baby, even though there is a large chunk of meat missing from the baby arms. But the survivor? He just kicks the baby zombie head like striking a football, and the head splattered into droplets of red liquid. He stomp, kick, punch, stab while dodging the blood and the bites. He knows now if you are bitten you will become one of them, but he doesn't know about the blood effect, so he takes precaution not to get any on him. Of course there are some splatter drops on him, but at least he was not drenched in it. His luck is truly amazing. Just a minute ago he was praying and accepting his death, now he is diligently stabbing zombie head. You have advanced to level 09. You have earned 2 stats points. This time the survivor decided to reinforce his agility. All to agility. He needs to be faster, both in reaction and before the other zombies nearby is alerted to his killing spree. And he feels his feet are getting faster and lighter. Then he realizes something else. His stamina is also steadily declining. But sometimes these zombies drop some vial like glass. Killing about 5 of them, the survivor realizes something after drinking the vials. The blue vials restore his stamina, the red one his vitality. Right now he already has 2 blue vials. He doesn't have time to check its information, but he understands the concept. Potions. He works in a cyber cafe, how could he of all people does not understand potions? It restores health, grant strength and many other supportive functions. It is like a doctor in a box, or vials, or a case in glass, depending on the game. And the survivor keeps stabbing all those poor zombies stuck under the debris. The survivor would find a hole, and when he hears the groaning sound he would target that area, finding the right moment to stab the zombie head. Each strikes at the head gives double damage, and mostly they die in the first stab, though there are some that is more resilient than others and need multiple stabbing. This time the survivor don't have time to check any of the items. He just put it inside his pocket. He also grab a kindergartner bag from one of the child zombie, in which he crush the head with his dagger. Putting it around his bag, he uses it to store his loot. You have advanced to level 10. You have earned 2 stats points. You have the option to change class right now. It is recommended to go to safe zone before changing class. Right now you are in the red zone. Find a safe place for you to change class and activates the class function. Class change. The survivor screamed in his mind. Of course he can change class. This is beginning to feel more and more like a game. Then he hears the groaning and turned to face his back behind. His hand holding his dagger while looking at the dozens more zombies near him, and he remarked. He knows his dagger could not last longer. And seeing the crawling zombies, the only thing he could say was, "Ah, shit." Chapter 06. Agility. The moonlight shines the dark night. Smokes can be seen filling the city of Temerloh. Gas station near the Joy Park is still burning since the afternoon, even at night. The smell of corpse was disgusting and revolting. The smell of rotten flesh could make anyone puke. Blood seeped through the open ground, creating a hell-like scene. The tar road red with the blood of the victims of the great beast. Mangled bodies scattered everywhere. Feet and hand can be seen in different places. However, in Joy Park there is still one man holding his dagger, just trying to survive this cold and terrifying night. But right now he is surrounded by zombies. Thank God most of the monster already left, and only the big giant alien is left in the elementary schools. The badger has been neutralized. And now only the zombies are left. But that doesn't mean he is confident to survive all their onslaught. But at least his chance of survival is higher fighting against the zombies rather than fighting with the beast he saw in the afternoon. And that is all he needs. Red zone, huh? He knows if he changes his class he might get more power and even more agility. But the system recommended him to get out of red zone first. This means he is in the red zone, and trying to change his class in the red zone might get himself killed. But what is red zone and safe zone? How should he know where is the red zone and where is the safe zone? The cosmic core. Do you have no tutorial? He wanted to scream. Did the system of the cosmic core, as he decided to call this world from now on, judge that since he is in a battle state that means he is in a red zone? Or is there some places where there is a safe zone where the zombies can't? Thread. He needs to find about this later. So many things he doesn't know. And whatever the times, if there is something that is true, knowledge is always equal to power. Accumulate knowledge means you are accumulating power. Then he took out one of the vials from his kindergartner bag. These vials, the survivor don't know when he will get it anymore, so he made a decision. What is important to him now is strength and stamina. Stamina is for him to last longer killing these stiffs, while with more strength he will kill this zombie in less strike, which reduces the stamina. A dilemma. Faster speed in killing or endurance to last longer. So what is more important to help him? He still has 2 vials. So he quickly made the decisions. All to strength. Agility has to wait. Even though agility made it faster for him to reach the debris and make him more agile, the zombie is not fast. For now, agility must not be his priority. Why did he even add stats to agility just a moment ago? No, he remarked. There is no use regretting. Agility has its uses. I need to think of it like that. At least with this speed and strength, combined with stamina, he could finish the zombie faster before the other zombie is coming here. Most of them are still slow, but if the survivor learns anything from zombies movies, if there is slow-moving zombies, then they are also fast-moving zombies. The survivor goals are to gain as much loot as possible from this trapped zombie. They're weak, trapped and easy prey. When will the survivor get such luck again? If he is stronger, at least maybe there is a chance for him to go home, or at least to go to the store mall just a 500 meter from the signal post, which is just 300 meter from where the survivor is situated right now. And the world has definitely changed from this moment on. Strength might be the new rule, and if strength is the new rules, he wants to be the judge. The survivor began stabbing again. Jump, stab, and collect the loot. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. There is shoes, necklace, ring, boots, and some skill books that sometimes appears. The survivor bag is almost full. You have advanced to level 11. You have earned 2 stats points. All to strength, he remarked. His strength is now 18, and with the additional bonus of the gloves it's 20. It takes only 1 strike now with 1/3 of the power he used against the first zombie he met. It makes his stamina decrease slower and makes him killing zombies easier. By now he has 5 blue vials, 3 red vials, and 6 green vials. He didn't drink yet the green vials. Then his rusty dagger cracked. What? Then quickly the survivor look hard at his dagger and the information appear on his eyes. Rusty dagger. Attack. 0 to 6 sneak attack. 0 to 12 durability. 10 100ths. Ha, he sighed. Durability is low, and maybe in another 30 or 35 strikes, the dagger will be of no use. But he did not panic. After all killing many of the zombies, he did get a few items of importance. Seeing this, the survivor take out a blade from the kindergartner bag. He looks at the blade. Normal blade attack. 5 to 15 sneak attack. 0 to 20 durability. 140 140ths. Why didn't I use this? Idiot, he scolded himself. The survivor throw his dagger into the kindergarten bag and change his weapon. A blade is longer and its reach is also longer. He begins his killing again. One zombie jump, while its innards dribbling out of his decapitated body. The survivor dodged the zombie surprise attack, spins his body and slash his blade, and the zombie head is separated from its head. Then quickly he stabbed the head and it smashed to smithereens of mutilated flesh and liquid of blood. You have advanced to level 12. You have earned 2 stats points. All to agility, he decisively decided. In his mind, one particular plan has emerged when he saw that zombie from nearby area is beginning to swarm around him. He could not last longer after all. You have advanced to level 13. You have earned 2 stats points. All to agility, you have advanced to level 14. You have earned 2 stats points. All to agility, you have advanced to level 15. You have earned 2 stats points. All to agility. Each time he added it to agility, while drinking the vials with lightning speed. All the blue vials almost run out. You have advanced to level 16. You have earned 2 stats points. All to agility, you have advanced to level 17. You have earned 2 stats points. All to agility, the sound begins attracting another horde of zombie to come to the survivor area. The survivor also know this and he has a plan. He hopes his game knowledge will help him here. I hope this work, as the last of the zombie around him has been stabbed. The survivor pull out his blade from the zombie head, with 2 kindergarten bag behind him. One is a kindergartner bag with Ben 10 designs, made from China, while the other one has some pink pony. He looks utterly ridiculous. He stands there waiting as the horde of zombies from the surrounding areas is coming towards him, one step at a time. Chapter 07. Jump. The cold night wind blows and the smell of death permeated through the streets of Joy Park. The survivor could smell the flesh, could hear the crackling noise of building on fire, and he could even hear his own heat beating. He was nervous, kind of like nervous when he has to do a speech in front of a class, a nervous excitement. Instead of nervousness because of fear. Right now adrenaline and other hormones are producing dozens of chemical reaction inside his brain, urging him to survive. Seeing all these zombies coming towards him, he did not freeze in fear. Instead he prepares his heart and strengthened his courage. Bravery. More than ever he needs that right now. To survive the world right now, power is needed, but without bravery power is nothing. It is all or nothing, the survivor remarked. If I am wrong, I get eaten. If I'm right, I might save myself from this area. Whatever he will do, he will not go to the elementary schools. That alien. I will not fight it. That is truly sending myself to the jaws of death. He mused, thinking of that beast in the elementary school, and shivered with fear. But he has already had a plan. From behind him, from his front, from his left, from his right, all the zombie sis coming towards him, surrounding him, walking listlessly, groaning and dragging their feet. I hope this kind of agility is enough. The survivor looked at the trees nearby the debris, not affected by the crumbling buildings since it was far away from the candy shop. Just near the candy shop is a high tree almost 3-story high. When the zombie began to spot a human in the middle of debris, they quickened their steps and move a little faster. This is of course the mutated zombies who mutated some of their body parts with the corpse of the beast. The survivor quickly climbed to the tree, and with his agility, it was an easy task, but that is not his true plan. The zombie then all reached under the tree trying to climb the tree to no avail. Some of the mutated zombies succeeded only to be cut down into pieces when they reached the survivor position. Usually he just stabbed the incoming mutated zombie. Some claw the tree bark with their fingernails, and their fingernails tuck inside the bark of the tree, while some zombies smash their head to the tree trying to bring it down, while some is trying to eat the sturdy bark of the tree. Underneath him is almost 350 zombies all waiting for him to come down. Thank God they're stupid, the survivor remarked as he climbs higher. He then set his position. The signal post, he remarked to himself. If he jumps from this height before, he doubt he would survive, but when he jumped from the second floor before, he has a slight pain only. And when that happens his mind has begun formulating plans. Now his agility is high and his strength is also better than the last time, he wondered to himself. Wouldn't he felt no pain compared to the last time? His plan is to jump far from this tree as the focal point, land gracefully on the ground, and sprint towards the signal post, running to the residential areas, rest there for a while before going to the mall. But once he does that, he doesn't know what he will see or encounter. After all, the residential is close to the signal post, they must have also been attacked and they must have zombies too. But danger is everywhere. And now at this point he has no choice but to gamble. If he stays here, sooner or later he would be found out. Now that he has chosen to fight, better go all out. But the structure of residential area made it easy for the survivor to hide and find some house that has no occupants, maybe rest inside for a while like he did in Ah Seng's shop. But why did the survivor try to attract all the zombies nearby to his area? Simple, because he wants his path unblocked. He realizes that there are some zombies in the signpost area and the many shops nearby the signpost area. They are deterred from the residential areas because of the scattered cars, but they formed a barrier if the survivor wanted to cross over. If all congregate in one place when he jump, all he has to contend with is the traffic congestion from the abandoned cars instead of running through a wall of zombies. Then looking from the highest point of the tree, he took the view that is in his front. Hundreds of zombies fill the area, all wanting to eat him. All with variety of stiffs, all are horrifying, all lost a few limbs, some lost eyes, one even lost his private parts. That must have been painful, the survivor think to himself. Mauled by tigers, probably, considering the large hole in the zombie hip areas. What an awful sight. Below him the zombies are still trying. Those that managed to climb were immediately dispatched by the survivor. He prepares the vial for stamina and vitality, if anything should happen. Bravery, he remarked, and then he added, with a mix of stupidity and stubbornness, and he smiles bitterly. He closes his eyes. He take a deep breath, inhaling the stained air, cold sweat running behind his back. A droplet of sweat dropped from his forehead and he opens his eyes. He is no longer trembling like the first time he was attacked. Now or never, he remarked, and his heartbeat quickened, and he laughs a bit, trying to ease the nervousness. Then he launches his body to the air. The branch on where he was standing broke into pieces because of the powerful force of his jump, and he launches himself like a rocket, wind whooshing around his face, feeling like he was flying, and he begins falling down as he uses all of his agility to land as gracefully as possible without injuring himself. If his bones are broken, especially if the broken bone is his feet, he would surely be sitting duck. It happens in almost a second, but he could swear it felt like a lifetime for him to land. He landed onto the cold tar ground, and he rolled to lessen the impact. Ouch, he remarked, there is some slight pains, like a cramp when he landed 10 meters away from the congregated stiff. He smiles in pain while drinking the vials for stamina and vitality. He got up. Then he looks behind him as the zombie turn their head back slowly. Towards the area he lands. Groaning stiffs, he remarked. The zombie began walking towards him, moving away from the tree. A large force of undead is coming for him. He looks at the signpost and he ran like the wind. In front of the signpost is dozens of cars burning and corpses littered the road. The survivor did not slow down even when he sees golden coins or some books. Maybe later, he wondered to himself. He doesn't have time to pick it up. Being too greedy when you are weak is courting death. No, I'm not going to be eaten stupidly. He jumped through the stacked burning cars as his stamina is draining one by one because of the speed in which he is running, and he passed the signpost and is now running again with all his might to the residential areas. He is trying to distance himself from the horde, and he enters the residential areas, jumping through the tall brushes of the houses. Most of the houses near the signpost belong to middle-class family, but further in you will see some bungalows and some high wall belonging to some rich families. He met a stray zombie from the residential areas, wandering aimlessly. More stiff, he remarked, clearly annoyed. He is tired, it is night and he lacks sleeps, nervous and in the verge of breaking down. A man can only take so much in a day. The world change, the zombies is hunting him, and let's not forget that alien-looking thing in the elementary schools. Remembering that, he could not stand still. And the gruesome sight he has witnessed today. To be honest, he want to lay on a comfy bed, get some rest without having to worry being eaten by some beast or bitten by these stiff and turns into them. The survivor brandishes his blade and it shines in the moonlight night. With one swift movement, the survivor made a slashing motion. He runs while slashing the zombie head, and the head flies 3 meters away, the body falls down naturally. And then there is another zombie preventing his way to go to the residential areas. Again he slashed and the head is decapitated. I made the right decision to raise my strength and agility. His speed is faster and his strike pack more punches than before. One slash is all he needs. Combined strength with speed and the power double. Physics. Even a pebble traveling 200 miles per hour could destroy a man's skull. Imagine that with sword, speed and strength. The only thing he lacks now is stamina. Finished killing the stray zombie, the survivor decided to find a place to rest. He can't keep going like this. He spotted one of the large house, and jumped from outside, entering the bungalow, like a cat. The zombies find it hard when they are obstructed with walls or any kind of obstruction. A little bit like the small giants in Shingeki. An enclosed space like this, it is easier for him to deal with zombies if they ever manage to break through. Here his agility could shine. He is trying to find some of the house that is suitable for him to make some kind of a hideout like he did in Osang's shop. He has so many items he has lost count. He needs to check it and see if anything could help increase his strength. He keeps jumping and slashing. Jump through the bushes, slashing the stiffs that block his way. As long as he did not make too much noise or mess, the horde will not come after him. Many of the residents must have cleared out before the massacre really happens. The survivor notices there are not too many stiffs here. Then he hears the horde. He turns back and recognized familiar faces. Fuck, why can't they leave me alone? It was the zombie he ditches when he jumps from the tree. Then he jumped into one of the huge house and decided to hide under a dog home. Even though he is stronger than before, even he is not confident to take on the entire horde. He waited, and he waited. Time passed as the zombies keep walking around the area. For an hour the survivor made no sound. He almost falls asleep at that moment. He is tired, frustrated, nervous and nervous. He repeated nervous 2 times, because he can't stand it anymore. He waited for a long time before he hears the footstep moving away. Then when he made sure the zombie has decided to give up, he searched. The survivor slowly went out of the doghouse. His stomach suddenly growls and the survivor looked left and right, fearing any stiffs could hear that. It was pretty loud to his ears. Now he needs to find some food. His stomach is growling. After making sure there is no zombie nearby, he decided to break into this bungalow-looking house. It doesn't seem to have zombies, or it might have some noise inside. In a house like these there's surely some food. He began imagining meat, chickens, eggs. The survivor slowly walked to the front door. He was about to break the lock with his hand or blade when suddenly the door opened. "Come in," the voice remarked. The survivor gripped his blade tightly and was in a battle stance. All he need is a reason, and whatever that made the noise would be neutralized. "Who's there?" the survivor inquired. "Come on inside, quickly before the corpse come." The voice comes from behind the door and it sounds like a Chinese. He spoke Chinese. The survivor knows this and he understands it, and it puzzles him. Why? Because the survivor knows he doesn't know Chinese other than the normal greetings. The survivor, still cautious but seeing no other choice, entered the door and slowly closed it. Chapter 08. The objective: the house was spacious. That is what the survivor could say. That is what he could see even though in the darkness of night. The electricity has been cut off, so there is no electricity. Maybe that is better, he mused. At least with this the noise factor is not a problem. If not with alarm ringing of or even the sound of a blaring TV or anything electronic might gain the attention of the stiff. He could not describe the interior because most of it the survivor doesn't know. There is some painting on the wall while there is some lying in the floor. The wall itself is beautiful with something resembling mauve color as the wallpaper of the wall. It has a second floor. But it could be remarked the interior is a shadow of its former self. The plasma TV is on the ground, traces of broke glass from drinking glass and even some chandelier lights in the trash can. It must be because of the shaking, the survivor mused. He remembered the strong shaking which saved his life. But it is clear that this house is expensive. The survivor is sitting down in the sofa, comfy and soothing. He even tries bouncing on it when the owner is preparing his drink. The man is drinking cold water from the fridge and pours it in one of the glasses while bringing it to the table at the living room. The survivor looks at the man in front of him. The man is a middle-aged man. 35 years old, a businessman and have some shops in the Temerloh area. His name is Tan. He did say his full name, but the survivor decided to call him Tan. He is divorced and has no children. How does he know all this? He asks him before he sits down. Well, when you threatened a man with a blade to his throat, rarely anyone would hide secret. The survivor fears the man is a bad man. That is why he made preliminary checks when he enters the house. He couldn't be too sure after all. Then the survivor check any signs of bites or infections or even wounds. The man looks clean. Other than some smell of sweats, he's clean. Only after he is sure. The survivor sit down on the man's sofa after boarding up the exit and entrance of the house. The survivor is pleased to know the man has great security system, and even properly boarded up the back door. The back door, always. I guess being a rich man has great advantages. The survivor mused. The survivor plan was to enter the house, rest for a while, then checking his loot. After that in the morning he would go to the mall to stock up on supplies. Food, that is important. Food, water, and then another motto. Always on the move. That is what he decides. Stock up enough supplies to find some safe place, or find some shelter or government base. Though he doubts the government could drove back this calamity. He is smiling while thinking to himself. I would like to kill a politician, one or two of them. That would be extremely satisfying. Just imagining fills his heart with glee. His second objective is to return home to his village. His village is not far from the town, 15 minutes if he rides his bikes. But now with the road unusable with cars filling the road and not one of them is moving, how could he ride bike in such situation? Not to mention the sound of the bike will make every stiff in the vicinity hunt him. It takes him hours for him to lose the stiff target on his back. He is not inclined to repeat that experience again. The survivor then look in front of him as Tan take his seat on the front of him, face to face. So what do you want? The survivor remarked, cutting straight to the point. He wants something. The survivor could feel this deep in his heart. Why else would he save him? The man sighed. You know, I saw you. Saw me? Yes, I was in second floor when the first meteor falls. I was startled by it, and scared. Terrified if I'm telling the truth. You did not run, the survivor inquired. No, why? Because I was a little late. It happens too fast. Though thinking back it might have been a good thing. I too wanted to run outside, but thank God I did not. What do you mean? I saw what happened to those who ran out from their home. Some call the law enforcement officers when the meteor first fall, waiting for police that never came. Others were shoving and pushing each other from each other way, trying to run when many more meteors fall. Some were trampled by others when the beast begun coming. They all ran, and they all fall. Some ride their bike and their cars and ride the hell out of here. And then the big beast came. The beast was fast. It was a giant meerkat, he remarked. Oh, that's new, the survivor mused. He didn't see a meerkat when he was running. Then? The survivor remarked, his eyes hold a trace of interest. The meerkat with one swipe of his claws cut a person to meat pieces like a grinder. Those who run is easily caught by the meerkat and eaten. I was not brave enough to get out, and at that time I wondered, at least I rather die in my house than die outside like a bug. So, I closed my iron gate, and locked my door and waited until the beast came to my house. And then, the survivor remarked, curious how this middle-aged man survived the onslaught. It never came. It never came. Yes, it never came. It was almost like they lost interest and they moved somewhere else. At that time I heaved a slight relief. The survivor also see this scene, though from a different vantage point, the bosses. The survivor remarked in his mind, "Why didn't you go out after that when the beast has disappeared?" The survivor inquired. "No," he shakes his head. "I was afraid there is other beast that is in hiding, so I waited." The survivor nodded. He was of the same wondered, though not entirely for the same reason. For the survivor there is still the alien in the elementary school. A viable threat to his survival, and the survivor waited for the opportune moment to run away. The survivor knows that sooner or later hiding in a place like small shops or houses will get himself caught and eaten. This man, the survivor mused as he glanced at the middle-aged man, sizing him up, and made a judgment. If he did not meet me, will he stay in his house all the time? He would surely die when the death outnumber the living. You must not be the only one who survived hiding in your own home. There must be others, the survivor inquired. Yes, there was other, but they all have been tracked by the zombies and bitten. Tracked? How? Noise, strong smell, but they usually respond to noise mostly. Most of those who hides in their homes sometimes have other thing weighing them down. Such as a child. With such great slaughter, how could babies not cry? And at this the survivor understand. There are also who can't stand the pressure and crack, Tan added. Some believe they could brave the danger using the weapons they were given and try to fight the zombie horde only to be eaten by them. Some of them managed to kill a few of them, but the zombie is too many. Just a few hours after the beast appear, and so many have died. The survivor could not believe how fragile human life is. Is this another mass extinction event? I understand, and the survivor take another drink. For a while there is silence in the dark house. Other than me, the person around my neighborhood has either been eaten, or turns to zombies. The beast is no longer a threat since they have left, Tan remarked. So, what is it you want? The survivor remarked, this time his eyes glare at the man. You invite me home, thus increasing your risk of being detected. You don't know if I'm some thief or a bad person. Surely you did not save me from the kindness of your heart. He smiles bitterly. I want to ask a favor. What favor? Bring me out of this area. I know sooner or later, the zombie will outrun this place. I can't stay here indefinitely. Right now I still have many foods, but later, I might even starve to death. Why me? The survivor remarked, crossing his arm, looking at Tan. I remarked, I saw you, didn't I? I saw you slash zombies like a piece of paper, running like the wind, almost reaching the same speed as the meerkat I saw. Oh, the survivor remarked, looking at him, curiously. I can do that. But where would you like to go? Any destination? Because I have my own destination too. If it's on the opposite route, then I can't. The survivor remarked honestly. His priority right now is supplies and then going to his village. The survivor does not have high hopes, but he does not like to wonder. Is his family still alive? Or not? Considering the damage he could see in the city, maybe his village has been ravaged. Either way, he needs to make sure. If they survive, the survivor would surely shelter them and even find some safe place from his family to live. If not, he would have to find a safe place by himself. He does not have hopes for some survival camp. But the survivor is sure he is not the only one who has the power granted by the cosmic core. People stronger than him might even have better starting point or stats. There will be warlords. There will be criminals. The survivor recognized these possibilities when he saw those zombies. People with power would either abuse their power or help the people. Heroes and villains, snakes and dragons. And skill books. It does not drop that often. Mean that someone might even form armies by promising skill books to their followers. Having skill books would help anyone surviving the new age that is coming. And with this golden coin, there might be a new currency in town. The survivor don't know what is the function for the golden coin, but he is sure they have a function. Hoard all the things. That is what he learns in Skyrim, though usually the weight limits prevents him from taking so many items. People who are athletes, soldier might have 13 or 14 stamina or agility or even strength compared to when he first started out. But are they as lucky as him? Killing a strong fist badger, and stiffs as many as he did? If not for leveling up killing the badger, he could not handle the slow-walking zombies that easily. Then the survivor also has to consider if the mutated sapiens is because of the bite, then would they also retain the abilities of the former body? For example, would a long jump athlete who turn to zombies, can they jump really high when they turn to zombies? Same goes to sprint runner zombies or a weightlifting champion zombies? The survivor sighed thinking of all this while Tan was about to say something, but he shut his mouth to wait the survivor finished whatever he is thinking about. Then his mind once again turned to his family. Even though the survivor does not have particular feeling toward his family, it is still his family. He couldn't just leave them. They are his blood. The survivor believed that family is stronger together, united. Even though in his family there is no bond, it's not like he did not try forming bonds. It's not like he hates them. It is a complicated feeling. They are family, but they don't feel like a family, does not care each other like a family. It was more like playing house, each one playing a designated role. The father brings home food. The mother makes the food. The sons study and work while appreciating the hard work of the father and the mother. Rinse and repeat until the sons have their own sons, and the cycle continues. Role-playing. The survivor mused. But the survivor knows that his family, some of them also thinks like him. It is just most of his family is like him, stoic and does not know how to express feelings, all busy with their own problems. The survivor closes his eyes and then opens it again. One step at a time. Slowly, slowly, he remarked to himself, barely a whisper, only he could hear it. Then he turned to Tan and inquired, "So how about it? You want me to get you out of here?" "Really?" Tan said. "We can settle your business first. I think following you provide a better chance of survival than staying here," the middle-aged man remarked. "Not without compensation, of course." The survivor remarked resolutely. "Of course, I have money." "I don't want money. I want something else." "What do you want then?" Tan inquired in polite tone. "You'll know when the times come," the survivor remarked. Truth be told, he doesn't know what he wants, but he could not let Tan just mooch off him without giving him something. Money? It's just paper at this point. Tan doesn't seem strong, but if the survivor could help him level up, the survivor chance of survival is higher. Tan nodded. "Whatever you want, I will give it to the utmost of my abilities." "When will we go?" Tan inquired. "Will we depart tonight?" Tan remarked as he spoke in slow voice. He is clearly afraid that any zombies could hear and attracted them here. "Tomorrow," the survivor remarked. "Tomorrow?" Tan replied, puzzled. He want to get as far as possible, as fast as possible from these abominations. "Yes, tomorrow." The survivor answered with confidence. After all, most of his stamina is drained. Even though he could restore it with the vials, he does not want to waste it. Not to mention his mental capacity has been used to the max. He is tired physically and mentally. One man could only see so much in a day. But the zombies are outside, so wouldn't it be? No, it's precisely because they are outside. "Mr. Tan, I am tired and extremely exhausted. You saw me fighting those stiffs, right? It's not easy. And if I have to fight them again, in my condition, I don't think even I could survive it. But in morning it will be easier for us to be detected." "Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe the zombie would move to other areas by then like the monstrous beast. Wouldn't that be an ideal time to escape for both of us?" Then Tan also nodded. "I can help you. Considering you did not kill the zombie, your level is still 1, right?" Tan nodded. "If you were trying to fight the stiff with your level right now, you would surely just be their meal." The man nodded. "So, what now?" "Now, you show me the bedroom so I could rest. Then in the morning we can go." Tan just nodded. "Fine, we'll do it that way." The survivor then went to the bedroom and closed and locked the door. Tan is still sitting in the sofa, drinking water. There is red wine in his fridge, a cheap red wine. But he did not dare drink it. When he is drunk, he tend to make many noise. He hears the door being locked. "That young man doesn't really trust me, but I have no choice other than to trust him," Tan mused. He is desperate. Like the survivor, he is alone. He has no family. Whatever happens to his wife is not his concern. If she died, good riddance. That woman cheated on him. The survivor. He is now his way out from this area. Then where would he go? He doesn't know, but if he found a safe place he would go there. Tan believes there is so shelter camp. Contrary to the survivor believe that such shelter camp will be for warlord recruitment camp. This kind of scenario is not foreign for anyone who watched post-apocalyptic movies. Especially now that there are even people who exhibited powers beyond normal humans' capabilities. The survivor speed is fast, but it still can be compared to athlete in the Olympics. But what will happen when he reach higher levels? Won't he be like a god? And this is true to others too. As long you have enough bravery and resourcefulness you can be one. In a way, it is a fair world. You get what you deserve from your effort. At least it is fairer world than before. Drenching his nervousness, he went to his bedroom, trying to sleep. Chapter 09. Result of looting: he closed the door and he sit down on the bed. He lay down for 5 minutes and then he get up. His hunger is no longer a problem. There was some bread on the man fridge, so the survivor helps himself. And now he is getting up. If he keeps lying down he will be asleep before he knows it. For now there is another thing he must do, a most important task. What important task? Because now it is time for him to class up. He smiles in happiness. Class up. Isn't this the main reason he runs all the way here, other than dodging the stiffs? Surely he is now in a safe zone, right? There are also the items and the skill books he never had the chance to check before. First he arranges everything from its types. 13 vials, 5 rings, a variety of items, from boots to paulders, hundreds of golden coins, and 7 skill books. First he examines the ring. There are 5 rings he got from his effort. He checks it, and a status window appears in front of his eyes. Storage ring able to store 99 items of the world orb, no additional effects. Storage ring. The survivor exclaimed gleefully. I should have used this when I was running away. He remembers of the things he couldn't loot because of the lack of space and the fact that he had to lighten his load. Even though it has no other additional buff, at least it could help me stores thing. And when I have time I need to get back the loot. The survivor quickly put the ring into one of his finger, then he checks the second. Ring of minimal strength. Increase strength by 2. Good. The survivor remarked. More strength. It will make his killing easier. What the survivor like is that the rings has no durability restriction or time restriction in the rings like weapons. At least even if he keeps wearing it, it would not suddenly crack. But the survivor think that it could be destroyed if it is attacked. The survivor also put the ring on his right hand finger. Then he checks another. This one ring gives a dark luster and aura of power. The survivor took it and examined it. Ring of Dark Spirit. Rare items. It depends on luck and perseverance. By killing many mutated sapiens, there is 1 in a million chances this ring will appears. Part of the ranking program, it only has 100 in existence. Anyone WHO has made themselves in the ranking of the world orb is eligible to get a chance in obtaining this ring. Add 10 to spirit and can be enhanced with the soul of mutated sapiens until it reached its limit. What the hell? 10 to spirit. You are too nice, the cosmic core, too nice. The survivor was about to scream. 10 spirit. His spirit consumption problem has just been solved. Of course the survivor equipped it too. At least his spirit can be used at the same time he is using it to tame the badger. Not even 1 day pass and he still has 14 days before he has a reliable protector. A tank. That is what the survivor imagined. A badger with an offensive power that sweeps everything. And he will kill Steel. After all, the badger is his pet. There is no problem if he kills Steel. Safe and protected while he reaps the benefits. Then he checks the other 2. One of them is Ring of Speed, which adds 1 to agility, and another was another ring of minimal strength. The survivor equipped all of it into his right hand finger. Bling. Bling. He mused, smiling, looking at his status. Name. Not yet given. Gender. Male. Level. 17 class. None. Endurance. 10 equipped. Mutated Sapiens Protective Glove Storage Ring. Ring of Minimal Strength. Ring of Minimal Strength. Ring of Dark Spirit. Ring of Speed. Then he checks the vials. He has 6 blue vials. Each one restores 10 stamina, 2 red vials that restore 10 vitality and 1 green vials that restore spirits. The golden coins are stored in the storage rings. Before he checks the items, he decided to class up first. Class up, he remarked in his mind. You have fulfilled the requirement to class up. These are the options. Please choose carefully. And list of class appears. There is the generic one. Paladin, Knights, Warriors, Archers, Healers. They can be chosen for infinite times. No matter who, anyone can choose this class. He is not trying to be a generic character. Even though the normal class is easy to obtain and has its own advantage, he had already had a plan in his mind. He will treat this like a game. Then the survivor tries to ask. Is there any unique class or rare class? Or maybe even secret class? Unique class accessed. Then a list appears in front of the survivor eyes and he reads the first 5. Earth Controller, Ice Sovereign, Weapon Lord, Beast King, Shadow Lord. His eyes look until the bottom. It was about a 300 unique class. Variety of choice, he remarked. First the survivor check Earth Controller. Affinity with nature. Those WHO is Earth. Controller could control the Earth, have power bestowed by the Earth itself. Can sense thing underground. Abilities manifested will become stronger by each successive leveling. Requires 30 strength during class up. Half of agility will be transferred to strength. 30 strength. The survivor is just 25 and that is because of his item's buffs. Without it his strength is just 18. 30 strength. Anyone who has such stats could clearly just choke the stiff head to kill it. Then he checks the others. Ice Sovereign requires living in the icy region. What a weird requirement, most likely like Russia. Maybe someone from Russia will choose this, the survivor mused. Or maybe anyone from the Antarctica, North Pole. Then he checks the requirements for Weapon Lord. Weapon Lord requires comprehension in weapons. Martial artist would be suitable for this, the survivor wondered to himself. Beast King requires a pet. The survivor still has 2 weeks before he got his first pet. How could he wait for the pet to be tamed before he class up? Does anyone already have a pet at this point of time? That would make his survival in jeopardy if he has to wait that long. Now, he wants to class up now, but he also wants a unique class. From what he reads on the interface, once the unique class is chosen, no one could choose it again, unless the chosen dies. Those who chose the unique class is referred to as chosen. This is not a term the survivor make up, it is described in the explanation for unique class. It means there are only 300 people in this world that will have unique class. While being normal class also have its advantage, unique class is always better, isn't that always the case? The rarer things are, usually they are more valuable, and most of the stories he reads about game and internet, usually the protag always get a secret class or unique class. Like that anyway, it's just good. Sometimes you have to gamble. Then the survivor look at Shadow Lord requirement. Shadow Lord, the Sovereign of Darkness. The Shadow Lord works in darkness and have their power from darkness. They work in the shadows, nimble and fast. In the darkness of night their power will unstoppable. Requires 20 agility during the time of class up. Choosing this class will convert half of your strength to agility. Convert half. He is clearly shocked. 18 divided by 2 is 9. That means I have to sacrifice my hard-earned 9 stats points to get this class. Is it worth it? He asks himself. Shadow Lord. The name seems domineering. But is it worth it? Everyone knows that strength is important and now it wants me to sacrifice it? What if he chooses it and regrets his decision? I don't think I can change my class after I chose it, he mused. The survivor then check other classes, but most of them have their own weird requirements. Some sacrifice agility for strength, some convert vitality to spirit. The survivor even spotted Grand Priest Necromancer, but the requirement is too harsh. Whoever chooses it must have a great backup because all of the stats will be converted to spirit. For the first few weeks, someone of warrior class must protect such figure until the Grand Necromancer gain power or level up and having some stats point. If not, the moment anyone chooses the class, they surely would be an easy prey for the zombies. Then while the survivor is thinking, one entry disappeared. Earth Controller disappeared. Earth Controller has been chosen by Raymond. The voice of the cosmic core echoes in his ears. Then another entry disappears. Beast King has been chosen by Boris. Then another one. Then another one. More and more is disappearing while the survivor is anxious. He didn't even have time to choose, and one by one the entry is disappearing. Right now there is only about 233 class left. Aw fuck it. I chose Shadow Lord. Then another notification appears. Shadow Lord has been chosen by not yet given. What? The survivor remarked as he looks at the notification. His face flushed red. He is sure somewhere in the world someone is laughing at him. After all, since he could see the notification of other people choosing, won't they also see his notification? In USA, Raymond, who just class up, look at the notification, chuckles. What? Is that a noob? Not yet given. He still doesn't name his character. He is resting in an abandoned building while classing up. He was in New York to attend the Comic-Con when the meteors fall and Beast appears. He is using a mace. He kills many of those zombies by relying on the stairs, fighting it as a group with the people that follow this one man. Raymond is following a man called Leonard. He has an arrow and support Raymond brilliantly. So Raymond is raking on Express right now and has already gained many items. Leonard is the leader of the group while he is the second man. Leonard is of course has many more items than Raymond, but he is injured right now, so Raymond is leading the group. Leonard is one of the security guard at the convention. He helped the people to run to safety when the beast first attacks. Raymond was given the responsibilities of handling the safety of the survivors because of his strength. It was because Raymond chose to specialize his talent, putting all his stats into only one category, sacrificing the others. At least in the beginning. But that is enough for him to gain respect among his group. Raymond gives all his stats to strength since the beginning. Even if he has low stamina, that is okay. He is not fighting alone. There are others. Some have blades, some have guns. Raymond is looking at the notification while chuckling. Anyone playing a game usually knows that when you play any game, the first thing to do is name your character. Raymond got 5 starter stats for naming himself as Raymond. Even giving name give his stats. It is the reward from the cosmic core. But Raymond also found this not yet given person is powerful, even though he laughs at him. Why? Because even without the starter pack he got to class up, and not just normal class up but unique class up. That means he is not a normal man. In another part of the world, the road is painted white and red. The snow keeps falling, and the blood seeped under the snow. Boris and Katerina in Russia have also just class up. They look at the name that is just floating in the announcement in their well-protected bunker. Boris and Katerina father work for the FSB and their grandfather too. Their grandfather and father prepare the bunker for the imminent nuclear threat during the Cold War. Paranoid old fuck. But at least it has its uses. It's not nuclear war, but it's good enough. The moment Boris get level up when he killed a snow wolf, he immediately killed his father. His face when he was stabbed repeatedly by Boris still remains as fond memories in Boris' mind. For all that his father has done to him and Katerina, Boris wanted to torture that decrepit old man. But time does not allow for such things. He killed his father and left his body in the cold street, letting his father body rot. At least if his father turns to zombie, he can kill him again and gain experience. If not for his power isn't sufficient for killing the beast near the city, he would have brought his sister to Moscow. The army remnants has begun calling for survivors to join the new army of Russia headed by Ranko. It was led by Ranko, one of the high-level operatives for the KGB who survives the fall. Ranko quickly uses his subordinates to try to maintain control in Moscow. There are some other ways to contact those in power. Moscow has fallen, but not for long. The new army is trying to regain it back. Electricity is down, but certain transmission has other way. Boris, who picked up some of his father training, clearly recognizes the transmission and heard the announcement. Killing the zombie. Both Boris and Katerina has class up, and now he is reading the announcement by the cosmic core. Boris just snorted while Katerina is chuckling, looking at the name not yet given. In Germany, Karl is just tending to his wound after killing a few stiffs. He was terrorizing some of the people who are in debt with his boss. Karl is a low-level thug in a crime organization. He was doing his usual job, threatening and blackmailing people when the fall happens. He is holding his barbed stick, a sturdy iron bat, and he just leveled to level 12 and has just found a safe zone. He sees the name not yet given and then realized he has the same name. It struck him. Carl never plays any games, but even he knows some games rules. Name his character or I will make the same mistake like this idiot, he remarked to himself. At that moment the survivor doesn't know, but people who is classing up in the unique class sections is holding their laughter reading the announcement. The survivor on the other hand is embarrassed right now, his face is flushed red. He finally understands why his status shows his name is not yet given. He still doesn't name his character. If this is a game, then this also follows the rule of the game. Name your character. Then as he is still reeling from the embarrassment, a light shone down and an item appear on his hand. Shadow Lord set is rewarded. He then examines it one by one. Hood of Shadow Lord decrease the chance of being detected by monstrous beast and mutated sapiens. Increase vitality by 2. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Hidden Blade of Shadow Lord attack. 15 to 25 sneak attack. 10 to 35 durability. 200/200ths. Store around the wrist area concealed by a hidden compartment under the clothes. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Sharp Sword attack. 15 to 25 sneak attack. 10 to 30 durability. 220/220ths. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Vambraces of Shadow Lord increase endurance by 6. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Clothes of Shadow Lord consisting of an under tunic and upper tunic. Increase vitality by 10. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Trouser of Shadow Lords. Increase agility by 6. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Shadow Lord boots increase agility by 5. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Black sash increase vitality by 2. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Black gloves increase strength by 2. Wearing the same pair will increase strength by 4. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. The survivor put them all down and look at these items, and he realizes something? Is Shadow Lord Assassin's Creed? Then he equipped all of them. He was about to check his new status, but then it appears again. The voice of the Whirl Orb speaks again. The items of the Shadow Lord has special properties. It could absorb the souls of beast, mutated sapiens and humans, strengthening its properties. Items of a Shadow Lord can be refined by soul and strengthened by soul. All of the unique class has unique weapon and each one has their own way for refining their weapons. As one of the unique class, congratulations for surviving the first phase. To completely retain the unique class, World Orb will give you a quest to test your eligibility. This quest is auto-generated to any of those that chooses the unique class depending on their nature and threats. Quest Destroy the Demonic Earthen. The demonic Earthen is a low-level beast in the planet of Carthan. They have acid spits, parasites that could live under the skins and strength that surpass the Homo sapiens. Defeat the beast to gain your class rewards. Time limit. 1 month victory condition. Killing the demonic Earthen. Failure condition. Failing to kill the demonic Earthen in 1 month. Reward. Unique skill of Shadow Lord. In the case of failure, the class of Shadow Lords will return back to the roster of unique class up and all the experience collected during the tenure of having the power of Shadow Lord will be given to the next inheritor. Then the images floated inside his mind. It's that damn alien. The survivor cursed in his heart. The survivor reading this wanted to cough up blood. What the hell? Just when things are looking up, now he has no choice but to fight that alien. Damn you World Orb, he remarked in his heart. Chapter 10. Lord Shadow. Reeling from his anger to the cosmic core, he is getting tired and he wants to sleep. But there are still a few things he needs to do. He unequipped mutated sapiens glove and equipped the black gloves that have pair. Then he checks his status name, not yet given gender. Male level. 17 class. Shadow Lord strength. 98 agility. 3112 vitality. 914 stamina. 16 spirit. 1710 endurance. 106 equipped. Storage ring of minimal strength. Ring of minimal strength. Ring of dark spirit. Ring of speed. Hood of Shadow Lord. Hidden Blade of Shadow Lord. Sharp Sword. Vambraces of Shadow Lord, clothes of Shadow Lord, trouser of Shadow Lord boots, black sash. Black gloves, name. He remembers. The quest will have to postpone until later. He is still too weak, and he needs more strength. Agility is good and all, but strength is undoubtedly as equally important. For now, a name. Then he remembers the notification. It display the chosen name. Then that means he could also choose another name. It doesn't mean he has to choose his real name. Shadow Lord. Lord Shadow. It's simple. It's powerful. It sounds like a good name, and who says anyone has to name themselves the same name? The survivor never liked his name. There is a story of how he got his name. I want to name myself, and a voice sounded out. What is your name? Lord Shadow. There was a silence for a while, then the voice rings out in his ear. Lord Shadow is registered. Congratulations for taking a name. As reward for completing this task, the Cosmic Core will grant you 5 additional stats point. Then the voice disappears, 5 additional stats points. The survivor sighed in regret. He should have named his character earlier. He might even survive the initial attack and maybe right now far away from Joy Park if he knows about this. The Cosmic Core is really annoying. It never told you everything. You have to found it by yourself. What a shitty game. But at least he knows now where to spend these points. He just lost half of his strength. If not for his item, his strength could not be compared to before. All to strength, he decided unhesitatingly, and he feels stronger. His muscle contracts and certain muscle is formed inside his body. A 4-pack? Something like that. But his strength still pales in comparison than before. Anyway, this is not yet time to rest. One last task. The skill books, 7 of them. He smiles in glee, imagining the power he would get. He checks the first book. Skill book, Body Fortification. Passive skills. Permanently increase endurance by 2. At level 20 it will increase by 2 again, and then at 30, until level 40. Would you like to learn the skill? Yes, the survivor remarked, and the book disappeared and his body feels stronger. A passive skill. That is what the survivor need. It doesn't cost SP and enhances his stats. 1 down, 6 to go. He checks another one. Skill book. Heal. You can heal about 5 vitality points for each use. Activating cost 10 SP. Cool down for 30 seconds. Would you like to learn the skill? Yes, healing. Now at least my vitality can be healed by myself, though it sacrifices SP a bit. And like before, the book disappears and the information flows into his mind. 5 to go. Hope something more useful. Skill book, Beast Tamer. You can tame the world or beast. To tame a beast, use the skill on one of the beast and keep him for the indicated time to tame the beast inside the Beast Portal. Activating Beast Portal require 10 sulfur monophosphide for each hour. The cooldown depended on the beast tamed. Would you like to learn the skill? Wait, isn't this Beast Tamer? He already learned this before. The survivor was about to try another, but then a wonder struck on him. Why did the same book allows me to learn it again? Yes, the survivor remarked, curious of the results. Then a ting sound can be heard inside his mind. Skill book, Beast Tamer level 02. You can tame the world or beast. To tame a beast, use the skill on one of the beast and keep him for the indicated time to tame the beast inside the Beast Portal. Activating Beast Portal require 5 sulfur monophosphide for each hour. The cooldown depended on the beast tamed. Taming time. 1 week. Ho! It upgraded my taming time. It even reduces the SP used for taming. So, to upgrade skills you have to find the same book again. A new discovery. So, that is the way to level up skills. Or maybe there is another way. The survivor is glad with the discovery he found. 4 more. Hope another Beast Tamer book. 1 week is reduced just by leveling to next level. If another one appears, then maybe today I will have my own pet. He looks at the next skill book with expectation. Skill book, Precision. Passive skill. Help increase your accuracy. Attain minimum capability of aiming thrown projectiles. Would you like to learn the skill? Yes. The survivor remarked listlessly. You can't have everything. But precision is also good. After all, if he has flying projectiles, this passive skill will really help. 3 more. And this time, Yes, an attacking skill. Skill. Slashing wind. Active skill. Produced a slashing energy directed at your opponent. Increase your strength by 5 and agility by 2 during activation. Last for 5 minutes. Activation cost. 15 sulfur monophosphide cooldown. 10-minute strength by 5. That would be an explosive power if released at the right moment. The survivor mused, imaging himself fighting in a desperate battle and suddenly using this skill, taking his enemies completely off guard with his burst of energy. There is still 2 more skill books. Skill book. Perception. Passive skill. Could detect mutated sapiens within a distance of a 100 meter. Will feel a disturbance. Only you can feel. Would you like to learn the skill? Yes. The survivor remarked. This would be useful. 1 more. Skill book. Light steps passive skill. Increase agility by 5. A very fast-moving skill making you feel like you are riding the wind. Useful in getting away, in jumping and running. Making your body lighter like the clouds, fast like the winds. Would you like to learn this skill? Of course yes, the survivor remarked. Agility 5. Even with his current agility he is fast like an Olympic athlete. Another 5 stats to his agility. Wouldn't he run as fast as a car now, or at least comparable to a car? Even the stiff would be left eating the dust if they decide to chase him. Thinking about it, the survivor might have underestimated the usefulness of agility. After all, if there is Superman then there is Flash. Strength or speed? Having even one of them raised to the peak can also make someone very powerful. The moment he remarked yes, the book disappeared and his feet feel lighter. Now it's done. He looks at the variety of items on the bed and stores all of it inside his storage rings. There were boots, some blades, gloves and clothes. The survivor intend to arm Tan tomorrow. With his speed, the survivor is confident to outrun the stiff even when he is by himself. Combined that with his strength, as long he does not met some high-level beast, he will be safe. The quest also has 1 month expiration date. It is enough for him to return to his home and then came back to fight the aliens. He knows without the unique class he could not be anyone in this chaotic world. But that is a story for tomorrow, he mused. Now he wants to sleep. He unequipped all of his clothes and sleep half naked. It is hot and he could not stand it. And the process is equipping is easy. Just think of it like Urza equipping herself with armors. Crashing his body to the comfortable puffy bed, he immediately went to sleep after just 5 minutes. Outside, the zombies are still prowling the street, searching for any signs of life. Only the survivor probably get a good night's sleep that night. And the moon slowly gets clouded by the clouds as darkness falls. Chapter 11. The outside world. That morning the survivor woke up at 6. He always woke up at 6. Habits. The outside is still dark. The sun has not yet dawned. He rubbed his eyes. He almost wondered he was dreaming yesterday with all the gore he witnessed, and killings, and then when he looks at his surrounding he knows this is not his house. It's not his room. It's not his place, and it is certainly not his bed. He sighed, and the first thing he uttered when he woke up. Shit. Yesterday was not a dream, he remarked. The stiffs, the aliens, the monstrous beast, all of it were not in his dreams or imaginations. The world ended yesterday. That is what he wondered to himself. The world as they know it has ended. And a new world begins today. He wanted to lay his body right back to bed, but he can't when he remembers there is still a threat near him. Even though most of the stiffs here just patrol with aimless walking and has low intelligence, the survivor don't know if something new is going to happen. Something new means something he doesn't know, and he doesn't like that. He doesn't like not knowing. Especially when such ignorance could lead him straight to the jaws of death, and he prefers to see death when he is ready, old and decrepit. Living in a house beside a beautiful lake, with a woman he loves. Die of old age. That is what he wants. He doesn't want to die of illnesses, of gory accidents, or drugs. He wants to die the natural way, of boredness of life. I live again today, he mused. Even better, die while having sex. He laughed a little at his unreasonable musing. Today will be a heck of a day. He knows this is in his heart. Today he will begin his plan. So, he got up and equipped all his armor. He looks almost like Altair in Assassin's Creed. The only difference is the difference in colors of the attire and the black aura enveloping him. It was small and barely detectable, still, there is that aura. Then he looks outside the window from his bed. The second floor really does give quite the view to the outside scenery, which is full with corpse and walking corpse. The survivor could see all the prowling stiffs, walking aimlessly, and groaning. Most of them are far away from the house. The survivor perception then enveloped the radius of 100 meter. Nothing dangerous, the survivor mused. Good, he remarked. At least he knows that his passive skills are useful in detecting enemies. Now he is getting ready. First target. Food. The mall. With the rings he surely could store many things. He's going to raid the crap out of the mall. Canned food, first aid kit, medicines if there is any, everything useful. But to do this efficiently he needs to have a helper. This is where Tan come in. He opens the door and went down the stairs. He looked around the sofa near the living room. Tan was there, sleeping peacefully on the couch. The survivor approached the sofa and moved him. Wah! And the moment Tan recognized the survivor he quickly regained his composure. The survivor. You scared me. I wondered it was the zombies. I wondered they have breached my house. No, they did not. I would have noticed and you would have been dead. Get up. We're going to move. Yes. Tan remarked bitterly. The survivor is clearly not respecting him even a bit. Both of them cleaned their faces and then getting ready. Tan brought his bag. It was big but not too big that it would hinder him from running, and it has back support. They were in the front door and the survivor has to say something before they venture outside. It was important so Tan understand what they will be doing outside. Tan, listen to me. Do you know where we are going? And Tan, who was behind the survivor, stopped and remarked. The mall. Yes. Here is what I want you to do. You will store food, drinks, anything useful. Don't pick up anything not useful. That is your job. Pick up canned food, snacks, chocolate bars, aid kits, anything in your mind that you deemed useful for our survival. Tan nodded. Now I want to know what level you are and what are your highest stats, and you're the cosmic core item. Tan replied honestly. I'm level 01, and my highest stats is spirit and my weapon is a staff, he remarked. Did you bring the staff with you? The survivor remarked, seeing there is no staff near Tan. Not in his hand and not on his back. No, he remarked. Where is it? The survivor inquired. At the kitchen. Tan pointed to a staff disguised as a broomstick. No, it is not a broomstick, but at least that is what the survivor wondered last night when he was woken up at 3 a.m. Go bring it. Tan went into the kitchen and bring the staff. Arriving in front of him, the survivor then quickly say. Now I want you to also level up. When we went outside, hearing this, Tan face turns pale. But I'm afraid of the zombies. Don't worry. I'll weaken them enough. You need to gain some power if you want to survive. If you become a dead weight, I'll leave you. It's that simple. You wouldn't do that, would you? Tan remarked, his voice is trembling. Could this young man have the heart to leave him being eaten by the zombies? The answer would be yes. The survivor don't know Tan. He doesn't even owe anything to him. If he is a dead weight and only hinder the survivor's survival, then the survivor would leave him in a heartbeat. After all, if he could not benefit from having Tan on his group, then what function does Tan serve? Mascot. Tan is not cute and he's certainly not beautiful, and the survivor hate mascot. Especially if the mascot is cute and cuddly. He hated them with a passion of 1,000 burning suns. He is helping Tan precisely because Tan could help him and vice versa. Tan wanted his strength. The survivor wanted someone who could at least store items. He did not ask much, and if Tan level up, it is not only good for the survivor, it will also be good for Tan. His chance of survival will also be higher. Then the survivor answer after musing all of this in his mind. I would. Hearing this, Tan face turned pale, but then a face of determination appears on his face. He understands the world today is different than the world yesterday. If you are useless, you will be thrown away. So he makes a decision lightning fast. Then what is it I have to do? Tan inquired. His eyes shows determination. The survivor, seeing the middle-aged man have such determination, is delighted. After all, if possible, even he does not want to needlessly being cruel to people. The world may have changed, but he is not. After all, the world has only changed for one day. There is still sanity in the survivor mind and many other people that survives the first impact of the world-changing phenomena. This might change later, but for now, he is still him from yesterday. Some parts of the world right now are of course inhabited by both crazies and sane people. But who will triumph? The strongest, the smartest, the most resourceful of the human race. Whether it is evil men or good men, these qualities will become their weapons. And sometimes the luckiest. The survivor could be categorized as one of the lucky people who survive the first impact armed only by luck. He is twisted a bit, have certain dark fantasies, but even he have certain lines that he would not cross. Don't rape people. Don't fuck little children, and don't fuck little children. See, how he just repeated the same restriction. It's that important. Don't kill is not one of them. There are not many restrictions in his life. Oh, and no smoking. It's more like a restriction towards other rather than to himself. The survivor has always hated the smell. He could tolerate people smoking. After all, that is their damn freedom. If they wanted to die of lung cancer, a blackened lung at the end of the autopsy table, at the age of 36, that is their right. Most of his friends are smokers. But having that fucking smoke being blown to his fucking face or even his clothes feels like someone stood on a chair and pissed on his head. But if he needs to kill, at least it would make his heart lighter if the one he killed deserve it. That 2 lines is one line he would never break. First, because he doesn't like to force people to have sex with him. It's disgusting and really degrading. The second is because he has little sister and brothers. What sick people would have sex relation with a child not even of age? No matter how the world changes, the survivor will never broke these 2 lines. Then the survivor looked back at Tan and remarked, "Easy, don't be a dead weight. But I'm afraid of the zombies and I'm weak. Being afraid I could handle. But I'm also weak. Bravery is not enough. I don't want to be eaten or bitten. I see enough people being brave, and they all die and scream." The survivor nodded in understanding. The survivor too was lucky. If not, he too might be walking aimlessly, groaning in the street like the other stiffs. If not for his luck and his gamble, maybe he will not be as confident as Tan. It is because the survivor has fought the zombies and won that make him have this confidence. Strength breeds confidence. He of course understands the fear in Tan hearts. He too was fearful before. But it is because of that fear that he ran away from Ah Seng's shop and keeps moving. Because if he did not have that fear in his heart, he will not survive. Fear is good. Fear keeps him alive. Then the survivor remarked, smiling at Tan, "I will not let you go to the front line without any backup. Here are some items that will help you." The survivor opened his palm and light flashes inside the living room and a variety of items appears. "Equip all of them." Tan took it, examined it and equipped a robe, a knife, a boot and a glove. The robe helps him to avoid infection from level 10 to 15. The survivor does not have such robe, but somehow he believes that his Shadow Lord set is capable of enduring infection. He checks it when he was startled at 3 a.m. because of the shrieking of some beast. He woke up and for about 15 minutes the survivor looked from the second floor. It was at this time he realizes something about his attires. It was fairly happenstance. He notices that the Shadow Lord attire has special properties. He checks the robe and found some golden thread. When examines, it shows that anything that is not level 5 higher than his current level could not infect him. It is one of the perks choosing unique class. After 15 minutes of stakeout, the survivor returns to sleep and woke up at 6. But then this also means that other unique class might have the same abilities or maybe an entirely different material. Then the survivor remarked to Tan after Tan has equipped all the equipment. "Now here is another thing I need you to understand. I am the main attack, the cavalry, and you are the support. So, when you level up I want you to invest in spirit. When you reach level 10, quickly class up and choose healer profession. If you can promise me this, then I promise I will do my best not to ditch you." Tan just smiles bitterly. Does he even have a choice? But he is not that too bitter. After all, he is just a healer. He knows of course what it means. Tan is a middle-aged man, but it's not like he lived under a rock all this time. He of course plays a few online games. He knows what healer is. He kind of like being the support. At least he will not fight in the front line. "I agree," Tan remarked. The survivor nodded. "Okay, so here is the plan. In the elementary school there is a beast. From what I see he is the boss around here. Most of the other beast has moved to other places, maybe making their own place in other regions or states. Anyway, they're not our problem. Here most of them are only stiffs. You mean zombies? Tan remarked. The survivor rolled his eyes and remarked. I mean stiffs. They are slow, most of them weak and stupid. But maybe they will evolve. If we can rise in level, maybe zombie could too. Either way, they're our main enemies right now. So what's the plan against that? The plan is to level up. I think near the mall there will be many more stiffs waiting for us there. I might be powerful against these stiffs, but against a horde, I can't win in such situations. So here is what I propose. A cleaning up operation. For today we will not raid the mall yet. It's too dangerous and stupid. We level up first, strengthen ourselves, and then we raid the mall. I wondered you remarked to me that we'll raid the mall today? Tan inquired in confusion. He heard that the survivor was planning to raid the mall yesterday. Change of plans. The survivor remarked. He changed the plans when he looks outside a few moments ago. His eyes have become clear and his sense is also more sensitive than before. He might have been too rash and optimistic. Thinking about it, Temerloh has quite a population. It's not as big as the big cities, but it is still a lot, and there might even be some survivors. Maybe the survivor should strengthen himself first. Tan just shakes his head. Even though the survivor changes his plan in a drop of a hat, he does not have any choice but to comply. To go outside alone would surely spell his doom. And how do you suppose we do that? Tan inquired, worried but already have accepted his role. By killing them, of course. Look, this residential area is filled with back alley and narrow roads. It is the perfect setup to trap and kill them. But I'm not like you, Tan remarked, pointing the obvious. I know. Hear how it's going to go. I will cut the stiff's hands and feet and you smash it with your staff. Deprive them of feet and hand and they are easy prey for you. Sooner or later a skill book will appear. If it's a sword skills, or body technique, you concede it to me. If it's magic or healing skills, I will concede it to you. How about it? Tan just nodded. Good, now we go out. They open the door and the outside is still dark. He could see a few zombies a few meters from them, still walking, not realizing that inside the high walls and decoration bushes 2 living man is walking in the city of the dead. Here we go, the survivor remarked, and he smiles. Chapter 12. For tomorrow outside they walk near the alley. They are searching for zombies. Tan is still pale when they had to face 5 zombies before they reach here. The wind carries the smell of rotten flesh, and it was nauseating, for both the survivor and Tan. Tan even puked once when he encounters a very gruesome 5-year-old zombie with maggots poking in a hole which appears to be where the brain was. Wriggling and sticky in the child zombie head, while the boy tried to approach near him. The survivor slices the boy head like slicing paper, 1 slice and it's done. And then they face with the 5 zombies which hinder their path on circling the residential area. But it was at that time Tan looked at the lightning sped fast reflexes of the survivor. The survivor moved past the 5 zombies like water, slicing them like slicing a piece of paper, heads fly in seconds. It is thanks to the survivor that their relatively short journey is safe and secure. If he is alone, Tan didn't think he will made it past the second house before he is dead. Then the survivor perked up and brought Tan to another location. That is another stiff. The survivor spotted a zombie walking with 3 of his zombie friends in the back alley. The survivor pointed the zombies to Tan. Prepare yourselves, Tan. I'm going to attack them. Whatever you do, don't scream. Tan nodded. The last time he screams he attracted 10 zombies. If not for the survivor dispatching the zombie's head, Tan would already be dead. Even at that time the survivor was sweating. Not because of the 10 zombies but because of the fear. Fear that the 10 zombies would then attract more zombies. And more zombies. What the survivor fears from the zombies has always been their horde. Fighting a lone zombie, he is invincible. Thousands of them? Even he would be overwhelmed. He is not a one-man army. Thinking of this, Tan is startled when he hears the sound of the survivor dashing from his initial position. The survivor has begun his attack. The survivor dashed forward and it was like he was the wind itself, arriving just a few meters from the zombies, and with 1 slice, one of the zombie arms flown away to the nearby drain. Another zombie went forward and tries to attack the survivor. The survivor crouched downward with lightning speed, slicing the zombie legs, and it was cut clean off. Comparing the speed of the survivor and the zombie is like comparing an oxcart and an F1 race car. It is incomparable. Of course, this comparison makes sense because of the zombie's slow reaction time. The survivor then jumped from his position, taking some distance from the stiffs. Come on, Tan. Hurry up and kill these suckers. Tan also come forward, stealing himself and smash the zombie with his staff. Brain matter exploded and one of the vilest smells enter both of the men's nostrils. The survivor was about to puke, smelling such travesty to any senses it came towards, not to mention Tan. Combined that with seeing the zombie's maggoty face, and the holes in their body which shows the survivor and Tan of what is happening inside the zombie bodies, the survivor become faster in dispatching them. The three zombies are made quick work by the survivor and Tan, then they retreated. This is the survivor plans. To find isolated zombies and defeat them. Did you level up? The survivor remarked when they reach at a safe place. They were in somebody's house. There were one zombie inside the house, but the survivor quickly dispatched the zombies when he first enters. The body is covered with one of the blankets in the house. After throwing the head outside, there is no threat from the headless corpse anymore. At least that is what the survivor believes, and there is nothing that he sees that challenge that belief. Before the survivor cover up the body of the poor man, he did have time to examine the body. From the looks of it, the zombies have wound on his feet. The man must have got bitten and then returned back to his house. The survivor mused. I level up to 4. Tan remarked when he has cleaned himself with tap water in the house. The survivor get up from his leaning and remarked. Good, let's see our loot. Tan shows the loot to the survivor. We got a few vials. Some for stamina, some for health, some for spirit. Tan summarized their loot's details. The survivor nodded in satisfaction. That is okay. That's good. The survivor remarked. The survivor take the stamina, health vials, while spirit is all given to Tan. So what now, the survivor? Tan inquired. We keep going. We level up some more. Tomorrow we will go raid them all. If you level up higher, tomorrow will be easier. Tan nodded. They then went out and hunt some more zombies, determined to clean up the zombies around the base of their operations. They did this for the remainder of the evening, and by the time it reaches almost night, the survivor has level up to 19. Both of these 4 points from his 2 level up is given to his stamina. Now the survivor's stamina is 20. He rarely gets tired now and his stamina drains slowly. Tan has almost reached level 10. Tan has learned heal and stamina drain. Both of that technique is envied by the survivor. The survivor also has a theory that the reward corresponds to whoever killed it and chose the reward based on the difficulties of the killing and the nature of the people who killed it. Of course, he doesn't have anything to back that up. It remains his opinion, but still he envies Tan's skills. Stamina drain makes sure that Tan rarely has problem with his stamina and rarely Tan has to drink the vials. While heal is the same as the survivor skills, clearly Tan has many more points on SP than the survivor. Not to mention the survivor is also using it to tame his pet. They are now in another house. They decided this is where they are going to stay the night. They killed about 70 zombies today. The survivor also discovers that if he wounded some of the zombies before Tan do the finishing moves, they both shared the experience. The survivor even tested this in a zombie by guessing how many zombies Tan needs to kill to level up. And he is sure of this. A party system, the survivor mused. Right now they are resting. They are drinking water. After all the battle, both men were exhausted and thirsty. Inside the survivor ring is countless supplies, and water is a necessity. How is your ring? The survivor inquired. One of the zombies he killed before dropped a storage rings. This one the survivor gives to Tan. Tan is now capable to kill a zombie by himself. But they still move in a group. Until now they did not see any survivors yet. During their wandering in this residential area, they also noticed many zombies are camping out in front of the mall. The mall was closed, and the zombies prowls nears it. The survivor feels something weird. Usually if the zombies detect nothing they would leave the area. Could there be survivors in the mall? He wondered to himself. It would be a perfect hiding place. It has supplies, it has food, it has everything. If someone hiding in there, they could last for months, if not years. Of course, that is if the zombie doesn't manage to break through. If they did, then it will be a nightmare. Both Tan and the survivor made a decision to check that place out tomorrow. Still, if there are too many zombies there and the people inside do not want to open them all, how could the survivor enters? Should he break the door? With his strength right now, the survivor feel breaking down iron steel is not that hard. Maybe they blockade the entrance with furnitures or heavy things. Maybe I shish. The ring is good, Tan answers, and the survivor finally came back to where he is standing. He is always lost in his own wonders. I store all the supplies on my ring now. Good, the survivor nodded. Will we continue? Tan inquired. The survivor looked outside from the windows and shakes his head. Night is approaching. In night my vision is not that clear and I think the zombies are stronger at night. So, will we stay at this house tonight? The survivor nodded and then he ordered Tan. Board the front door, and the back door, make sure nothing like rats or bats is inside the house. I don't want to get bitten when I'm asleep. Tan nodded and he moved back to do what the survivor orders him to do. By now, it is clear that the survivor is the leader in this duo. Tan might be older but the survivor is stronger. Not to mention he gives Tan item generously. One day of fighting zombies could create a feeling of familiarity and that is what is happening. It also helps that the survivor is strong. To Tan eyes, the survivor was his get out of zombie hell ticket. Young, strong and powerful. Tan could only sigh in envy. In his mind, the survivor probably get his power by bravely attacking the beast when it first appears. Contrary to Tan's expectation, the survivor was like him. He was fearful, and he too hides in a shop, just like Tan hide in his house. The difference is that the survivor was lucky. In all of his life, the survivor is never that lucky. It was the first time, and if not for that luck, the survivor will not be as powerful as he is now. On the other hand, the survivor just finished his bed. The survivor look outside the window and heave a sigh of relief. Today with his strength and Tan's support the survivor is becoming more confident that the zombies pose no threat to him anymore. Speed, strength, endurance each one eclipse the zombies. They're nothing but paper when sliced by the survivor's sword. Smiling contently he closes the windows. Outside unbeknown to him a creature resembling a cat is prowling and its nose just smells its prey. Chapter 13. Reminiscing of Her, in a cold night, while the wind blows softly. Night the survivor and Tan take turns guarding the house. The house was one-story house and it does not have the security like Tan's previous home. Neither could the survivor look from a high position like in Tan's house but he has to make do with the cards he has been given. It doesn't have high walls or stone walls, like Tan's house. So, they take turns guarding it. It is now Tan's turns. Tan look outside, sighing in relief. He survives another day in this new world. He is also happy that he has reached quite high level. Even though he is middle-aged, when he level up he could feel his body getting stronger. From what the survivor told him at level 10 he could class up. He had to thank the survivor. If not he might have stayed inside the house all the time waiting for the inevitable moment. Tan took up his wallet and he opens it. In his wallet is a picture of a woman wearing a cheongsam. Seeing it he smiles a bitter smile. The woman is the woman he loves. He did not marry her. Both of their family objects to the marriage. He then married his wife, and every day was unhappy. He married Joyce because Joyce was his father ideal candidates, rich and come from a respectable family. The world has turned to hell, and if he could only see her again, that would be a miracle. Tan never knew where she goes, after he broke her heart. Reminiscing of her, in a cold night, while the wind blows softly. Right now you must be as old as me, he remarked, reminiscing their childhood playing near the Pahang River. He still remembers riding the boat to go to the city. He remembered the mango tree where he carved his name and hers. He remembers the mischief they did. He remembers it all, and each memory haunt him. People always say that to live a fulfilled life is to live with no regrets. He has many regrets. But if anyone asks him about his greatest regret it would be his decision to leave her. Since that day, he never truly felt content. There was something missing. That missing part was with her. He smiles bitterly and closes his wallet. What if? If he survives his hell, Tan is determined to search her again. This time, he will not regret. Tan then looked back outside. The outside was quiet and dark. Tonight the moon is covered by the clouds and only silence, groaning of the walking corpse and the whispers of the wind accompany Tan as he looked out. A chill in the air with the smell of death. Then Tan spotted something moving. It was fast and it was big. Tan's heart almost leaps up. Tan was about to wake the survivor up, but the survivor has already waked up. The survivor was taking a light nap for a while and his passive skills perception senses something. The survivor felt a tingle and he wake up immediately. He unsheathes his sword and stand at the ready. Tan looked at the survivor and nodded. Is there something? The survivor remarked almost a whisper. Tan nodded. What is it? I can't see. Too dark and too fast. The survivor nodded and he too looks outside. Around the house the zombie was cleared out. But the other part of the residential area still has some remnants of stray zombies. Could it be there another beast? Then suddenly something landed in the house roof and the sound was clanging. The house only has zinc roof, not stone roof. This time both the survivor and Tan is in high alert. Prepare to fight, the survivor remarked as he gripped his blade. This is not a zombie, he mused. It is something else. Then the roof gave out and with a booming sound something landed on the floor, making the cement floor cracked by its weight. When the dust settles, the first thing the survivor see was the big yellow eyes, shining in the darkness, and slowly the survivor eyes is accustomed to the dark and seeing in front of him a giant cat with fangs like the saber-tooth in the prehistoric era. It has sharp barbed claws and vicious-looking eyes. There is a bulge in its forehead. It looks at the survivor and Tan like they were its meal. Get behind me, the survivor remarked to Tan urgently. Not a moment the survivor remarked that the beast leap and tries to claw Tan. The survivor with his speed dash forward and using his sword clash with the claws. The clanging sound sparks fire, lighting the house for a second. It was powerful and overbearing, the pressure of the claws bearing down on him. The ground on where the survivor is standing cracked and the survivor almost coughed up blood. The survivor then pushed the beast away. It makes the survivor back away for 10 steps. And his vitality almost decreases by half. Heal me, the survivor ordered Tan. Tan quickly activate his skill and heal the survivor. The beasts who look at Tan change his gaze towards the survivor. Then it roars, like a howling of the wolf to the moon. The whole house vibrates. Should I run? The survivor mused. No, he wondered. Considering that even I could not see it movement, if I run I might become an easy prey. Its agility must be off the charts. I can't outrun it. It is good that the beast is trapped inside the house. He must go on the offense. This time the survivor takes the initiative, dashing forward with his feet, and appear inside the beast range of attacks, but thanks to the survivor's own agility he managed to keep himself afloat in the barrage of attacks by the beast. The claws of the beast nearly swipe the survivor head, but the survivor is determined to kill the beast. If not, his survival is jeopardized. He could run, but he is sure the beast would be faster than him. If he fights the beast at an open place, he might not have a chance. Each claw's strikes make a dent at the house walls, and claw marks is scratched on the wall, revealing the cements. Then the survivor lost a step when he was dodging, and one of the beast claws swiped the survivor arms. The survivor screamed in pain. Blood drenched his shirt. Red liquid drips from his arm. Claw marks in the survivor arms. The pain is indescribable. Chunk of meat was removed from his arm. One could not imagine such pain unless they experience it themselves. Tan on the back is trembling, and dropped down his knees on the floor of the house. Stop looking dazed. Heal me, Tan, the survivor yelled in his pain. Tan, who has screamed back to sanity, quickly get up and cast heal on the survivor, and the survivor feels his wound is closing up. The chunk of meat that has been swiped is forming itself. This is truly magic, the survivor mused. To even restore meat. He could heal himself, but that will distract him from the beast attacks. He could not afford to take the beast half-heartedly. The beast did not stop its attack. Even though the house is small and give little room for the beast to attack, the beast still managed to wound the survivor, who has quite the agility. The house was a mess with claw marks decorating the house. The wall is just barely hanging on. But at least this time the survivor has understand its attack pattern. In game the boss always has a pattern. Some, when in desperate situation, will use combo attacks, some have programmed patterns. And the beast also has certain patterns. It always swipes its claws at right, and then let It sometimes changed the direction of these attacks, but with the survivor agility he could predict it now. The counterattack begins. The survivor this time distances himself away from the beast, and when the beast moves towards him, the survivor uses his hidden blade and throw it lightning fast. The hidden blade entered the beast flesh near its hind legs. Yes. He celebrated in his heart, and the survivor take another distance and is now outside the house. Before he is not confident of fighting the beast in the open, but now he is. The beast is injured. He has certain advantage in this. His heart is beating hard. His concentration is pushed to the utmost. This is the most concentrated state he has ever been in his life. Even in exams he was not this concentrated. This is a life and death battle. One mistake and he is done. His brain is pushing his limits, urging him to survive, to overcome this obstacle towards its survival. He looked at the beast, analyzing its strength, its weakness, analyzing everything his eyes could see, and praying that his eyes did not miss anything. Blood is flowing from the beast's legs and it limps. Its leg are its weapons. Dismantle that, and his speed is not that frightening. Tan on the back is providing heal. Every time the survivor is in a pickle, Tan will cast heal while conserving his SP when the survivor dodging the attacks. This is his advantage. The beast could not heal himself and there is no one would heal it. The beast on the other hand is more incensed by the attack. Bloodthirst surged inside the beast. It wants to eat this Homo sapiens badly. It then lunged with ferociousness and it roars with deafening sounds. The roar could be heard 3 kilometers from all directions. The zombies near the gas stations, near the mall, near the elementary schools all heard the roar and begun walking. The horde has started to move toward the roar, leaving the mall. Meanwhile in the mall a woman who is peeking from one of the windows that was boarded up, looks in confusion as she sees the retreating zombies from the mall. What happened? She mused to herself, while racking her brains out on how to survive. In her hand is a bow. She looks outside and only a few zombies is prowling near the area. I have to gamble, the woman decided. She waited for the horde to go. And then she moved outside. The sound of her opening the steel opening attract the attention of the few zombies who was there. They walked slowly to the sound, but the woman was prepared for it and she was ready for it. Her hands holding the bow like a professional athlete, and the first shot is fired to one of the zombies with pinpoint accuracy, hitting the zombies straight at his head, piercing the zombie's head. And her attack continues, and sometimes she could hear mid-shooting the roar of certain beast not far away from her vicinity. Each roar fills her heart with nervousness. But she is focused at the task at hand. After she kills a few of them she closed the door again. Tell me if anyone know what is the steel door in the mall is called so I could correct this sentence, and wait for an opportune moment again. All the while she thinks of the roar. What happened? Chapter 14. Moonlight in the city. The beast wants to kill the survivor. It wants to eat and rip the Homo sapiens to shreds. Its anger is uncontained, hurt by a mere sapiens. The survivor also sensed the beast's anger towards him, but that worked to its advantage. At least that is what he wondered until he remembered again he is not dealing with a human. Human in anger will slip up and open up openings because of their chaotic state of mind. But not for animals, and certainly not for an alien animals. He need to take some distance first as he sees the beast become even more stronger. His paw strikes is accompanied with a swooshing sound and the air almost looked distorted. The survivor jumped leaping the walls of the neighbor house while the beast pounces on the walls of the neighbor house, cracking the pillars of the small stone house. Another strike and the walks crumble. The survivor feels alarms are ringing off in his heart. Fuck. The beast only keeps getting stronger. Fuck this logic. The survivor could not help but curse seeing the strength of the beast. Then the survivor takes some distance again, leaping to another house while Tan maintain a considerable distance from the beasts but near the survivor so that he could cast heal if the circumstances allows it. But the beast is not using only its paws this time. It also uses his tail this time, determined to destroy these humans. This time the beast began using his tail and tries to whip it to the survivor. It was fast, and it was powerful. The survivor was caught unprepared by this attack from the beast tail and was thrown back 5 meters, destroying another neighbor house walls. It was like someone throws a sledgehammer to his body. Blood drenched from the survivor mouth because of the internal injuries. A few of his bones is broken and the pain is unimaginable. This is the worst conditions the survivor have ever experienced in all of his life. Wait for me, Tan yelled. Tan is running to the survivor with urgency and quickly casts heal on the survivor wounded area. Slowly the pain leaves the survivor body, replaced by a pale-faced Tan. Tan then handed him a few vials and the survivor gulped them down quickly and his stamina returns. It was only at this time the survivor noticed that the beast has tails like that one dinosaur that have spiky tails. But the beast has something like dull sword in its tail. A sword tail if he has to describe it. It was a mace. Something like that. This time both the survivor and the beast stare at each other. The survivor did not use all his strength yet, but his vitality and stamina is decreasing speedily. If not for the heal that Tan provides and the stamina vials, the survivor would be dead by now. He wiped out his blood from his mouth with his hands. He is stubborn. He will not die to this beast. He did not just survive a zombie-infested area, to be eaten by something that looked like a combination of a tiger, a cat and some fucked up combinations of other animals. He will live, he will survive, and he will thrive in this new world. His determination is like a flame that gives him strength to get up and look into the eyes of the beast with courage in his heart. It is foolishness. But some people says that bravery is one part stupidity, one part stubbornness. His internal injury is partially recovered. Tan is doing his best, but even his healing has cooled down. The survivor wanted to use his heal technique, but he need to free up his hand and that might cost him. He fears when he is healing his body will be strikes with that enormous paw and he will die of insta-kill. It also takes some time before the healing light shone down on him. This is why he tasked Tan with healing him. The beast and the survivor is locked in a deadly battle. This is not like the zombies that he always slices like they were mere leaves. When he reaches level 10, zombies are easy. He slices zombies like paper, but now his attack rarely does him any good confronting with these beasts. Truly there are many more horrifying creatures roaming the earth right now. The survivor truly believes that the world he lives snow is more dangerous, and more exciting. Magic, monster and God know what else. The survivor is just one step away from level 20. But this beast manages to force him to this pathetic state. This just shows that the beast is high level. With all his buffs he still could not do any considerable damage other than the injury he inflicted to the beast's legs. It restricts the beast's speed, but that did not make the beast any weaker, only its speed is restricted. They circled each other, in a battle for superiority. Then the beast roars again, and it leapt toward the survivor like a gust of wind. The survivor dodged this attack with difficulty, narrowly escaping from the attack, and jumped sideways, landing a few meters from the beast. The survivor activates slashing wind, his body gains strength and speed. And then he slashes with all of his strength, and combined that with his agility the power that was released was extraordinary for normal human. No, it surpassed human power already. This skills last for 5 minutes and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. He needs to try to win this in the next 5 minutes. His blade made a half-moon arc and it slashed the beast's front legs. With a clinkering sound blood gushed out from the wounds. It was like hitting steel. The survivor finally realized how powerful this beast body really is. The beast also recognized the danger it is in and leapt, distancing itself from his prey, and landed a few meters away from the survivor. This time it is truly angered. Roar! The beast roars again, almost like it is howling to the moon. Ignoring the wound, the beast leaped towards its enemies, with eyes that is filled with killing intent towards the survivor, blood drenching its skin, and confronted with such sudden burst of speed and unexpected power, the survivor was pinned down by the beast, sending him straight to the tar ground. His face was scratched and blood seeped out from his wound. The pain of having your face crash to a tar ground is a new experience, and the survivor could not help but curses again. And blood spurted out from his mouth before he even has the time to curse at the beast. He could only curse the beast in his mind. The sound of bones cracking can be heard, and the tar ground cracked. Tan on the other hand also looked at this battle with trepidation. He could not run because he is sure the beast could catch him. He hopes that the survivor could defeat it. If not, he will become the meal. But Tan also noticed something seeing the battle from a distance, one that is overglanced by the survivor. One tiny detail. The bulge on the beast head. It's been bothering Tan since the beginning of the battle. Then something struck Tan. Could it be? Seeing the survivor pinned down, with an expression of pain in his face, it might be their only chance. Tan then yelled, hoping to God he is not wrong in his observation and conclusion. The forehead. The survivor. Smash the forehead. The survivor on the other hand has a shortness of breath, feeling dizzy, and he feels that he could be flattened to the ground. The beast is like a steamroller. But then he hears Tan yells. He looks at the beast head and he too realizes the bulge. Is that it? He also mused, his mind reeling from the shock of the beast, and finally he sees a ray of hope. And that is all he needs. A chance to fight back. At that moment his desire to live is strengthened because he now at least, maybe, have a way to defeat this colossus obstacle in front of him now. Hope gives him strength. He then uses all of his strength to punch the bulge, and the beast was shocked and roar in pain. It release its claws from the survivor body, and the survivor quickly take this chance to jump away, still in pain, but alive. Heal! The survivor yelled. Quickly Tan cast heal and the survivor drink the stamina vials and vitality vials. His wound closes up and he feel he could breathe again. The bulge. The survivor realizes and is confident this time. It might be the beast's weakness. This time the beast takes precautions. It moved a few meters away from the survivor and then its gaze turned fiercely to Tan. The survivor on the other hand is trying to lure the beast to him, thus he distances himself from Tan, not knowing that underestimating the intelligence of this beast is disastrous. The survivor believes that the beast would focus on him since he has wounded the beast. He is wrong. It understands that the other human is helping the pinned down humans. The alien beast has intelligence that could match human intelligence. They are not like zombies. It changed its target and this time it leapt to Tan without warning. The survivor seeing this from a distance could not help but feel shock. Tan was far from the survivor, and at the time the survivor was preparing for the attack by the beast, not anticipating the change of target by the beast. Fuck. The survivor cursed as he realized he could not be in time to help Tan. Tan was a sitting duck. Tan invest all of his stats to spirit, not strength or endurance, and in a split second a shrill scream can be heard. Tan lost his hand in one swipe, blood gushing from the wounds as Tan fall to the ground. He is not yet dead, but he is about to. The survivor jumped to Tan position, trying to at least defend Tan, even though he might have been too late. He in mid-air positioned his blade to aim at the beast's forehead. With his speed combined with the beast just attacked Tan, and not expecting the survivor speed, his agility shine. He stabbed the bulge and like a fountain the bulge is gushing with red blood and the beast fall down. It shrieked and tried to make a last swipe to the survivor, but it was a dying struggles, blood gushing out like a dam that has crumbled. The tar ground turns even blacker in the cold night, illuminated only by the moonlight. The survivor strikes another one at the beast's stomach and blood spurted out again from the open hole. It still breathes and tried to make another claw strikes, but weakened and slow, the survivor easily dodged it. This time the survivor stabbed the beast at its heart and then at its eyes. After stabbing it for another 10 times, the beast fall down and a notification appears. You have advanced to level 20. You have earned 2 stats points and additional 5 stats points for being the first 25 person out of 100 to level 20. Skill points unlocked. Every time you level up you will be rewarded with stats points and skill points. Alta Vitality, the survivor remarked. Today he learns how important vitality really is. Then another notification appears. Your soul-absorbing abilities have reached the requirement for evolution. Choose your desired Shadow Lord item to evolve. Sharp Sword. The survivor remarked quickly, his eyes could not leave the pathetic state of Tan bodies, and another notification appears. Your sharp sword has absorbed the required souls to evolve. Will you accept its evolution? Yes, the survivor remarked as he rushes to attend to Tan injuries. He runs to Tan's sides. The sharp word has evolved to be the Dark Sword of Souls. Dark Sword of Souls attack. 30 to 55 sneak attack. 40 to 70 durability. 12-20-12-20. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. The survivor did not care about all the messages from the cosmic core when he holds Tan in his arms, his head on his embrace. The red blood near Tan's arms is turning black and his vein is turning blue. The survivor look at this occurrence and is confident that Tan is infected. And it is fast. Could the beast have certain infection rates? The survivor expression turned hard. He does not know what he had to do in this situation. He knows he has to make the hard choice, But he doesn't want to. But he has to. And that is why it is so hard. I'm infected, aren't I? Tan remarked. The survivor remarked nothing, only nodding. Tan coughed. Your face shows everything, young one. Tan smiles bitterly. He looks upwards and he could only see the dark cloud is moving away, showing some glimpse of moonlight. Tonight is beautiful. Tan mused. A few meters from their area a horde of zombies is marching their way. Could you do something for me, the survivor? The survivor remarked. Anything? In my left pocket there is my wallet. I want to see it. This request made the survivor feel strange, but he did it anyway. Open it, Tan inquired weakly. The survivor opened it and the survivor realizes there is a photo of a woman wearing a cheongsam. She looks beautiful, but the picture was in black and white. It is also crumpled and beaten up. It is an old picture. Then the survivor slowly shows the picture to Tan and Tan look at that picture with a face of pain and regret. I guess I will never see her again, Tan remarked mournfully. Then Tan closed his eyes and remarked. The survivor, cut off my head, he remarked. I don't want to turn like them. From the distance the survivor perception has already sensed the approaching horde. The survivor just nodded. It was not easy. This is the first time he would kill a man, a living human being, and that man is the man who might have possibly saved his life by telling him of the beast weakness. The survivor is not a hero type, but he knows how to treat gratitude, but he is not capable. There is only one choice. One thing he could do the moment Tan was infected. Make it quick. Tan remarked, smiling bitterly. I will, the survivor replies sadly. The survivor laid Tan's body on the ground and then nodding to Tan, and Tan nodding back as he closes his eyes. His mouth shows a trace of smiles with a hint of regret, and the survivor slice off Tan's head and the head rolls away. The survivor took all the items, the rings and the vials except the robe. It is a meaningless gesture. After all, the robe could be used for other things, but the survivor feels that at least this is something he could do for him. He does not have the heart to strip Tan out of the robes, leaving him naked. That would be too cruel of him. This is a meaningless gesture and he knows he is being a fool, but so be it, he is stubborn that way. Without looking back he dashed on a different direction from the zombie horde by himself. Alone again he whispered to himself. Chapter 15. The howl that broke the silence. There was silence. Only silence. And the smell. It was the smell that she could not stand, but she endures it. The smell. And the silence. Because the alternative is the outside. Sometimes her ears could pick up the sound of the groaning outside. There is no longer screams, she mused, only the groaning of the dead. And sometimes she checks from the third floor, looking down with full concentration, trying to look any possible way to get out from this mall. But she also knows that she is safe in this mall. Unless the beast comes again, she has to make a plan. But for now, the mall is her safe place. This is where she will be safe for a while. And truthfully, if she could, she want to stay inside this mall, never going outside, praying that the abominations outside would just disappear and all of this was a bad dream. There are some places in the mall she could not enter. She could if she forces it, but the alarm would ring and that would attract attention from the outside. And any attention from the outside is not good. Inside the mall, the different stores that have the automatic shutters are generally places with precious items, gems and jeweler stores, and alarms. Near the management office is security door and they have heavy security doors where the guards watch the security monitors operate the different alarms in the mall. But Sophia only knows this because she always hears this from his boyfriend who also worked in the mall with her. She is a cashier, him as a guard, and also one of the first few people who abandoned her inside the mall when the calamity happened. But she could not blame him. She has a part in the reason why her boyfriend leaves her at that moment. Sophia is the only child of a poor family. She doesn't have enough money to further her studies and her father is an abusive fuck. Her mother has divorced her father a long time ago, but that doesn't mean that her father did not come sometimes, making a mess, or beating her mother to an inch of her life. Domestic violence is an issue for her but not such big of an issue for the police. Sophia has been working in this mall for about 1.5 years. Before that she worked at a restaurant as a waiter. She is 24 years old. And right now, the only survivors of the mall workers. Most of the workers when the calamity struck ran outside. She did not. Is it because she could predict that running outside will be a bigger risk to her safety? No, she was just too scared to even move, even when her boyfriend Mad yells towards her to run. Thus she was left behind. It took her about 5 minutes seeing the chaotic rushing of everyone inside the mall running outside to be eaten by some horrifying beast. Some of the beast has sharp horns, some have gigantic tusks and claws, and many others. Sophia just hid, and trembles inside the store in the 3rd floor, hoping and praying the beasts would not find her. And she was lucky. The beast quickly left the place after killing dozens of people. In her hand at the time was a bow. It materializes out of nowhere. When she gets out of her hiding spot, the only thing she sees was corpses. Dozens of corpses littered the mall, like a piece of garbage. Blood filled the area. The mosaic floor is slippery because of the blood. Then remembering where the emergency door is, she pushes the buttons and the door closes. She would rather spend time in the mall with all these bodies rather than risking her neck out and run into the gigantic beast she saw. That night she takes a nap in the bed department when a sound startles her. Thankfully she has quite the sensitivity. It was at that night Sophia believes that nothing will be the same again. The dead rises from the ground. And they all wanted to eat her. It was at this time she uses her bow. Using 10 arrows she shot 10 zombies. Sophia once learned at a sports school in Temerloh. She was once of the representatives for archery, but she did not get any scholarship. Personal problems interferes. But her skills are genuine. She was a talent. Her bow handling is impeccable. 1 arrow released, 1 zombie will fall. She always aims at the head. It's the only thing that seems to work with the zombies. She did not tremble in fear. Her breathing was stable and she tries her hardest to be calm, because if she is not calm, then she will miss. And missing a target might cost her life. She could only concentrate and ignores the state of the corpse, which is all pretty terrifying. Some is walking with holes in their bodies. Some have their lower body ripped off but still crawling towards her. Black blood flowed from the corpse's body with something resembling a maggot squirming in the pool of blood left behind the half-body zombies. Then she picked up her bow and repeat. In the mall she remembers there are about 45 people. The one that has died and remains in the mall is 32 people. Then she has to kill 32 zombies. At 3 a.m. she finally finished dispatching every single zombie in the mall. She was exhausted, mentally and physically. Her finger is chapped and bleeding, and her shoulder blade might be sprained. She sees sore in her arms and bleeding from her fingernails. But it is amazing that she survived the onslaught of the zombie using a bow and alone inside a mall, populated with zombies. How did she do it? Sneak attack. Hiding in the racks and shooting from an advantageous position. She rises to level 7 and she put it all on agility. She also gets new stats, accuracy, which she quickly put some points in it. It helps her making her shots more accurate, and her eyes also could see farther away. The skill books she quickly learned, and the gold coins that dropped from the zombies she quickly put it inside her storage ring. She also put many snacks and food inside it. Then she, making sure that all of the threat has been neutralized, she takes a light nap at 5 a.m. until the next day. The next day she wakes up and sees that there are zombies walking and marching around the mall. She maintained her silence. She did not make a sound. Even when she has to eat a snack, she eats it at the highest floor, far from the ears of the zombies. She looks at the general surrounding and waited. It works before, why wouldn't it work again? After all, she is saved because she was late at running and had to hide inside the mall. If she rushed outside, then she might be one of those zombies. There is no danger today. It wasn't until at night she heard a howling that made her shivers. There is a beast, she mused. Could it be the same beast that attacked the people before? Have they all not retreated? Might some of it is still here, prowling, searching for prey? This is all she could think about that night. She was in a state of alert all night, but after hours of silence she lowers her guard. Fuck. What was that howling, she remarked as she is eating some snacks in her bed on the bed sections. She is hungry and she is tired mentally. The fear pressures her mentally, and the silence did not help in making her any more calm. Her boyfriend is dead, and even probably her mother. No, she did not die. She stubbornly insisted. If it's her father, she could accept, even celebrated, but her mother? The only one that truly cares about her, she must live. And for a moment there is this fire of determination to survive this calamity and find her mother. She was about to rest when she heard sound of slicing outside. The sound caught her attention. What's that? She gets up from her bed and jumps down gracefully from the 3rd floor and landed like a cat on the 1st floor. Her bow is then at ready. Is it a monster? She wondered to herself. She then peeks outside from the cracks and she sees a man shrouded in black clothes, slicing zombies like paper. He is standing in one spot, steady like a mountain. Aura of power emanated from him. His move was fluid like water and his strikes are domineering. He did not rush towards the dozens of zombies congregated in front of the mall. Instead, he only needed to move a few steps to dodge the zombies' attack. Sometimes jumping only a few centimeters from the zombies before slicing them. He did not run towards them, but he is waiting for them to come to him with confidence. Sophia is full as excitement. Why? Because the man is clearing out the zombies in front of the mall with ease. Sophia knows how hard it is to do this. Even she has to use all of her wits and abilities to kill all the zombies in the mall, and it is not without difficulties. Aided with the closed environment and an environment which provides cover for her archery. But the man is standing in the middle of the street with nothing but a blade and slicing the zombies like they are ants. This is true power. He might be a soldier or a policeman that survived the initial attack. Could it be he is a special forces of the government sent from the government to battle these monsters? She wondered to herself. Sophia is a woman who believes in the government. In Malaysia there is only one party that matters. It is also the only party that has ruled Malaysia for the past 5 decades. That means since the beginning of the formation of Malaysia, this one political party has amassed enough influence to treat the people like peasants. But Sophia still believes the government. Why? Because after all, surely the government, however corrupt, wouldn't desert their own people. She looks intently at the man trying to see his appearance, but it was night, it was dark and the man is wearing hood. She could not see his face because it is hidden by the hood. Having him would increase her chance of survival. He looks relaxed but then suddenly his eyes darted at her. Sophia was startled. Did he see me? Impossible. Sophia moved away from the crack and feels her heart beating in fear. The survivor is dodging the zombies' attack with apparent ease. This is merely child play to him. His level is now 23 and he got 4 stats points and 2 skill points. He did not use his skill points yet. He needs to think really hard what he will use it on. If somehow he got better skills later, he doesn't want to regret. And after all, the threat isn't high right now. After killing the fanged giant cat, he did not encounter a beast or monster that reaches its level. And he wanted to shelter inside the mall and stores some food. Then he will begin his journey home. Considering his power right now, there is not many beasts that could fight him. This is just a stop. One of many, he mused. He needs to make sure whether his parents survived or perished this calamity. If they survive, the survivor would protect them until they find a way to safely live inside this new world. If not, the survivor must find a way to live safely in this new world, alone. So he is clearing out these zombies in front of him. It's not hard dispatching zombies anymore, and with his strength they are merely express. The survivor is farming express, but he also realizes as his level increases and now that he reaches level 20, it is harder gaining express by killing zombies. He also realizes that when anyone reaches the 10 level marks, something is unlocked. For example, when he is level 10, class change is unlocked. Level 20, skill points is unlocked. Then what will be unlocked at level 30? As he keeps slicing the zombies, he also have time to loot all the golden coins tat fall when he defeated the zombies. It takes him only 1 strike to kill any zombies. His speed is astonishing and the zombie could not keep up with his agility. Right now his agility is 35 points. Combined that with all his buff, his agility is 47. His speed could rival a car right now, and the zombie who was originally slow is even slower in the survivor eyes. Should I utilize divine sense? The survivor mused as he used the technique. Then suddenly as he cast out his divine sense, he suddenly sensed a living person. He turned his gaze to the direction. There is someone who is still alive. The divine sense technique he got from one of the zombies he encountered when he is coming here. The zombies were faster than any zombies he met, but compared to his speed the zombie was still lacking. Of course, if it was before he level up to level 10, surely he would die fighting that zombies, but he is now level 22. And the technique he gets from the skill book is divine sense. It could detect living organism. Another survivor? And in this mall? This time the survivor starts slashing with more speed, killing many of the zombies, and before he knows it, the front of the mall was littered with heads. None of the zombies get back up again. Then the survivor remarked, staring at the mall, and he remarked, "Open the steel shutter," he remarked, his eyes staring at the steel shutter. If the people inside did not want to open, he would force his way in. Suddenly there is a sound and the shutter gate is going up. The survivor sighed in relief. At least the people inside is not unreasonable. Then the survivor opened his hood, and as the shutter got up completely, he looks in front of him. A woman is waiting for him, and they both glanced at each other. He looks at her in shock, and she looks at him in shock. "Sophia," the survivor remarked, completely shocked looking at her. He knows her. "The survivor?" Sophia remarked. She could not believe it was that boy. For a moment, as the wind blows, the street that is filled with countless decapitated bodies, there was this awkward silence. If this was a movie, there would be that cawing sound by the crows. "You," both of them remarked at the same. "Anyway, hurry up. Come in before more of their thing comes here." The survivor just nodded, and he could not believe what is happening today. He gets inside and the mall is shut down again. Chapter 16, with a calm heart. Mall. He enters the mall, his clothes fluttered by the wind. For a few moments both of them glanced at each other. They didn't say anything. "You, are strong," she remarked. Extremely, she mused. But she did not say that out loud. There is still this awkward atmosphere between them. Even after the shutter gate is closed, that atmosphere did not diminish. The survivor replies without expression. His eyes look around his surrounding and his blade turn into a light and enter his ring. He has a storage ring too, Sophia realized. "You survived, huh?" He then added. From the tone of his voice, it seems that he did not think that she could survive it. She replies. The survivor look at that woman again. Both of them have complicated expression on their face. This is because of their history, or should be remarked, lack of history. They were not boyfriend-girlfriend or even friends. They were just in the same class. Both of them learned at sports school across Temerloh. She was an athlete. He was the class fool. At least from Form 1 to 3. From Form 4 to 5 he became this argumentative person. When he was Form 1 he wanted to fit in. Form 2 till 3 he was in peer pressure. Form 4 and Form 5 he wanted to do well in the final exam, only to find out he got too much pressure to ace the exam, that he caught a high fever a few weeks before the final exam. He didn't blame anyone on that. It was him putting pressure on himself. Anyway, Sophia and him are only classmate. Nothing more. They don't hang with the same crowd, but they don't have any problem with each other either. The occasional high and waving hand when they meet each other, and that's it. But they both recognize each other. The survivor did not change much other than his face has little trace of acne and a few black spots on his cheeks. Sophia still is slender and her face also did not change much. She still sports a long hair, and her face is a little tanner than before. Before she was pale white. The survivor always forget names. But he rarely forgets a face. The reason why he always forget name is usually because the other person doesn't strike him as important in his life. But faces? Even if he wanted to forget, he can't. The survivor wanted to move from this area and collect his wonders. After running from the zombies horde, the survivor need to distribute the skill points. He also needs some mental rest. He has been fighting a life and death battle with a terrifying beast and even lost one of his companion. And he has to even kill his companion. It will be surprising if he could be all calm. The only reason he maintains this calmness is because he knows howling or screaming won't change a goddamn thing. Tan would still be dead, the world is still fucked up, and his life will not be any better. Being Clam, on the other hand, let him take all of it and analyze the most efficient way to survive this. This personality of his is only suited for living alone or a solo player. Even in games he did not have many friends. Friend he made in the game is usually for quest or guild rating. Even among his real-life friend, he is very practical and rational. But not cold. He appreciates his friend. Why? Because he has only a few of them. It was after he graduated that he becomes this realist type of person. How long you have been here? The survivor inquired as he turned to what he calls now Lord Shadow mode. He then put the hood back on and one could not see his face clearly. His word is clearly intending to make this conversation faster. There's many things the survivor need to do right now and plan. First would be his return to the village. First he will check his eldest uncle, Malaysia usually called this Pak Long. I don't know if this is the right term in English or if there is another term, and his third uncle. They live in the entrance of the village near the road to go to the city. His families live down deeper. Then he needs to return to the elementary school and battle that alien beast. He is convinced that the Lord Shadow class is a class that offers him great powers. He will not relinquish it even if he had to die trying. He out of everyone knows what is important now. Status means nothing. Paper money means nothing. All that matters is this power granted by the cosmic core system. There is also that little bead that he left with the corpse of the beast. He only notices it after he decided to come back after he left Tan body. But at that time the horde was already there. The survivor decided to go there again after he is rested and the horde pulls away from that area. How long? The survivor inquired again as time his tone is unintentionally colder. Sophia is startled by this sudden change and replies, 2 days. Weapons? The survivor quickly inquired without looking at Sophia's face. His eyes are scanning the mall and he activated his divine sense to see if there are any living people inside. His sense revealed nothing. Bow and arrow. Appropriate, considering your aptitude. I guess that the cosmic core system does give weapon best suited to our abilities. He remarked as he turned his view to Sophia and appraises the bow in Sophia's hand. You are using a blade, right? She inquired. The survivor nodded. Yes. Have you class up? The survivor remarked. Class up? She inquired perplexed. You don't know about it? What level are you? The survivor remarked startled. Though this girl must have reached level 10. 7. She remarked. The survivor sighed. 7. She could fight a few zombies, maybe a dozen of them. The stiff is not that powerful. But this shows that she is capable. The survivor looked at the holes in some of the stiff that is laying down in the first floor. Arrow hole in their head. Impressive, he mused. But later on they might evolve. They might not. Either way, if they evolve it's good to have a few plans. Wait until you leveled up to 10. Then you can class up. Choose carefully. I will only be here for a while. I wanted supply and then I will get going at dawn. The survivor remarked, announcing his intention. She might have designed this mall as her territory. Considering the disparity of levels, the survivor is not that worried about her trying to attack him. After all, even if she lied, the survivor is confident that he can subdue this girl. It has only been a few days since the fall. If she has spent her time here inside the mall without going outside to raise her level, then it stands to reason that this girl is not his match. He fought a gigantic tiger and survives to tell the tale. He could handle this girl. Can I come? Suddenly Sophia inquired. Inwardly the survivor sighed. Of course he expected this. But after what happens to Tan, the survivor is not confident to guide someone again. And he is sure his destination and hers are different. But she lives in a village too, at least this is his opinion. Which village he did not know, but since she learned at the same school as him, either her family lives in village like him or living in that residential area near the school. In Malaysia there is Taman, which translates to park, but this is a place where people live with many houses, so I called it residential area, kind of like a suburb. He doesn't have the confidence to try to protect anyone. From that experience he learns that nothing is certain. Even with his power, he wondered nothing could harm him and there are no beasts to hinder his progress. He knows now he needs to be careful. Without full knowledge, nothing is certain. The world is changing and he would be a fool if he thinks he understands all the change that is happening right now. He could not make guarantee that Sophia would be safer with him. Maybe the zombies like the beast will also leave this place and following him might lead her to more danger. He doesn't have any bad feelings towards Sophia, but he doesn't have any good feeling from her either. I'm going back to my village. There might be other beast in my way home. Hearing this, Sophia trembles. But then she decided. Considering the power she saw coming from the survivor, he might be stronger than her. No, he is stronger than her. She might be safer with him. It's fine. She replies. For a while under the hood, the survivor tries to think what to do. He then sighed. Fine, the survivor reply. But if you are coming with me, you have to contribute, and if you slow me down, I'll leave you. If you attract monster that I have no way of handling, then I'll leave you. If you try to harm me, Betray me, I leave you, he remarked coldly. This is the first time Sophia feels to be so distrusted. If it's from her abusive father or from her frenemy, she could accept it and not be as shocked as she is now. But she forgets it has been years since they were in high school. 6 years could change a person. In her memories, the man he knows is not as cold as this. It is because the years of battling depression alone and the fact that the survivor for most of his teenage years have low self-esteem that has changed him to be like this. He rarely trusts people other than his close friends, and he is awkward in making new friends. And now the world has changed where the law of strongest applies. It's not the survivor never read any stories like this. If it's just a zombie apocalypse, then food is a necessity. But it's different if there is magic-like elements involved. If there is a skill to heal, won't there be skills to cultivate food? Make rains? Even change the very law of the world if this idea is taken to the extreme? And what is the variable in this new world? Guns. Nuclear weapons. No, in this first few weeks, if the government could launch nuclear weapon, it might have killed many people and monster alike. But no such action has happened. Which leads the survivor to the conclusion that whatever this alien thing that descended here has decided to attack the capital of each nation, every military ability that humanity possesses. If that is the truth, then there are certain intelligent creatures or certain directives they're given. The cosmic core system. What is it? The survivor believe it want to make humanity stronger, but for what purpose? Are they in an experiment? Is this a curse or a blessing disguised as a curse? Or is this just the first wave of an alien invasion? There are still too many questions that needs to be answered, but there is one thing is certain. Old weapons like guns and cannons would be rendered pretty useless after this. Mankind will be the greatest variable of this new world, not new technology or old weapons. When people reach an unbelievable level, won't they be like gods? Even now, the survivor who is level 23 can move with unbelievable speed. Then he looks at the direction of the second floor of the mall, and then he remarked, "Now, pack some supplies. At dawn we moved," he remarked it to Sophia, and he goes to another corner of the mall. His words are cold and have no hint of compassion at all. It was almost mechanical. The worst thing to do in this kind of world if you want to survive is to form attachment. The survivor is not confident he can protect her. That is another concern. He doesn't want Sophia to think that he is some kind of hero who would help her without reward or have some expectations that he would bite the bullet for her. He has no such inclination to jump in front of bullet or die for her. He did not know her well enough to do such things. Then, after taking many of the snacks inside his storage ring, he jumps to the second floor with one leap and landed with ease. Sophia is looking from the first floor. She could jump down but not jump up. Jumping down is easier since her agility is high. She could maneuver herself and her body is light. But to jump up she needs a strong lower body and lightness. Strength stats which she lacked the most. She is confident she made the right decision. She nodded to herself. She would follow him until she either becomes stronger or she has no use for him. It's not like Sophia wanted to kill him. She wanted to use his strength to survive this new world. And Sophia knows that the survivor understands this too. It's not like Sophia could not understand that while she uses him, he is also using her. A mutual benefit kind of relationship. To use her for what, she still doesn't know. But the fact that he did not refuse her offer means that she has some use to him. Which means she is to be her support team. At least that is her conclusion, to be some sort of his gopher. And it's fine by me. Smiling and relaxed for the first time since the fall, she climbs the stairs, slowly, with a calm heart. Chapter 17. Moving out, they did not say anything for a few hours after that. The survivor jumped to the third floor and chose one bed as his bed after he finished storing some item in his storage ring. The 99 space in his storage ring is about to be full. Luckily he still has other storage rings. He is situated very far away from Sophia. Sophia is already asleep. The survivor does not understand how could she sleep so peacefully. Unbeknown to him is that it is because of his presence that Sophia could sleep so peacefully. Before, every noise could send her into a panic attack, but now she is confident that the survivor could save her. The reason she is not afraid being raped by the survivor is because she still remembers the class clown. If the survivor knew this, he would scoff. Not like he would rape her. She is not his type. And he doesn't like to force women to have sex with him. And sex is the last thing is his mind right now. The survivor check his status. After he level up to level 20, his status info become less scattered than before. Is it an update? A patch? An expansion pack? An update from the system? He doesn't know. But at least it is easier for him to view his own status right now. He has been thinking along the way on what would help him tomorrow. He could level up his slashing wind skill to level 03. That is one thing he could level up. That would probably make his offensive power increased. Or level up what he most wanted to level up. There is heal, divine sense, and precision. Leveling up heal would surely give him healing power powerful than before. A healer warrior or healer rouge. That is the one of the path he can walk. Leveling up precision would also help him in attacking vital points, he suppose. Maybe even get an additional skill. But what he wanted right now is a companion. A companion he could trust and will not hesitate to protect him. Someone who could take the bullet for him. He wants a pet. He opens the information about the skill he wanted to level up. Skill book. Beast Tamer LVO2 active skills. You can tame the world orb beast. To tame a beast, use the skill on one of the beast and keep him for the indicated time to tame the beast inside the beast portal. Activating beast portal require 5 sulfur monophosphide for each hour. The cooldown depended on the beast tamed. Then the survivor looked at the taming time of his current beast. Taming time, 6 days. Another 6 days for the strong fist badger to be tamed. In 6 days many things could happen. He couldn't wait for future skills right now. He will bet on now rather than the distant future. The future is a fool dreams. It might not even come. But now? Now is certain. The survivor made his decision. 1 skill points to Beast Tamer. He remarked, and then the ting sound can be heard. Skill book. Beast Tamer LVO3 active skills. You can tame the world orb beast. To tame a beast, use the skill on one of the beast and keep him for the indicated time to tame the beast inside the beast portal. Activating beast portal required 2 sulfur monophosphide for each hour. The cooldown depended on the beast tamed. This skill is nearing perfection. As the skill nearing perfection, this skill will evolve. Taming time, 17 hours. Not even a day. The survivor smiles. Then after he is sure there is no other threat in the mall, he put his body down onto the bed and finally he sleeps. It was dawn. The survivor was already ready. He has washed his face in one of the mall's sinks. He is now at the entrance of the mall. You're ready? The survivor remarked under the hood. Ready as I could be, the woman replies. Open it. The girl opened the door. Most of the stuff in the mall has been cleaned out from the shelves and into their storage rings. Sophia even has 2 storage rings. Since it can only store 99 items of the cosmic core, Sophia is designated as the looter. The survivor would be the main attacker. In a way, she replaces Tan function. The sun shines and bathes them with its brightness. Then the survivor ordered. You will follow me to the back of this mall. A few meters from here would be the place where I fought a beast yesterday. I need to go there, he remarked, explaining their current objectives. Why? Hearing his explanation, finally Sophia could understand the roaring sound of the beast she heard yesterday. So it was him that slays the beast. I need something. The survivor replies. What could be so important? Do you want to follow me or not? Make a choice. The survivor remarked, and then ignoring her he walked to the area he travels before. Sophia gritted in anger. He did not listen to my opinion whatsoever. In Sophia's opinion, this might attract more beasts to come there. She is worried about her safety. But either way, she has to make a choice. Now that she is out, does she make a choice to follow? The survivor is walking the road with ease. The distance of the beast corpse is not that far from here. Sometimes there are stiff come running to them but easily dispatched by the survivor. Sophia sometimes snipes from behind and gets some experience. But seeing this new act by the zombies made Sophia feel her heart sank. Now they can run? The same thing goes through the survivor mind. First they can only walk like they were limping, but now they could run. Like I wondered, these stiffs evolved too. But even though they have gained some speed, compared to the survivor agility and Sophia, they are still a bit lacking. The survivor has his agility combined with his strength that deters any incoming zombies, but Sophia has her agility and accuracy. Every time she pulls her bowstring, it will always strike the head, the vital position of zombies. No matter how strong they are, as long the arrow smash their brains, then the zombies would fall. The survivor once again admired her accuracy. If she could be brave in the beginning, probably she would be as the same level as him or might even be higher. But contrary to the survivor opinion, the reason Sophia could pull the bow and aim with precise concentration towards the stiff is primarily because she fears the abomination. She could not afford to miss. She is not squeamish looking at blood, but she is afraid of getting bitten. Of course, she was given some clothes and items of the cosmic core system by the survivor that prevent her from getting infected by low-level zombies, but that doesn't dispel the fear one bit. Usually when the survivor slashes and the stiff die, a golden coin would appear. But now, there is silver. There is copper. But it is different if it was Sophia who kills the stiff. It will always drop gold, and there are even a few items. The survivor notices this and he makes another hypothesis. What if gold only dropped when fighting monster that is higher level or the same level? What if the stronger people got, the harder it is to gain something from a lower level opponent? If this is true, it would explain why when he killed the zombies rarely now they drop skill books or item. Instead it dropped copper and silver. Maybe if I reach level 30 and I kill zombies, nothing would drop in the future. Maybe it is to restrict powerful people farming skill books or farming gold. Is that why this happened? But the survivor keep killing. His spirit affects his stamina. The stronger his spirit, the faster his stamina regenerates. At least that is what he deduced so far. And killing zombies does not take much of his stamina. He only need to dodge a few centimeters and chopped of their head. When his sword evolves, its offensive power also increase, and this time the survivor could see orb-like thing flew to his armor and equipment. But only those of the Shadow Lord equipment. Capturing souls, the survivor muttered. Even though it only dropped silver and copper, the survivor is not down with this fact, because he realizes something. As he kills stiffs with his dark sword of souls, he could see something resembling an orb entering his sword. Not to mention the durability of his weapon. He realizes that when he is resting, the durability of his weapon get recharged by 1 for each hours. And by his calculation he could kill 100 or maybe 200 zombies before his sword durability dropped by 1. If he encountered a beast, now, that is a different story. Thinking of this, he is happy. This means he doesn't have to change his armor. He wondered he has to change to new armor every few weeks. But if this is the perk of his unique class, then maybe he could enhance his whole attire to be godly. But this also makes the possibility that other unique class also is the same like him. Armor that could evolve. As they keep fighting, finally they reached at the area his battle with the beast. The survivor could see the trace of the blood of Tan and the beast from afar. His eyes could see farther than before. Tan corpse is nowhere to be seen, only bits and pieces. But then suddenly the survivor is started. His face turned red and he clenched his fist, looking from afar. Someone is trying to steal his bead. He is seeing someone grabbing a shiny thing from the beast corpse that he killed. He rushes like the wind, leaving Sophia, who was collecting the loot, stupefied. "Wait for me, idiot!" she yelled as she stopped looting and run to the survivor. The survivor then arrived at the scene of the beast corpse, and immediately, like a shadow, he appeared next to the man as he did a jump kick to one of the man. The man was muscly and has a mustache. He even wears armor. He was thrown aback by the force of the survivor kick. His armor cracked. He did not even have the chance to protect himself. He looks shocked at the survivor and only seeing a man, with a hood and a black robe. "Who is this?" the man mused. About 11 people behind the muscly man gasped. There are 2 Chinese, a man and woman, who is very close to each other, and 3 Indians ladies and 6 Malay man behind the muscly man. The survivor stand near the beast corpse, and look at the beast corpse only to grit his teeth in anger. Where is the bead? He angrily wondered to himself. He clenched his fist and looked back at the direction of the dozen people. He has fought hordes of zombies, risks his life to fight the beast, and even lost one of his companions to the beast, and now, that he comes to reap the effort of his fighting, someone dares to steal it. If there is one thing the survivor couldn't tolerate, it is stealing his stuff. His robe fluttered by the wind, giving him the impression of a great expert fighter, and his hood covering his face, emanating a mysterious aura. The dozen people who look at this young man from behind the muscly man could feel their hair stand up. "Who are you and why are you stealing my loot?" the survivor Yelled, his voice thundered around the area. The muscly man feels himself shivering, unconsciously. He could feel a baleful aura emanating from the hooded man. He is not some martial artist or someone who has psychic powers, but the killing intent of the survivor could even be felt by someone as unperceptive as this man. The survivor has killed zombies, hundreds of them, cutting them like they were grass, but he never killed people. But he does want his bead back. If he found out any one of these people take his bead, then their whole items will be looted by him. He couldn't care less at this point. That bead must have something really special, and it is mine, the survivor mused. He fought for it and almost dies for it. The survivor has never felt what it was like to be strong. But since the fall, for the first time in his life, he believes that he is strong. At least stronger than all 12 of these people before him. If only he have a technique that could discern the level of these people. And all these 12 people all have eye-catching items, but only one have an armor. Then the one with the armor must be their guardian or something like a vanguard. The survivor did not see anyone moved out to support the muscly man. Which means, not one of them is stronger than the muscly man. Hey! The survivor is not a bully, but that doesn't mean he can't be one. If they really took my bead, then you 12 people will find me something that would compensate me for that bead. He thinks to himself. Behind him a woman can be seen coming to him, and her face is shocked seeing the people gathering on that spot near the beast corpse. It was 7 men and 5 women. Since she get out from the mall, she never see people, and today suddenly a dozen people appeared. They all had a variety of weapon. Some have scimitar, some have something like an edged shield, and some have whips. In one of the hand of the group was a shining bead. And then Sophia realized the corpse of a gigantic beast, and looking at this tense atmosphere she understand. That group took the survivor loot. What will happen now? She mused. She glanced as the survivor standing straight like an immovable mountain. His face was hidden by the hood, but Sophia is sure the survivor is glaring at the group. Sophia looks at the group and they also look at the survivor with a wary expression. Then the survivor moved. Chapter 18. Unexpected encounter. Hamid is a normal policeman. He patrols the area around the Joy Park when the fall happens. Since then he has saved survivors of the zombies apocalypse. A zombie apocalypse. He mused when he sees the dead rise that night. At least that is what he believed. Unlike the survivor who conclude this as some alien experiments, Hamid believed that what is happening now is because of some virus that turns men into zombie, kind of like the zombie movies. Hamid is a fan of such stories. Zombie stories. Apocalyptic stories. Along the way he saved a Chinese couple. The couple both has a bow. They survived the slaughter using their bow. They do not know how to use it, but Hamid had to admit they have the aptitude for it. There are the first people he saved and that follow him. They are always strength in numbers. His experience in the force only reinforces this idea. This trio then leveled up until level 10 and changes their classes. Hamid became a berserker. The couple becomes an archer. They then met 6 Malay people stuck inside the debris of a falling building. They luckily survived because they killed mutated rat. The mutated rat dropped potions and skills book. The 6 people survived using their own strength, and even managed to dig a tunnel to make a makeshift cave inside the debris. They live inside the debris waiting the zombie horde to go to other places. One night the horde of zombies suddenly moved to another part of the Joy Park. It was at that time they come out of their hidings and stumbled upon Hamid. Safety in numbers, they remarked, and they joined forces. Hamid rank swells. Not long then they also reaches level 10 and change classes. It is ironic that they are at the deeper part of the Joy Park and only a few kilometers away from the survivor hiding spot. The reason why the zombies' hordes move is also because they hear the roars of the dying beast. If they all knew this, they should thank the survivor. They all decided to go to the capital. When they find more survivors, they meet 3 Indian ladies, who were hiding and remain undetected. They are at the moment the lowest level member of their group. At the 3rd day, as Hamid is the strongest among all of them, they appoint him as a leader. He has that kind of leadership, though it only shines now after the fall. They decided to venture out, Hamid as their vanguard. At dawn they moved out. It was then that Lakshmi discovered something. A gigantic beast corpse. She came to Hamid and report to him. He and the other crew came to the site and look in awe. What is that? She asks. I don't know, Hamid remarked. He discovers that after the fall, he could understand Indian language and even Chinese. It is more like it was translated in a way he understands. His previous theory about this as a virus might need to be re-examined. Maybe it is dangerous, or still alive, or maybe like the others it would rise once again. The Chinese man remarked while shuddering. The girl beside him holds his hand. By now Hamid knows that this couple is engaged. Amber and Roy. That is the way they introduce themselves. They didn't tell Hamid their Chinese names and Hamid doesn't care. What did people care about names anyway after the fall? Other than to name the characters, it didn't have any use. Hamid before the fall is very aversive towards Chinese rather than Indians. In other words, he is almost like a racist, but now? Race means nothing now in this new torn and shredded world. They don't even know if any semblance of order existed. It was like the moment the fall happens, the whole world shut down. In other part of the world, many are calling it the end of the world. Some say this is the rapture. Some say this is God punishments. Others says these are man-made. Of course Hamid doesn't know this, but as he could survive in this world, others could too. The world is not yet ending. It just has begun, the long-awaited evolution of humanity. But to Hamid, he believes that this is not that. Maybe it is another extinction event, and maybe this time, it doesn't seem like humanity could ride it out so easily like last time. True, humanity was faced by an ice age, a gigantic volcanic eruption, smokes that covers the sky and even clouded the whole world for a few years, during the Stone Age, and even survives the tectonic shifting, but the dead rising from the dead to kill the living, that is something new. As he approached the beast corpse, he looks behind him and sigh. Hamid, even though he is not a high-ranking officer, he is a responsible man. He has a loving family in Johor, a grandmother at Lipus, and his relatives in Taiping. He is a family man, but he married a Temerloh woman, and right now he is wishing to just go home. Maybe, that is the only thing that is on anybody's mind right now, to go home, to find a home, to belong, somewhere, other than this hell. It is common to see in movies and read in books, that when the world order crumbles, anarchy spreads. That is true, and probably a realistic portrayal when order is crushed by a group of people. But this situation is not like that. The dead rises as mindless killing zombies, a plague waiting to happen. Does the world fall to anarchy? Yes, but of the chaos from what happens from the zombies. The situation is different. Why? Because this time humanity has an enemy to unite against. To unite against these rising dead people, to rise against the beast that is devouring humanity. If there is one thing Hamid knew, it is this. Give an enemy to the people, and the people will unite. Why does politician like to blame one person when they are involved in a scandal? Because they know how to control the people's sentiments. They have other things to hate and destroy rather than the usual, which is to hate each other and kill each other. So instead of the rule of the jungle, it is a more complicated relationship than that. Hamid was walking to the corpse, his hand hold his fist tighter. He is afraid. Of course he is afraid. Only crazy people are not afraid. The beast was gigantic, something resembling of Sabertooth in the prehistoric age. He takes a deep breath. Calm down. He mused. I can do this, he remarked. He needs to make sure that the beast is dead first. He crouched down and picked a pebble. He turns to his group and remarked. Fall back. I need to check whether this beast is alive or not. The other nodded. He throws the pebble with all his strength to the unmoving beats. After gaining no response, he throws it again with the same results. It's dead, he remarked. The other heaved a sigh of relief. Then as Hamid was about to walk away, in the corner of his eyes he could see something was shining. He approached the beast corpse. Sir Hamid, what are you doing? One of the Chinese spoke. We must go, he urgently remarked. The woman beside him was nodding, worried, looking at the corpse like it could suddenly leap to her. Wait a minute, Hamid remarked. As he tries to find that light once again, he finally realizes there is something that resembles fluorescent light is coming from around the beast's stomach. He then cut a small opening on the beast corpse. It takes him a while because the beast corpse was very sturdy like steel. And his effort was rewarded. He found a bead. What the hell is this? He was saying. As he looks at the bead, suddenly he felt his hair stand up. Danger, he mused. Hamid has danger perception. one of the skills he got from a skill book. He was about to back away when suddenly something slammed against him and he could feel an indescribable pressure coming down on him, pain in his rib, as he was thrown backwards far away, sliding his face to the tar street, blood dripping from the lacerations. He struggles to get up. What is it? A beast? A new type of zombies? He then realizes that his armor cracked. His steel armor cracked. What kind of power is this? Even zombies could do nothing to him when he was equipped by this armor. Hamid checks the durability of the armor and his durability dropped to 45. One attack and the armor dropped 45 of its durability. Of course it is a low-level armor, but still, normal zombies would need at least 5 minutes of attacking him to drop even 1 durability of this item, but just now 1 strikes is enough to drop 45 points of durability. If Hamid did not wear the armor, he would have been badly injured. As he looks at his attacker, he could see from under the hood, it is a young man. And Hamid could not help but feel shocked. He wears a black robe with black sash, and all black attire, like death. The only thing his attacker is missing is a scythe. But his attire is like the Assassin's Creed uniform, with intricate designs. It's not an armor, but his attacker look elegant wearing it. Behind him, Roy and Amber was gasping. They just survived the zombies apocalypse and now they're being attacked by hooded man. They also feel fear. Hamid is the strongest in their ragtag bunch. But his attacker downs him in 1 strike. They all wanted to aim their weapon to the man, but Lakshmi remarked. "Don't," she whispered. "Stay your hand, Amber, Roy." Lakshmi could see that whoever this hooded man, he is strong. He has that air around him. Lakshmi come from a family that practiced salambam. Her brother especially is an expert in salambam. She could feel the same air around the hooded man like her brother. The air of a strong man. Sita and Rani come closer to Lakshmi. The 3 of them is friend. They were having only a drink near the park that day when the fall happened. Following Lakshmi, they hide and run. Before Hamid saved them, Lakshmi saved them first. Now seeing that Hamid is easily attacked, Sita and Rani came closer to Lakshmi like before. The 6 Malay man was about to ready their stance, but they decided to listen to Lakshmi. They TCH and they keep their hand from their weapons. But truth is, they also feel an indescribable aura from the hooded man. One of them was trembling. Hada, the leader of this 6-man group, feel it deep in his heart. What the survivor could not have expected is that as his level climbed up, his body becomes stronger and breaking past the constraints of normal human. Human with their evolutionary instinct could clearly feel this pressure emanating from a superior human. What it means is, with the survivor level, people who did not level up will feel the same pressure they are feeling now. Lakshmi group feel it the most since they are the weakest in the group. The survivor is the predator and they are the prey. Their instinct is telling them, teaching them, that this hooded man is dangerous. The man could be seen gritting his teeth in anger. Hada has eagle eye after he kills a mutated bird. His scimitar, he wanted to grip it, but he feared that he might provoke the hooded man. The survivor could see far away because of his level and his body is transforming. But Hada also gained that same ability thanks to a skill book. He has danger perception, eagle eye, and slicing wind. He also has heal. Of his group he has the most skill. After they met Hamid, they joined Hamid group because Hamid is stronger, his levels are higher, and he has many more skills than him. If not, Hada would go it alone with his 5 friend. Then the hooded man clenched his fist and look at their direction and Hada feel pressure bearing down on him. His heart trembles and his hand is shaking. One glance and he is almost defeated. Hada angrily mused, but now he is convinced of Lakshmi warning. He looks at Lakshmi direction and nodded. Lakshmi also nodded. This man is too dangerous. The hooded man robe fluttered by the wind, an unrestrained air around him, emanating a deadly aura. Their hair stands up. Then suddenly the man yelled, his voice thundering, shaking the very core of being of the group. "Who are you and why are you stealing my loot?" Hamid could feel fear seeped into his heart. His heart trembles, his hand shaking, sweat formed on his back. Never had he felt such fear, so small. Clearly the man is younger than him. But his power is stronger than him, his level is higher, Hamid believes. But how could that be? Hamid even have a group to consistently rise up their level. Is he not afraid that zombies would hear his screaming and come here? By now, the survivor power has reached a level where he is not afraid even 100 zombies. He could heal himself, and fighting slow-moving target is not something that he fears. If there is one thing he fears is that a beast would appear out of nowhere. Not one person came out to help him. Hamid bitterly sighed. Well, he could understand why they didn't help him. Maybe this hooded man is Hamid's enemies, and they all didn't want to get caught up in his own personal conflict. But Hamid did not know who this person is. This man attacked him without provocation. And another reason is maybe because the group behind him could feel the same pressure he is feeling. He could see Lakshmi and her two friends are having difficulty breathing. At first his mind puzzles why the man suddenly attacked him, but now he understands. The bead he is holding is the man's possession. Which mean, wait, as he realized something. He looks at the gigantic beast corpse and look at the hooded man. This means he is the one that kills it. Oh my God! What I have gotten myself into. If this man could kill a beast like that, his power level must be off the chart. The crowd behind Hamid also takes a deep breath, understanding what the hooded man means. He killed the beast, so whatever loot that came out of the beast is his. But law of possession hardly matters in this new world. Strength is the new law, and the survivor has a lot of it. Then suddenly from behind the man Hamid could see a woman with a bow running towards the hooded man. She looks shocked seeing as Hamid mused. She looks at Hamid's hand and he could see that the woman also see the bead. Is she his allies? It looks like it. She stopped moving and takes a few distance from the hooded man. Then the hooded man moved. Chapter 19, First Appearance. He appears in front of Hamid, looking down on the man. Give that to me, he remarked coldly. This kind of tone is common for Hamid. This is an ordering tone. Only his superior uses this kind of tone. But the hooded man's words sent chills to his bone. It was cold and devoid of emotion. Hamid is a police officer. Only a traffic officer, but he knows how to judge people. But hearing the hooded man talk, he can't figure out the man's emotion. Is he angry or calm? The survivor on the other hand doesn't like police. Not because he did any crime before, but because police is always corrupt. He doesn't have that favorable impression on the police force. At least he knows a few policemen who take bribe. It's not like 1,000 millions of bribe. Sometimes it is only 50 ringgit or 60 ringgit, but it is still a bribe. Many truck drivers, reckless truck driver, was let go when they pay the fee. Of course when this is asked towards the police chief, there is no such record of this conduct, he would say. The higher up takes millions of dollar bribe, the underling take hundreds of it. To the survivor they are all the same. He doesn't like the police, but that doesn't mean he hated them to the bone either. He just dislikes them when he heard this kind of stories. And the survivor also acknowledged that there are still some good people in the force. After all, not all policemen like that. Many of them have noble intention for joining the force. But the bribery, the corruption, taint the noble profession. Some people are just greedy and evil. On the other hand, Hamid quickly handed the bead to the survivor. He didn't even hesitate. The feeling he felt from the survivor was a crushing pressure. Like the survivor is something else. Of course Hamid did not know as you level up, the restriction of the feeble human body will be abandoned. The survivor is evolving, a superior species in front of a primitive Homo sapiens. Even the survivor doesn't know this, but he notices it. His body is stronger than even a normal human. Then from behind come a girly voice. What's that? Sophia asks. The survivor coldly remarked, my loot. The survivor looked at the bead with his eyes, and he doesn't know what to do. He touches it and feels it. It's solid, but it is also a little bit squishy. Is this a gem? Enchanting items? Or something else? Could it be he has to eat it? If he follows the game rules, if this is not a gem or not enchanting ingredient, then it is something he could eat. The item description did not light up when he touched the bead. Could it be because he has to eat it? He is not sure, but he could not just look at it either. He could put it inside the storage, but that might invite other problems. If this something like a sensor device or something that other beast could smell, then he would be dead by the evening. The survivor could see that the group of people looking at him, wary at him, looking at his conduct. Sometimes their gaze would look at the shining bead. Now it's awkward. They must think I know what this is. I come so coolly, so imposing. He mused. He could not break character right now. For some reason this kind of worries suddenly invade his mind. Let me try, he mused. If it could not be eaten, he would just spit it out. He then put it inside his mouth. It was bitter. But the survivor just endures the taste because the bead suddenly melts inside his mouth, and then he feels his feet becoming lighter and his body suddenly undergoes another transformation. His bone break, and when the survivor was about to scream in pain, his body regenerate itself almost a second later. What is this? He mused. You're all right? Sophia inquired from behind as he approached the survivor. She is shocked that the survivor would just swallow the bead. Did he know what that bead was? Sophia mused. The survivor just held up his hand and Sophia stopped approaching him. Lakshmi and Hada quickly surmised the relationship between the hooded man and the girl with the bow. The leader is the hooded man, the girl is his support. Lakshmi, on the other hand, is looking at the hooded man expression. She did not expect that the hooded man would eat the bead. They didn't know what the bead was for, but they did not think it was for eating. This man must have been very adept at this new world rules. Lakshmi understands the rules after days of experimenting. She believes they live in a world of game-like element now. What causes it, why and how, she doesn't know the answer to this question. She could only try to accept what is happening. She did not play too many video games, but it's not like she never heard about it. Levels, skills, this is a game, she concluded. A game layered unto the reality of this world. Hada is like Lakshmi, observing the hooded man to see that the hooded man's face turns a little hard, and then suddenly the hooded man smiles. The survivor is smiling because he just got a sweet update from the system. You have eaten the bead of life, awarded 5 strength. Awarded 5 agility, immunity against infection from fanged giant cat. He smiles in satisfaction. Just like he wondered, it is something good. Maybe other beast also has this kind of beast. He should check back the badger corpse. At that time he only grabbed what he can see, but the bead might be located inside the body. But then he has to enter back near the elementary school, and the survivor is not sure if the alien-like beast in the elementary school would not burst out from the school and terrorize the area. Should he take a risk? No, he decided. Well, immunity and the stat it awarded might be a boost, but he need to preserve his life first. He is not sure how strong the alien in the elementary school is, but he is willing to bet it's not weak. He needs to avoid going there first. Maybe it would stay only inside the school because it is a part of a quest, or maybe not. The survivor would not risk it. Some people would say only with great risk come great rewards. Well, the main protagonist will always remark it before embarking in a high-risk fight, and they would win. But he is not the main protagonist. He is not the hero. He is not even sure if there is a hero in this new world. If he remarked the same line and take risk, he would be dead. Most of the time when you take a risk, you failed. That is why they called it a risk. It just gives you a little hope, thinking you could do this, only to realize that you are in over your head. The survivor is not stupid. He would rather lose some fortune rather than loses his life. The survivor then approached and crouched down at the corpse. Then he searched around the beast corpse for anything else he might have missed, ignoring the crowd in front of him. By now, the survivor has determined the group level of power. With Sophia behind him, they could hold down their own against this group if they turn hostile. Since they are awed by his performance, and after ascertaining that Hamid is the strongest among the group, the survivor held no wariness and now is scouring the area he left before. Sophia was about to ask what he was doing when suddenly she is being shushed by the survivor. Shish. The survivor remarked, "My name is Lord Shadow," he declared so that Sophia could stop talking. This girl couldn't take a hint, he angrily thinks. Then a bar appears on his head announcing his name to the crowd. Lord Shadow, one of them remarked. Hada, on the other hand, just realized something, so he didn't need to name the character the same name as his name. Thinking about it, name is nothing but names. Maybe the purpose of naming a new character is shedding the old you and living in this new world. Hada was thinking about this intently. After all, this new world is more exciting. Hada was a nobody, a bully and a troublemaker. He always hang out with the bad crowds, even almost joins a triad. Why did he do all this? Because he is bored. What could life offer him? He is selfish, impulsive and rash. The routine life suffocates him, the order stifles him, only the chaos give him a peace of mind, only the chaos give him something that resembles a life he wanted. He revels in it, on the lawlessness, yet Malaysia still has order. The only reason he didn't break any laws is because he is weak. Give power to him, and you would get a tyrant. So he wears a mask. He doesn't believe in orders, in rules. He hated that people have to follow a certain rules to succeed. Why couldn't you lie if you could be successful doing it? Why won't you oppress everyone if you have the power? He is warped, twisted. Was it because of his upbringing? He doesn't know. He once asks himself this question. But the fall give him a new excitement. A rush. A new world order. But when he had to name his character as Hamid tells him, he unconsciously chose as Hada, his old name. Thinking about it, whatever or whoever constructed or changing this world, must have decided to give the option to name yourself, so that you could choose what you could be in this world. And the survivor embodied that choice. At least that is what Hada wondered. The survivor on the other hand is still looking at the corpse. He almost whistles in joy. Enjoy the little things. Zombieland. He still remembers that quote. The world might be ending, his family might have already been eaten, or worse turns to zombies, order has crumbles, and million has die, but well, enjoy the little things. He just got a boost on his strength and agility, even before he could run as fast as a car. Now, who knows? Hamid is standing up now. He looks at his group and they all stand still. They do not dare move. The girl beside Lord Shadows as Hamid decided to call the hooded man is helping Lord Shadow searching. Ouch. As the sound of steel clashing could be heard, this beast skin is hard. Lord Shadow only nodded. He remarked. He remarked it slow but everyone could feel his displease. Then he makes a piercing pose with his hand and then using only his bare hand he pierces the beast and blood spurted out. Hey, don't you fear getting infected? The girl remarked. I have immunity, he remarked. Hearing this, Hamid group all gasped. Immunity. They don't think anyone could have immunity against the monsters. Of course this is a misunderstanding on their parts. The survivor does have immunity but against the fanged giant cat. Not the zombies. But even if he did not have immunity against the zombies, as long as the zombies did not exceed his level his armor would protect him. Not to mention his agility is off the charts. The zombie could not even chase him if he decided to flee. But to the group when he remarked he had immunity, that means he is not only immune against the giant beast but also to other zombies. Well, it is understandable why they would misunderstand. After all, the giant beast is surely more dangerous than normal regular zombies. If he has immunity against such beast, then he should by transitive property also have immunity against the weaker zombies. See if there is anything inside, he remarked. Sophia looked and see nothing. There is a black bile. The survivor also glanced at it and it emitted a black miasma. What is this? He mused. He grabbed it and ripped it out from the beast corpse. Then a voice rang out in his ears, you have removed the poison in the beast body. The meat is now safe to be eaten. Eating a beast meat will increase your stats depending on the level of the beast. Oh, this is smoothing new. So I could eat the beast meat? And it even increases my stats, but by how much? The survivor didn't think it would rise it up very much, but still it is an improvement in this bile, it still glowed. He looks at the bile of the beast. Then could the badger and the other beast and monster he encountered also have something that stores the poison inside their body? If he was a doctor he would research this. They could even make an antidote. And the survivor feels excited, then his excitement is quickly doused down by his own logic. But he is not a doctor, so he does not know. What a waste of time thinking about it, he mused. If the bead gives him boost in his stats and its body gives additional boost, then wouldn't this bile also give him something? It's poisonous, so then maybe it could be made as a liquid to slather the weapon, creating a poisoned sword or a poisoned arrows. Hey, he smiles. This is a good fortune. Then after looking at a glance there is nothing else, the survivor look at his surroundings. Gold coins littered the streets. This is not mine, he mused. Then this must be the dozen people work. He nodded. He doesn't know what the function of the gold in this currency is, but it must have something useful too. Even when the survivor wanted to check his gold he couldn't check it. The windows did not appear. Could it be that he has to unlock it first? Maybe that it's. Then he looks at Sophia and remarked, store this thing inside your rings. What, this beast? She remarked, perplexed. Yes. What are you planning to do with it? Sophia inquired. Eat it, he remarked, and the group gasped. Eat the beast. The survivor did not explain more. Can you just do your job, would you? The survivor remarked. HMPH, she snorted, fine. And Sophia stores it inside her storage rings. Then the survivor grabbed the gold that is scattered on the streets, since gold only occupies one space, the currency only occupies 3 spaces no matter how much the quantity. There is 3 currency of this system: gold, silver, copper. Hamid, seeing that Lord Shadow ignores him and stealing right under their noses, wanted to yell, but he fears the repercussion. Hada is holding tightly at his scimitar, but he couldn't move. Lakshmi just looked calmly. She understands the strong rules. This new world rules is simple. If the survivor was weaker than them before, he would not dare to appear so overbearing and only could look in frustration and curse his luck as his bead is taken by this 12 people. But he is strong, and so, the situation is reversed. Even though the survivor is leisurely taking all the gold coins and storing it inside his storage ring, no one remarked a word. They didn't dare to go either. Hamid tell them to stay. Hamid is thinking to ask this person to join them. He would even give the title leader if the hooded man would join them. It would be safer if they could go to the capital with the hooded man. After Sophia finished storing the beast meat, which took 1 spot in her storage rings, she helped the survivor with looting the gold. Then after 5 minutes they finished looting the area. The survivor, Sophia realizes, did not come closer to the area around the elementary schools, like something was there. This act of him is also noticed by Hada and Lakshmi. Lord Shadow stooped from nearing the area. They recognize that this must mean something is near the elementary school. Then as he finished, Lord Shadow glanced at the group and remarked, "Thank you." Saying these 2 words, he walked away. With just these 2 words, he unceremoniously just wanted to walk away. He didn't even care about them, nor did he make any acquaintance or trying to say anything. He did not try to explain anything, he just did what he needs to do, and now it's done. He is focused on his mission. To the survivor, what matters now is for him to go to his village, determine the safety of his family, and to challenge the beast at the elementary school. He doesn't have time to babysit these dozens people. It might be cruel, but letting them slow him down would be cruel to his family. He has already delayed enough from going to the village. One might wonder, how could he talk about the safety of his family like it was an objective, like a mission? But that is the only way he could stop thinking about the terrible things that could happen to his family. He will handle when it happens. If there is grief to be had, it will be when grief is deserved. He would not grieve because of his assumption. He will not cry or mourn until there is something to cry and mourn over. Even though his mind is telling him that for his parent to survive is impossible, even though his mind has think of this scenarios hundreds of times, replaying all the possibilities, his heart yearns to believe. Sophia, behind him, is nodding with the survivor decision to disperse from this place. If they wanted, they could join this group and their lives would be safer, but that is not the reason she follows him. The survivor has told her that he wanted to go to his village and search for his family. The same could be remarked for Sophia, who wanted to see her mother. Sophia herself is anxious about the safety of her mother. Her village is farther away from the survivor. But either way, she needs to pass through the survivor village first. When that time comes, she has to separate himself with the survivor. Before that time comes, she needs to strengthen herself up. Like the survivor, her heart yearns to believe that her mother is alive and well. Sophia was following the survivor back as they walked to the streets filled with destroyed cars. The survivor has got what he wanted. Now he is walking home. Then Hamid remarked, looking at Lord Shadow walking away without even sparing them a glance. "Wait, Lord Shadow." The survivor looked at the man and the man stopped. Fear crept into his heart. But he steels himself, and he asked Lord Shadow, "Would you join our group?" His request ringed out in the empty streets. The wind blows Lord Shadow robe as he stand there. For a while his mouth was about to move, and then he smiles a mysterious smile. And the crowd waits for his answer. Chapter 20, The Great Warlord Period. Former UK London John is running with a 4-feet-long blade, rushing through the zombies, mowing them down with apparent ease. His level now is 21. He is a dark knight. His armor gives of the aura of death and power. He is alone in the street. He then spotted a building. "Hey," he smirked. "I guess this place again," he mused. he jumped from his current position and landed on the second floor. Then he glanced down at the population of the zombies. His effort is working. Most of the zombies around this street are almost eradicated. Whew! He heaved as he walked straight to one of the room and opened it with one of the keys he has. This is the third time he would spend his days here. It has been 3 days since the fall. John is his new name. He didn't like his name before in his life before. Fighting zombies is not too much of a problem for him. He is 30 years old, his body is muscly and his hair is black. There is some battle scars in his body, mark of a veteran. He opens the door and sits down on one of the chair. Taking a breath, he produced something from his ring, a few breads and fresh water. Then finding a bed, he throws himself to the bed, exhausted from all the hunting. He is not afraid of the zombies because he has barricaded the apartment, and even if they somehow manage to break through, he is more than enough to dispatch them easily. It is only the beast he fears. For these 3 days he did not stop killing zombies to raise his level after what happened in the underground bunker. John was a bodyguard to one of the wealthiest men in the world, Wilhelm Rothschild. When the fall happened, he was beside the man. John has seen many things about the Rothschild, that he might even believe the conspiracies about them. There is a lot of conspiracy theory about this particular family, and it's not hard to imagine, since they have been meddling with the world since the Napoleonic War. But when he first accepted the job, to him it was just a job and he couldn't care less about the Rothschild stories or myths. He did his job well, and that's it. He doesn't have family, so he has only to care for himself. Living in a dilapidated orphanage when he was young, bounced from foster home to foster home, he learns to fend for himself. The Rothschild is his employers, that is all that matters. But he has seen suspicious dealing ranging from people of dubious background that made John suspicious of the true nature of this particular family. He sighed. All this mystery doesn't matter anymore after the apocalypse, he inwardly wondered. Then his mind flashed back to that moment. 3 days ago, like always, he accompanied Wilhelm to one of his mansion in London to meet with an associate. It was a normal morning like any other. Wilhelm did not bring other bodyguard other than him. The man he is supposed to meet is someone from the IMF. An old friend. It was then, when they were waiting, that happened. Suddenly a voice speaks almost like they were beside them, and the weapon appeared in his hand. He has a blade, Wilhelm has a dagger. At first John was confused with this turn of events, but he was fast to adapt. He quickly surmises levels are a measurement of power, and his constant protection for the safety of Wilhelm increased his level. He meets small monsters, even zombies, when they were running away. He was sufficient in swordsmanship training, so using blade for him is not an inconvenience. The reason why he uses blade to fight the zombie is because he won't get experience if he uses guns. John quickly understands that if he did not level up, sooner or later even he could not escape the tragedy that is happening in the streets of London. People bitten by the beast, screaming and bleeding, fill the city. Some died and immediately rise as zombies, some take a little more time to become zombies. It depends on the toxicity of the toxins the monster have and the immunity a person have, at least this is what he believes. He never played any games, but he did understand it. Levels and items. This type of thing, it is easy for him to understand. The only problem was he did not loot the gold. He doesn't have the time. He needed to go and escort Wilhelm to safety. How could he have time to loot the gold? But he did loot the vials and the skills book. By now he has 2 offensive skills and 1 support skills. It is a world, governed by game-like elements laws. It works by that kind of logic. It took him a few hours of hiding, rushing, charging to finally arrive at the bunker. Nearby the mansion is a bunker constructed for the family in case of a disaster. John followed Wilhelm to the bunker and they holed up there. For a while it looks like they will be safe until night came. Wilhelm tries to call the police, the army and the highest top of the government, but it was almost like the whole world go dark. There is no communication whatsoever. That night when they were about to go to sleep, a noise woke them up. The bunker feels like it was being shaken by an enormous force. A beast has detected us. The beast smells our scent and attacked the bunker. The bunker that could withstand nuclear weapon could not bear the destructive power of the beast. When the entrance was ripped apart by the monsters, both he and Wilhelm was lost for words. It was something that resembles a dinosaur, which uses its claws to rip apart the bunker entrance. It was hideous, its teeth was gleaming in the dark, there is a chunk of flesh lodged in its teeth, its claws was razor-like sharp and its size was like a two-story building's. John hides. Wilhelm on the other hand panicked and tries to run, which resulted in him being eaten. John on the other hand slipped past the dinosaur-like beast when it was occupied in digesting Wilhelm. It tries to pursue John, but it was slow. Maybe that was its weakness, John thinks as he is jolted to the present. He looks at the ceiling and wonder, can he defeat it? He chose the unique class Dark Knight when he reached level 10. One of the prerequisites to become a fully fledged unique class for him is to defeat that beast. Which is why he did not leave yet from London. The monster is here, so he needs to defeat it here. John is a resolute man. Since he entered the special training forces, and even was sent to some of the harshest place in the world, his boldness is what kept him alive. And he has chosen to brave this danger to reap the benefits later on. He sighed. A long way to go. But hell always has a long road, he remarked as he got up from his bed. Former USA, New York. In an abandoned building, Raymond is in a building, overlooking the gigantic beast just near the gas station. The beast sniffs and looks around the gas stations. Sometime it swipes its hand and vehicles exploded. It has great strength and its arms is bulging. He is still in New York. Well, unless he could fly or teleport, he would be stuck in New York for a long time. In the street, it was full with zombies, burning buildings and cars that blockaded the streets. Because of the panic of the initial fall, many accidents happen in the street. There is many destroyed corpses in the stress. Some was burned in the car. On the way here, Raymond could see a charred corpse of a baby and his mother. It was heart-wrenching and eerily creepy. Even though it has been 3 days, Raymond still could not believe what has happened. Is it coming here? A voice from behind Raymond enters his sears. Raymond did not turn back, only shaking his head. It doesn't seem to notice us. Good. Let Nick take the next patrol. Okay, Raymond replies. Nick comes over and switches patrols. They have been using this building after they finished raiding in nearby stores. By now their party has grown to 24. There is elderly, the young, women's and children's, even one pregnant mother. There is a lot of more people from when they started, and lots of them they lost too. In this journey, how many friends, how many strangers have they saw dies? It has only been 3 days, but the destruction is in par on what people might call apocalypse. Raymond sits down in one corner and pat the back of his new friend, Jesse. How is the leveling? Raymond asks, showing an amiable smile. Jesse is a teenager, and the one he saved from one of the zombies during their journey here. Not long till I reach level 10 feet, he remarked excitedly. His eyes is full of admiration towards Raymond. Raymond rubbed his head and remarked. Good. I'm going to rest for a while. If you have any question about leveling up, ask me. The boy nodded. Raymond went into a corner and take a seat one of the chairs. He take his meal. Just a few snack bars in his storage rings and some beans. Then a few others people in the group come to Raymond asking him about how to level up and what they should choose for their class up. Raymond patiently teaches them on what to choose. He is a gamer, after all. But now who would have ever wondered he is a gamer? His level is 23, his body is getting muscly, and even though he is still a little chubby, one could tell the fat is leaving his body, constructing his muscle. Well, constant running and encountering life and death battle would surely make you lost weight. Then suddenly Raymond feel his hair stand up and he catch the gaze of Leonard looking at him. Leonard avert his gaze. Just my imagination, I guess, Raymond mused. Nowadays his relationship with Leonard is strained. At the beginning he was Leonard's most trusted person, but nowadays he always uses Nick. For some reason, Raymond feel that Leonard does not like him. But that couldn't be. Raymond only has admiration for the man. He saved him, and this group. Unbeknown to Raymond, Leonard is jealous and fearful of Raymond's growth. From that chubby little cosplayer, to the man he is now, to possess such leadership and amiable personality that made people feel close to him, this is his strength, Leonard mused. When he was injured, Raymond led the group. And contrary to Leonard's first initial impression of Raymond lead his group well, not well, but great. They raided many stores successfully, leveling up and classing up. Many of the people in the group admire and respect Raymond's power and all that he has done for the party. And inevitably Raymond becomes stronger than Leonard in the group. Coupled that Raymond is a full-fledged unique class, his power is almost a pure godly. He could control the earth, in minimal amount, but it is enough to do the trick. He could create quagmire, produce some shakings, move stones with his mind and senses enemies by closing his eyes and focus. His skills and abilities rose when he defeated the red giant ape. He did not do it alone. It took 20 men to restrain it and kill it. 2 died that day. And Raymond transforms into this powerful person. When he fight with his stone warhammer, he is unstoppable, producing shakings and vibrations. Leonard, when he first forms the group, it was out of necessity. Now he wanted to rule this party and create his own country. He is part of a militia once. Of course, his militias are all freedom-loving American, except him. Now, the United States has crumbled and this strange power is bestowed towards them. He wanted to rule. He wanted to conquer. He wanted to be the ruler. Leonard understands the new world well. But if he wanted the world he dreams of to become a reality, Raymond is a thorn in his flesh. And he needs to remove it, even if he has to remove his flesh. Raymond, on the other hand, doesn't notice this. And so the game begins. Former Japan Kai Hikigaya is one of the few that survives the fall. He run from the high school as fast as he can, and in this 3 days he has managed to level up to level 26. If anyone heard this, one could not help but wonder how strong this man is. Looking at him, no one could guess how did he become this strong. He then saves his classmate, and now is forming a base near the mountains behind their school. The leader, him. He who was despised and ignored in the class. Other than the members of his counseling club, he is despised by the school. But now they all have to listen to him. But Hikigaya is not a man that hold grudges. Contrary to his appearance, he is very nice. He has droopy eyes, like a dead fish, a revolting smile, and his hair always the bed hair. But how did he become this strong? It is because he uses his head. When the voice came, all of his classmates got blades, katana, bows, and the likes, but all he got was a trapping devices and a storage rings. Good thing is that he has 99 of those traps. So while some of his classmates who survived the first attack uses blade to kill the smaller monster, he went to the back of the school to fight the black gigantic worm. And fight means he prepared an ingenious trap. He uses almost 75 of his trap to lure the worm to him and exploding it in a chain of explosion in a cave which trapped the worm and subjected it through multiple explosion. That day, the hill is full with explosion, holes fill the land. In one kill, he level up to 19. The beast was level 27. It took him 2 days to kill the beast. Thankfully the beast didn't have regenerating power or anything that helps its health. If not, he might lose. But of course he has planned it since the beginning and investigates the monster before moving out to kill it. He then shakes his head. He doesn't want to remember that day. He spent that day hiding, running in fear, eating barks of trees, while trying to survive the mental pressure and the threat of dying. He looks at his current situation. In front of him, people are making their tent as the mountain is now safe from gigantic beast. They only have to deal with the zombies, but the hill provide a natural barrier. He stood overlooking the schools. He intends to take back the school. He has saved about 100 people nearby and under his rule. People started calling him the Tiger of Kai, maybe because of his armor that looks like the armor of Shingen Takeda. Not to mention he is in Kai. The Tiger of Kai and the Dragon of Ichigo. He laughed. Who would have wondered? He wears the Kawagata Kabuto, the horned helmet, the Mempo, the face mask which gives him quite a great stats to his strength and spirit, the boots. The shoulder guards so much like the popular portrayal of Takeda Shingen, which comes his nickname the Tiger of Kai. By now, he has a Tachi and a Wakizashi as his weapons. He still uses trap, but now his strength is enormous. He is thinking of stabilizing the surrounding areas. This is what the people wants, he mused. He only take the role because no one else could take the roles and because only he has the smarts and strategy to go with the plan. He is a unique class, an illusion archmage. His spirit is high and he has already become full-fledged unique class. His magic is powerful and he has 7 skills. 3 were support skills, 4 is offensive. He looks at the school and he smiles. I guess, this is the beginning, he remarked and smiles under his mask. Thus all around the world crouching tigers and hidden dragons all emerge from their respective countries. Each of them has their own ambition and goals, all of them has strong will to survive. The curtain to the Great Warlord period opens. Chapter 21. Besieged on all sides. Would you join our group? The man request ringed out in the empty streets. The wind blows his robe as he stand there. For a while the survivor mouth was about to say no, but then he remembers something. How could he forget about such important thing? Idiots. He inwardly wondered. He remembered the beast in the elementary school. That alien-like things, that gooey green stuff coming out of its mouth. That fucking beast. The last requirement to become a chosen. His eyes look scrutinizing the group in front of him. 12 people. He looked at the Malay man, leading the 5-man. Looks strong, he mused. But for some reason the survivor could feel an uncomfortable feeling looking at the man. Then he looks at the Indian girl with her 2 friends. A stick as her weapons. Why did the world orb give her that? He mused. He then tries to remember the quest requirements for Shadow Lord class acquirement. He doesn't have to do it alone, he finally remembers. Well, when you keep battling and responding to situation without a chance to compose yourself, certain thing got pushed out of your mind. This best describes the survivor right now. The only thing that matters is that the beast is destroyed. The only thing that matters is the beast is defeated, no matter the means. It didn't have any restriction. He smiles, then he asks. What is your aim? He remarked in a grave tone looking at the muscly man. Behind the muscly man, his voice startled the Indian's ladies. While the man holding the scimitar is gripping his weapon tightly. For some reason, that man looked like he is dead afraid of me, the survivor mused. My name is Hamid. The muscly man responded, still looking cautious at the survivor. Hamid. Where is your destination? The survivor follows up. By now, he has certain alternatives but he couldn't delay going home. The capital. Hamid reply, KL. Yes. Hamid nodded and the survivor put his finger on his chin. But his general expression is hidden because of the hood. The survivor has to think about this. Are you joining them? A voice from behind him piped up. We need to go fast. Our destination is different from them. Sophia remarked, her voice was anxious, almost like pleading. She is right, the survivor mused. This is not their real objectives. Their objective right now is going home, not to help strangers. The survivor knows that too. But, this is too good of an opportunity to pass up. Could he, there is another way. But it's not certain that they will wait, but still, it is better than doing nothing. He needs to move fast. Now that he has the strength to mow down zombies, he could go home. Sophia is also a good support partner. Then how about this? He remarked to the group. The group listens intently. I'll give you a choice. In 3 days I will come back here and help you go to the capital. But only if you waited. If you wait 3 days, then I'll show an opportunity of a lifetime. The survivor remarked only this. He did not say what the opportunity was, remaining as vague as possible. How could he say that he will ask them to fight that alien with him? Of course he couldn't say this. The survivor could be selfish and cold sometimes to strangers. But he is not entirely lying. After all, there is still many loots that he left under the debris of the buildings when he runs away from Oseng's shop. It's just now that he knows that there is a super creepy looking alien standing near that building. How could he bravely enter there again without some backup plan? And if they help him defeat the alien, they would also gain levels, and not to mention the alien certainly would drop some powerful loot. 3 days? Hamid inquired. A lot could happen in 3 days, Hamid remarked, frowning. He wondered Lord Shadow could help them. After all, seeing the disparity in power, Hamid has already regarded Lord Shadow with high estimation. What he needs now is someone strong. Yes, a lot could happen, the survivor remarked, nodding in agreement. After all, he knows, he is asking for too much. Of course, in this 3 days, if you manage to level up sufficiently and is confident of your strength, you don't have to wait for me. After all, this is just a selfish request of mine. You also have your own destination, your own goals and objectives. It's just that I have some matter I need to confirm if I were to join your group. The more the merrier, isn't that right? I know what you want. You want my power because my level is higher. Yes, it is only because my level is higher that I could so overwhelmingly defeated you. There is no need to hide this from you. After all, not many survive this calamity. I'm not so cold not to even give some pointers. Not to mention you have a lot of people in your group. Hamid nodded. I wanted to join you. Of course I want to. After all, if there are more people, our ability to survive would also soar. The group behind Hamid agrees, nodding their head. But I also have my own things to pursue. I could not leave here until I confirm one thing. Either you accept or not, I hold no hard feelings. Just think of it, that we have no fate, the survivor remarked. Hamid then remarked. If we were to wait, where would we wait? He remarked asking. Then the survivor smirked. If that is the problem, I have the solution. Nearby here, there is a supermarket. The zombies around it have been neutralized by me. You could go and wait there. There are still a lot of supplies. Hamid was silent for a while, thinking, contemplating. He did not answer, then he remarked. We'll see. The survivor just nodded, then he remarked. Farewell. Until 3 days later then, as his robe fluttered he walked away with the archer following him. An aura of a strong man, Lakshmi remarked from behind. An hour later stiff corpses fill the area, walking, crawling, squirming. Black blood drenched the tar, and limbs scattered everywhere like some abominable plants sprouting from the earth. A woman and a man leisurely walking through this corpse-infested land. Sometimes the lady would release an arrow which would always be ended with a shriek from the target. The man sometimes leisurely slashes his black intimidating sword and heads would fly. Then the man stopped walking as he approached one of the stiffs. This could work. The man crouched and grabbed something from a decapitated hand. A key jangling with numerous key chains. This is his bike, right? In front of the man and woman is a sport bike. The man is Lord Shadow, the archer is Sophia. Sophia by now has level up to 13 and the survivor is still his same level. It is hard to raise level just by killing zombies now. Sophia took the archer profession. The survivor has explained to Sophia that choosing the unique class will give you a super hard quest, but the return is also good. Being a chosen means you have to also did some hard quest to make sure you are worthy to wield it. She chooses to have a safe life. What do you think, Sophia? The survivor inquired. Sophia nodded. I guess so. It looks like it's the right bike. He nodded. He checks his pet taming time. 7 hours. Not that much anytime anymore before he could see his pet. The survivor starts the ignition and the bike started. Good, it works, he mused. Quickly the survivor rides it. What you were waiting for? Ride it. Sophia blushed and ride behind the survivor. She put her hand on his waist and the survivor ride the bike. There is still many stranded cars, buses, trucks, stuck on the streets, but using a bike it is easy to maneuver through the abandoned vehicles and the burning cars. There are the occasional zombies, but with the speed of the bike, they could maneuver them safely. He could just run using his feet and he would be even faster, but that consumes stamina. Not to mention the small city Temerlo is just near his village. He then arrived at the bridge, and he stopped. Why? Because he has notices it. Sophia might not have noticed because she has been closing her eyes the entire times. Riding through the streets, there are many gore scenes, which should only have existed in a horror movie. How could Sophia bear to see all the corpse and all the horror scene? The survivor also many times wanted to puke or close his eyes, but he perseveres. Fighting zombies is different than looking at the heart-wrenching scene of a helpless struggle. The corpse on the way shows them that many have futilely tries to get into safety only to have their hopes crushed. But what did he notices exactly? A horde of stiffs coming to them with speed in their lifeless body, some crawling, some in one leg, all with the intention of eating them. Why stop? Sophia remarked as she opens her eyes. Then she looks in front of her. A bridge full of stiffs. She looks behind her, and an army of zombies. Front or back, zombies all around. You can't shoot arrows from behind as I zigzag riding the bike, can you? The survivor inquired, hoping the answer would be yes. But as always, things couldn't be that easy. She shakes her head. The survivor sighed. If she could, he could ram the zombies in the front while Sophia shoots from behind. But thinking back, that plan is not really feasible. Then he has to make a stand right here. Well, he could understand Sophia. It's not like they are the kind of people who would survive a zombie apocalypse or something like this. Usually, in the movies, the people that survive this type of thing is ex-military, a mad scientist, the old guy who spouts the world is ending type and the hidden ability type of man. Not at all like him and Sophia. He survived because of luck, she survived because he helps her. Maybe, to survive this, we need each other, he mused as he smiles slightly. What is this? I'm getting too bright. He shakes his head. Monologue in his own head is not helping anything. So I guess we have to fight them here on this bridge. You mean? She remarked as her face paled as understanding dawned on her. Behind her were 100 zombies. On the bridge is another 100 give or take. The survivor just smiles bitterly. You got a zombie. I got a zombie. Everybody got a zombie. And the survivor laughed a bit, chuckling at his own joke. What is that supposed to be? Sophia inquired. A joke. Yes. The survivor replying, still holding his laughter as the zombies keep walking towards them, closer and closer with each step. You have the gall to joke? Right now? Sophia remarked, shaking her head incredulous. Why not? It's not like things could get any worse. Then he nervously glanced at the sky and remarked. And, no, I'm not challenging you, the cosmic core. This is good enough shit for one day. Sophia just shakes her head and readies her bow. Seeing there is no other way, she really could only fight. She has conquered her fear, a bit. I might raise another level like this, the survivor remarked, smacking his lips. Level. Experience. Battle experience. In this new world order, he will become a new existence, a powerful existence. That is the only way to survive. He needs to keep reminding himself this, if he ever grows complacent. You, Sophia remarked, and she grabbed the survivor robes, and stares straight at his eyes under the hood. I just level up to level 13. I can't fight that many zombies. You can handle it, right? She remarked, seeking confirmation. The survivor nodded. You just support me from behind. Fine, she remarked, heaving a sigh of relief. After she fought many zombies, they always drop arrows for her. I guess it will only drop if Archer is the one that kills it. The cosmic core give items that is suitable for the people who kill it. At least that is the survivor deduction. The groaning becomes louder, the footsteps also become faster. Some of them are running towards the survivor. The survivor only smiles and he sheathes his sword, small black aura surrounding the weapons. That is the only thing he could do right now, smiling. You're ready? He asks Sophia as they stand on the bridge, two warriors looking perfectly comfortable with each other, facing a horde of zombies, approaching them, as the sun is beginning to show its face. Ready as I will ever be. Sophia answered, and she smirked. Don't die on me. You owe me too much. I wanted to collect the interest, the survivor remarked, smirking. If you don't die, how could I? Sophia remarked, smiling in annoyance, even though they might be in death door. She is unnerved by the confidence of the survivor. So different from her memory. I guess I will charge then? The survivor still asked, go, already. Be careful, the survivor remarked, almost like a whisper. Sophia just smiles in understanding. No matter how cold the survivor is, there is a hint of warmth in his voice. Sophia recognizes this warmth. After all, the survivor is not a psychopath. He of course, have some kind of compassion, if not he would never even help Sophia. For someone who hates being called a hero, he sure does a hero's job, she mused. The survivor then with his speed, charged to the 100 zombies as Sophia let loose her arrows. The battle starts on the bridge. 200 stiff fighting 2 Homo sapiens. Who would survive? Who would die? Chapter 22. The bridge of parting the sun is showing. The mist is clearing, a beautiful morning, if not for the 200 zombies attacking them, Sophia mused, as her hand keeps shooting to the horde. She keeps her position stable. She is focusing on the front while the survivor is charging on the zombies behind them. Who? Sophia exclaimed as sometimes she steals a glance at the survivor position. I guess this zombie horde is not really a big problem for him, she mused. The survivor is using his speed to charge the 100 army of zombies. He was like a beast that flitted around, leaving only dust behind him. His sword is ready to reap some souls, and his eyes are full of killing intent. Yarg! He yelled, giving himself some encouragement, and he crashed to the horde, and he attacked, his dark blade emits its luster and first blood is drawn. First strike was a slashing right motion. For a while the moaning and the groaning stopped and Sophia could only hear the crisp sound of meat being sliced. 10 zombies was slashed to 2. Their head flies in the air and dropped to the tar with a thud, their bodies followed after. The survivor smirked. He did not stop his attack, instead he followed up with a spinning slashing motions, his feet turn and his sword spins like a grinder machine. It was almost like he was dancing in the bridge, with heads and limbs as his fireworks, the spurting black blood his decorations and the harsh sounds of his swords swinging right and left, his song. It was beautiful. On the other sides of the battle, Sophia is jumping around while aiming at the zombie's head. Her accuracy is top-notch and her agility is also not bad. Her confidence against zombies is rising. As long as she maintains a considerable distance with the zombies, there is nothing to fear from them. If she feels herself to be overwhelmed, she will retreat for a while before using rain of arrows. It consumes a lot of her spirit, but it is useful when using it against a horde. The accuracy drooped, but it inflicts a lot of injuries. The survivor is still mowing down the zombies' horde on the back with relentless and fast attack, chopping down zombies like they were cow meat. Black blood sputtered everywhere, heads rolled around his feet. For a while he truly looked like a sovereign of darkness. With a hood covering his face, with a black robe fluttering in the morning breeze and a black sword in his hand, and this many corpses around him, he looks like an undefeated dark god. Another zombies try to grab the survivor when he is slashing one of the bigger zombies. The survivor swiftly sidestepped to the opposite direction and with a swift slash, the zombie's head flew. Black blood came out of its neck like a fountain, gushing out. Each of the zombies that attacked the survivor, he only need to sidestepped and slashed and their intestines would came out, their heads would flies, their limbs would be gone. To the survivor eyes, they are slow, too slow. He sidestepped and he slashed. It is the same routine for each one of the zombies. Why should he change to other routine when this one works? They are not ferocious beasts like that fanged giant cat which requires his full concentration and speed. This is zombies and most of them is low level. There is a few who could run and stuff, but even that few, compared to his speed, is nothing threatening. Then 10 zombies leaped to him. Okay, this is unexpected, the survivor mused, but he was ready to slash them with his active skills, slashing wind, but then he was interrupted. From behind him barrage of arrows rained down the zombies. Each one of the arrows effectively and efficiently lodged itself on the brain of the zombies. The survivor had to dodge the shower of black blood. The survivor looked behind him and sees Sophia smiling. "You owe me," she yelled. "I owe you nothing," he yelled back. "HMMPH, Sophia snorted. He got it under control, she just loves to interfere. Rain of arrows and accurate shot. Two of Sophia's skills that is very suitable for her archer profession. Rain of arrows creates a rain of energy arrows. It consumes a lot of the user spirit. Accurate shot is used to shoot a powerful shot of arrows. Another zombies leap up and the survivor is once again interrupted. "What are you doing?" He wanted to yell, but he endures. She uses her accurate shot. One of the arrows even penetrates a zombie head only to shot the rest of the 3 zombies behind it. "I'm going to activate rain of arrows," she yelled. "You need to be fast handling the back so we could defeat the front. They're hiding inside the buses and some of them are still stuck behind the big truck," she yelled again, looking at the advancing stiff. Now, the survivor understand. She helped because the front needs his melee attack. After all, her specialty is long-range attacks and his was melee combat. The survivor could understand her fear towards the zombies. If not for that damn fear, she would be a fine companion. The survivor just looked at her and nodded. "Careful with that," the survivor yelled when Sophia activated rain of arrows. He is still worried about the range of the attack. Even though rain of arrows is not as effective as accurate shot, it is an AoE attack. If it was humans they are fighting right now, many would have died or suffer injuries, their bodies would be riddled by arrows. But fighting zombies, it does not have meaning unless it hit the zombie's head. "Come on quick," the survivor. "The front is coming faster." Sophia is overwhelmed now and she couldn't retreat no more. If she retreat again she would be truly trapped and bring trouble to the survivor who is killing the back. Every time the survivor's stamina runs low, he drinks the vials. Even though skill book and item hardly come by right now, the vials drop as usual. Most of it is stored inside his ring. The other is stored inside Sophia's storage rings. Wait a moment. He yelled back. I'm almost finished, and he gripped his sword tighter. By now the pack has decreased its number by 50 zombies. This time the attack of the zombies becomes intensified. The zombies become faster. Some of them try to grab the survivor again. The survivor rolled on the ground, escaping from their grab and taking some distance, and he activated slashing wind, and about 25 of them were cut into two. They still crawled with their intestine dragging on the bridge, looking at him with that empty hole where it used to have eyes. The survivor, while attacking the other zombies, smashed the crawling zombie's head with his feet. Every time he stomped the zombie's head, the tar cracked because of his powerful stomping. He realizes it too, that the ground cracked. He is becoming strong, he mused. Then with one last slash, the final zombie on the back finally all neutralized. Then a message appears. Your soul-absorbing abilities have reached the requirement for evolution. Choose your desired Shadow Lord item to evolve. Clothes of Shadow Lord, he remarked. He has been thinking about this for a long time, and he unhesitatingly chose the Clothes of Shadow Lord. The Clothes of Shadow Lord has evolved to be the Robe of Darkness. Robe of Darkness increase vitality by 50 stealth stats acquired. Your movement when hiding will be hard to be detected. When you are angry or your mood in an unstable emotional level, this robe will emit a black aura, shrouding you, which will give a boost of 5% to strength and agility. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Whoa! It rises a lot. He inwardly rejoices. Vitality increased to 50. Like I wondered. Choosing a unique class would always give you powerful stats. Smiling, the survivor yelled. Hold them back for a while, Sophia. I'm coming. All right, she yelled back. Like she got any other choice, she mused. Sophia uses her rain of arrows again. Her spirit is almost depleted from the constant usage, and now she is just waiting for the survivor to come help her. The survivor, on the other hand, is busy gulping vials of stamina potions, health and spirits potions. He looted all the gold, copper, and silvers. Sometime he looks at Sophia, and confirming that she could still hold on, he continued. She needs to be tempered by fire, he mused. Not to mention, if worse comes to worse, with one leap he could arrive at Sophia position. As he searched the battlefield, he found only 1 items and 1 skill books. For now he put it inside his storage rings first, then he rushed to Sophia's aid. How is the situation? He inquired when he arrived at Sophia. Sophia barricaded herself behind a large car, while sometimes she snipes from the sides of the car. They are slowing down because of my attack, she remarked, while not forgetting to compliment herself. The bus is slowing them down, the survivor remarked boringly as he looked at the zombies, stuck at trying to pass a freaking bus. Stupid stiffs, he mused. Hey, I help, she remarked proudly. Fine. And the survivor analyzed the battlefield as calm as possible. His heart is still beating erratically, pounding like a drum after the last battle, and now he need to risk his life again, but for some reason, it's not as scary as the first time. I guess, you got accustomed to it, huh, heart? He remarked it to himself, barely a whisper as he smiles bitterly. There is a bus in the middle of the bridge. Probably it lost control during the fall and slide, thus obstructing the other vehicles and right now stopping the advance of the zombies. Though there is a gap since the bus did not cover the whole bridge. It is easier for Sophia since she could shoot an arrow of any zombies who went through that gap. It could be remarked that it is a dinner served in a platter. But before long the zombie manages to tear down the hull of the bus, and the bus no longer become a buffer. Did you level up? The survivor inquired. Level 16. Sophia replied while taking a breath. Good, he remarked. It's my turn then. And he smirked. Your clothes are different than the last time I see it, Sophia inquired, realizing there is something different about the survivor new clothes. Well, he remarked nonchalantly, and then he runs towards the zombies' hordes. He was excited and the black aura shrouded his attire. Sophia, looking from afar, could see the black aura shrouding the survivor, is shocked. What other things he has under his sleeve? She mused. This time the survivor ignored any defensive maneuver, instead choosing to slash as powerful as he could. He was almost like an unstoppable tornado fighting with the zombies. Limbs fly out, Heads scattered through the bridge like some decorations, and blood flow like it just rained. It took about 15 minutes before the whole zombies on the bridge are eliminated. And shockingly, it is done only by one person, with some help from the back, the survivor had to admit. Damn, I could have done this all alone, he mused. Sophia level up to 19 and the survivor is standing on the middle of the bridge like a victorious general. The survivor don't know why, but as he level up, the feeling that he is strong could not be denied. Another message popped up. Your soul-absorbing abilities have reached the requirement for evolution. Choose your desired Shadow Lord item to evolve. Now this is fortunate. So, my items are evolving again. This time he tries to upgrade the Dark Sword of Souls only to be greeted by the rejection. Message insufficient for evolution. It seems that to evolve the first stage of the Shadow Lord items it will take about 100 or more zombies. But for the second stage of evolution it might double that requirement. Sophia on the other hand is collecting the loots. Many vials were dropped this time, and there are also some skill books and items. The survivor then tried not to evolve his item, and the windows disappeared. But when he touched the evolution trigger menu in the status windows, the same message greeted him. This time his mind begins to formulate plan. Should he wait until the evolution reached the peak for the second stage evolution? After thinking for a while he decided against it. I evolved Trouser of Shadow Lords. The Trouser of Shadow Lord has evolved to be the Lightweight Trouser of Darkness. Lightweight Trouser of Darkness. Increase agility by 15. Your movement will be faster. When you are angry or your mood in an unstable emotional level, this trouser will emit a black aura shrouding you, which will give a boost of 5% to agility. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Hoo, he laughed. What? Sophia remarked as she heard the voice. Nothing, he responded. His cheeks was red because of embarrassment, he was too excited. Thankfully his face is hid by the hood, if not he really could not endure the embarrassment. After finish collecting the loot they rest in one of the abandoned car. It was a minivan. Surrounding them was hundreds of zombies, decapitated head and limbs. What did it drop? A few skill books and a lot of vials, Sophia replied. How many skill books? He inquired. This is the most important, he stressed. 3, Sophia answered. I'll take 2, you take 1, the survivor shamelessly remarked. What, I should take 2, you should take 1, Sophia countered. Why? Because I'm a woman and weak, she remarked confidently. You don't seem weak to me when you shot those zombies' head to smithereens. My appearance deceives you. I was afraid, so afraid, she remarked, suddenly showing a scared expression. Your acting ability is lousy, the survivor remarked boringly. TCH. Count it as you just concedes it to me. My level is weaker than you, and even my skills are not as many as you. The survivor looked at the woman, and then he sighed. Fine, I might not be a good guy, but I could not let be so selfish. After this they will also separate. Consider it my loss, he thinks inside his head. Fine, you take 2, but I will choose what skill book I want. Fine, Sophia cheerfully responded. The survivor then took the books and examined it. Levitation. Swift Kick, Fear Aura. This is the 3 skill books Sophia found. Levitation enables a person to levitate 100 centimeters from the ground. That is all that it does. But the survivor is sure that if he could level up this skill it could even exhibit signs of flying. Swift Kick is an active skill. To execute it would consume 40 spirits and it will send a fierce wind gale kick at the target, dealing a lot of damage, presumably. Fear Aura is giving a fearful aura to beast and zombies. Maybe if it is leveled up it will even works on humans. Come on, choose one, Sophia remarked impatiently. Okay, fine, wait a bit, the survivor remarked. Then he chose Fear Aura skill. Fear Aura, you can emit aura of fear affecting the mental state of beast and mutated sapiens. It will also make their movement slower and their spirit will be lowered by 2%. A passive skill. To use it, one need to wills it, thinking it in the mind. Would you like to learn the skill? Yes, the survivor replied. You've chosen, right? Sophia inquired impatiently. The survivor nodded and Sophia grabbed the 2 books and quickly learned it. Light shone down on her and she smiles. She gets out of the car and suddenly she released a kick to the air and a wind gale erupted from the tip of her feet, sending itself to the air. Powerful attack, he inwardly wondered. After they drink stamina vials and spirit vials, they continue their journey. This time, since the zombies on the bridge have all been annihilated, they should have take their time. But Sophia was anxious and keep running, and as they jump through the cars and vans that obstructed the streets, finally they get past the bridge. Looking in front of them, both of them look at each other with a wistful expression. Sophia then remarked, "I guess this is it?" "Yes," the survivor replied. They have talked about this. Now Sophia is stronger than before, and braver. She could go by herself to her mother. Of course she would still be in danger, but it's not like the survivor is invincible. In their new world, all places is full with dangers. He is not strong enough yet to guarantee she would be safe with him, not to mention he accompanying Sophia was a short-term plan. "We separated Hall in half?" she asked. "Okay," the survivor replies. Sophia give the vials, separated half of it for her, the other half for him. The survivor could see she is anxious to go to her village. By now the survivor knows that she lives in the wide swamp village. The survivor live in Stone Cape village. After the bridge they would pass a sawmill and then they will be an intersection. Entering that intersection would lead to his village. Going forward will go to her village. She could not accompany him to his house, and the survivor would like it that way. This is his problem, he would solve it by himself. Then Sophia extended her hand. "Thanks for all the help." "Don't," the survivor remarked. "I didn't do nothing much, it is mutual benefit." HMPH, Sophia smiles. "For a man who doesn't like to be hero, you sure look like one." "What?" he remarked, flustered. "Until we meet again," she remarked as she dashed forward from the bridge, running with her fastest speed. With the sun just getting up, her figures were like a heroine, and the survivor couldn't help but smile. This time, his feelings weren't as heavy as before. Smiling, he too dashed forward, rushing to go home. Chapter 23. The mystery looms. He has entered the intersection, and what greeted him was a scene of devastation. There are no zombies coming towards him, only a lake of blood. And slithering creatures, near the entrance of his village, slithering around the dead, eating their flesh. The survivor hold back the urge to puke. A lot of blood, he mused, gripping his hand more tightly and strengthen his resolve. He at least should have expected this. The devastation is almost as bad, if not worse, than what he has seen coming here. Bodies scattered about with frightening expression on their face, a black-red crow eating a man eyeball, a silver rat eating a man finger, a red snake swallowing an old man, its belly is bulging in the shape of a child. Probably the snake ate a child before and now it is trying to swallow the old man. The survivor inwardly wondered. The entrance of his village is full with crawling and slithering beasts, but they are all small. Rats, crows, snakes. But it is not gigantic like the beast he fought before. Should he have come faster? He wondered to himself. He takes a rest before moving from his initial position in the bridge, searching for items and vials, or anything that could strengthen himself. He allows take this moment to learn one of the skill books he found. He took it and he learns it. Eye of Night passive skill, will acquire night vision and sees farther than daytime. Senses at night will be greatly enhanced. The survivor remarked. This will complement nicely with stealth and his other skills. He then checked the items. It was a brown pills and it smiles really bad. At the time the survivor did not have time to check the pill, but now he have the time, so he sniffed it and he almost barf. He then checks the information of the pills. Diarrhea pill. Work effectively for monsters or Homo sapiens below level 20. Will cause anyone eating it to suffer terrible diarrhea. To learn the recipe, certain requirements need to be cleared. Requirements. Eat the pills. An alchemist, production skills is not yet unlocked. The survivor decided then. Even if he fulfills the requirement, he would not eat this unappetizing pills. But the survivor then had an inspiration, more like a revelation. Production skills exist. And it has not yet be unlocked, which means if his level is high enough or he did something that fit the criteria, the production skills will be unlocked. If there is a diarrhea's pill, won't there be like some express pills or pills that give boost to stats or something that would improve the body? And this time he smiles. Anyway, this might be useful later. So, he keeps the pills inside his storage rings. Finished with this, he looks at another direction. He looks at the direction of Sophia village, and as he expected, there is a lot of beast corpse littered the streets. He knows this is Sophia doings. Arrows riddled the beast corpse. Her experience must be harrowing. He shut his mind of Ram Sophia. Sophia has her objectives, he has his. He uses his fear aura and black aura wafted from his body, and some of the rat freeze on spot. The snake, however, only shivers a bit before they change their target to him. The survivor did not wait. He kicked the ground, and in 1 second he already arrived in front of the swallowing snake, and with one slash the snake's was slices like tofu. A few rats tries to run away, but the survivor quickly activated slashing wind, and the fleeing rat all turned to pool of blood. In a few minutes the snake slithers away. The rats flee to the holes in. Burrow themselves deep inside it, and the crows flies to the sky, squawking. "Who?" he sighed. He glanced at the empty streets. Even though the snakes and the rats, even the crows, are low-leveled, there are a lot of them. It's good that they are intimidated of him. If he has to fight them all, it would take a long time. He would win, he believes, but it will take a long time. And the longer it is, the higher the probability that his family did not make it, but he did not entertain that wondered. Or at least he tries not to. In his heart, however, there is this nagging sensation, that coming here is a big mistake, that he should have made that deduction long ago, that his family couldn't possibly survive the initial fall. Hope, he remarked louder than he expected. Hope that keep him going. His feeling is complicated when it is about his family. He shakes his head and tries to push this out of his mind. The survivor crouched and examines the snakes. He removed the black thing inside the snake bodies, and the windows telling that it is safe to eat the meat appeared again. He then stores it inside his storage ring. He searches for a bead, but he could not find it. Not all beast drop bead, he deduced. Only certain types of beast, or maybe it depend on luck. He moved forward, passing Emir House and entering the village. There is the hill, he mused. But when he reached the hill, he was shocked. His gaze is looking at this bizarre scene in front of him. A palm print can be seen imprinted itself on the hill. A beast. He inwardly wondered in shock. There is a giant beast here. As he moved from the hills, he could see from far away his first uncle and third uncle house. Should he check their houses first? He then hesitated before making a decision. He needs to check it too. So he slides down the hill and arrive at the narrow path, near the swamp. The swamp was swamped with snakes. Hey, he smiles. I could even make a pun with swamp, he mused, chuckling at his own joke. He brought out of his sword as power surged through his body. He then dashed forward, dispatching the small snakes that obstruct his way with one slash of his sword, the snakes powerless in front of him. Hundreds of them were sliced like leaves. This time the survivor did not stop to collect the snake meat, instead he dashed forward, leaving the snake meat. He is too anxious to look at his uncle's condition. Then he arrived at the entrance of his third uncle house. His first uncle house is behind his third uncle house, so he had to check his third uncle house first. Opening the gates, and with just one glance, he could already imagine the outcome of his curiosity. He closes his eyes and take a deep breath. Breathe, breathe slowly. The survivor, be calm, he remarked to himself. Take a deep breath and be calm. There is nothing you could do. Breathe, he keeps saying, almost like a chant, and he opened his eyes again. He spread his divine sense, trying to ascertain if there is an enemy, but there isn't. He takes a step and another step and another step, trying his hardest to look at the corpse in front of him. The front door was open, and her third auntie could be seen sprawling on the front yard, a deep gash behind her back. Her head was full of holes, something resembling a claw marks. The survivor expression turned hard. Passing the corpse, he enters the house, cautious with each step. Whatever that did this, might still be here. Entering, another scene shocked him, and he gripped his sword tighter. Blood trail can be seen from the kitchen area leading to the front door, a bloody handprint on the TV, and he could see his nephew bodies, split into two, the lower part on top of the living room table, the upper part on the sofa. His face shows that he suffers heavily. Before his life was snuffed out, his eyes was gouged out, a hole was dug from his stomachs, his intestines juts out and fill the living room table, a slush of black blood still drips from his wound. The boy was young, just a 15-year-old kid. The survivor averted his gaze. He then went to the kitchen, and finally he could deduce what happened in this third uncle house. Whatever beast that did this come from the back, how did he deduce this? The back part of the house disappeared, leaving only debris of stones and the corpse of his third uncle. Even though his third uncle's face was smashed into a pool of blood, he could recognize his figure anywhere. A little stocky and tall. The survivor did not say anything, only offering condolence in his heart. He then spread his divine sense again, but he could not find any enemies near his vicinity, or at least enemies that could hurt him. Whatever that had attacked this place has fled to other places. From the back of his third uncle's house, he walked straight to his first uncle's house, but he did not have to enter to know that his first uncle is no more. Why? Because his first uncle's house was flattened by something very big, leaving only a large footprint. The footprint is almost square, and it reminds the survivor of a brontosaurus footprint. He cast out his divine sense again as a precaution, but does not find anything other than the small beast nearby. Confirming that his third uncle and first uncle are dead, his worries only grew. He then dashed from his first uncle's house, and in no time he is in the narrow path again, and climbing the hill with his greatest speed. Looking down the hill, his eyes that could see further than before, he determined that there is not giant beast nearby. He jumped down the hill and rushed forward. The distance from the hill and his house is only 1 kilometer, so with his speed he run like the wind, slicing the snakes, the wasp and the other small beast that tries to obstruct his way. 500 meters he mused as his feet keep running. His stamina is declining, but with his large supplies of vials, he quickly gulps a stamina potions and spirit potions. As he run, he slashes. As he slashes, the beast scattered. 100 meters he mused, and then seeing the small ditch in front of his house, his heart beats fast. In front of his house there is a small ditch, and then finally, he reached home. The creaky, rusted gates, the stone wall that his father built a year ago, the green grass in front of the garage, the white-orange mix color of his house, because of the flood a few years ago. All of it was still the same, but for some reason, his heart could not calm down. It was silent, eerily silent. He hopes that his family is safe. He hopes his family is at least well. He walked from the ditch, and step by step he came closer to the gate. Opening it, it creaks, and in a village where this is no one, the creaking sound awfully loud. He steps forward again, but he could not hear any sound. Only the winds. He did not dare cast out divine sense, fearing of what he might discover, fearing that his family is all dead. Closer and closer he came to the front door. The front door is still closed. There is no sign of blood anywhere, not in the front yard, not in the grass, nowhere, only silence. Fear crept inside his heart. An absolute silence that gave birth to countless of horrible imagination. Inside the survivor minds. He closes his eyes, and he chants again, calming down his nerve, and he grabbed the knob and turned it to the right. The door opens. He hoped that he did not see anything that would make him regret. He hoped that his family had hidden themselves well. But what greeted him, was despair. Chapter 24. Reborn anew. It was a shadow of a figure stamped on the pink wall. There is no trace of loot, only shadows of people trying to run from something. If he wanted to describe what it is, then it could be described like someone who has died of a nuclear blast. He sees the red figure on the wall, and he could make a faint figure of a man holding the hand of a woman with children running behind them. His family. He has no doubt about this. All the things in the living room has disintegrated, only ashes and dust remains. There must be some beast that could do this. A beast that has some unique power. This kind of wondered crossed the survivor mind. Unconsciously, tears started to fall from his eyes. His knees become weak, and he collapsed lifelessly on the living room. No matter how their relation is, they are still families. But this state did not last long. The survivor quickly steeled himself, and he got up, but his hand still trembling. His knees are still wobbly, and his heart is still beating furiously, an indescribable anger rising up from his heart and stuck at his throat. At this moment he wanted to wail and yelled to the heavens, but he endures it. He endures the unfairness, he endures his anger, he endures the pain. Because there is nothing else he could do. He was powerless before, and he is powerless now. This sense of defeat is not something unfamiliar. All of his life, he never did achieve anything great. He always had great aspirations, but he never had the means. And never before has he is being confronted by his own powerlessness other than now. The feeling he felt. The fear and anger. Fear to this new world, fear that from now on, he would be alone. And anger to the world for what has happened. He is truly alone now. No family. He has no close friend other than Nizam and Yusuf. Other than that, he only has his family. But he got up. He got up because he has to survive. If the world is expecting him to fall and crumble, he would prove the world wrong. He gritted his teeth, his eye is still red, he clenches his hand and he got up. In life, there are certain defining moments that shape a person. And for the survivor, that moment was the moment he determined himself to survive. He was reborn at that moment. He didn't know it, but his heart has already hardened and his determination only fires him up. He tried to surmise what happens here. Seeing the way that they died, the survivor begins to believe there is some weird beast prowling around his village. His mind also flashed towards the peculiar way his third uncle and first uncle demise. He also notices that he barely met a stiff when he is entering the village. And most of the zombies he met in the intersection did not come from this village. Living in a village, he almost knows everyone. At least, once in a while, when there is a feast. It is called kendori in my country, but I don't know what to call it in English, so I wrote feast. He could see the elders and the villagers. But what made him uncomfortable is that he doesn't know what it is. There is something nagging in the back of his mind, sensing that there is something eerily wrong about his village. He scans his surrounding, but he could not find any hostile monster, and this is what makes him feel more unnerved. There should be many zombies. Even though his village is small, there should be at least a few that has turned into a zombie, but there isn't. Only monsters. And none of that gigantic beast. Some crow, a little snakes and a few rodents. At least it should have a horde of zombies prowling around like in the city. He moved forward and enters his room. He could only see ashes, but the wall of the house is fine, only the thing inside the room was completely disintegrated. What manner of creature did this? He thinks to himself. His room was clean. He then walked to his sister's room. The same, and to his parents' room. The same. They all left dust and ashes. It was like a nuclear blast happens inside this house, but the house is perfectly fine. There is another thing that bothers the survivor. It has been a few days. Supposedly, his third uncle and first uncle should have turned into stiffs, but they didn't. Something bizarre is happening in this village. He then came to the living room again, looking at the figures on the wall. He doesn't know what to say or do. The tears come again, but this time he quickly wipes it. He then crouched down and he caressed one of the figures. It is his youngest little brother. He was only 10 years old. The world is unfair. The survivor always plays with him when he has the spare time. Then he looks at the figure of her mother. Even though they rarely talk, her mother still cares for him, in her own way. The survivor knows this and realizes this. They both are clumsy, in the way they express their feelings towards each other, but the survivor understands. And then his quiet father. It seems fathers are like God. Distant and aloof. There are complicated emotions inside him. It was not sadness, but regret, maybe. He was a 23-year-old man, with no job or prospect. He is not yet married, and he has no money. He still lives in his parents' house, and rarely helped his parents other than helping washing the plates, or cleans the yard. Other people's sons, each month give some allowance money to their parents, but he couldn't even do that because his job gives him only a little bit of money. Even living for himself was hard enough. His parent did not say anything or tries to rid him out of the house, and for that he is always grateful. But he, like other sons, also wanted to make his parent proud, wanted them to live in luxury and repay their care. To be a filial son. Then looking at the figure of his parent, he remarked, eyes streaming with tears, teeth gritted in angers, eyes bloodshot, like a devil just escapes from hell, his robe emitting a black aura around him, making him look like a death god. Watch over your son. Your son will someday be a great man, shaking the world and make you proud in the afterlife. No one will not know my name, and if I ever get to know, what beast did this to you, I will end its life, grind its meat and make it suffers 1,000-fold of your pain. That is the only thing he could offer. A promise to the dead. At least, this way he could motivate himself. With one last look, he exited the house with tears filling his eyes. The clouds still is blue, and the wind pushes the clouds. It was a sunny day, but a gloomy atmosphere surrounds Lord Shadow. He went inside his neighbor house. This time the circumstance of his neighbor death is also suspicious. It enhances the survivor initial conclusion, that there is some weird beast running around his village. Their heads were all missing and their bodies were mutilated to such gory extent. However, the survivor has, for some reason, has accustomed himself to seeing such level of gore. He still feels uncomfortable, but he can't barf every time he sees a horrifying corpse. After all, for some reason, the survivor believes he would meet many more corpses like this in his journey. Uncle Zulkifli is his neighbor. He is short, stocky man. His corpse is at the living room, his hand gripping tightly a crease. Karis is a weapon. Google it for anyone interested. But his head is nowhere to be found, only a pool of blood from his severed neck. As he walked deeper inside the house, he could see a naked young woman. This must be the second daughter, he mused. The survivor knew the second daughter of his neighbor. Slightly taller than the first daughter, she also has a whiter skin. She left for Australia before learning there, but it seems she returned. She should have stayed there, the survivor mused. The survivor crouched down and glanced at the corpse. The woman's breast was severed from the chest with maggot eating the meat. The white skins were stained with the red blood and the deep scratches, leaving a deep gash. But it was not that attracted his attention, it was the white thing on her vagina. The survivor glanced and at first he wondered she was raped, but then where is the rapist? Looking at her nails and hands, there are signs of struggle. The wounds are indication of that. There is also some kind of fur stuck on her nails. The survivor examines this with rapt attention. She was raped, there is no doubt about it. Then a wonder crystallizes inside his head. Could it be, whatever that killed her, is trying to mate with her? It sounds absurd, but if this is true, the survivor shudders thinking of this. But in the city he never sees this kind of corpse. Another mystery, he mused. He neared the corpse and tries to smell the corpse. The smell was of course not pleasant, but when the survivor smells near her vagina, he really wanted to puke. It was rotten, but the white things smell pungent. It's semen, he is confident with his answer. He is calmly analyzing the corpse. Anything could be a clue. He sighed as he got up. Whatever that attacked them, is not the same thing that attacked my family, he remarked. He walks again to another room. Another woman, Auntie Ta, also dies the same way, even more brutal. It seems the area around her thigh all were ripped apart. There is also the semen sprayed around the corpses. It was a ghastly scene. Around the corpse was maggot, wriggling about, near the wounds, and some is inside the corpse's stomach, moving about. Maybe my family died in a better way, he remarked, consoling himself. At least whatever beast that killed his family did not submit such torture to its victim. Walking to the kitchen, he had to be careful not to slip because blood pools from the kitchen, flowing to the living room. This time, he found another deformed corpse, another children, he sighed. The boy name was Siakir and was a friend of his younger brother. Their age is not that far apart. The body is missing its lower part and the head is also not there. What beast did this? He mused. Other than the occasional snakes and rats, he found no other beast. Could they have retreated from this village? There are too many bizarre things that is happening in his village. It is not like the pattern of attack he sees before in his way home. Zombies' attack is quite simple, and while they are dangerous, they do not try to rape anyone. They are mostly moving log. They don't even have any ideas. Their strategy consists of trying their hardest to charge at their targets. They are stupid, express farming method, but the survivor is also cautious. If he did not know the level of his enemies and even what they are, not to mention he doesn't even knows the abilities of these monsters, remaining here might be a problem. He wanted to avenge his parents at least and kill whatever beast that kills his parents, but he is also faced with the possibility that the beast has long fled the area. If they do not flee the area, then they have moved deeper to a cross-log village, and then he also has to consider the level of his enemies. If they are stronger, he wanted to avenge his parents, not send himself too early to meet his parents. He needs reinforcement. It took him about 6 hours since the battle at the bridge and he checks his taming time. 1 hour left. He needs reinforcement and one person comes to mind. I guess, I have to fetch her. He remarked, his face was grim and full of determination. He then went out of his neighbor house and looked at his old house. I will avenge you, he remarked, looking wistfully at his house. Saying this, he dashed out from his neighbor house, heading back to the entrance of his village. His heart is full with despair, but his face showed a calm expression. A cold calmness, sharp like a blade. Chapter 25. The world is changing, one step at a time. The bloody step finally stops. He looks left and right. He is near the entrance of Wide Swamp Village. There are not many obstacles that hinder his movements other than the abandoned cars and trucks that sometimes block the roads. He looks behind him. Countless of stiff, lying on the tar streets, with arrows stuck on their head. Sometimes the survivor also spotted a few scenes where the tar street was riddled with small holes, no doubt from the rain of arrows' skills. It's not hard to find Sophia trails. Follow the bodies, he mused. He knows he needs reinforcement if he wanted to kill whatever beast that terrorizes his village. And he also knows that in group, he is safer, he is secure, and his safety would also increase. So, he has already made a plan when he set out to find Sophia. When he set out from his village, dashing from the entrance of his village to Sophia village, he met many zombies. He slashed them all, killed them all, but even after killing several of them, the survivor level did not increase. He also did not find any roaming beast. Whether they have gone far away or they are hiding in some villages. First he would recruit Sophia. If Sophia parents is still alive, then the plan would have to be changed a bit, or he has to find another companion. If that doesn't work, he still has a backup plan. That is joining with Hamid Group to help him kill the alien in the elementary school. Then when he has reached the criteria to become a full-fledged chosen, he will set out to his village and kill whatever beast that has terrorized his village. The survivor acknowledged that both of his plans has flaws, but he has to make do with what little resources he have. Sophia approval hinges on the condition of her mother, while Hamid Group approval hinges on that they are waiting for him. If he gets Sophia, Sophia might be inclined to join him fighting the beats in his village. But Hamid Group, the survivor knows, that they will only, if persuaded strongly, help him with only the beast in the elementary schools. They might not help him with the beast in his village. He enters the entrance of the village. He takes a deep breath and drinks the stamina vials, gulping it down. Suddenly a light shone down on him, trapping him. His body felt frozen. He could not move. What is this? The survivor fearfully remarked. The light formed like a prison, imprisoning him inside the sphere of the light. Then he could see from the confines of his light prison. The world shakes again. Some of the stall near the entrance of the village crumbles, and the light shone down on the cars and buses, and they all disintegrated into dust. The hospital beside the entrance also disintegrated, and corpses inside the hospital fall down onto the hard ground with a thud after the hospitals vanished. However, the stiff corpse was not attacked by this light. Then another shakes happen. The survivor could not move, but he could feel his body is getting healed inside the light. His muscles is resting and his body feel comfortable. He could feel his stamina is recovered. What is this light? He mused. It doesn't seem to harm him, it only binds him. As he thinks of this, suddenly the tar cracked and from it emerges green grass. Slowly the tar streets was disintegrated by this grass as it covered the land. It vines and it crawls, covering everything in green. Unbeknown to the survivor, the same phenomena that happens to him now, is happening all over the world. His world is undergoing another change by the cosmic core. A stream of water appears from some of the cracks, creating a picturesque scene. Trees bloomed into existence and flowers emerges from the cracks. The stiff corpse was disintegrated into the soil and become fertilizer for the grass, as trees suddenly sprouted from the ground. For 15 minutes the survivor was in the confines of the light and finally he was released. The survivor then glanced in front of him. Grass all around, trees and most of the buildings were disintegrated around him. When he glanced towards his east, he could see a mountain peak. What's surprising is that the survivor knows that there is no mountain around that area. There is Smile Mountain, but it is not around that area. Looking at the area of Smile Mountain, he could see a gigantic mountain reaching the clouds. Whatever this mountain is, it is not the old Smile Mountain. There are no buildings anymore. Even the hospitals near the village entrance was transformed into a large vast of lands with huge trees, resembling a great forest. It was like the places that the survivor knows before, in a second changes to a new world. The survivor walked through the grass and crouched down. There is a signs that survives the light. The survivor look at it. Wide Swamp Village. It is still his world, but for some reason, the survivor could not believe it. The air become more refreshing and even the smell of smokes and soot can no longer be smell. It was like the survivor on top of a mountain peak breathing fresh air. Then suddenly a notification appears. World transformation has been initiated. Distribution of high-leveled monster has been achieved. The Pangea will once again be separated until the next transformation. Then the notification stops. World transformation. Pangea? What does this all means? The survivor did not realize it, but the world has changed back to their initial positions. Japan, which was united with Russia and North Korea when the first world transformation begins, has now once again returned to its original position, an island nation. Only the people that lives around this border see that scene where land in front of them suddenly disappeared. The survivor shook his head. For now, this doesn't concern him, however he is worried about Sophia. He moved forward and enters the village. In front of the village, the downward hill is no longer replaced by soothing that resembles a garden. Colorful flowers fill the once tar downward hill. Smells of fresh blooming FK lowers can be smell. He walks ahead, not having time to enjoy such scenery because of the anxiousness in his heart. Follow the bodies, he mused. Even though the geographical location of this place has been slightly transformed, and even the wooden house has disappeared, the survivor could still recognize some of the places. He once used to hang around this village when he was teenager. In the afternoon, he and his friends used to ride their bike and explore the villages nearby. The Far Swamp Village, the Rhino Swamp Village, Bachok Village and River Gao Village and so on and so forth, so he has some knowledge of this place. Even though the house has vanished, even the pillars but the stiffs did not disappear. Now this bothers the survivor even more. Why did in his village there is no stiff but here in Sophia village there is stiff? Is there something different here? No, he shakes his head. The different thing happens in his village. This might be the normal patterns. The normal pattern is when people are bitten by the beast, a few hours later they would turn to stiffs. How long does it take for the corpses to turn to stiff? The survivor need to research this later, and whether it is possible to cure zombies, this too must be researched. After all, there are alchemists. Seeing the description on the pills he got, then alchemist will exist someday when they reach the requirement. He keeps walking. Unlike his village, the snakes and rats did not appear. Only stiffs. Could the stiffs eat the snake and rats? This is too early to make any conclusion, the survivor thinks to himself. The survivor wanted to understand about this new world so that he could survive it. Knowledge is power. Soon enough the survivor smell an aromatic smell. The smell of meat. The survivor, instead of running to the source of smell, walks slowly. He had a guess who produced this smell. After all, he has swept this place with his divine sense. As he navigates himself inside the bushes, he finally could see from where the smell come from. It was a peach tree. How did it appear? The survivor don't know. He keeps walking forward. Cleaning himself up, he emerges out from the bushes. The sound startled the person roasting the meat, and quickly the bow behind her back was aimed at him. The survivor only smiles bitterly. Seeing the blood-covered Sophia, with eyes that were swollen, and her distraught appearance, one could guess her experience. "It's you," she remarked listlessly, and quickly she lowered down her bow and stares at the survivor, not knowing what to do. She almost looks like she was lost. There are signs of tears on her eyes, and she looked like she aged 10 years. The wind blows a gentle breeze, caressing the survivor faces, as his robe fluttered slightly. He looks the person in front of him and he smiles bitterly. For a moment, there is only the sound of the wind and the smell of the meat. Sophia look at him and he look at Sophia. Both have seen terrible thing, and the survivor could see in her eyes. There is despair now. No more hope, only despair, and he approached her. Chapter 26. If the world does not want to help, then fight the world. If the world dare obstruct, destroy it. The survivor sighs. Sophia was sitting under the peach tree. Shading her from the sun-dried leaves was scattered around the fire to make it bigger. In her hand is a skewered snake roasted on the spitfire. Not far behind the trees were remnants of houses. There are some traces of old houses, and a lot of stiff corpse can be seen on the patch of green land. "May I join you?" the survivor remarked. She just nodded listlessly. The survivor walked to her and sit on the chopped log beside her. For a moment they do not speak to each other, just looking at the fire. Sophia keep roasting the meat. The firewood crackles and sometimes Sophia would use her hands to fan the flames. Sophia eat the meat, her face shows no emotions. The survivor could only feel coldness coming from her. She gives one skewered snake to the survivor and the survivor bites it. It was supposed to be delicious but the survivor could not feel excited from it. And seeing Sophia's listless face, the survivor had the feeling that her experience is no better than him, if not worse. They eat in silence. They are no beast that came to attack them or snakes that slithers, or any rats that came peeking. There isn't even a sound of Stiff's groaning. The survivor divine sense monitored the area and he could sense nothing dangerous or out of the ordinary. They finished eating and Sophia leaned herself at the tree, looking at the sky, like someone who has lost the will to live. The survivor would even believe it, if Sophia would let herself die under the tree. She did not look like she will move from the tree. Then, looking at Sophia's face, he resolves himself. So, how did it go? The survivor inquired. She did not say anything, but her eyes started getting moist. Slowly, a tear formed and it falls to the ground. She did not say anything but the survivor could feel her grief. She must have her own traumatic experience. The survivor has his, and she has hers. She was vulnerable, she was exposed, she was weak, but she was also beautiful, all at the same time. At that moment, under the tree, looking at the skies, with eyes that was full with tears, she was beautiful. The survivor knows, nothing he could say could calm her, nothing that he could say could console her. So, he edged closer and guided her head to his shoulders, but he could lend her his shoulder to cry on, he mused. So, Sophia leaned into the survivor chest and she cried and she howled and she wailed, beating the survivor chest, unleashing a cries that could rend any man's hearts. The survivor hugged her and let her cries. For 5 minutes, one could only hear the cries, the job like lamentations. The curses and then finally the tears stopped, the curses stopped and so is the lamentation. The survivor bears it all because he could understand the pain. Maybe not all of her pain could be understood, but he could understand a fraction of it. The pain of losing someone, losing a family, to feel completely alone, in this new and terrifying world. It was a special kind of agony, a special kind of torment, to be alone, and afraid. And the survivor understand what it feels to be alone, to be afraid. They were in embrace, under the tree, both of them, losing someone important that day, both of them faces their own agony, in their own way. The survivor by becoming more stubborn, and tend to defy, while Sophia cries and become determined. Both of them lost something that day, but they also gained something. The survivor gained his indomitable will and Sophia gained courage, the survivor because he refused to obey the world orders that has conspired to bury him under his own misery, Sophia because she has no choice. She must be valiant. Sophia stifles a sob and she releases herself from the survivor chest. You're okay? The survivor remarked, there is a hint of concern in his voice. Sophia nodded weakly, and then she inquired, why did you come here? The wind sways, bringing new springs. Autumn leaves fall shedding the past. A fateful encounter leads to fateful destiny. Encounter and parting is destined. A lifetime relationship, an oath spoken, only death would defy. Let us raise hell in this new era, the survivor remarked, looking towards Sophia with his eyes fiery. His usually cold eyes, and usually uncaring manners disappeared. It was full of determination, fiery enthusiasm and a glint of madness. A few scattered leaves beneath Sophia's feet was blown away by the wind and there is something in his eyes, that Sophia could not ignore. There is determination, a steel determination. I will not inquire what has happened to your parent but if I may guess, they're dead, the survivor remarked. Why? Oh you. Sophia was about to get angry when the survivor remarked like mine. He remarked gritting his teeth. I have no else in this world other than my family. They were not loving or joyful parents but they did not abuse me either. They try their best. They struggle against the world. They try to do right. They follow the rules. They pay taxes, pray to God, and they live a life not lying to people. The world is unfair. The people are unfair. The evil rules the world and the good perish. It is a world of wolves. And my parents were sheep. You, Sophia, do you have anyone else other than your mother? The survivor inquired, his eyes looking intently at her. There's anger in his eyes, a silent fury and regret. No, she remarked, Her voice was cold. Ha 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 ha. The survivor laughed unrestrained and he got up from the log. His hood covered his face, and his robe fluttered wildly, his robe emitting this black aura that shrouded him. You have no one else in this world. So do I, he declared, and he looks at the skies. When I was a child, my parents always told me these 3 things. Do good. Treat people like you want yourselves to be treated. Always be grateful. And I did all these things. I did good, but people did evil. I treat people well, people betrayed me. I was grateful, but people repay kindness with enmity. And the longer I live, the more I see. Good people don't last long. Good deed is not repaid. My father lives his whole life as a security guard. To me, I have always felt grateful to him. Even though he rarely has time for my mother, for me, or my siblings, as I grow older I understand what he has sacrificed for the family. Not one moment in my life, I was ashamed of my father's works. He never lied even when he could. He never did evil even if the person deserves it. But people have always scorned my father. To this kind of people, I did not befriend them and they do not befriend me. I did not befriend them because their obnoxious behavior. They did not befriend me because they think I'm not worthy. The survivor remarked all of this passionately like a declaration of some sorts. He looks to the sky, like he wanted to crush the clouds, and trample the heavens. His rage is a towering fury. How could he accept what happened to his family? Even he survives. Even he. God should have saved his little brother, should save his mother and father. Not him. Out of everyone in his family, he deserves the least to survive. Is it survivor guilt? The survivor don't know. But he keep his gaze at the skies, looking at like he wanted to declare his intention to the world. He then glanced at Sophia and sees her dried up tears. Her mother must have a great meaning in her life. Her mother shouldn't have died. Good people supposed to be rewarded, not punished. This is a world of wolves. The world doesn't care whether you do good or evil. It will still keep moving unceasingly, caring nothing about us, mortals. It does not care a bit about good or evil. The world doesn't judge men by their worth, and it isn't about what just, evil men can hold power there. Whole lives and be wept for when they pass. Innocent men can be spent like coins because it's convenient. I will not be like that. If the world does not want to help me, then I will fight the world. If the world dare obstruct, I will destroy it. In this new era, I would raise hell, so that in my death, everyone would remember my name. I will carve my name in history. How about it, Sophia? Will you follow me? He remarked, and his eyes look expectantly. This is his declaration, bold and arrogant. If the world does not want to help him, then he will fight the world. If the world dare obstruct him, he will destroy it. Isn't this arrogant? And she wondered about all those moments she was with him, and how she has lost everything. She lost her mother, and the way she lost her, rend her heart apart. Thinking about it, she wanted to cry again. Wanted to wail again. Wanted to scream again until her throats could not scream. Wanted to mourn, for as long as she possibly could. Wanted to run and hide. But the tears did not come. She endures it. The wail does not come. She endures it. The scream did not come either. She endures it. She did not run nor did she hides. She bears it. All the pain, all the anger, all the grief, and a new emotion surge. Anger. Wrath. A burning fury. To the world. To everything. And the survivor words resound in her ears. This is a world of wolf. Yes, she mused. World of wolves, and she is a sheep. And sheep get eaten by wolf. And she remembers the survivor story about his father and about his mother. Her mother is not any different. And that's why she loves her. But the world takes her mother away from her. She was not rewarded. All of her sufferings, all of her patience with the world did her no good. If the world does not want to help me, then I will fight the world. If the world dare obstruct, I will destroy it. This word stuck inside Sophia's mind, resonated strongly with her sentiment and touched her anger. She got up, with fury in her heart, with fiery determination shining in her eyes, and she held out her hand. Let us raise hell, Lord Shadow, Sophia coldly remarked, and she shook the survivor's stretched hands. Thus, Lord Shadow and Sophia the divine archer was born that day. In years to come, this momentous event was referred as the promise beneath the peach tree. Sophia was the first companion of Lord Shadow as they carved their name in history. Chapter 27. Me and You, against the world. After a few hours burying one stiff and mourning in front of the makeshift grave, Sophia has calmed down. It is useless making a grave, the survivor would usually say, but for some reason he couldn't say it this time. She is building a grave for her mother. The survivor began understanding what happens and why Sophia was so unnerved before. Bert, he kept his silence. There is time for saying something and there is time for silence, and the survivor knows that this is a time for silence. He just watches from behind, waiting. Then after she calmed down, the survivor began asking Sophia to prepare herself. She is level 17 right now. Then preparing herself, slinging the bow behind her back, arrows ready for her to release, she is ready. Wiping the tears on her eyes, she steeled herself for the new world, determined not to be a sheep. So, what is our objective? Sophia inquired the survivor. The survivor glanced at Sophia while his eyes darted left and right, looking around the bushes. He spotted a few places that were transformed by the system. He could see there are monsters if they go deeper, but not any large beast. The survivor don't know if that is a blessing or not. The survivor wanted to strengthen himself fast, a trove of experience and items, but he decided to bolster his rank first. Our objective is the monster at the elementary school, he remarked. He first needs to become Shadow Lord and enjoy the benefits of a chosen. Sophia of course knows that the survivor needs to defeat the monster in the elementary school to become a full-fledged unique class. Are you using me? Sophia's eyes narrow. Yes, the survivor remarked, and he remarked it shamelessly with no change on his facial expression. We use each other, Sophia. We benefited each other, me and you, he remarked, looking sincerely at Sophia. The survivor is many things and has many flaws in his character, but if there is one virtue that enables him to have friends, is that he is steadfast and loyal. Once he has a good opinion of someone, he would surely make friends with such person. The survivor is not one that makes friends lightly. He weighs all the pros and cons before choosing a friend, but once he chosen, he will not regret. Then he remarked it, you and me against the world, he remarked, smiling, looking at the sky. Sophia was stunned. Us? Against the world? Yes, us, the survivor remarked. The world order has crumbles, the world itself have changed. Look around you, Sophia. Peach tree in the middle of nowhere, green grass as far as the eyes could see, and then the survivor pointed to a peak of mountain. A mountain that reaches the clouds. Monsters and undead roam the world. This is our opportunity, make a name for ourselves. How? Sophia inquired. The survivor glanced back at Sophia, and he seems to be thinking, then he remarked. Become stronger. The cosmic core has warned us, be strong. Or perish. If you don't want to perish, be strong. Survive. Grovel if you must. Stay alive. And be strong, that's it. But, can we? Sophia inquired as the survivor began walking. Sophia follows from behind. Why not? Of all the people that perish, we survived. Both of us survived all that horrors. Whether by luck or by the machinations of fate or by destiny or by coincidence, we survive. And that makes you think we are chosen, she remarked, snickering. Sophia believes that the survivor feel that they were chosen. A self-form of megalomania, to think that the world revolved around themselves, but the survivor quickly dispel her wonders. Ha! The survivor gives a dry laugh. Chosen? No, we're not chosen, Sophia. If you think like that, abandon that wondered. We were random cause. No reason, no rhyme, but we survive, a product of luck and chance. If anything, we are cursed. But we do have advantage, he remarked as he cut the bush in front of him with his blades. A few snakes slithers on the ground. The survivor stomped it with his feet and blood splashed on the ground. An advantage? Sophia remarked as she released her arrows at one of the snakes. Yes, a head start. Right now, all around the world I guess, there are some people like us. Survived the resurrection of the undead. Fight the roaming beast like I did. Seen terrible things like we have. Experienced sorrows and despair. And all of them, countless of people forged by fire, have walked to the new future. Some would cling to the old ways. Surely there are a few people who would try to rebuild the old systems out of the ashes. They will fail. Some people are bad at understanding the changes that is happening right now. But of course they would be also those who are fast in understanding. Some would fall and descend to their most primal and animalistic instinct, killing and doing whatever they like. I'm not surprised if we encounter some kind of crazy man creating a tribe, or a man pronouncing themselves as prophet. He remarked, his eyes already anticipating the dark possibilities of the future. If you meet a person like that, there is no need to reason with them, Sophia. Just put an arrow in their head. As there are heroes emerging in chaos times, villains and crazy people also would be born. We have a head start, and we better grab it, before they realized it. Sophia nodded as she slings back her bow behind her back. It seems you have wondered a lot about this, she remarked. Then the survivor looked at the peach tree behind him, watching the swaying branches of the trees, and release a sigh. Do you have any other thing left here? What do you mean? Baggage, perhaps? He inquired. And Sophia understands. Anything she regrets about, other things that needs to be cleaned up. Sophia understands that the survivor and her, they probably won't be coming here for a few years. Looking at the grave of her mother, closing her eyes, she answers. No, she remarked. Good, then we will move. The survivor lead the way and begins walking. They were both astounded after they leave the peach tree. All they could see was a huge forest. The place where the survivor was confined before has a stream of clear white flowing water. The sound of the water flowing creates a calming feelings and the fresh clear air helps. The greenery is astonishing. It was like nature was never tainted before. There are no longer tar roads, modern transportations or buildings. It was like the world made anew. On top of them, they could see a clear blue sky with bird flying around. Large trees provide shades from the sun. This is something, Sophia remarked in astonishment as they walked through the forest. The survivor nodded in agreement. They take a rest under the shades, near the creek of water. Then the survivor take one of the large bottles in his storage rings, pour out the content of the bottle and then fill it up with the creek water. The creek water doesn't seem like it is polluted and it just has been created, so the chance of it being polluted by anything is minuscule. Do you have supplies? The survivor inquired Sophia as he stores the bottle back inside his storage rings. Sophia nodded. At least the system didn't take that, the survivor remarked in relief. He looks around and he could see that all of the buildings he passed during his journey coming here, all vanished, like it never existed. He also checks his storage rings and there is still a lot of snacks. Do you recognize the way to the elementary school? Sophia inquired. Even though the road has disappeared and we're surrounded by the forest, I think I can still pinpoint the area. I'll follow you then. They got up from their resting places and they walked again. Then the survivor remembers something. Wait a bit, he remarked and he halted his movement and he smiles. How could he forget? What? Sophia stopped. I remember that the time has ended. What time? She inquired. The survivor smiles in glee. Just wait. I'll give you a shock. He remembers something very important. His pet. This is a perfect opportunity to summon his pet. Summon. He wills it in his mind. And then a notification appears. Summoning successful. Slot for summoning beast remains. 9. A portal appears behind the survivor back and from that portal appears the strong fist badger. The strong fist badger come in front of him and kneels. Then a notification appears. The status window of his pet appears in front of him. It is not the same like his status window. It only shows the survivor skills. And then there is also special skills and special attribute. But the survivor could see that this badger is one hell of a monster. Ore mining, mineral mining, digging, all these techniques would help if he could become a blacksmith or alchemist. But for now, he doesn't need that passive skill of his pet. He quickly names the beast badge. He always has been terrible naming things, so he couldn't care less. Looking at the status window of his pet, it really is different from his status windows. It doesn't have level and such. There is also a limit to capturing beast. 10 is the limit the survivor presumes. Maybe those who choose beast tamer or some class that is related to rearing beast would have a larger slot. But just because you can tame beast doesn't mean you will tame one. It is hard because you have to weaken them and not kill them. Not to mention there is a limit of 10. The survivor don't know if his pet is permanent or not. What he means if he has recruited 10 beasts, would he have no other choice but to keep that beast? What if he encounters another beast more powerful and has a lot more potential? What then? If it is permanent summoning, then the survivor would lose a chance. If the beast he captured and tamed can be released when he found a new and more powerful beast, then the survivor would not worry that much. This the cosmic core system. Send me some tutorial manual at least. Then he realizes something else. What is that? Ordinary class. Does beast have class? The survivor touched the screen written ordinary and then another explanation appear. Your pet is of ordinary class. Then appears the list of ranks in my mind. Ordinary, extraordinary, unique, legendary, apex, godly, heavenly, ultimate, otherworldly. The survivor understand then. Class up or evolution, right? He mused. The beast could also evolve. The survivor look at Sophia. Her hand is at her bow, ready to release her arrow at the beast. Put down the bow. It's my beast, the survivor remarked, chuckling. Your beast? She inquired incredulous, her eyes look at the beast from head to toe. Yes, I have the beast tamer skill, that is why I could tame this beast. Slowly she put the bow back behind her back. She come closer to the beast and looks at it. What do you intend to do with it? Level him up. As we walk through this forest, surely there will be some stiffs and beasts that we will come across. 3 is better than 2, right? Sophia just nodded. Then the beast got up and the survivor remarked. Destroy any snakes or rat you found. If you found any beast that is beyond your capability, retreat. The survivor of course got all the information on how to order the beast when the notification appears, so he quickly orders Badge to work. Better level him up until he could class up. The badgers nodded and began walking in front of them. Sophia, you support him. Okay, she remarked. The survivor and Sophia then keep walking. When the snakes and rats drops vials, they would quickly loot it and stores it. These vials are important. The survivor did not join in killing the snakes and the rats because he knows it will not help him that much. In about 15 minutes they encounter a problem. The survivor knows they're on the right track and Sophia knows it too, but the scene in front of them make them slack-jawed. The Temerloh bridge that has long connected the villages and the town, has disappeared, and in front of them right now is a cliff. The wind blows the survivor robe as he stand there dumbfounded. The bridge disappeared. How can he cross to the city right now? Under it is the Pahang River, no longer brown color because of the development project and the sand reclamation, but blue as the skies, with large crocodiles could be seen sometimes showing their head on the water surface. Sophia looked at the survivor dumbfounded expression and asked, what now? The survivor looked across the cliff and could see the city, now transformed into a forest. He shakes his head, looks at the sky and remarked. You never let me off easy, do you, the cosmic core? He remarked. Clearly he could not accept this. His plan was perfect. At least, it was perfect before. Then looking at the hill beside the cliff he remarked. Then I guess we have to swim across. Saying that, he climbed down the right side of the cliff and is sliding down. Sophia shaking her head, and then follows him from behind, and as she climbed down she is thinking to herself. What did I sign up for following him? Chapter 28, Crossing the River. As they climbed down they could see some weird palm trees and bamboo tress sprouting like mushroom after a rain. Instead of coconut in the palm tree, there is something red as its fruits. The bamboo tree on the other hand, is quite normal, like a normal bamboo tree. Weird. The survivor remarked, whispering under his breath. But the survivor couldn't have the time to check the palm tree, instead he arrived at the bottom and begun examining the shores. The sandy bank of the river overlooking the city. He climbed down to the bank and looked at the city across from where he is standing. He glanced at the clear water of the river. It has always been brown, the survivor remarked. Sophia nodded as she walked 3 steps behind the survivor, maintaining a lookout. The survivor on the other hand is admiring the view. This is the first time he saw that the Pahang River could be so beautiful. His mother once told him that when his mother was a child, the color of the river was clear, blue and beautiful. But the survivor did not have the chance to see the scenery that her mother always talked about, because by the time he was born the river turns cloudy and brown. So, how do you swim? The survivor inquired, looking at Sophia. Sophia was dumbfounded. You don't know how to swim? She remarked, realizing why the survivor is asking her this question. He shakes his head, confirming Sophia's confusion. She could not help but be shocked. This guy is clearly intending to cross the river, but he does not know how to swim. Is he an idiot? I wondered. You remarked we are going to swim across. She remarked, trying to calm herself again, by taking a deep breath. Yes, I did say that. The survivor remarked as he walked around the sandy bank and his eyes look around left and right, searching for something. Sophia follows from behind. But you don't know how to swim, Sophia remarked. Her annoyance can slightly be heard in her trembling voice. I can learn, he remarked. Now? Right at this instant? Now. Right at this instant, he remarked. But his eye is still looking around. The survivor is not that stupid, but he doesn't want to give the satisfaction to Sophia that he is incapable of swimming. He already has a plan if he could not swim across. Seeing the threat in the river, he of course thinks of other alternative in crossing the river. He is just messing with Sophia. Looking at the river, he also realized a life-threatening problem, and sooner or later, Sophia would realize it too. When that time comes, he will let Sophia choose. This is his quest, and if Sophia get caught up in it, she might die, so he will ask her later. When it matters. You're insane, she remarked exasperatedly. To be honest, the survivor once attended swimming lesson when he was in college. It was mandatory really, since his course obligated him to learn swimming. But he was never any proficient in it. As long as he keeps paddling his feet and moves his arm, he would not drown. But floating himself on water, he never did get a hang of that. The survivor looked at the river again and sighed, not to mention there is the crocodiles looking at him and Sophia, like they are its meal. At times like these, the survivor wanted a skill to know the level of his enemies, or at least their rank. By now, the survivor has some understanding of beast. They do not have levels like human but rank. Ordinary would be like his pet. He could only imagine ultimate rank beast. The survivor remembered something. What? Sophia remarked, shocked suddenly hearing the survivor yelling. Sophia was looking at the water and thinking how to get across. She is still annoyed at the survivor. She realized that the survivor is messing with her, so she focused her mind on other thing, namely on how to cross the river. Couldn't I just ask my pet to swim? The survivor remarked, a flash of inspiration. Why couldn't he let his pet swim and he rides from behind? His pet is also large and could accommodate him. Swim, he remarked to Badge. The badger nodded and then jumps into the water, only to drown. The badger struggles to move forward and struggle pitifully, and Sophia began to worry about his pet. The survivor, she remarked, her eyes glaring at him. Fine, he wondered inwardly. Return back, the survivor remarked, and the portal opens and Badge was sucked into the portal. The portal could be activated if the beast is not that far with the owner. The higher the rank, the wider the range of summoning or unsummoning. Summoning would always open a portal behind the owner back, but unsummoning could be done from far away depending on the rank of the beast. So, that didn't work, he remarked nonchalantly. Sophia chuckles. Did you look at Badge's face? It was so pitiful. Sophia then broke into laughter. The survivor also cracked a smile. He also sees the desperate look of his badger. It is kind of funny. We make a raft then, the survivor declared, and Sophia just nodded. Seeing that the survivor gaze always linger round the bamboo tree near the river bank, Sophia already guessed the survivor wonders. And that is exactly what the survivor is thinking. There is bamboo tree nearby, so he could just cut that. It also helps if they are attacked by the crocodiles. At least the raft could provide at least some type of protection, no matter how minuscule. Of course the survivor is not entirely ignorant on how to swim, it's just that he is not confident he could swim that far to the city. Can you swim? The survivor inquired Sophia. Sophia smirked and then floats. I do not know how to swim, but I can levitate, she remarked. One of her skills she got before when she was fighting alongside the survivor in the bridge. One of the skills she got was levitation. She smiles arrogantly, a smug smile. She one-upped the survivor. But you can't move when you levitate, right? The survivor remarked, and the arrogant smile in Sophia's mouth faltered. She floats back down, looking annoyed at the survivor. The survivor just chuckles in satisfaction. Now, help me make the raft, the survivor remarked as he walks to the bamboo trees, readying his blade to chop the bamboo shoots. Fine, she remarked. For hours they worked alongside each other. The survivor cut the bamboo shoot while Sophia arranged it. Sometime the crocodile would try to come to shore, but usually Sophia would deter the crocodile by attacking with her rain of arrows. Then, seeing that Sophia does not a thing about how to build a raft, the survivor orders her to be the lookout. Sophia was impressed. She didn't know the survivor could build a raft since no one teach this in school. And the survivor don't strike Sophia as an outdoor man or the type of man who likes to do stuff like building stuff. If anything, the survivor looks like he hasn't seen the sun for a very long time, and she is right. But the survivor is a writer, albeit an amateur writer. The survivor had a lot of things in his mind, and sometimes the best way to release what he felt in his mind is to write the stuff down. He joined an amateur writing site and active in it for a few months before shutting down his account because of the negativity about his story. He just makes a love triangle and the people flames him from it, so he stopped writing. At least he stopped posting it in the site. Anyway, as he researched many things when he wrote the story, he also accidentally researched on how to build a raft. Who would have wondered knowing such stuff actually could have a practical application in modern life? Thinking about it, the survivor smiles under his hood, thinking that it was a stroke of luck he knows how to build a raft. The survivor slashed 4 pieces of bamboo tree with ease like cutting leaves, while Sophia now take care of the lookout. Even though they didn't see any zombies horde, which is weird, they still need to be cautious. And then there is still the crocodile near them, that is constantly watching over them. The survivor began building the raft with the 4 large pieces of bamboo. One set is about 8 feet long, the other 12 feet. He then places the longer piece on the bottom, the shorter one on top to form a square. He then uses the vines he pulls from the nearby tree, up in the bank to lash together everything. He makes sure it is lashed tightly. It is the foundation of the raft, the frame. He then secures smaller bamboo pieces side by side on top of the frame until it's completely covered. Then he ties 4 more bamboo sections to the far edges of the pontoons, spanning the length. Sophia was looking at the survivor diligently working on making the raft, and sometimes she would shot the few crocodile that came on the bank. The crocodile is not gigantic and easy to handle, but their physical appearance is a bit different from the kind of crocodile she sees in zoos, but she couldn't describe what different about it. If they are attacked by the arrow, they retreat, but the arrow could not penetrate the scaly armor, only annoy them. But what is weird is that the crocodile did not attack them, like they are testing her and the survivor. Sophia had a bad premonition about this, and the survivor also share the same feeling. But he must cross the river to get to the city. What worries the survivor is that he could feel that there is something big inside the river, and he has a pretty good guess on what that is. A gigantic beast. This is what he first realizes when he arrived on the city bank, and by now, the survivor is pretty sure that Sophia has also realized it too. There is the mutated beast, and then there is the gigantic beast. The mutated beast is like the mutated snakes or rats he found in the villages, or the horned chicken and vampiric bats he found when he was in the city. The gigantic beast is like the beast that he fight with Tan, or the beast that is in the elementary school. The experience the survivor get fighting such beast is massive as well. When he defeated the gigantic beast, his level shot up in almost an unbelievable rate. But mutated beast gives only a little bit of XP and easily dispatched by a high-leveled player. In about half an hour the survivor already completed the raft. With his strength it is easily completed. "I'm finished," he remarked, and Sophia jumped from her lookout and landed on the bank. She nodded, looking at the river with her worried expression, and the survivor nodded. They both understand there is no time to lose. It is evening and it is getting dark. But both of them also understand that crossing this river safely would not be as easy. While the survivor utilizes his sense to determine whether there is a gigantic beast inside the river, Sophia also has her way. Maintaining a lookout from high up on the bank, she chanced upon something. There was this one moment when the survivor was busy building the raft. She could see a large shadow underneath the water, swimming. It was like a building, swimming underneath the river. One could only imagine the size of the monster beneath the river. It would mostly resemble a dinosaur-like crocodile, a supercroc as it is so famously termed. She once watches National Geographic, and they show that once upon a time, crocodile is even bigger than the Tyrannosaurus rex and even eat Tyrannosaurus rex for its meal. So even if she does not show it, she is nervous and afraid as hell. She stands beside the survivor as the survivor is preparing to take off. She holds the survivor arm, look at him and was about to warn him, but the survivor gripped her hand. "I know," he remarked. "But," she inquired. "We have to do it." Then he stopped before continuing. "I have to do it," he remarked. "There is no other choice?" she inquired again. "There is no shortcut in becoming strong. Sometime we have to face death in the face. I think I have been facing death for too long, that I'm sick seeing him." Sophia replies, smirking. "False bravado," the survivor remarked, smiling bitterly. "At least I have that," she responded, but she also realized that the survivor hand is trembling. Both of them know what is ahead of them. They're betting on their luck. There is, of course, maybe another way. Maybe they could go back to Sophia village and climb the mountains and find experience there, or return to the survivor village and grind their experience there. But who could guarantee that there is no other beast like the beast in the river? Who could guarantee that the next beast they would encounter is not some godly beast that they could not defeat? Life is unpredictable and cruel. You can run away and hide. Or you can face death in the eyes, and instead of running and hiding, or crying, sobbing uncontrollably, fear with your knees wobbling, you could look death in the eyes and wink. That's right. The survivor wanted to wink at death. He wants to mock death. But the only way to mock death is to stare death right in front of his face. He does not want to die, but he does not want to live like before either. He wanted to be resolute and unyielding. He wanted to be someone who matters. He wanted strength. He decided he wanted to cross the river. Since he decided to cross the river, he will cross it, no matter the obstacle. He is stubborn. No, to be more exact, he decided to be stubborn. Decided that he needs to risk his life. He need to bet his life, muster his courage, face his fears, and survive it, to become stronger, to become someone that matters. The survivor then holds Sophia's hand, and look at her eyes and ask, "You can go away, you know. You don't have to follow me," he remarked. He decided to face death, but he couldn't decide that for her. When they talk about crossing the river, they did not think that there is a gigantic beast underneath the river. Looking at Sophia, he is reminded of Tan and how he failed to save him, and he doesn't want the same thing happen to Sophia. Sophia looked at those eyes. There is no hesitation. There is slight fear but also an unyielding perseverance in those hazel eyes. "You and me," she remarked, a smile on her face. She dropped down her head, looking at the sand on her feet, and then she raised up her head and her eyes locked with the survivor, and remembering their promise underneath the peach tree, she remarked, "You and me against the world, remember? HMPH, the survivor smiles. "Yes, you and me, against the world," the survivor remarked. A slight bitter smile formed on his mouth, as his clear hazel looking in front of him. Saying this, they push the raft to the river and jump on the raft as the river current pushed them sideways. The survivor took out his makeshift oars and gave one to Sophia, and they began paddling to the city. Chapter 29. Embracing the cold, the water was still. The survivor is paddling slowly, looking left and below, looking at the large shadow, and he take a big gulp and steel his resolve. Sophia is preparing her arrows, looking left and right and looking below. She gulped and she looked at the survivor, both of them feeling and doing the same thing. She could see the shadow of the beast which she and the survivor have decided to call Supercroc. Slowly they paddle, and then one of the small crocodile began showing its face. The water ripples outward as more and more crocodiles emerged. They glanced like normal crocodiles, only that their nostrils were positioned on the tops of their heads rather than the tips of their snouts. They circled behind their raft, but they did not attack, just circling around behind, and did not even bother to try to encircle the raft, which is strange. "Sophia, vigilance," the survivor remarked, as he kept paddling. For some reason, he felt that to reach the shore of the city is somehow an arduous expedition when it is not that far. The current pushed them sideways, but the survivor arm's strength prevent them from getting washed away by the currents. And the current is not that hard or fast that the survivor could not handle it. What he is most afraid of is the Supercroc if it would suddenly attack them. They are now in the middle of the river, and the Supercroc did not do anything to them, no movement from it, almost like it didn't care about the raft. But the survivor still could not dispel the bad feeling in his heart. The survivor once has the opportunity to learn kayaking. He had a diploma in tourism management, and one of the courses is marine-related fields. He learns scuba diving, swimming, kayaking, safe and rescue, and many others. While he could not claim he is the best in the kayaking, he at least has some good basic on how to steer a raft. Though he used kayak in his studies, the principles is not that different, and considering the strength he possessed now, the speed in which the survivor used to cross the river could only be described as he is riding a motorboat. The survivor, there is movement, Sophia remarked, almost yelling. Sophia was surveying the surrounding when the survivor was paddling when she realizes the crocodiles in the river suddenly dive down and the shadow beneath them suddenly getting bigger and is emerging. The survivor who is paddling could also see that the shadow is approaching them from below. Shit, shit, shit. He glanced at Sophia. Then he glanced at the fast approaching supercroc and he made his choice. Try to survive, he remarked to Sophia. I'll see you on the other side. That's a promise, Sophia remarked, and they both, almost like they have agreed beforehand, jumps upwards like they were flying. Then from beneath the river a blast occurred like a bomb being thrown into the river, and a gigantic crocodile appears from the water blast trying to eat the survivor and Sophia. Its gigantic jaws is trying to gobble up the two humans. Sophia jumped to the right to avoid herself being eaten, and then she dived down inside the river with a plop. The moment she dived down she swims underwater. Her destination? Across the shore. She did not look back, and she is not worried about the survivor. The survivor is stronger than her, and surely he would arrive at the shore faster than her, so she, using her hand, keeps swimming forward, not looking back. Some of the small crocodiles chasing her from behind. She could not use her arrows underwater, and she could not stop either. In her mind and her eyes is only the shore. The survivor, on the other hand, has decided to do something stupid. Sophia wondered that the survivor would also do what she did, which is to avoid the crocodile, but the survivor knows that someone had to stall the crocodile, and between the two of them, he is the only one who could do that. He is not a self-sacrificing hero, but he knows he is the only one who could do this. At least, he is the only one who could do this between the two of them. He will stall the crocodile, and when he jumped, instead of diving down to the river, he landed behind the supercroc large body. The survivor was shocked and awed by the supercroc physical characteristic. It has long bodies, splayed limbs, and narrow, flat, tooth-studded snouts with powerful jaws, and it also has an enormous size. It measured about 40 feet long from head to tail and weighed in the neighborhood of 10 tons. The only way to describe it is as terrible and monstrous. Landing on the back of the crocodile, the survivor tries to remain calm. His balance is flawless. As he increased in level, he did find that all of his abilities are all heightened. While the very notion of remaining calm during fighting a 40 feet long and 10-ton crocodiles may seem preposterous, ridiculous even, doing so may be the only thing that saves his life. He is just express boss-like creature. It must have a weakness, the survivor muttered as he gripped his hand, sheathed his bald, and run around on the back of the crocodiles. If anyone could see him right now, it is like an ant running around on a human arm. Like Kratos fighting Gaia. The crocodile then splashed into the river water, and another huge splash shakes the rivers, ripples resonating everywhere. The other crocodiles disperse from the area, leaving the survivor and Sophia, and the supercroc. The survivor then remembers something about his last fight about the beast. Even though the beast he fights with has greater power than him, they are also equipped with a weakness. The survivor is aiming for this weakness. The crocodile looked left and right, still not realizing that the humans it's chasing is behind his back. The survivor could see that Sophia has begun emerging to the surface of water to take some breath as she is swimming vigorously to the shore, not looking back. A dozen of crocodile following her from behind. The crocodiles did not come towards the supercroc, probably because the supercroc also eats crocodile. The survivor jump upwards before. The survivor could see that the supercroc eat the small crocodiles. When the survivor remarked small, it doesn't mean that the crocodile was small, but it is small compared to the supercroc. Sophia, who is swimming right now, of course did not think the survivor is right now on the back of the croc and even risking his life for hers. The supercroc is not going back into the river. If he did, the survivor could then jump and also join Sophia in swimming away. He might not know swimming, but he could still manage. But even if he follows from behind, the survivor knows. How could they outmatch the crocodile in the water? Someone needs to stay. Someone needs to stall. And he is the leader of the group. There is a reason why leaders have the privilege of ordering the people beneath them. Why? Because when shits hit the fan, it is the leader's job to clean it. The leader bears the hard work, the daunting work, and as such has the privilege of ordering the subordinate to work. At least, that is how it is for the survivor. The super croc locates its target and using its large feet it dashed forward. And its target is Sophia. Right now it still doesn't realize the survivor is on his back. Not good, the survivor remarked inwardly. The croc is chasing Sophia now, and with its speed, it could reach her in matter of second. The survivor run as fast as the wind, with water splashing around his black robe and the sound of wind rushing in his ears as he decided to attack the croc. He remembered on things about fighting a crocodile. As he remembers one of the weaknesses of a crocodile, he activated Fear Aura and he jumped up the air. The moment he activated Fear Aura, the crocodile quickly realizes someone is behind it. But the croc did not turn, and the survivor, who was in the air, stabbed downward like a thunder striking the earth, attacking perfect and accurately at the crocodile eyes. He turns in midair, performing one of the moves he once saw in TV. When he strikes, he activated Slashing Wind, making it a double damage, one from the wind slice and another from his brute strength. While the croc scale was hard, there are some places where the croc is really vulnerable, and it is at this place the survivor believe lies its weakness. Double damage achieved. The eyes were bleeding as the survivor landed on the tip of the crocodile mouth. The croc releases something resembling shrieks from its mouth, expressing its pain. The survivor did not delay in his next attack. He doesn't have time to stop. He needs to use the opportunity he had to defeat the croc. As the croc is now bleeding from its right eyes, the survivor now is charging from the tip of the mouth to the left eyes, running through its nose, and when he arrived in front of its left eye, the survivor stabs the crocodile repeatedly. 1 strikes, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, quickly it reaches a dozen strikes. With his arm speed and the frequency of his tabbing, the croc left eyes was turned into a squishy matter as the crocodile roared in pain. The survivor was forced to jump backwards as the crocodile rolled around the water. When the croc rolled again to his original position, the survivor then landed again on the back of the crocodile. It is possible to do because he jumped really high, and it takes about 20 seconds for him to fall, while the crocodile only rolls for 5 seconds and reached its original position in another 5 seconds, which gave him an estimate of how high he needs to jump and how far he can jump to reach the best possible distance and time to land exactly at the back of the super croc. Now the croc is no longer interested in chasing Sophia. Instead, it began to focus on killing this human running behind its back. People say that the eye of the tornado is the safest place. Now, the survivor knows that's true. He is standing on the crocodile back, but the crocodile could not do anything to him other than rolling along a few times in the water. Every time the survivor felt that the croc would roll, the survivor would jump upwards before landing back. If he only had levitation skills, he could use this kind of tactic to mess around with the croc. It is also lucky that the croc is stupid. If only it turns around a little longer or dives straight inside the river, how could the survivor land on his back? He would surely drown. But what the survivor doesn't know was that the e-bast is not some normal beast, it was gigantic beast. Even if there is 10 men with the survivor level, they could not defeat the croc. This is a suicide mission. Even if the survivor blinds the croc eyes, how could the survivor defeat such monsters? This is why the super croc did not roll around for too long or dive straight into the river, because it looked down on the survivor. Then suddenly the crocodile rolled again with force, and the impact of his giant body rolling around the river create a spiral in the water, and splashing of water rose for 10 meters around the area, while at the same time dispersing many of the other crocodile in the river, and this time it caught the survivor in surprise. The survivor was drenched from the water and his vision was hindered by the splashing. Blood is still bleeding from its eyes, and it only uses its sense of smell and touch to try shaking off the survivor from its back. The survivor was shaken off, and in midair he was struck by the crocodile tails, and it was like he was being hit by a truck as he coughed up blood and his skin shredded around his stomach area. The survivor was thrown far away when the crocodile turned his direction, looking at him, and charged forward, opening its mouth, and was about to swallow him whole. But at this juncture he maneuvered himself and using his feet kicked one of the teeth of the super croc, and he shot farther away, but not yet far away enough from the range of attack of the croc. The survivor hand was in the range of the crocodile mouth, and the croc did not let this opportunity go. With one bite, the survivor, who was in midair, yelled in pain, his scream drowned by the splashing water. Sophia, on the other hand, could not see what is happening behind her because she is frantically trying to run from the crocs. All she could hear was the mighty splashing of water and the feeling that there is a struggle going behind her. The survivor looked at his left hand. His left hand was bitten and stuck in the gap of the crocodile teeth, but the teeth pierced his pinky fingers and his pinky finger was crushed already, only meat in tatters. The crocodile is now trying to drag the survivor down. And considering its weight, to drag the survivor down is easy. Even though the survivor hand is as strong as steel, it was easily bitten by the crocodile. The survivor knows if the croc drag him down, it's over for him. So, he quickly made a decision. Fuck. He cursed as he steel his body for what is coming. Gritting his teeth, he swings his blade to his left hand and cutting his own hand off. And blood spurted from his amputated hand. It gushes out. The blood didn't gush in a constant flow, but in time with the beating of his heart. And the pain? Oh, the pain. He wanted to pass out but he couldn't. He tries to shut it off but he can't. So, he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, trying to remain conscious. The crocodile is blind on both eyes. Luck and circumstances saves him again. If the survivor was thrown just a little bit deeper inside range of attack of the croc, instead of losing his arm he would be swallowed down inside the croc's stomach. If he did not kick the croc teeth and uses it as propulsion, he would end up as a meal for the croc. When the croc come rushing at him before, he could see the croc large bowels and in it, was full of zombies in squishy goo, some is being disintegrated in its stomach. Maybe that is why the survivor could not see any zombies since he came to the bridge. Maybe all of them were eaten by this super croc. The survivor then fall down to the river, but the moment his feet reach the water, he propels himself up using all of his strength on his feet and a water blast erupted as he once again jump onto the croc back. He stands there, blue-eyed and weary. The blood drips on the back of the croc. The blood is leaving his body, his left hand arm becomes pale, and the pulses in his heart began to beat slower, weaker. His stomach is full of ripped flesh and the water makes him winces in pain, but he forces himself to remain upright and conscious. Strength also leaves his body since there are some rings enhancing strength in his left hand. Now his left hand is in the deep river. At least his storage rings are in his right hand, so he quickly conjures up health potion and with one hand gulped it down. The bleeding slowly stopped around his stomach areas, but the missing hand did not reform. Using his right hand he held the stump and from the bandage he got from the storage rings he quickly tightened it almost like a professional. Occasionally the croc would roll around but it did not dive inside. Then the survivor could sense a large horde of monsters coming here. He wanted to curse. What now? He mused. But then opening his eyes he could see the retreating small crocodile before his coming again, but it did not chase Sophia who is nearing the shores but is coming towards the large croc. More and more joined this horde of crocodiles, swimming to charge the super croc. Could it be? The survivor could see a ray of hope. But even though he sees it, it did not change his current situation. He is feeling unimaginable pain. He just realizes that one of the super croc teeth managed to injure him and blood is also gushing out from his left arm. No matter how much pressure he applied, the blood had still gushed between his fingers and oozed. The blood had spread to his dark robe, making it seem even darker, and black aura enveloped the survivor, making his feet feel lighter. He could feel life draining away from him, his body becoming cold. Hey, he smiles. He doesn't know why he smiles or why, but he smiles anyway. His mind is blank, but he smiles. Is it because it is hopeless? Or is it because there is nothing else to do? His mind is blank right now. If not this croc, the large horde would get him. Realizing this, he feels fatigued, tired, but he decided on one last thing. He needs to leave some gift for this croc that cost him his limbs. Then as he decided, this time he run forward, each steps harder than the last, but he could not stop now. He then jump and this time stab on the croc head and blood gushed like a fountain. Its head is like a fountain of blood attracting more and more smalls. Crocodiles, and then as he resigned himself to death, the survivor jumped from the top of the crocodile head. As he was about to fall into the river he looked at that large wide open mouth of the super croc, he smiles, and laughed as he throws something since the super croc mouth and he fall to the river. With a large sound he fall to the river. The area around his fall quickly turns red with blood keep gushing out from his ripped out hands and slash marks. In the water, his head is pounding like a drum, every cell in his body screaming for oxygen. He kept fighting until he could feel that his head is about to explode, his vein could burst right now, he has to take a breath but he doesn't have the energy. Opening his mouth, trying to breathe, he could feel the water assault his throats and he begins to fall. He falls further and further into the darkness until it threatens to swallow him whole. Closing his eyes, he let the river take him away. He smiles again. His last view is looking at the super croc fighting with 100 crocodiles, its blood madly gushing about, and the super croc struggles in vain. Take that, he mused in satisfaction. And as he let the darkness envelopes him, he thinks of his lofty ambition and the people that he left behind, the friends he had, and wondering, would they cry for him if they knew he dies? He wanted them to at least feel sorrows for him. Would Sophia mourn him? Would the princess mourn him? As he finally gives up to the cold and the darkness, he closes his eyes, eases up his body, opening his arm wide, he embraces his death and the deeper he falls. And then, at the last breath he takes, he smiles in contentment. Chapter 30. Once in a lifetime experience opening his eyes, it was like he is doing some strenuous exercise. It felt heavy and everywhere in his body it ached. He could feel the heat of fire near him and a damp towel on his head. In his stump is a bandage. His stomach is bandaged by gauze and his robe is folded neatly beside his bed. His body is exposed but he is not cold. He could see a blanket on his body and he pushed it away with his right hand. He looks around slowly. He is on land, with high trees and the sound of crickets in the distance. Then he heard a huge splashing. It jolted him to shocks but he calmed himself down. Looking upwards he could see stars. He is not in the river but he is near one, he deduced. It's night, he mused. Did he survive? He glanced around and he could see Sophia beside him, leaned on a huge tree branch, sleeping. He on the other hand is lying on a bed of leaves. Beside him is about 10 bottles of vials. Most of them is health potions if he has to hazard a guess. Sophia must force it down my throat to try heal my injury, he mused. He looks at his left hand. Then he sighed. He only has his right hand now. Even health vials could not help regrow lost limbs. At least he knows now. But the survivor is not saddened by this fact. He is sure that there is other way to regrow back his hand. Look at the bright side, which is, he could not think of any bright side of losing an arm. He sighed again. Sophia, the survivor weakly remarked. The girl quickly opens her eyes and then she finally realizes it was the survivor. The survivor, you're awake? Are you okay? She remarked as she ran to the survivor and checks him. I'm okay. As he remarked this, Sophia hugged him and one could hear her sobbing. Why, didn't you? She remarked, stuttering at every sentence. Sophia felt guilty looking at his conditions. He lost his hand because of her. By the time she was at the shore she began to realize that the survivor was fighting the super croc. When she realizes this, she jumps back into the river, trying to join the fight. But it was that time she sees that hundreds of crocodile coming attacking the super croc, ravaging it like a pack of hyena. But the super croc did not go down easy and Sophia was trying to see among the chaos where is he until she saw a silhouette falling into the river. Sophia quickly dives inside the river, swimming like mermaid. Thanks to her high agility, even though she is in the rivers, her speed did not deteriorate by much and she quickly arrived at his location. By that time Sophia's heart was in turmoil. She didn't think he would sacrifice so much just to keep her safe. For the first time, she could feel that she could rely on him and sees him as a man. When she saw him, falling deeper and deeper into the river without any response, her heart lurched as she quickly dragged his body upwards. Avoiding the fierce fighting between the hundreds of crocodile with the super croc on the surface of the water, Sophia dragged the survivor to the shore. When they reached the city shore, his face was pale white, his skin was cold, and he was constantly bleeding from his wound. A deep gash mark on his left arm, and a stump on what used to be his hand, and non-stop bleeding from the stomach. As she uses cotton and gauze to bandage the wounds and stop the bleeding, her tears kept falling. She places him under a huge tree, behind a large rock as she gathers leaves to make a bed for him and takes some dry wood to make a fire. Then she disrobes him and cleans his wounds. Sometimes when he went into shock, Sophia would pour some health vials inside his mouth and he would calm down. She also makes a damp towel to try helping his body fight the heat. When the shocks stop, he was then inflicted by a fever. It has been hours, but the fight between the super croc and the other crocodile is still not ending. By the time he was settled in the city shore, the super croc has many injuries. Combined with the severe blinding both its eyes, the super croc is in dire straits. But the small crocodiles also have suffered many casualties. Hundreds of crocodile corpse floats on the river, and the area around the clash is dye red, making it look like a river of blood. Sophia is not that far from the shore, which is why she could see the fight. Sometimes the super croc would go underwater and the other crocodile would follow, and then they will emerge back at the surface and fights again, each time fiercer than the last. The area around their fight becomes bloodied as the clear blue water turns red because of their fight. And the smell also began to reach the city shores, which invites some beast to the shores. Most of it is just some snakes, and there is an ape-like creature which is a little bit stronger than the normal beast she encountered. She uses her rain of arrows to riddle it with arrows, protecting the unconscious the survivor. She rose to level 20 and put 1 skill points to her rains of arrows, which make her rain of arrows more powerful, and it also decreased the usage of SP to use the skills. Sophia did not dare venture deeper into the city, fearing that she would meet another beast, which is why she camped out here, not too far from the city shore, instead of making a camp deeper into the area. She is also worried about him, and she could not leave him behind, not after what he has done for her. So, denying her survival instinct, instead of leaving him, she stays with him, nursing him until he recovers from his injury. Then she leaned into the tree branch, tired and spent, and she surrendered her mind to the night. It wasn't until he awakened that she was stirred, and quickly she hugged him. All these memories fill her mind when she hugged him, and she was grateful that the only familiar face she has seen since the fall is not dead. Then, releasing him from her hug, she stares at him, more like glaring at him, and then she began to remark with a voice that is trembling within. Appearance of messy hair and swollen eyes, she remarked with a hint of anger and gratefulness. "Don't do that again," and finished saying this she hugged him again. And he sits there, on the bed of leaves, unmoving, not knowing what to do. In his life, there is rarely a time where he hugs somebody or people hug him. Even in his family there is no hugging. So he smiles and he nodded his head. He could feel her body heat, her chest heaving, and could hear her rushed heartbeat. He didn't know that hugging could be so sensual. He replies in a non-committal gesture. "It's okay now," he remarked. "I'm okay." Finally she released him, and then he looked at her like he has never seen her before. Sophia is not a world-class beauty, and the survivor could say that even though he doesn't have many romantic relations with the opposite sex, he knows a few of pretty beautiful people. And Sophia could not be considered a beauty that would make you look twice. She is innocent enough and beautiful enough for a girl in a village. But for some reason, looking at her now, she glanced beautiful in a way he couldn't describe. And he smiles at himself. Like before, he smiles not knowing the reason he smiles. It was not hopelessness like before. Could it be? And he extinguishes the wondered. Sophia finally realizing that she hugged him too tight before, and hugging him with no clothes on, she could feel heat rushing to her cheeks, and she almost yelps in surprise. She blushed red in shyness and averts her gaze from the survivor's bare naked body. "We can rest here for tonight," Sophia remarked after she calmed herself. The survivor nodded. By now he has heard the story of how she saved him from drowning, and he has also heard about the attack of the crocodiles with the super croc. Hearing this, of course, he is surprised. The fact that he survives, and the fact that the super croc has been fighting for hours with almost an army of crocodile and is still not defeated, the survivor is grateful enough that he only loses his hand. Maybe his pill could sap the energy of the super croc and help the horde wins the war between the super croc and the alliance of crocs. The survivor decided to call them the Alliance of the Crocs for laughs, but Sophia was not laughing when she heard the joke. She just says that he has a very terrible naming sense. He got up and he remarked, "Help me to wear my robe." "Rest, the survivor," she remarked, clearly not agreeing with him even moving around. She worries too much. He shakes his head. He wanted to see the monsters that have bitten his hand. He wanted to see its downfall with his own eyes. "I want to check the battle," he remarked to Sophia, while Sophia just sighed. "Why would you do that?" she inquired. "That beast made me amputate my own hand. If you could imagine cutting your own hand and the pain of doing it," and he sighed, then he continued. "I wanted to see it last moment with my own eyes," he remarked. You stubborn oaf," she remarked. Clearly she was angry, yet she came forward and helps him with his robe. Then they walked nearing the shore and looked behind the rock. Sophia always maintained a lookout by now hundreds of crocodiles' bodies. This sounds wrong. Carcasses, corpses, floats around the area. There is only 2 crocodiles fighting the supercroc by now, but the supercroc has been injured heavily. It was bleeding from everywhere, its hard scale has already been shattered, and it has lost its right leg. From the looks of it, the 2 crocodiles going to win as it eat the exposed flesh of the large crocodiles, like they are feasting on a large banquet. There must be a lot of loot there, waiting to be looted, the survivor remarked as he glanced at the 100 dead crocodiles. Sophia agreed and nods her head. If not because that she feared that there is other hidden danger in the river, she would swim and loot them all. Look, the survivor remarked, and that startled Sophia. What? The last moment of the supercroc, and there is a smirk in his face. Sophia feels chills looking at his smirk. He looks at the stump on what used to be his hand, and looking at the supercroc last moment he heaved a sigh of relief. It is done, he remarked coldly, and his mind has already thinking about what's next and whether he needs to change his plan. Let's go and make a camp underneath the tree. We'll discuss other stuff in the morning. Sophia nodded, and they were about to return to the huge tree when suddenly the survivor felt pain in his left arm and he fall down. He falls suddenly and without warning, and Sophia, who was behind him, was shocked, and quickly she rushed to him, lying on the sand, wriggling in pain. The survivor. What's happening? Hey, answer me. Are you okay? Where do you feel pain? Tell me. Sophia was anxious and perplexed on what just happens. The survivor is right now feeling a pain he never felt before, as blood jutted out from the stump and he could see in front of his eyes, as nerve and veins was formed out of thin air. When the nerve and veins was completely constructed, flesh appears out of nowhere, this time encapsulating the nerve and veins. All the while he has to bear the pain that felt like he was being skinned alive. Then, as if that was not enough, he could hear his own bones cracked and he howls in pain. Sophia was beside him, hugging him, as he began seizing, and Sophia looks at his pain like she could felt it, and tears keep falling. Fear, anxiety, all this is mixed in her emotions. She doesn't want to lose the only person she knows in this dark and cold world. She has lost her mother, her boyfriend, and now she is going to lose him too. She could not accept that. She could not accept another loss. And thinking of the dark days ahead, even if she survives, she would be alone again, and that wonder scares her more than she cares to admit. In the survivor body, his bones keep breaking, almost like his bones were branches of a tree. The sound was popping and the broken bones can be heard loudly. Then his bones reform and his skin stretched, which brought another level of pain. Add his scream filled the area. He howls and he screams, tears of pain flowed from his eyes, gritting his teeth, and Sophia is trying to hold him down as she is also scared and shocked at seeing this occurrence. There is nothing she could do because she know nothing why this suddenly happens, so she could only cry because of fear, and she hugged him trying to console him, trying to ease his pain somehow. A minute later, the pain stops and so does the scream, and then both of them look in awe and shock of what has transpired. Sophia is more shocked than him. She looked at him as he gets up and she could see he was taller than before and even handsome than before. The survivor has this black spot on his face and scars because of acne, but now, his face was flawless. Looking at his arm, Sophia could see a well-sculpted muscle, and then she looked at his height. The survivor height is 172 centimeters before, but now he is 182 centimeters now. Standing, he emits some kind of a powerful aura, and with his black robe combined with the oppressive aura around him now, he looks almost like a death god. Sophia, who was close to him, could feel herself feeling weak, like his aura is oppressing her somehow unintentionally. His pale face before is now full of energy and he looked healthier and powerful, like the injury he had before was a lie. What has happened to him? She mused. The survivor, on the other hand, is overjoyed and excited. His hand returned. He also felt a primal strength coursing through his body, and he realizes that he is taller and stronger than before, the feeling like he is invincible, and then a notification appears. Looking at it, he was dumbstruck, and then slowly a smile formed on his mouth, finally understanding what has happened to him. Chapter 31. One day, 1,000 autumns. The survivor look at the notification and smiles. You have advanced to level 30. You have earned 20 stats points and 10 skill points. You have to choose now where to distribute the stats points since you are forming pillars now. Then the survivor was instantly prompted to distribute stats points right away. No matter what he did, he could not force the notification windows to exit. Sophia is still beside him, gawking at him, and she even takes a few distances from him, which makes him feel weird. So he chose 5 to strength, 10 to agility, and 3 to stamina, and 2 to spirit. The skill points he will wait for other opportunities. Then another notification appears. World Orb Shop is unlocked. Unlocked race. Novus Sapine unlocked. Hall of Fame unlocked. Pillars unlocked. Level Repression unlocked. Race Superiority unlocked. Force Evolution was initiated considering the injury on the user. Pillars has been decided. Pillars of Strength awarded. Pillars of Agility awarded. Pillars of Stamina awarded. Hey, what happened to you? Are you alright? Sophia inquired, looking at the excitement in his face. Sophia has realized that the survivor looks like he is seeing something good. The manner in which he behaves right now is the same way she behaved when she sees her status window, especially when she is advancing in her level. She instantly realized that the survivor is looking at his status window. She is curious what change that happened to him that he suddenly becomes so tall and handsome. She could also feel an oppressive aura around him, a feeling like he is higher than she is, like he is a superior being than her. The survivor then remarked, "Let's move to the tree. We make camp there," he remarked, still looking at his status window. "You're not going to tell me about what happened to you?" Sophia inquired. "I'll tell you later. Let go first. Lead the way," he remarked. Sophia was not satisfied with his answer, but she moved forward, her bows raised as she is ready for any beast attack. His screams before might attract some monster around here. It is fortunate that the clouds are clear tonight and the moonlight is strong, so even without a torch she could see clearly. He walks slowly behind Sophia, is still checking his status windows. Even he could not understand what happens to him, so how could he explain it to Sophia? Then he checks what pillars is. He touches the word pillars on his status window, and then information streamed inside his mind. Pillars are an accumulation of the stats when the user evolved. When a user reached the qualification to evolve, then a notification will appear whether to repress the evolution or continue with the evolution. Then information streams inside his mind explaining why there is an option to repress evolution. The only reason why people would repress their own evolution is if they wanted to accumulate more stats point and then evolve at the most advantageous position. The reason why he got 3 pillars is because the accumulation of his stats pointed that these 3 stats of him are the stats which has many more points than the others, so he was awarded 3 pillars. But if he took time and did not evolve, and accumulate stats points in all of the attribute like stamina, stealth and the other, he maybe could have many more pillars. These will help him when he evolved to a more advanced being. But then why the option of repressing the evolution did not appear for him? As he thinks of this question, another information streamed inside his mind. He found out that if the user was heavily injured during his time of evolution, he will not be given a choice to evolve. Instead, a force evolution would be triggered. So kind of like if you got distracted during breakthrough, which will be harmful to the person, he mused. He got to admit he read a lot of Shenxia novels and influenced by them. The survivor has also got new knowledge. Next time if you want to screw somebody before they evolve, he would injure them heavily so that their full potentials will not be realized. When evolving, the power will be increased by 10 times. So, no matter how stronger a level 29 user, they could not defeat an evolved person of level 30. The survivor could understand this as he felt the coursing energy inside his body. He also understand that if he is to form pillars, he could form it by eating rare meats, eating bead of life, or convert express to pillars, or the most easiest way, level up. The survivor then wanted to look at his pillars, and then suddenly he is transported into a vast land of white and his mind project the image of his 3 pillars. The land of white is like he is standing on white fluffy clouds, standing on the clouds, looking at the large pillars. 3 pillars with runic writing on a helix-like chain that cover the pillars, glowing brightly like a lighthouse. He also understands that he could upgrade the pillars so that when he reached his next evolution he would be more advantageous. His eyes glowed, and he breathed deeply, feeling the energy inside his body. He was 100 times stronger than the power he could utilize before, like the difference between the sky and the land. An evolved person could easily wipe the ground with an unevolved person no matter how high their stats are. The moment he evolved, he understands suddenly about the division of power between those that evolved and those that do not evolve. He is now a higher life form from Homo sapiens. His body now has power that normal humans could not understand. He could feel it in his body. The change that he experienced sent his power leaping upward. It was without comparison. The survivor would compare this like a difference in cultivation levels if this was a Shenxia novel. He feels that even if he fights the super croc again, he would not be so disadvantageous like before. He feels that if he found the Hamid group again, just by looking at them, the survivor could make them shake as if their organs stopped working, their strength would lose their ability to function and they would be helpless. Thinking of this, he smirked. The path to being as strong is never easy. He pays his arm for this power. He also risked everything in that fight. It is already a miracle he survives it. Each pillar represents 100 stats of the aforementioned pillars. For example, one pillar of strength equal to 100 stat point for strength. When using energy to fight or defend, the pillars associated with the action will dim and decrease. For example, using strength fighting a beast will decrease the pillar's height every time the user uses his or her strength. All three of the survivor pillars is as high as one story building, which means when the pillars is decreasing until the end it will crack. If it is not used until it is exhausted, it will recover by itself. Stats points before he evolved were fixed and can only increase instead of decreasing. But the pillars run on a different concept than the stats points. He also understands that the cosmic core, whatever its intention, he could feel that one of its objective is to make humans stronger. What he is uncomfortable with this is for what purpose? For what purpose did the cosmic core want them to become stronger? Then suddenly the notification appears again after he finished understanding the information about pillars. You have advanced to level 39. You have earned 9 skill points. 9 pillars could be formed. Will you evolve to next higher life form, or will you repress your level? What? The survivor could not believe what he is seeing right now. Why did he jump to level 39 in one leap? Sophia, who was in front, was startled and she almost let out of his arrow. She glanced behind her and still seeing the survivor looking at something. Still checking, she mused. She then looks in front again and she is nearing the huge tree. The survivor, on the other hand, is stunned and full of disbelief right now. He never had been lucky before. Is this luck? He is unfamiliar with the feeling of being lucky. Is Lady Luck beginning to sympathize with his tragedy that she would awarded him with? Such luck? No, he remarked, shaking his head. He doesn't believe he is that lucky. Is it a glitch? No, he mused. This must be related to the supercroc. There is no level limit when killing a monster, and there is no zone where there is a high-level monster of lower-level monster. In a way, those that survived all have some luck and chips on their shoulders. No matter how accomplished you are, if you encountered an ultimate ranked beast, then even if you could kill zombies like ants, you will be dead. What kind of beasts the crocodile is? The survivor could finally have a bit of understanding on how he gets so many express now. Could it be that the super croc is some powerful beast that exceeds his level? He mused. And then he was reminded of the hundreds of crocodile that dies fighting with the large croc. Hundreds of crocodiles dead. One could imagine the power of the super croc. And then he remembered when the super croc died, only 2 crocs were left. If the system regarded that fighting together is like a party system, could it be? And if the super croc was an existence that he could never beat and then somehow he defeats him, wouldn't he be awarded a lot of express? But even if this is true, he would share it with hundreds of crocodile. How could one beast have so many express to give and then it hit him? No, he remarked. Not 100. Only 3. The 2 crocodiles and him. 3 of them survived. 3 of them shared the express equally. Oh, my God, he screamed inwardly. Is that the reason? The system recognized that since he is the first that fight the crocodiles, then the horde came. The system recognized them as allies since he and the horde were fighting the same enemy. Is that it? Is that why he got so many express? Then he could not help but laughed as hard as he could. He almost fall down to the ground laughing. He did not realize it, but he is already beneath the large tree and Sophia at this time could no longer be bothered by his antics. She sits down and just waits for the survivor to tell her what happened to him. She sits beneath the large tree, on a log bench she created before, looking around vigilantly. The survivor on the other hand stand beneath the huge tree, still checking his status window. He then chooses to repress his level and he could feel that his body undergoing another change like he was a dam, but the water exceeds the dam and then it rested inside his body. Result of the repression: 4 pillars, 4 skill points. So if he goes that each level was repressed, if he were to go with the evolution he would be level 43 now. Even though he represses his level he still got the skill points. This is wonderful, he mused. So now, he could form 13 pillars in total. And he has 23 skill points unused. First he advanced from level 20 to 30 giving him 10 skill points. Then he leveled up to 39 which give him another 9 points. And then repressing his evolution he got another 4 skill points. He could level up his other skills. Then as if that is not enough another notification appears. Your soul-absorbing abilities have reached the requirement for evolution. Choose your desired Shadow Lord item to evolve. Jackpot. He cheered inwardly and he smiles from ear to ear. He then chooses Dark Sword of Soul which is transformed into Soul Sword. Then he chooses the sword again and it transformed again. This time the sword emits a black aura like fire is engulfing the sword and it transformed into Shadow Sword. Shadow Sword attack: 350 to 380 sneak attack, 370 to 450 durability, 6,720 6,720. Emits a black aura that could consume lower level monster. Give double experience when killing a monster and other life form. Can charge durability by absorbing souls using the sword. Soul snatching acquired as the sword ability. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Then after that he upgrade the hood 2 times which it then transform into Hood of Darkness. Hood of Darkness decrease the chance of being detected by monstrous beast and mutated sapiens. Art of Invisibility acquired as the hood ability. Can become invisible for 5 minutes. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Then he also upgraded all of his Shadow Lord special items. Hidden Blade of Darkness attack: 85 to 145 sneak attack, 100 to 235 durability, 4,200 4,200. Store around the wrist area concealed by a hidden compartment under the clothes. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul. Requirement: Vambraces of Darkness increase endurance. Can reflect enemy attack if it hit the vambraces. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Robe of Misery increase vitality and strength. Increase suppression to those who have little resistance to mental attack. Stealth increased. Fear aura acquired as the robe ability. Increase pressure on a person of the same level and below. Could resist some weak mental attack. Your movement when hiding will be hard to be detected. When you are angry or your mood in an unstable emotional level, this robe will emit a black aura, shrouding you, which will give a boost of 5% to strength and agility. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Trouser of Misery increase agility and speed. Your movement will be faster like lightning and moves like the shadow. When you are angry or your mood in an unstable emotional level, this trouser will emit a black aura shrouding you, which will give a boost of 5% to agility. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Boots of Darkness increase agility. Gain the ability to inflict double damage when using it to kick the enemy in vital places. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Black Sash increase vitality and life force. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Black Gloves increase strength. Wearing the same pair will increase strength. Increase gipping power and lifting power. Have ability to self-transform when it reached the soul requirement. Sophia, who was looking at the survivor, was once again stunned when she sees what happens. The attire that he wears transform in front of her eyes. There is runic design in the vambraces and symbols on the robes. There is also something like an aura enveloping the sword in the survivor hands. Even his trouser is full of the runic symbols. Upgrading his items? Sophia knows that Chosen could upgrade their items different than the normal class. But the normal class doesn't have super hard quest or many restrictions like the Chosen. And people who chose normal class is also given the fastest rate to gain levels. If not, how could she in a matter of a few days almost reach the survivor level? Their offensive power and defense might not compare to the chosen, but their rate of express gathering and drop item is higher. The survivor level is gotten by killing May zombies, and his kill count compared to Sophia, he would win by a large margin, but their level before he defeated the Supercroc is almost the same. The normal class has a higher rate of express gaining and items compared to chosen. This just the way it was. Then finishing upgrading his items, he sits down under the tree, just beside Sophia. Sophia moved away a bit, unfamiliar with his new heights and feeling the pressure bearing down on her like a mountain on top of her. "Tell me now?" Sophia asks almost like a whisper. He just smirked and replies. "Not yet," the survivor remarked, and then he returns back looking at his status window. Please choose the attribute of the pillars or upgrading the existing pillars. Choosing pillars. He then glanced at the pillars available, and it has many to choose from the drop-down menu. So first he chooses Pillar of Endurance, then he upgrades all the 4 pillars to Apprentice Pillar. All of his pillar is now as high as 2-story building, so now he has 8 pillars left to form. Each time when he forms a pillar, he could feel the corresponding attribute of the pillars coursing through his veins. When he chooses Endurance, energy washes over him, like a cold breeze of the sea, as he felt a rejuvenating coolness channeling inside his veins. Then he chooses Pillar of Stealth and Spirit. Choosing the Stealth pillar, information streamed inside his mind on how to be stealthy, to watch the exits, to determine the best escape route if discovered, and many other information that just keep coming inside his mind, like he has known how to be stealth all of his life. When he chooses Spirit, he could feel his determination grown stronger, his soul feel like it expanded everything. Then he upgraded Agility 3 times. His Agility pillar becomes as tall as a 4-story buildings, and he could feel his feet as light as a feather, that he could run even on water. He feels that if he jumps now, people would mistake him as flying. He could understand the power of his legs, the limits of his legs. He could estimate how far he could go and how fast his feet could reach in a second. He feels that if he could jump through roof like he was playing jumping jack. He still has 3 more pillars to form. So deliberating for a while, with Sophia beside him, eating a snack bar and tending to the fire, he formed Pillar of Darkness, which gave him an inherent skill, Shadow Teleportation. Since he is Lord Shadow, he just wants to be consistent with his character. He didn't know he would get an inherent skill. Inherent skill only appears when you reached a certain requirements of the pillars. It gives the user the ability to teleport in a 1-mile radius and uses about 90% of the Pillars of Darkness energy. In other words, it would dry him if he ever used it and takes a long time to recover. Then he forms the Pillar of Health and upgraded it, and all of his pillars are formed. When he created the Pillars of Health, he could feel his body not only getting stronger but also could heal faster. He doesn't know how he knows this, he just suddenly knows, like the information revealed itself to him, the moment he chooses it. The survivor who was sitting now, is glowing with power, smiling and full of satisfaction. He doesn't know that while he is not the first to form pillar in the world, he was the only one who has 8 pillars at the moment, and one was even upgraded to Artisan's pillar. Even he fights other evolved person, he is unlikely to lose, he is probably invincible unless someone reached level 40 before him. Not to mention people who have not yet evolved. His presence alone could choke the life out of them if he so decided. Then he checked level repression and race superiority, his race skills. Level repression unlocked. Represses people and monster below the level of 30. Repression by making their stats decreases by 1/3 of their actual value. Race superiority unlocked. People who have not yet evolved will have their active skills increases in the usage of spirit and their passive skills rendered useless when fighting a higher life form. He nodded in excitement. Now, the last one he need to checks is the Hall of Fame. He opens it and then a notification appears. Would you want to register in the Hall of Fame? Your record will be recorded. By now, only 5 users have passed the requirement to enter the Hall of Fame. Yes, he remarked in his mind, and his name register itself. Lord Shadow is the first one to kill a prehistoric beast. Awarded 1000 fame. A unique skillbook has dropped from the monster. Announcing to all the users. Scale body technique is dropped. Time until the book disappeared, 1 month. The moment this notification appears all around the user notification window all over the world, and it creates a sensation. The survivor is the one who is the most shocked. Unique skill. He then asks inside his mind what is unique skill, and information streamed inside his mind. A unique skill is only one in the world, and there is no other skill like that. It also has its own special abilities, and it will not drop again. The only way for it to drop again is to kill whoever learned it, and then if you fight other high-level beast, there will be a chance for the same book to appear again in the world. It is kind of like a devil fruit. There is also a card of the monster he defeated appears. The Supercroc card. He will check it later to check what kind of monster gives so many express. Then the survivor check his ranking. And then another notification window appears with a message. Acquired rewards for ranking the first in the Hall of Fame. Skill book. Energy fist. Gold awarded. 10,000. If you successfully defend your ranking for a month, you will be rewarded another batch of the rewards. His name was the top of the list, and then he also got a reward. A skill book and gold. He quickly learns it in a blink of an eye, and look at the effect. Skill. Energy fist, releasing an energy shot from the user hand. Inflicts physical damage. Depending on the user's strength, it will release an energy that could even penetrate mental attack. The only thing he does not check is the World Orb shop. But this is enough for now. And he could distribute the skill points later. Well? Sophia asks. This time she could no longer stifle her curiosity. Finished making the fire, she sit beside him and ask him, with eyes that are eager to know what changed has happened to him. He looks at her, cracked a smile, and then remarked, "Let me start from the beginning," and he told her all about what happened while Sophia huddled up beside him, listening to him, under the stars, beneath a large tree with the breeze of the cold night and the sound of crickets accompanying them. Chapter 32, Heroes and Villains. Japan. Ichigo. A man is riding a horse, overlooking a hill. Behind him was other people in full armor, body all matching, almost the same. The man glanced far away, and his armor was different from the other. It was not only full with intricate designs, there could also be seen static charges, discharges from the man armor, like he is bathing in lightning. He is the Thunderlord, Houtaro Oreki, dragon of Ichigo. And he is waiting. Behind him is his retainer, looking all serious, guarding their lord. They were waiting for someone. Then as they waited, a man could be seen riding towards them. Then he arrived and bowed a little to Oreki. "Oreki-sama," the man remarked as he bowed his head. "So?" Oreki remarked. His voice was the very definition of a lazy voice. He almost seems like he doesn't care either way when he remarked, "So," but the people under him has been used to it. His retainer bend him, looks at him and just shakes their head. But even though they don't approve of his laziness, they approve of his strength. Thunderlord Houtaro Oreki was the one who saved them and teach them all they know on how to defeat monsters, and the leader of this 2,367 large man army. Only those who were with him in the beginning truly understand the true power that this man commands. Lightning and thunder fell from the skies when he destroys his second large beast and create a 10-meter crater. He gained the ability Thunderstrike when he completed the class-changing quest, and he became a chosen. It was like the sky listens to him, winds and thunder obeys him. Holding powers that is revered by the people he rescues. They look in awe and listen in reverence, no matter how unreasonable Oreki request may be. The scouts then report his finding to Oreki. "Oreki-sama, there is no large monster for a few miles. Near the river, however, I could see a large monster. A 7-headed snake." "People?" he inquired the scout. Even in his word he rarely speaks a few words. Most of his new followers attributes it to a no-nonsense attitude and that he prefers to remain quiet, but his close friend knows that he is merely too lazy to speak. A misunderstanding, that their enigmatic and powerful leader is someone who is very concise and prefers cold hard fact, is born in his group. A few led by some people. Doesn't seem like they have reached level 20, since they have troubles defeating zombies. Evolved? No, Oreki-sama. This makes it easy, he mused. If they are not evolved, then that means they could not defeat him no matter how stronger they are. Combined that with his racial ability of repression and superiority, he is practically a god among his followers. He has 5 pillars. Looking back, he could see thousands of people, looking at him, revering him like a great hero. Thinking back to his past, He almost scoffed and asked himself, why did his life get so troublesome that he become these people leader? So troublesome, he mused. Oreki was one of the slackers in his school but very smart. He never had any problem with his studies, only the fact that hates doing troublesome things. He is lazy if one is to describe him. He likes to do things in which that it doesn't make him do too much effort. When the fall happens, he was at his home. He quickly secured his younger sister and saved his older sister. His mother was abroad and there is nothing he could do about that. His father was dead when he was a child. After that accident, his mother was never the same. Nevertheless, they were family. He doesn't know what happens to her, but he hoped his mother also survived the initial attack. One could see that on the back there is some squadron protecting 2 girls. This is the guard that Dragon of Ichigo, Houtaro Oreki, has charged with the protection of his family. Dragon of Ichigo, huh? He remarked it, almost a whisper. Troublesome, he remarked it again while his retainer behind him is waiting for his order. Oreki found a teleportation stone a few days ago with runic writing and saved someone from Kai. It was then that he knows that there are many survivors that survive the initial fall. Tokyo is devastated though. Some people who got to the teleportation stone could teleport themselves to other places. For level 1 to 29 they could only teleport in the country of origin. For level 30 to 50 they could teleport outside their country, while for level 51 to 70 they could teleport to Secret Realm. It then birthed a new question in the back of his mind. How these teleport stones knew what to call these places, these countries, even regions. One answer. Whoever attacked, whatever forces that landed here, that bring these monsters and magic, they are highly superior in their knowledge about Earth. The fact that they could set teleportation stone and even knows the name of each country in Earth proves to support his theories. A few days ago, he met one of those who sews the teleport stone. Anyway, when he met the young man he wear quite fancy armor and he introduced himself as one of the 24 generals of the Tiger of Kai, Kirishima Toriyasu. When Kiriyama was saved by him, Kiriyama then expresses his gratitude and then he returned back to report his findings to the Tiger of Kai, his daimyo. Oreki let him go since they are fellow survivors but was reprimanded heavily by his retainers. My lord? One of them say looking at him. Oreki held up his hand and his retainer shut his mouth, letting his lord think for a while. First they were the people they saved, now they call themselves as his retainers. Maybe they got the inspiration from hearing the depiction of Kirishima Lord. Kirishima remarked, if they wanted to join Lord Hikigai army and live a good life they can join him at Shinano. Kirishima called his lord as the Tiger of Kai, and Tiger of Kai is working hard to pacify the Kai region and establish a new Tokyo. The Tiger of Kai, from this act of his, he could be seen as ambitious in. While many of the people in Japan is still suffering from the initial fall and zombies still roamed about, this tiger has already pacified many regions, saving thousands in his region. The new world is ruled by strength and of course they will be people staking the claim early. Hearing this, many of them also heard that Hikigaya has cleared out many of the monster around Kai and has amassed about 10,000 survivors who is then integrated into his army. Whoever this Hikigaya is, he has clearly consolidated his power and create a haven for survivors in Kai, and a large army. It is remarked that Tiger of Kai hold all the authority and has started creating villages after the sudden change of the world. He also declares himself as a daimyo and many people in the new created region of Kai flocked to him, revering him as their savior. The sudden change refers to the light that vanishes all modern necessities, sprouting large trees and mountains that reach the skies. This new change also marks the end of the old world, and a new world arises, a world where everything will start anew. When Kirishima returned to his lord, many of the survivors in his camp also wanted that same kind of authority and peace, so they appointed him as their leader and called him the Dragon of Ichigo. They were jealous hearing that the people of Kai had not only protection but an army, and many of the people in his camp fears that the stability that many of the people has created in his camp will fall apart. Even though at first he rejected the offer to be a daimyo, his advisor advised him to take on the role to give a sense of calmness on the survivors. And the daimyo part is just until a new government could be built again. But Oreki knows and his advisor knows, there is no longer a government, and if there is talk of creating a government, not all people would be happy with it. Oreki understand it better. Why would Tiger of Kai amass army if he did not want to be king in this new world? Oreki accepts because he does not know what kind of person this Tiger of Kai is. This is the end of the world, and Oreki in his journey of saving people also met some of unsavory characters, people who have powers and used it to rape and kill fellow humans instead of helping each other in the time of darkness. What if this Tiger of Kai is a psychopath and his people are all ruthless? Oreki couldn't take the chance, and hearing 10,000 people under him, that is enough to be called a proper army. Then he declared the region he is making a home as Ichigo, making the modern name to its older ancient name. They are following the ancient border of the daimyo during the Sengoku period. Many of his retainers are young and treated this like a game and like they were transported in a game-like world. But Oreki knows better. This is not the kind of game-like world where you get harems and special ability like in the web novels or light novels. When you die for real, and there is no god that would reincarnate you to other places. You want power? Fight for it. You want to live? Fight for it? But most of his retainer was saved with their family intact. Not to mention, since he acted as a pillar and there is nothing yet that threatened their safety too heavily, they are all optimistic of the days ahead. It is also thanks to his brilliant suggestion and charismatic leadership. He is their protector, much as like the Tiger of Kai is the protector of Kai, he is the protector of Ichigo. Maybe that is why the young people in his camp, they don't understand the severity of the situations. He sent one of his people to Tokyo to assess damage and then returned via the teleportation stone. Tokyo is full with monsters that resemble yokai, and even though the buildings no longer exist, it is now replaced by a large forest. The initial fall did not affect Ichigo very bad, but the large beast did affect Tokyo and Kyoto badly. In Ichigo, it was a large bird with thorns for a face that sprays green gas from the gaps of its teeth and kill millions in a matter of a minute. A simple blocking your nose for a few seconds would have saved the people, but not everyone was that lucky. And then when they're dead they became zombies. Those that survives usually have their family intact and then found by Oreki and his friends. And then their ranks swelled. And as their ranks swell, so did their expertise and offensive power. Which is why now, he has a large group of people following him. They are also some of the survivors they found and rescue, which all help to boost their power, and with an army, even though they get less experience when fighting, they could defeat many great beasts. Even though Oreki was lazy, when the time calls for it he was an inspiring leader and one of the most powerful people in Japan now and probably in the world. When he entered the Hall of Fame he could also see Hikigaya name in the ranking, and his fame was higher than him. There is also a foreign name in there, Raymond and Rollo. But in Japan the only one who has form pillars and could be remarked the strongest in all of Japan is him and Hikigaya. In a few days maybe they would be others that would carve their name in the Hall of Fame. The reason that the people easily accept him as their leader is because he is not only the most powerful among them, but he is also honorable, brave, and has quite the military expertise. They all have seen it, his way of handling the distribution of people when fighting a beast, and how he trains everyone in a way that is suitable for them. Oreki is also finding a spot where it is beneficial for them to create a village. Creating a village and then hunting and increase their express and power would one day help them if a beast that is out of their league came attacking. The place is good. Send people to rescue the people you saw, Oreki remarked. Enko. Yes, Oreki-sama. You will lead the newbies to gain some experience. Enko nodded and quickly went to follow her orders. Akira. Oreki-sama. You take 10 elite levelers and sweep the area. Report to me immediately if there is a large beast. He nodded and quickly steered his horse and picked 10 men, and they dashed forward. Then Kuro, one of his retainer, asked. Oreki-sama, then can we move there? Let Akira do the sweep first, then we can move. Should I prepare the arrangement? One of his other retainers asked. Oreki then nodded. The retainer then quickly informed his other officers. The place the scouts have scouted is as good as any place to start. It is also near the river and protected by the hills, and his people need to rest. They have been marching ever since, relying on the warrior class and the mages to capture low-leveled beasts like horned rabbits or red snakes to sat their appetite. Then suddenly, as they were about to climb down the hill, a notification appears. Lord Shadow is the first one to kill a prehistoric beast. Awarded 1000 fame. A unique skill book has dropped from the monster. announcing to all the users. Scale body technique is dropped. Time until the book disappeared, 1 month. He was shocked. Unique skill book. He quickly asked the system and information streamed inside his mind. Lord Shadow. Who is he? In Malaysia. Where is Malaysia? Which part of Malaysia? Then a place appears in his mind, bottom of the river. Another notification appears. The place is marked on the teleportation stone. Temporal teleportation stone is created nearby the book. The temporal teleportation stone will self-destruct in 1 month. Oreki-sama, did you get the message? Kuro remarked to him. Oreki looked behind him and could see everyone is looking in front of them like they are shocked and dumbfounded. It is safe to say everyone has been looking at the message. He nodded. What do we do? Do you want to go? Oreki shakes his head. It is too early and he doesn't know who is Lord Shadow and what he is capable of. Since Lord Shadow killed the beast, he must possess great powers and must possess the unique skill book by now. Then that means if he wanted the unique skill book he needs to grab it from Lord Shadow, and this is too early. This Lord Shadow did not only defeated a prehistoric beast, a unique rank monster, but also steal the first place in Hall of Fame. Fighting him without knowing what power Lord Shadow possess is stupid, and Lord Shadow also has a home ground advantage. Forget it, he mused. I could get unique skill in Japan. He consoles himself. Then looking at Kuro, he remarked. We strengthen ourselves. Saying this he climbed down the hill and 1,000 followed as they began building their new home. France, Paulette. How is the men? The young man inquired a woman who has a nose ring, a brown hair, bandaging her wounds and then gulping a vial of health potion. They are fine. Some of them are bandaging the others. Don't worry about them too much. Jean, her voice is hoarse but she is still energetic. Jean nodded and sighed. Jean is looking at his men, a 100 ragtag bunch. They huddled up beside a large fire. A few moments before, they were startled that a notification appears showing that a user has defeated a prehistoric beast, Sarcosuchus imperator, a unique rank beast. Whoever this Lord Shadow is, he sure is strong. Jean is about to level up to 30. Unlike the other nations suffering from the fall, France are not riddled by zombie infestation like the high-populated nations like the US, China or Russia, but they are riddled by large beast and terrifying beast. In this ragtag bunch, Jean is the leader. A new leader after the old leader killed by him. His ragtag bunch consists of Arabian migrants and drug dealers, and the occasional civilians. One might ask, how did he pick up drug dealers and Arabian migrants? It's complicated. How about my mother? He asks. Traumatized. Paulette responded as she is now downing some scotches. She got that when she was ransacking a bar before the light fell. Since then she has been storing it inside her storage rings and she never shares it with anyone. Scotch is not her kind of drink, but that is the only thing she grabbed before. He remarked, looking his mother huddled up with his younger brother. Jean is one of the 99%, poor and destitute. The reason why there is so many drug dealers following him is because he himself was a drug dealer. He was 21 and dealing in the street. Before he could assemble this group he had to fight the people in charge and kill him. He was smart. First it was not him that ruled this group but another man by the name of Tony from the crime family Cardasio. He was an Italian crime family enforcer who was entering the street, fighting a turf war with the Jamaicans before the fall came. When the fall came, Jean saved his mother and brother and joins the ragtag bunch, but he was smart. He hides his power and his level, always pretending to be the sheep, and did miscellaneous job to avert Tony's suspicion. He kills monsters in secret, and when he has enough people disgruntled with Tony despotic rules, Jean stepped up, killed Tony and take his place. Paulette was his right-hand woman. This drug dealers and immigrant is all under his charge. Most of them chose to become warriors or sharpshooter. The civilians chose to become healer and support characters. Jean comes from suburb at the north of Marseille. One of the people following him was a genius when it comes about gadget, and he managed to intercept signals that are coming from the military in Paris. At least until the light fell and destroy any signs of modern world. Now they are walking in woods in what used to be tar roads and sky-high towers. They are now moving to Paris. The government is being set up if the news is correct. But now without modern equipment, how can the government function again? This is big stuff and Jean doesn't have to think about it. He just needs to keep moving and survive. and led this people to Paris. Thinking of this matter, he checks the people under his care. Among them, he is the strongest and the most powerful and acts as a pillar of the group. When they are fighting a beast, he charged forward with his trusted friends. Now they would lay their lives for each other. Looking at the long road ahead of him, he sighed. Paris, will we reach there? He inquired. Paulette gives him a glass. Scotch? She offered. Is it delicious? Taste like puke, she remarked, and she smiles. Jean takes the glass of scotch and downs it in one shot. What do you think, Paulette? Will we reach Paris, or die trying? Paulette takes another gulp and look at the crowd in front of her. With a sniper behind her back and loose clothing and her short brown hair, she looks like a gun for hire. A sexy gun for hire. It helps that her chest area is bountiful. I don't know. But our men needs hope, and the news that maybe a government is being set up gives them hope. Paris becomes their purpose. And a promised land. I won't take that away from them, if I were you, Jean nodded. What if there is nothing in Paris? He inquired. Then we deal with them, Paulette remarked, determined. You lead better than I will ever be, Paulette. True, but they do not trust me. They trust you, she remarked, and she has a bitter smile as she brings out her last bottle of scotch. She pours a glass into Jean's empty cup and hers. Because you insist on playing the bad guy, Jean remarked as they knocked their glass and both downs it in one shot, looking at each other, smiling. Maybe. Or maybe because you're a nice guy. Paulette and Jean look at their men, and as they drink their last bottle of scotch, both of them got up and they keep marching. To Paris, they go. All around the world. Some nation military survives the initial attack and was preparing to launch an attack with their weaponry, but then the light fell and their weapons, nuclear, missile, all the weapons humans was so proud of disappeared. The military and the leaders all then defend their base at their capital city. Some nation military and power structure on the other hand crumbled instantly, but some survives. The country that survives and maintain their capital city is USA, Russia, France, Iran, and Denmark. The other country was demolished, their political structure and military was destroyed or left to tatters. But there are so many countries, and when the most dangerous beast went into hibernation, all these countries begun rising up again. There is no lack of believers towards their country and government, even though clearly the old world has ended. China was almost destroyed completely when a large black dragon came, a legendary ranked beast, and burned Beijing with a fire that could not be extinguished, killing millions of people, and then the people rise from the dead. Millions of zombies roam the land. Some countries still have their president or prime ministers hiding in their underground bunker, waiting for a time to rise up to the surface again. Of course, there are some unlucky ones who deep underneath the ground but still found by the monsters. One could only attribute this as bad luck. The Prime Minister of Japan hid under an underground undisclosed location with the Special Forces and the Secret Service, but was found by a large mole that eat everything, even steel, and the Prime Ministers and the people guarding him were all killed. The Emperor of Japan, however, was saved by some people. The imperial family of Japan at the time was visiting Kyoto when the fall happens, and one of the Emperor guards managed to stay ahead of the destruction by killing monster and gaining level. Thus he became the imperial family protector at Kyoto and named himself as Hirate. He also visited Kai and declares himself as temporary shogun under the rule of the emperor. As the temporary shogun, he began putting his plan in motions and guarding Kyoto with his retainers and act as the protector of the imperial family. In China, however, the people struggles to survive and there is death in the millions every day. It was almost like whatever this monster is doing is thinning the herd before the large black dragon stop when the light fell and hibernate. The Communist Party didn't even got a chance to mobilize any army before all key positions of the military was burned by the black fire that melts everything and anything. When the light came, the resistance crumbled, and warlords appeared. Yu Xing, Feng Jing, Wang Jian. Many warlords appears and all create their own sphere of influence with power they have as levelers. They promised peace. They promised stability. And the ultimate prize? The throne of China. And all these warlords strengthened their sphere of influence, killing monster, leveling themselves up, strengthening themselves as the clouds of war is gathering. A world of a new warfare is about to begin in China. In France, some of the political leaders survives the fall and command their own militia to try recreating back the nation and sending signal for survivors to come to Paris. The Front National, a political party which discriminates against migrants, and the Socialist Party, who is very powerful because of the trade union. Before the fall, and the anarchist, which is led by Pierre, were all that survives from the fall. They are reforming back their party, and with the army they are diligently resisting the beast attack. Pierre, the leader of the anarchist, he himself is a very powerful leveler and almost reached level 30. There is also the mafia, who occupied other part of Paris and is recruiting people as they create their own army, marching to Paris with nothing good in their hearts. In Turkey, a man named Usman commands a 1,000 armed man is making a new nation in what used to be Istanbul, while at the same time killing monster, using a scimitar. And with the old government looking at Usman as the protector of the new Turkey, he got all the help he need because he was approved by the former president of Turkey. And all around the world, heroes and villains rise. Chapter 33. A prayer in the dark. Whoa, she exclaimed. Her eyes sparkle and her face was full of excitement. Is that what happened? You're not lying to me, right? She asks again. Hearing his story, she almost didn't believe it herself. Pillars, evolution, but all the evidence is in front of her eyes. The survivor is taller than before, like a sudden growth spurt, which is impossible, and he also gives off the aura of being superior than her even without trying to. The survivor tell her that if she reached his level, the suppression would not affect her as much. And it was not like he is intentionally trying to intimidate her, but the aura and the superiority he possessed could not be suppressed. It was like in ancient time when a superior species meet an inferior species. The inferior species would trigger the fight or flight response, and most of the time they would choose flight, and this particular instinct exists in everyone. So, she could not help herself feeling inferior than him other than leveling to his level or find some skills that could nullify his pressure. She looks at him and she could see he was smiling while his eyes look at the river. Why are you looking at the river? Something interesting caught your eye? She inquired as she throws another rye branch to the fire. I'm thinking of diving down there and search for the unique skill. Hearing this, alarms rings off in her hearts. What do you mean? You don't know how to swim or even dive, and there is still 2 crocodiles there, prowling under the river. I will be in the morning. And about the 2 crocs, don't worry. If I encounter them this time, it wouldn't be like last time. What makes you say that? She inquired, puzzled. Just something, he smirked in a way that hides his intention. Sophia just sighed and then she remarked. I guess it is good that you evolve. You're stronger now, and you need to be stronger too, he remarked. I know, she remarked, her eyes was full of determination. So? She inquired. So, he remarked, what are we going to do next? She inquired. In a way, she has already regarded him as the leader of their duo. Sleep. Who's going to guard the I will guard? You sleep, he remarked, thankful for her concern. You just woken up from your injury and you just level up, so. You dive down the river, unmindful of the danger, and then nurse me to health. So, you are now tired and you need to rest. The survivor cut off her words. She was about to say something else, but the survivor put his finger on her lips and she pipes down. And I saved your life, he remarked. She shrugged off and remarked. Probably, she remarked, probably. And he chuckles. I definitely saved your life, and you know what that means, right? He remarked, smirking a lecherous smile. What do you mean? She inquired, puzzlement in her face, and she moved a few inches from him. He giggles a bit, looking her blush. Teasing mode activated, he mused. It means you owe me, he remarked, as he inches closer and Sophia inches farther away. Owe you what? She mustered her courage to ask. Whatever I want, and you know exactly what I want, don't you? What? She remarked. There is a little bit of anxiousness in her voice that she tries to hide, and he leans closer and whispered to her ears, with an arrogant smirk on his face, and he remarked. Go to sleep, and he chuckles again. Sophia blushes red and covers her face in embarrassment. She was thinking of a perverted wondered before. She was in that position for a few seconds before taking a deep breath and then lowers her hands and she glares at him. That's mean, she mused. Since when she sees him as a man? She inquired herself. Before, she can't even see him as a man, but now her heartbeat accelerated and she is too fast in drawing perverted wonders. I guess that is fine, she remarked as calm as possible, but there is trembling in her voice and her cheeks is still red from being teased. The survivor couldn't help but tries to stifle his own laughter. She got up, Walk to the tree, store her bows and arrows inside her rings, and she sit under the tree and closes her eyes slowly. The survivor look at her, trying her hardest not to open her eyes, and he chuckles silently. She is too cute. Wait, no, she is not cute. She's just fun to tease, he concluded. And then he maintains a lookout around the area with his divine sense. He then quickly put 4 skill points to divine sense, which make his divine sense encompassing 700 meters from all of his directions. When it reached level 04, he not only could sense life around him, but he could also see all around him like he was there. He could see 700 meters from him in all directions if he focused, kind of like a psychic. He could see fresh bodies sprawled around a field, fresh kill. He could also see nearby monster hiding in the tress, apes and monkeys. Their fur is red and they are sleeping. Some are coming near them, but it is still far away from here. Other than that, there is no threat. He still has 19 points to spend on his skill. Then he spends 3 of the skill points into his fear aura. Skill. Fear aura level 04. You can emit aura of fear affecting the mental state of beast and mutated sapiens. It will also make their movement slower and their spirit will be lowered by 30%. A passive skill. To use it, one needs to wills it, thinking it in the mind. Create an image of their darkest fear. A mental attack. User and monster WHO is under level 30 will be instantly paralyzed with fear. No wonder when you evolve you are practically a powerful existence. Anyone under level 30 monster or humans both are powerless? Basically, unless the opponent is level 30 he is basically invincible. By now he also found out what beats he kills before. A unique rank monster which is equivalent to level 40 monster. How did he know? He buys a book about ranks and monster from the world orb shops. It cost him 500 gold, and the moment he learns it, all information about rank and levels entered his mind. The world orb shop sells variety of things that is useful. Skill books, life skill books, pills, potions, weapons, armor and all that stuff. When he checks life skill he found something interesting and he decides to buy it later in the morning. His trump card for diving tomorrow. He also sees a pillar forming pills which amounted to 100,000 gold. Whoever have that many gold should think of buying other things like skills or books that could give information about this new world, at least that is. How he wondered about it. Of course, if he were rich and doesn't care about gold, then he could buy as many as he could. Thinking about it now, it was stupid of him not to collect every single dime that fall down when he killed monsters or stiffs. He sighed for a while. Looking at the fast sleeping Sophia he smiles again. Then he calls upon his beast and send badge to deals with the ape, but also instructed him telepathically to not go to the fields filled with bodies. Maybe after he is done with his plan in the morning he would check out the bodies. He has a few ideas on what happens, but he prefers to wait. Unlike Sophia he could maintain not sleeping tonight. He has sleeps enough. And he rested enough, and with all of this energy and unboundless stamina that he could stay up and look after her, like she did for him. Then looking at the menu of the shop he buys a few life skills. At first he wanted to buy it in the morning, but since he has decided he would not go to sleep tonight, why delay, right? He buys swimming skill which cost him 1,000 gold, breathing underwater which cost him about 2,000 gold, and diving which cost him 5,000 gold. The price depends on the difficulty of the remarked skills and the proficiency of the user. For example, a swimmer who buys the skill for swimming might buys it at the cheap cost of 100 gold, whereas people who have never swim or do not know to swim might have to pay 1,000 gold. The skill is also different in that it uses the system of acquiring experience by doing the action. For example, swimming. He is now a novice. If he wanted to advance his rank he needs to swim a lot and increase the skill proficiency. Life skill cannot be learned by doing the skill in real life unless you unlocked the requirements. If that was the case he would have gotten the swimming skill as he tried to swim before, like in the games. The other way of learning a skill is to buy it, and he has a lot of gold. And he is gunning for the next play. A mountain of loot is hiding under the riverbed. He would be an idiot if he does not tries to get his hand on the loot. 100 crocs, a large super croc, dying in a river. Imagine the kind of loot that fall down on the riverbed. There is a reason why he bought this skill, and it was not because he was ashamed that he couldn't swim or he almost dies because he couldn't swim, but because he wanted to loot the treasure on the riverbed. But shame and almost dying because he couldn't swim plays a little part on why he chose that skill in particular. He is betting there is a lot of gold and treasure to be found and he is not about to let it go. With that gold he might be able to buy many life skill that will help him in the long term. In the morning he would tell Sophia of his plan and then he would dive down the river while Sophia could train with the apes. After all, Badge is not going to be able to kill the apes all by himself, or more accurately he doesn't want Badge to kill all the apes by himself. After killing a few apes, the survivor could see that his pet is becoming larger. Of course, the only reason that his pet is able to defeat the ape is because of his level suppression. He just has to walk near Badge when he is fighting and his racial skill will be automatically activated. Since Badge is his pet, he is not affected. When the survivor realizes that Badge is getting stronger and doesn't need his help anymore, he retreated back to the shelter and let Badge handles the patrolling jobs. And it's not like the ape has stones for brain. When they realized that he was an evolved user, most of the apes run away and stay away from the shelter. So, sometimes every few hours, he would send Badge to hunt a few ape just for fun. He just sent him to kill a few of them and when there is heat to return immediate to the shelter and recovers. Looking at the river, his eyes could almost see the gold on the riverbed. Next time he will be going shopping like a rich man in the World Orb shop. Smiling, he swiped the notification windows away and he got up from his seat and glanced at the moonlight and the peaceful sleeping face of Sophia and thinks about all the things that has happened since the fall. Looking at the moon, thinking about all of that has happened, he is grateful that even in the darkest night, he still has a companion, and that he is not yet going crazy. Then he thinks about what happens to his mother and he thinks about the lights that have ripped away everything, buildings, cars, everything that he knows of modern life and its luxuries vanished. And he thinks about the kind of force that could do such a thing and he is coming up with a blank. Was this the so-called Judgment Day, and if it was, why he is still here? And if it's not that, if it's not God or some supernatural entity doing this? What did this? He knows that the force that is doing this is the World Orb, but what is the World Orb? Is it a who? Is it a thing? What kind of entity is it? And what is its purpose? If its purpose is to destroy the earth, then with it power it could have. If it was the one who sent the monster coming down from the skies, then why give humanity weapons to fight? Why give them power to evolve and become powerful? Only one thing makes sense. That the cosmic core is testing humanity, picking out the best, the strongest amongst them, to survive this new world. It is nurturing them, and the World Orb does not take losers. Those who survive, either by luck or by perseverance or by ingenuity, is the one approved by the system. But then another question arises. Why? Why does it need humanity to become stronger? For what possible reason? This force wanted humans to thrive. In the history of humanity on Earth, humans have faced countless of extinction events. Fiery rocks from the skies once came to Earth and obliterate the dinosaurs, and humans survived that. Biting cold once covered the Earth and humanity survived that too. The world was split into continent breaking off, mountain was formed from flat grounds and humanity was separated, and still humans persevered. And then came the harsh environments, blistering heat in the desert and deadly cold in the northern region, and humans survived them all. Humanity survived the plague and all kinds of disease that, if you see throughout all history, it was almost a miracle that humanity could reach to this moment in history. And each time we survived these events, humanity becomes stronger, tempered by all these events. Then, the survivor think of something. But after a long time, humanity evolution stopped. But did the cosmic core want humanity to evolve? He thinks about this and he does not think he is wrong. That the cosmic core wanted humans to become stronger, smarter. It wanted the best of humans, for what? And this is what troubles him. He doesn't know the full story. He always wanted to know the full story. It bugged him. It bugged him when he doesn't know the full story, because when he doesn't know, he could make the wrong choice, make the wrong decision. And he has a lot of track records in choosing the wrong ones. He sighed and then he walked to the large tree. He glanced at Sophia, her neck leans onto one of the branches, sleeping peacefully. He could see her swollen eyes, her messy hair, and he is touched. She took care of him and he is touched because he never been taken care of like that. Not even by his family. A man needs to be strong and a man needs to endure. It was not what his family taught him, but he knows. He knows that is what is expected of him. He did not come from money and he knows he is not going to be rich. So he endures and he tries to be strong. In his country there is a caste, an invisible caste. You think that people could become rich if they worked, but no. If you have people, the right people, then you can be rich. If you don't play dirty, you can't be rich. The rich in his country, all of them has sins in their hands, no matter how small. He was raised with a worldview that is either black or white. There is no gray. But as he grows older, he becomes more mature. The world is not black and white, it's gray. And he has given up trying to change his country. Why? Because in his country people like him have no voice. They aren't heard. Money does the talking. And even that he did not have. So, he did what any normal person would do. He gave up. And giving up, that's easier. But the fall changes everything. In all places of the world right now, he is the only person who is level 39. If he wanted to, he could break that barrier and reach level 40 anytime he wanted. But he wanted to collect more pillars. Then looking at Sophia, knowing that there is someone who got his back in this new world, he is touched. It felt good to be taken care of. So, he comes closer to Sophia and he with his exceptional hearing could hear her breathing, slow and calm. He could hear her heartbeats, beating like a slow song. He looked closer and under the moonlight her face was enchanting. He smiles and run his finger through her hair, swiping the hair from her forehead to her ears. And then he pick her up, carrying her in princess style, and he could not hide his smile. He doesn't even know why he is smiling. Slowly he walked until he reached the bed of leaves. Slowly he put her down and then he brought out the blankets from his storage rings and uses it to cover her from the cold. He stay beside her and he keep watching out the dark, a silent protector watching over her. Looking at the moonlight, he put his hand together and there is something welling up in his heart, and then, for the first time in a long time, he prayed. He prays to whatever forces out there, that hope is not lost, that there is a chance for a future. That whatever this event means, they would survive the horrors ahead. And looking at her, he smiles and he keep watching. Chapter 34. Loot, loot, loot. She could smell the faint smell of omelette and she wake from her sleep. Maybe that is because of her passive skill. Her nose is highly sensitive. Rubbing her eyes, she could see dawn is just arriving. The sun rises again for a new day. Looking at the place where the smell originated, she could see a man cooking in a fire pit, and beside him was a badger looking around dragging many ape corpses behind the fire pit, eating them deliciously. She could smell the blood, a heavy smell that pervaded around the campsite. And there he sees him, sitting on the log, in a very relaxed manner, grilling something. He was sitting on a log branch like it was a bench and he keep cooking. There is also some faint trace of coffee. Behind the fire pits were a mountain of ape corpses, some were skinned and cut and left in the corner. It seems that it would be stored for later consumption. Beside the corpses were beads, about 10 of them. Sophia then looks at herself and then she realizes she was covered by a blanket, and she got up and without saying anything she went to the nearest source of water and cleans herself. After that she went back to the fire pit and sit beside the survivor like nothing happens. Then she started asking about all the stuff that is in front of her. Eyes, curios. When did you do this? Last night, he remarked as he kept fanning the fire with a paper fan. Did you not sleep? He remarked nonchalantly. I was bored last night, so I ordered Badge to make a fire pit and then I roasted some of the ape meat. Then he took one of the smaller slices of the ape meat and eats it, chewing it. How was it? She inquired. A little chewy, but it's not that bad. It tastes like intestines of a cow. Chewy but delicious. Now if I have some spices, I could make some stocks and it will be more delicious. After you rid of the poisonous bile, it's safe to eat it. Then he handed a cup of coffee to her. You make coffee? She inquired, surprised. The survivor smiles a bit and show her his coffee. I took many of coffee packets when we were in the mall. Also took some pots and kettle. Thank God I didn't bring any electric kettle. That would be useless. And he chuckles alone. He found some humor in the fact that the everyday routine that he used to do is now so hard to do. Drinking coffee in the morning, which used to be so easy, could now be considered a chore. She just nodded and took a sip of coffee and she feel her body refreshed. Holding it with her 2 hands, she took another sip. She looks at the omelet. And ask. Eggs too? The survivor could see the way she looks at the finished omelet and he grinned, so he asks. Want to taste it? She nodded vigorously. He conjured up plates from his ring and put one of the omelets into the plates and handed it to her. Then he cracked another egg onto the cooking pot, and that sizzling sound can be heard at their campsites. It was almost like they are in a retreat or something if you discount the fact that there are monsters nearby and a too large crocodile in the river near them. She did not wolf it down. Instead, she took the omelet bite by bite, alternately switching between eating the omelet and drinking the coffee. She felt that this was the most delicious breakfast she has ever tasted in her life. Eating grilled snakes and herbs could do that to any person. Her eyes are now wide open, awake and energized. Then she looks on the heap of corpses and asks him, "What about the apes? You killed it yesterday." He nodded and then continues flipping the egg on the cooking plate. "Badge did most of the work. I want him to rank up and become a little bit more useful to me." "A unique rank monster? Well, if he could rank up that high, we have a good insurance for our life, don't you think?" he remarked, and she nodded. "Last night another one killed a unique beast." "Oh, I didn't notice the notification," she exclaimed. She really didn't realize it. She was sleeping so peacefully yesterday that he didn't want to bother her, and it's not like they will go to that place, not when he didn't even finish his class-changing quest right now. He also got to learn that there is such things as teleportation stones. "You were sleeping at the time," he explained. "Where is it?" she inquired. "Germany, by someone called Bradheim." "That is a long way from here," she remarked as she slurps her coffee, enjoying the rich taste of coffee packets. "Yes. And then around dawn another one was killed and dropped a unique skill in Denmark. So, I put my notification windows to log. It hinders my vision if suddenly when I was fighting notification windows appears in the middle of the fight." She slurped the coffee again while nodding. The survivor just shakes his head. She is not even listening, completely enjoying the omelet and the coffee. She just finished her omelet and she felt refreshed. She also brought a few packets from the mall, but she did not bring any kettle or foodware, unlike him. "So, what are we going to do today?" she inquired cheerfully. As they were eating and drinking, the survivor told her the plan. They would go and dive and find the unique skill and grab all the treasure they could find underwater. He was already smiling in glee. He also told Sophia about the skill he bought and that when he has enough money he would buy the same skill for her so that their looting becomes faster. He also told Sophia that he bought a bag of holding that could 1 ton of weight inside it. It was a small pouch that can be put anywhere and it can carry anything unless it doesn't weigh more than a ton. The only thing it couldn't do is putting live things inside it. Dead things, however, is fair game. It was 2,000 gold to buy the bag, making his gold now 0. He is betting on this looting, which is why he didn't mind the 2,000 gold, which could be sued to buy another life skill book. He also told Sophia about the fields of bodies not far from they were taking shelter. Sophia insists they go there immediately, but after deliberation they decided that they will check it after the finished looting all the gold and items they could find in the riverbed. So after they finished talking about it, they packed their things, washed the foodware, store it back, extinguish the fire. They then walked to the river. "So you're going first?" Sophia inquired. "Yeah," he remarked. "I will get some money and then buy you the underwater breathing skills. Then you can follow me." "Okay," she remarked, nodding in agreement. "You and Badge maintain a lookout on the crocodiles. If they attack, you run. I can handle them." "You sure?" "Yeah, okay, if you say so. Don't push yourself too much," she remarked, and he nodded. Sophia then began her lookout. The survivor looked at the clear deep water, blue and clear, as he calmed himself down, take a deep breath, and then he jumped and a splash happened. Sophia looks as the survivor dive into the river. The survivor, on the other hand, has begun his diving. His lung is stronger and have a large capacity, and now he could swim underwater. He begun diving deeper. He could see countless of weird fish, but none of them did anything threatening. He killed a few of them with energy fist, and it doesn't look like the express it gave him is a lot. It didn't even make his pillars higher at all. He could feel only a little bit of express enter his body. When he killed the fishes, he quickly put the fishes inside his bag of holding. "Maybe I should buy cooking skills later." He mused. Cooking grilled fish or steamed fish would be the highlight of his day. Even though the world turns into this kind of place, he still wanted some god food. So, as he thinks about this, he keep killing the fishes while diving and collecting. Using his divine sense, as long as the 2 crocodiles enter his range, he would spot them. The 2 crocodiles, after killing the super croc, also gained some benefits. They have become larger but not as large as the super croc. Anyway, he decided to pay attention to them if they ever decided to attack him. If not, he would go with his original plan. Either way, he now could swim and dive underwater, so he doesn't think he would be pushed into such desperate corners like before. As he dives, even though his eyes has great vision, darkness began to set in. There are some wild fish and an eel that tries to electrocute him, but he quickly dispatched the eel with a kick. With one kick the eel head shattered and he quickly stores it inside his bag. Then he continued on and then he smiles, looking the shining glittering coins in the riverbed. Smiling, he then went full speed ahead to the riverbed. "Ho," he panted, breathing hard as he returns to shore. "You got it?" Sophia inquired. He nodded. "The book or the gold?" "Gold," he remarked. "Where's the book?" she inquired as she lowered her weapon. "I still couldn't find the book. Need your help with that." He is still panting. He pushed himself down there until his lungs almost couldn't take it. Sophia just nodded. "Did you take all the gold?" she inquired as her eyes scanned the river, looking at the two crocs which can be spotted across the shore. "No, not yet. I feel pressure on my lungs, so I quickly surfaces. I need to increase my proficiency level if I want to dive underwater for a long time," he deduced. Sophia on the other hand was smirking right now, as he looks at him. "So you're going to buy it now for me?" The survivor understand what Sophia means. He nodded and then he quickly buys swimming and breathing underwater book and then quickly Sophia learned it. The first haul get him about 20,547 gold after subtracting the cost for the skill books he buys for Sophia. He also got Pill of Strength, Pill of Explosion, Pill of Experience and Pill of Haste. There are also some items which he gave to Sophia. He got about 10,000 copper and 7,000 silver. What he wants is the book or any pillar-forming pills. He checked at the shop and it cost as expensive. "I'm ready," she remarked after she finished learning the book. "Good, now let me take my breath first," and he sit there on the sand, looking at the clear river water. He could even see fishes playing around the shores, flitting around. "So how are we going to split the loot?" Sophia inquired. "1/3. 3 for me," Sophia cheekily remarked. He just smiles, and his smiles was a menacing one. "All right, I was just kidding. If you found any pillar-forming pill, I got dibs," he declared. "Good enough. I want pills and bead." Then she looked again at the river and something crossed her mind. "Do you think we can eat crocodile meat?" she inquired. "Why? You want to eat it?" "Just wondered, it would be pretty tasty and it's not like we can be choosy anymore," Sophia remarked, sometimes stealing a few glances towards the ape meat that doesn't look very appetizing. "How about the ape meat? That felt pretty good. A little chewy but eatable," he remarked, trying to promote the ape meat. He didn't think that the ape meat is that revolting. Instead, if he could buy a few spice packets from the shop, he could make a good dish. "Yeah, I'm just expanding my horizon," Sophia remarked. Then she added, "And who knows if I would get more bonus effect eating the crocodile meat. Especially if we get the imperator meat." "It's Sarcosuchus imperator," he remarked. "That's too long and it almost sounds like a tongue twister. Imperator is easier." "Maybe," he remarked. He also got a few bonuses when eating the ape meat, but it is small and after eating much of it bonuses doesn't appear any more other than healing properties. His pillars only rose a few centimeters each when he ate the ape meat and then stopped after the third slice of ape meat. For Sophia it raises her stats. He also advised Sophia to balance her stats so that when she reached pillar forming, she would get more pillars. "That's not a bad idea," he remarked. "Thinking about it, those crocs are normal crocs, but the imperator, okay. The name imperator is beginning to stuck," he mused as he glanced at Sophia and grudgingly smile and then continue his train of wondered. "The imperator is the boss, the jefe, the godfather of these crocs. It even drops unique skillbook and itself a unique rank monster. Its meat probably has special properties." Thinking about this, he is getting excited to learn cooking skills later. "Finished resting?" Sophia inquired as she put her weapons inside her storage rings. He got up, pat his buttocks and spreads his divine sense around the river to check if there is any threat. "I'm done. Let's go." Sophia nodded and she walked to the deep area and then she dived. The survivor on the other hand jumped from the sandy shore, and as the pressure of his jump reached the sand which he was stepping, A sandblast is created, creating a burst of explosion as he ended up on the middle of the river. It was an impossible jump, but not impossible with the strength and power of his feet. He dived like an Olympic diver, and with minimal strength he was already deep inside the river. With his clear eyes, he could see Sophia diving deeper like he was. He dived deeper on his area until he reaches the riverbed again. This time he grabbed everything and put it inside his bag of holdings. Pills, beads, countless of vials and items. Then he found 2 skill books, but he still could not find the unique skill books. So as he breathes underwater, he changed his direction and went to the last location that he remembers, where the Imperator took its last breath. After waddling his way through fishes, eels, and water snakes, he finally see it. It was like he is seeing a large submarine, a 40 feet long monster with weights that could crush a city if it was dropped from the sky. Looking at it, he once again recalls how lucky he was to survive their encounter. He swims nearby the carcass of the Imperator, and he could see nature is beginning to run its course. Some creature is eating the meat of the Imperator, and when these creatures realizes his presence, they came attacking. Most people would be panicked, but the survivor on the other hand was calm as a still lake. About 100 of those piranha-looking fishes comes to him, but the moment they came near him, there were fear in their eyes and they retreated. This is the difference between the evolved and the unevolved. Those fishes recognize the difference between prey and predator. And right now, standing on top of the food chain is him. He is not a prey. He is the predator. And these fishes, blessed by evolution, quickly ascertain with their instinct that this particular human is not only more powerful, he is deadly. And as quickly as they decided to attack him, they quickly scattered. But does he let them? Of course not. The piranha-like fish looked delicious, and he also want to know what effect would he have if he eats the fish. So with one energy fist, his fist sent out energy blast, and all around him was like an explosion underwater, but just a blob on the surface of the river. Only a few left a full body. Others were smashed into a puddle of blood. Finished with that, all the fishes nearby the Imperator all scattered away, leaving him to do what he came there to do. As he swam towards the Imperator, his sword appeared on his hand from his ring. Then he carved a healthy large meat from the Imperator and stores it inside his bag of holding. After that he swam around picking up the mountains of gold, and then as he grabbed the gold he spotted the unique skill book, leather bound in gold and glowing. It's the unique skill book, he screamed inwardly. Smiling, he put it inside his bag of holding and keep collecting the treasures in the riverbed. When he felt the pressure on his lung, he would then surfaces for a while and then meet up with Sophia. Sophia uses dagger now as she navigates the water. She found a few eels, and she also found that piranha-like fishes. But unlike him, she did a good job in not smashing them into a puddle of blood. The survivor also buys a bag of holding for her, and then they both continue until afternoon. From the morning until the afternoon, they scavenge the entire bottom of the river. And so end the first part of their day. Chapter 35. Observing and waiting. They finally finished looting in the evening. Good haul? Sophia inquired as she glanced at the satisfied smile plastered on his face. She was sitting on the sandy shore, looking satisfied and content. Big haul, he exclaimed, smiling from ear to ear. You found the book? She inquired. I did. And a lot of other stuff too. He remarked, all this in excitement. Ash could tell. It was not hard. His tone went a note higher. Which sounds funny, considering the grave and cold voice he always seems to use when he is making threats. He seems to become more comfortable around me, she mused, and somehow that makes her happy. After the fall, they had to rely on each other, and they began to become accustomed to each other's existence, becoming accustomed to each other. How about you? He inquired, and that brought her back. Me too. A lot of gold and copper and some skill books and vials. He contemplated for a while, and then smiling he remarked. You could keep all that you got, you don't mind? She inquired. She wondered they were going to split 1/3, but suddenly he is changing his wondered. It's fine, he remarked. This must be because you got a lot of things, she remarked as realization struck her. Yes, he remarked, grinning happily. And he shows the unique skill book to Sophia. Leather bound in gold. That is cool, she exclaimed. It is cool, he remarked. Okay. Learn it then, she remarked. Okay. With a hint of excitement he then touched the book, and the book glowed brighter in golden color, and then the notification windows appears and he remarked yes. Scale body technique. Unique technique. Activating it, user will have a scale body that is almost impervious to any weapon or attack under the user level. Last for half an hour. Increases endurance, defense and healing rate. Also strengthen user internal organs when activating this skill. Grows powerful with the user. He learns it and the golden glow disappear and then the book turns dull. He then checks the information log and it shows that he has now a proud user that has unique skill. But he also realized that the book is not gone. He then checks the book and then an information streamed inside his mind and he understand. Until 1 month is up, having the book is like having a target painted in his back. The book could not be destroyed unless the time limit of 1 month is up. Each unique skill book has a different time limit. The stronger the skill, the longer it is. Anyway, the reason why it does not disappear is because he could impart back the book with the scale body technique, which will mean he would lose the skill. It's like you are competing for a treasure hunt. And in this 1 month limit, if he dies, the skill will return back to the book. If he does not die in on month and the time limit is up and people kill him, then someday, somewhere, another book will appear with the scale body technique. So that is why it has time limit. But still Heist not afraid. Of course he doesn't know that there is teleportation stones and people from other country could teleport to where the book last fallen. But he knows there is teleportation crystal. He saw it in the shop. In the shop there is a million things, so much that you can't possibly check it all, but he sees it when he was window shopping by coincidence. One crystal cost 10,000 gold. But teleportation stones? He remains oblivious. That is because he didn't see the teleportation stone when he was searching the book. It was erected on the other side of the river and he didn't realize it because he was already across and he doesn't check the opposite shore. Not worrying a thing, he then checks the other skills he got. Minor telekinesis and water manipulation. This is what he got from the many treasure drooped from the other crocs. He quickly learned it. Minor telekinesis. User will exhibit telekinesis power and could move anything under 1 kilogram of weight. He quickly tries it and he managed to make a branch flies to him and then floated around him. He giggles. Cool skill. Minor telekinesis. Sophia inquired. Yes, how do you know? He inquired. Without saying anything, Sophia raised her arrows and shot it at him, and then when it was just about to hit him the arrows stopped, floating in midair, like there is some invincible forces stopped the arrows from advancing. The survivor face was calm all the time, and even when Sophia sent that arrow towards him, he believes that Sophia would not intentionally hurt him. The survivor smiles. You got it too. She nodded, smiling. Then suddenly the survivor realizes something. Hey, wait a minute. What if your arrows were heavier than 1 kilo? I guess that means the arrows would pierce your head, she remarked, smiling mischievously. And I would be dead. Guess so, she remarked as she giggles. The survivor crossed his arm and Sophia pats him in his back. Ah, come on. It's not like you can't stop that arrows. Just because I can, I don't want you assuming I would. Okay. Let's check our loot and then play around after that. And Sophia moved away, still giggling. And who starts playing first? He mused. He then checks the water manipulation effect. Water manipulation user could manipulate water to form a water shield. As the level of this skill improves, many more features would be unlocked. This is another jackpot, he mused. He once checks this book at the shop, but it cost about 100,000 gold. But other than these 2 books he doesn't get any other skill books. But this 2 books is already good enough. What do you get? He inquired as he approached Sophia. Sophia smirked and then punched towards him. Since he is an evolved person, his sense of danger is higher and more acute, so the moment Sophia punched towards him his racial abilities is instantly awakened, making all of Sophia's stats halved, so her strength is almost like an ant in front of him. But the punch connected and he could feel an itch in his stomach. But then he felt the second itch and the third itch. Sophia on the other hand had to back away for 5 steps, and then she flails her hand. Ouch, it was like I was punching steel, she remarked, looking amazed at his endurance. Cold hard abs, he replies, looking smug. Yeah, right, Sophia remarked, clearly annoyed. And what did you think you were doing? He inquired. Trying my new skill, she remarked, not a hint of guilt in her face. I'm not your test dummy. Thought you had a rocking hard abs? she remarked, smirking. The survivor shakes his head as Sophia looked at her fist and nodded. What do you think about the skill? She asked, ignoring any complaints from him. He sighed and then remarked. I felt that whatever skill you used, it hit me 3 times. Like you were punching in triple succession, but my eyes only see one punch. With my speed, and my eye-hand coordination, it is impossible your punch could move so fast that my eyes couldn't catch it. So, how did you do it? He inquired. He is puzzled too with Sophia's technique. What technique could do that? He felt barely an itch, but that is because he is an evolved person. If it was before, then surely that attack would injured him. I just punch you once, she remarked, smiling, clearly satisfied with the effect of her punch. Then, how? 3 waves fist, she remarked. When I punch a person and activate this skill, it will create a vibration waves in triple succession, making any attack strikes 3 times, but it consumes too much spirit and it clearly doesn't work with an evolved person. It's fine, he remarked, as he advises her in the matter of the difference in power. When you reach level 30 and evolved, that skill will also evolve to suit your evolution. That skill will prove to be useful. She nodded. Other than that, any other books? I got 2. Me too, he remarked. Hundreds of crocs, a gigantic croc, and all we got to show are 5 skill books? It should be more, she remarked, harumphing. Do you think skill books grow on tree? Sarcasm is high in his tone. It would be better if that is the case. He just shakes his head. There is no winning with her. Still, we get a lot of gold and there are many vials. That's a win. I, on the other hand, am full with pills. Most of it is express pills and stats pills. What is your level now? He inquired. 27. 3 more level to 30, right? She nodded. Good. You better redistribute the points now. Maybe they will be many great beast later, and if you are stronger that would help, he remarked. You don't have to tell me that, she remarked. She then sits under a tree and begun redistributing her points. She then uses her skill points to her skills. Levitation is now level 4, which enables her to levitate 400 centimeters from the ground. This will help considering his archer class. Levitating would also give her the ability to guess the terrains they re in more accurately, and she could even attack from afar, an aerial attack. She also level up her precision and now it becomes expert precision. The survivor look at Sophia when she uses her arrows to shoot down a leaf a kilometer away with ease. She then level up her swift step and it evolved to become fast swift step. She and the survivor engaged in tag game on their campsite to test Sophia's skills. Even though Sophia could not gain an advantage against him, Sophia and he knows that if she met any unevolved person, Sophia would hardly find it difficult to escape. When she breaks that level 30 mark, then her speed would be out of this world. The survivor also reminds her to balance her stats so that she would get many pillars the moment she reaches the 30 level mark. She then level up enhanced smell and heal. With her smell, she could smell anything with great sensitivity, and she even had to block using that skill. If not, she could smell everything, and with a field of bodies nearby them, she could smell it even from afar, which is not good for her stomach. Heal is also leveled up, but she did not level up the skill too much. With the many vials that they had, health is hardly a concern. Not to mention, the survivor is beside her. With his power and her arrows, they could be called an unbeatable duo in Malaysia. They both gained an upper hand when the world fall. The survivor got an upper hand when his luck turned and he escaped from the fallen building during the first quake. Sophia's luck begins to change the moment she met the survivor and then follows him. This is why Sophia pay less attention to heal skill. Because she doesn't want to waste her skill point to something that is not good for her class, which is archer. She however did level up her 3 waves fist. Before she level up the skill, the info window for 3 waves fist tell that she would do vibration attack and triple the damages. But when she level up the skill to level 04, it remarked that she would do a powerful vibration attack. She attack one small tree and it explodes into the 4 direction like someone throws a grenade to the bomb. She also stores the gold and silver and copper. The survivor told her that when she reached level 30 the currency table will appear, and only then can she uses her gold to buy things from the shop. Believing his word, Sophia started hoarding. The survivor also tell her that in the shop everything imaginable is sold. Even modern appliance and normal clothes. She even heard that the survivor stumbles onto a carton of milk when he was searching among the food and drinks section of the shop. Finished distributing her skill points, she went beside the survivor and inquired, "So now where do we go?" "The field. To the field of bodies that you talked about." "That field?" she inquired, creasing her eyebrows. "Yeah, that field." She was about to protest, but he quickly cut across her words and remarked, "And since you are trying to level up, go level up with Badge." He summoned Badge and Badge come out from the portal and kneeled. Telepathically, he ordered Badge to assist from behind. "Go. Clear the apes," he remarked, in an ordering tone to Sophia. "Unintentionally, you're ordering me?" "Why, nothing," she remarked. "What?" he remarked, flustered. "I remarked nothing," she remarked, and she giggles again. Sophia likes to make him feel flustered. He is always so cold and devoid of emotions that sometimes Sophia finds it hard to connect with him in an emotional level. So, Sophia led them from their shelter as he sit down in one of the branches. Sophia moved forward without him. Sophia knows that the reason he didn't follow is because he wanted Sophia to train with the apes in full power. If he was there following from behind all the time, any monster Sophia will find will be repressed automatically by his racial skill. As he sit down under the tree, Sophia was using torrent of arrows and about 10 apes dies because of the attack. "Wasteful," she remarked under her breath. Using so many energy arrows when she could just use other skill. But at least she knows how fearsome torrent of arrows. If she had this skill when they were in the bridge before, using this skill would make the battle. At the bridge, a walk in the park. A large ape jumped down from the trees and confronts Sophia. Sophia this time, instead of shooting it down with her arrows, put her bow behind her and then she rushes forward to meet this ape. With her agility stats, she arrived in front of the ape in almost an instant and then she uses her 3 waves fist. This time she could feel her fist connected and she could see with her own eyes, the impact and hear the bones breaking. She could see as the first strike connect, the impact on the ape's stomach become deeper every 3 seconds until it delivered the 3rd strike. A vibration attack. Then when her fist connected, Sophia jump and then she uses swift kick, sending a fierce gale wind and it knocked the ape down. It is still level 01 skill, but combined that with her 3 waves fist, it become a combo of her own. Then as the ape is down, she levitates on the air and then descend in a very fast manner and her feet stomped the ape brains and its head shattered like a watermelon drop off from a 3rd-story buildings, staining her shoes and clothes. Sophia retread back and look at her cloths. "Fuck, I should have just shoot that damn ape," she cursed. How can she clean herself after this? And the smell of the ape blood is pungent and attract many more apes to come. Unlike the survivor, the ape does not fear Sophia that much considering she is not yet evolved. But then how can Sophia be so calm? First, she has confidence in her own skill. Second, Badge is also behind her if anything went wrong. Those 2 reasons are enough for her. She could do this. And she doesn't want to be a baggage for the survivor. Sophia knows that the survivor calmness and his cold demeanor is a defense mechanism. Sophia thinks even he himself doesn't realize it. She still remembers what she saw when he went into a fever after fighting the Imperator. She didn't tell it to him and she hopes she is wrong. But then she look in front again, focusing again as another dozens of ape come to her location. She is pretty far from the survivor now, but she knows that he could arrive at her position in a matter of seconds. After all, he has shadow teleportation. And while she is fighting, the survivor was doing something else under the tree, enjoying a cup of coffee he bought from the Cosmic Core shop. Not far from Lord Shadow, a man of thin build with tied long hair is looking at Lord Shadow. His eyes glinted, his steps was agile, and produced no sounds. He is observing, waiting. In his heart he could feel the formidability of Lord Shadow. Wearing all black attire with intricate runic designs on his robe and hood, Lord Shadow emits an aura of death and fear. But still he waited in the bush, killing all of his presence. Even his breathing is slow and almost seems like he isn't even breathing. He could hide even after Lord Shadow sweep the area using his divine sense because of his skills. He moves slowly and is thinking on how to approach this group without making him a target, but nothing comes to mind. So, he waited, and he observed. Waiting for the perfect movement to present itself. But then he decided if he waited, he might be caught, so he formulated a plan. Entering the darkness, he smiles as he move away from the area. Chapter 36. Encounter. The survivor is looking at his status windows. He still has 15 skill points. He remarked. He still does not want to use it. It's too important, he mused. Shaking his head, he once again reaffirmed that skill points is too precious to just level up anything he wants without thinking too much. This skill points must not be used haphazardly. He has other plans for this 15 skill points. Lord Shadow true form. That is what he is saving these skill points for. When he defeated the monster in the elementary school, he will truly be a chosen. When that happens, he will use this 15 skill points to implement his Shadow Lord class. Most of his skill right now does not complement very well with his class. Even the unique skill is for a berserker or warrior. But that don't steam on the technique he has is not powerful. But he knows that since there is class in the system, if you level up your own class skill, the potential for growth would be endless. Since skill could evolve, the survivor is sure that Lord Shadow skill could evolve to higher realm, and that is what he is hoping. He then looks at another table in his status window. Then he smiles. Looking at the currency table, he could see his gold, smiling and grinning like an idiot. He is fucking rich. He has 50,574 gold, 70,379 silver, 92,756 copper. With 50,000 gold he could buy 2 pillar-forming pills, but he decided not to. 100 silver is equivalent to 1 gold and 100 silver is equivalent to 1 silver. Pillars cost 100,000 gold, but pillar-forming pill cost half because the chance of failure exists. Explaining this so people will not be confused with the two, since I mentioned in previous chapter that pillar is 100,000 gold. So, right now he is browsing the shop. He then began buying life skills like mad. He began buying all life skill he could use or would use, or anything that caught his fancy. In the world right now, he is the only one who has the most life skills, and has gold to waste like there is no tomorrow. After that he eats the pill of experience, pill of strength, increasing his own pillar height but not by much. He then began buying weapons for Sophia. A superior grade bow and 100 silver arrows. Then he began buying things in the miscellaneous section. He buys a few books. Paradise Lost by John Milton, all Harry Potter collection, Percy Jackson collection and George R.R. Martin, A Song of Ice and Fire. Thinking about it, he really hoped that Martin survived the fall. Seriously, he really hoped that he survives. He didn't even get the chance to read the next book after Dance of Dragons. He also bought Domaine de la Romanie Conti Romani, an expensive wine that cost him 1,000 gold. It better be good. To be honest, he never drinks any alcohol and he never wanted to drink alcohol, and he is not about to start. Then why buy it? He has his reason. He bought this and a 30-year-old Bordeaux. By now all of his silver and copper is gone, leaving only his gold, and he is still freaking rich. For now, he got so many life skills that it is almost ridiculous. He also has poison maker skill and bought 3 most poisonous thing he could think of. He bought golden dart poison, cone snail sting and blue ringed octopus poison. All deadly, each has its own purposes. He checked his status windows again. I hope you all checked his skill so that you won't feel lost when he does something so skillfully and you do not know how he does it. And you could see he also take coffee making skill. LS really likes his coffee. He nodded. The rest of the gold will be for insurance. For now it is enough. Or to be honest, he doesn't know what to do with the gold. There is many other skills, but he doesn't want to buy haphazardly. With this many life skill, he doesn't think that he would be in any disadvantage, so for now, not knowing what to do, it is better to do nothing. Trying to think too hard may complicate a situation. If he has any ideas later what to with his gold, he will do it. For now, he will focus on other stuff. Then from afar he could hear Sophia screams of excitement. By now she must have cleared the apes, right? He mused. So he got up from his seat and he rushed to Sophia position. When he evolved, his speed has gone to a new level. 100 meters in 12 seconds. That is the world record. He could move 100 meters in 4 seconds. That is barely human anymore. If he evolves once more, one could only imagine his speed. He then arrived at Sophia positions. He could see the land was riddled by bullets and Sophia is collecting her loots. Most of the ape has holes in their body. Badge is gathering the ape meat to one place. Then when he finishes piling up all the meat, Sophia store sit all on her bag of holding. You're done? He inquired. She nodded. Let's go then, he remarked. You finished checking? She inquired. She notices that the survivor checks his windows before, which means he bought something on the world shop. She wanted to buy stuff too, but she needs to level up to level 30 before the world shop see open for her. Of course she could always ask him to buy stuff for her, but the stuff she wanted to buy is not the stuff she wanted him to see or buy for her. A few days from now, it will be that kind of month for her, so she has desperately wanted to buy wings so she would not be too moody or crazy. Though maybe the potions will help her with the cramp, or maybe the evolution will eliminate entirely her period. Maybe if she evolved she doesn't have to deal with things like that. Of course this kind of train of wonder did not occur for the survivor. His priority is survival, and Sophia initially wondered the same things too. But since they are getting stronger and getting time to take a breath, they both began to cling to signs of normalcy. After all, if it was before, would the survivor bought the skill coffee making? Or coffee packets? Worrying about spices and cooking? No, but now when they could cling to what seems normal, they desperately wanted to maintain that. So she inquired. What did you buy? Some skills, he remarked nonchalantly as he walked forward. Sophia follows him from behind, Badge following her. What skills? She is curious what kind of skill he bought. Why do you have so many questions? He inquired. They are nearing the field. Can't I ask a few questions? Not now. We are already behind schedule here. HMPH, she chuckles. Schedules? What schedules? What are your plans? Can't you just follow me? Trust me, he remarked as he moved closer to the field. The huge tree provides shades as the evening began to set in. Sophia stopped her feet, standing, glaring at his back, and he notices. So he stopped too, and he glanced back, looking at the annoyed expression on Sophia's face. What? He inquired. Then sighing, Sophia remarked, you and me. Against the world, she remarked. Yes, he replies, looking straight at her face. That means we're equal, right? She inquired. Yes, he remarked, though he is feeling a little bit strange hearing her question. The evening wind is cooling, and now that the world changes, it also brings you a feeling of calmness. The wind fluttered his black robe, but his face, like always, is covered by the shadow of his hood. Sophia doesn't like that. She could see her face, her expression, but she could not see his. Not the same way he could see hers. Sometimes she could feel like he is seeing through her, peering right through her soul. Combine that with his black attires, sometimes he emitted an aura of unapproachability. His face, his expression always eludes her. She doesn't know if he is angry, smiling, or happy. While it helps fostering fear in the heart of his enemies, it also makes it harder for people to be close to him. Sophia doesn't like that at all. What are you trying to say, Sophia? Trust is not a one-way street. I'm not your baggage, the survivor. I'm not some kind of damsel in distress. Not anymore. I have enough strength to protect myself now. Do you want to leave me? The survivor remarked calmly as he approached her. He doesn't even know what he did wrong. Women are really unpredictable. Just a few hours ago they were teasing each other, now suddenly the atmosphere turned hostile. No, I'm not leaving you, and I know, you're not going to leave me. She truly believed this. If the survivor could even stake his life for her, then that surely means he appreciates whatever they have right now. So, what is the problem? Your plans. You remarked to trust you. Why didn't you trust me with your plan? Always one part of the story, not all. I felt that I'm left out. Like I'm some kind of girl you need to protect, and I don't like that. I will explain, he was about to say, but she cut his words short. I will explain later. I will tell you later. Next time. These are the words you remarked when it really means you will not tell me about it. You didn't tell me that you decided to fight with the Imperator. You almost lose your life back then. What do you think I would feel if you die there? When we met for the first time, and I joined you, you did not inform me of anything you wanted to do. Always, one part of the story, she remarked calmly. There is no anger in her voice. She just wanted him to understand. She wanted for him to look at her as equals. Of course, level-wise they are not equals. Even their power is vastly different. But she wanted to say to him, she is not his burden. She is his partner. He could rely on her. She got his back. This is what she is trying to convey. The survivor, on the other hand, began understanding what she is trying to convey to him, and he thinks hard what to say and react. he didn't think that bothers her so much. Looking at her, he inquired, "So, that bothers you?" "It does," she remarked. The survivor smiles a little. "I never think of you as a burden," he began saying. "I think of you as a friend. The reason why I didn't tell you my whole plan is because most of the time, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Most of the time, I just go with the flow, trying to make the best of the situations," he confesses. He is not some master strategist or some genius. He is just a normal person before the fall with little money and unimportant person in the world. But when he level up, forced by the circumstances at hand, he thrives. He perseveres. He endures. And with that confidence he charges forward. When he was with Sophia, Sophia was a rookie, so weak at the time. Most of the time then, he pretends like he has a plan, not to make her admire him or to woo her or something like that, but to make her calm. Nobody likes following a person who is always in fear of something and a person who has no plans at all. All he got then was his confidence. His confidence calms her during their brief meeting in Temerloh at the time. And that creates the illusion that he always have a plan when most of the time he doesn't have any clue on what he is doing. Hearing this, Sophia then inquired, stuttering, "But, you always seem to have a plan?" she remarked, puzzled. When she was following him, she always admired the fact that he is always calm and collected, always having a plan, a next move. He smiles bitterly and remarked, "I'm flattered really, but I'm not that awesome. Most of the time, I just think of my move on the spot. Sometimes, I'm uncertain of what path we really should go on. I persuade you to come with me, to join me. And in a way, when you were attacked by the Imperator, I felt responsible. If you die, it will be my fault. That is what I think when I saw the beast emerges from the river. And before I knew it, I was there on the back of a gigantic crocodile. I didn't even regret delaying that monster," he remarked. Sophia still couldn't see his face, but she could hear the trembling in his voice. "Sophia," and he comes closer, and he looks at her, and for a few seconds there is only the silence and the wind rustling, and Sophia could swear she could see a smirk on the edge of his lips. "Sophia, you are a strong woman. You know how I know? I see it every day. I see it in the way you act. Not many people would dive into that river and save me. Your mother," and hearing the word mother makes Sophia's expression turned hard, but the survivor continues. "You lost your mother, yet you endure. You persevere. You endure. You did not let despair consume you. And that takes strength. And I'm sorry. If you feel like I'm treating you like you're my burden, then, I'm sorry. Next time, I'll consult you." And he smiles a bit and he remarked, "You and me against the world, huh? I didn't think you remember." Sophia glanced at him and she looked satisfied. "As long as he understand," she mused. "Fine. I remarked my piece," she remarked, and it's like there is a huge burden lifted off her shoulder. Seeing this, the survivor realizes that she must be thinking about this a lot. "Can we move now?" he asked, smiling. "Lead the way," she remarked, and they began walking again through the forest leisurely. And they continues their journey again, lightheartedly. Both of them has told each other what they wanted, and knowing each other's stance, each other desires, they began understanding each other, and knowing this, they feel a little bit closer. Not far from them, a woman and a guy is observing the duo with watchful eyes. Their gaze is very penetrating. "What should we do?" the man remarked. "Maybe it's better to join them," the woman remarked. "That man is powerful, but the general is terrifying," the man remarked. They glanced before as the man kills ape like the ape was ant, steeping on it as he pleases. But they also sees what happens to those who defied the general. For a few days they maintained a lookout for other people near the area. "The general is in KL. We must keep the mission objective," the man remarked. The woman looked at the duo with killing intent, but she also doesn't know what she should do. "I know. We need to be careful," she remarked, and once again they disappear into the shadow. Chapter 37. Detective Lord Shadow. Every few minutes there would be some stupid ape that came attacking. Most of them did not dare attack considering the survivor was there. But there are some rogue apes, as he terms it, that even though he is clearly and obviously the superior being, there are still some apes that dares attack him. Which puzzles him, to tell the truth. When he activated Fear Aura, the apes would be paralyzed with fears. Their eyes is looking at elsewhere, trembling and sweat filling their fur like they see something only they can say. Their fear, he is reminded. When they are paralyzed, he just need to kick or punch and the apes would turn into splashes of blood. Unless he uses his blade which chops them into fine meat. Sophia also tries to benefit by always using kill steal. He doesn't mind it that much. Killing the apes does not increase his express by that much after he evolved, but it is helpful to Sophia who needs as much express right now. As he evolved, he could also feel the express. What does he mean by that? He means that when the express enters his body, he does not feel rejuvenated or strength entering his body like eating a pill or potions, but feeling that subtle change in energy inside him. He could feel if the express is a lot or not by feeling the purity of energy entering his body. He could not explain it or describe the feeling. You need to feel it to understand it, kind of stuff. Then they finally arrived at the field. There is tall high grass, swaying like a paddy field. His nose could already smell the rotten smell of blood. You smell that? He inquired. Sophia nodded. She looks left and right trying to see and sense if there is any beast nearby, or any enemies, but she picked up nothing. Nothing. No sound other than the wind and a few calling calls of the ape. Sometimes there is also the sound of crickets, but other than that the place totally looks abandoned. The survivor moved and approached the area. He could see 6 bodies. He quickly identified the victim. 2 women, 1 child, and 3 men. The woman is around 20s, the child is about 12 or 13 and the 3 men is 20s and 30s. Then the survivor tilt his neck and he smiles. He then looking at the bodies, scrutinizing every details. You can stop now, Sophia, he remarked. He put his hand on his chin, thinking of something. This is not as simple as he wondered before. Something or someone is preserving the crime scene, he mused. He did not look around, but he could feel like he is being watched. He needs time to determine their positions, he inwardly wondered. What? Sophia replied as she lowered her weapons. This is not a monster attack, he remarked, still looking at the bodies. Sophia come closer to the bodies and also examines the body. What makes you say that? She asked. She did not understand why the survivor would say that. To her, the only thing that could do this is either a beast or zombies. The survivor on the other hand recognizes the darkness in the human hearts, especially in this new world where strength is the new law of the world. The survivor shows the body to her and make her look closer as he explains the reason why. Look at this body, he remarked. It was the 30-year-old man. Look at his fingernails. Sophia squatted and looks at the man's fingernails and a look of shock and disgust appeared on her expression. It's not there. His fingernails in not there, Sophia exclaimed in shock. It is removed. The survivor coldly remarked. Then the survivor feel the man's finger and he smiles. It is broken. The survivor could also see blue marks on the victim's ribs, signs of being beaten. Crude torture method. He then continues his explanation as he is buying time. He is tortured to death. Former military. Commando, probably, he remarked. How do you know? He has a lot of scars. Normal people don't have this kind of scars. Unless you are military or triads member, then you would rarely get scars like that, as he opens the man's clothes and shows Sophia the scars. But then he might be a triad member. Sophia offer. Look at the stitches and the sign of surgery. It is not a mess. He pointed at a hole like scars at the man's ribs. Gunshot wound. Most triad member doesn't go to the hospitals and they have their own private doctors. But that is for the people high up on the chain. This kind of surgery and how clean the stitches, it led me to believe he is either a military or former military. Hearing the survivor remarked it like that, he almost looks like a detective. But I might be wrong, he remarked. But it clear he is tortured. But for what? He asked himself as he moved to the second bodies. His mind still is on the victim number 1. What information would be so important that a man would be tortured to death? It's not personal. If it's personal, the only one who would die will be that man, not 6 people. People who are thriving on revenge sometimes have their own logic. The torture method was disciplined and cold. It doesn't feel personal. But then the survivor came back to the present as he neared the second body. The second body was of the young man. The survivor checks his pants to check his wallet or anything, but there is nothing. There are also no rings on the corpse possession. The killers also loot the stuff, but they guarded this area. Why? Whoever killed them stripped them of all of their clothes, but by now, it is obvious to him. That this 6 people is not killed by some beast or monster but by humans. What makes him curious is why are their bodies remaining intact? Do the ape does not eat human meat? Why did this body remains even after a few days? By the condition of the body, they might be dead for 5 days or longer. The smell and the lividity he could only roughly guess. He checks the second victim. Sophia behind him asks, "What do you think?" Cause of death, blunt trauma to the back of his head. He looks at the back of the man's head and see a large hole. Then he began reconstructing the scene in his mind. He got some of the pictures already, but not enough, he mused. He needs to check the other bodies. Sophia behind him maintained a lookout, but she is also interested in how does the survivor knows this stuff. This time he went to one of the other 3 men. Sophia just follows behind him, noting his eerie silence as he looks at the bodies, examining it. Revolting. Disgusting. Smelly. That is what Sophia wondered of the bodies, and honestly she just wanted to proceed to the beast in the elementary school instead of spending their time here. But the survivor is still calmly examining the bodies like a forensic examiner. He is still deep in his wonders as he looks at the body. Another former military, he deduced. But this one is slit in his throats. It was clear and precise. He nodded and then he moved to the 2 woman bodies not too far away from the man bodies. One of them must be the mother of that child, he mused. As he inspects the bodies he is sure. One of the woman is older and there is some trace of caesarean section on her stomach. The other one is still young, black hair and hazel eyes. Her eyes were open. The survivor slowly closes her eyes gently while Sophia offers her prayers. Cause of death, for both of the woman is internal organ rupturing by some powerful force. Then he checks up the child body. The cause of death is the same but something is different from all the bodies. The child face was mutilated beyond recognition. This usually implies that it was personal or deep hatred, but that is inconsistent with all the other bodies. The other bodies clearly shows that whoever doing this is very methodical and lack any mercy. A cold and methodical killer. But then the survivor touched the blood. This is fresh. About a day, he mused. He is deep in his wonders. By now, there is certain conclusion that he has conjured up. He smiles as he figures it out. There might be some mistakes in his deduction, but he is pretty sure he got the right answer. He stands up and he glanced around the area. I think I could deduce what happened here, he remarked. What do you think happened? She remarked. She was also curious. 6 bodies, he remarked. 2 women. The first is a young woman. The other one is a middle-aged woman who has a child. 3 men. 2 of them are military. One was, for all I know, is just a low-leveler. And the child. First the killer killed a John Doe, as he pointed to the man with the slit throats. Probably in this group he was the strongest, so the killer dispatches him first. Then the young man who was in the near proximity is bludgeoned by something resembling a baseball bat or a bludgeon. The young man's head caved in and kills him instantly, and then the survivor moved to the woman. The mother takes her child and tries to run away. Look at the footsteps. He pointed out, and Sophia realized there is some trace of footsteps. If you realize, this footsteps is a little bit deeper than the other one, as he pointed to another set of footsteps. That another set of footsteps belongs to the young woman. They run to separate direction. Sophia nodded, offering her insights. The survivor nodded. How do you know that the deeper footsteps belong to the mother? She asked. She carried her child. That gives double the weight, thus a deeper footsteps. The killer was fast and he or she killed the mother with 1 strike to her chest, rupturing her ribcage and killing her with pain. The child too, he answers. Then the killer goes for the young woman, right? Sophia added. No, the survivor remarked. There are 2 killers. One neutralizes the threats, while the other restrains their target. What do you mean? Sophia asked. There is 3 men, right? What do you think the other one was doing? The survivor asked Sophia as he let her figure it out. While the first killer kills, the other one must have incapacitated the other men with some kind of poisons. Sophia remarked, and the survivor smiles, nodding at her words. I checked earlier and there is some tiny dot on the man's neck. He was poisoned or drugged. The survivor added. When the young woman runs to a different direction, it was the second killer that kills the young woman, and what they wanted was information. Sophia remarked, cutting his words. Whatever information they needed from that man, he remarked, pointing at the tortured man. Wow, she exclaimed. How do you know all this? She inquired, looking in awe at the survivor. She knows he is a little bit weird ever since high school, but this? The survivor lightly scoffed. I was a fan of criminal investigation, and I don't mean the kind on TV. I read case files, old case files. Some of them in archives on library, the other you could see in the web. Sometimes, I also did some research for my fictions, he explained just a little. But there is one thing he did not explain. The mutilation. He has his ideas about the mutilation, but he kept it into himself. Right now, excluding him and Sophia, there is 3 people in this forest. There is also the reason why no monster comes around the body. He could also deduce that, but if he remarked it then, maybe those people hiding in the shadows would come out. By now, he could already think of a few scenarios. Should we bury them? Sophia inquired, looking at the body. No, he remarked. Why? She inquired. Not our problem, he remarked. We need to find the beast first. After that, if the bodies is still here, then we can bury them. What kind of logic is that? By then their bodies would be rotten or worse, eaten by the apes, Sophia remarked. The survivor could not understand why Sophia didn't realize the things he has realized. If the body would be eaten by the apes or other beast, the bodies would be long gone. He could also smell the faint smell of blood nearby. Whatever beast that tries to eat the corpse is neutralized. However, for what reason would they let the bodies here and even guard the body? He has too little information to infer more. The survivor come to her and whispers a few words to her, and her face, which is flushed with anger, suddenly turn calm again. Okay. If you say so, she remarked obediently this time. There is a reason why the survivor did not want to bury the dead. He one way or another believed the killer let the bodies lying here. They are waiting. They are not waiting for him, but they are waiting. The survivor could surely contend with them, but he wanted to settle his problem first. Anyway, the people are already dead. He needs to kill the beast first, and he also wanted to see if Hamid group is still there. There is no login in interfering with other people's business. Let's move, he remarked, and Sophia obediently follows. Her heart is still beating fast. She remembers what the survivor told her a few moments ago. Listen. Don't react to what I'm about to say. The killers are here, he remarked. She was about to raise her bows, but the survivor stopped her movement. We complete our goal first, then we come back. This is not a simple murder, he whispered, and Sophia nodded. Leaving the field of bodies, they move deeper into the forest. This time she is being very cautious. A few distances away from them, a young child is looking at them, and then he smiles. With one step he disappears into the darkness again. Not far from the young child last position is a young man and girl who breathed a sigh of relief. They did not want to contend with a person who could easily kill an ape with just one kick, so they are now relieved that the man in the hood did not remove the bodies. They have waited for a week and the target didn't even show himself. They are tired of waiting, and if a few days from now, the mad alchemist Sina did not come, they have no choice but to find other way to catch him. But then they have to report to the general, and that is always a fearful encounter. But a mission is a mission. They're doing this for the new Malaysia. Making sure that the duo has left the area, they resumed back their watch and waited. Chapter 38. My name is Lord Shadow. The wind rustles the leaves in the forest, and a woman could be seen feeling nervous. A man with black robe walking calmly, at least that is how it seems in her eyes. Sophia looks behind her sometimes. Every few seconds she would stop and tries to listen with her ears for any suspicious movement. Sometimes she sniffs with her nose, trying to smell anything out of ordinary. The survivor look at Sophia's behavior and he chuckles. They are not there anymore, Sophia. They are only guarding the bodies. Hearing this, Sophia lowered her guard. How can you be sure? She remarked, looking behind her again and trying to detect anything unusual. I know. He replies. Sophia is too cautious. But why? Why guard the bodies? It doesn't seem logical. I don't know. But it's not something simple, the survivor remarked. How did you notice them? She inquired. The smell. The stench of blood. The rustling in the bushes. The lack of any beast corpse near the bodies. Almost like anything that came near the field was stopped. I have enhanced smell. How come I didn't smell anything? My sense is more acute than yours. As they walked through the forests, Sophia became the vanguard and Badge her assistant. Sometimes, if Sophia in a tight spot, he would lend his help. But as they progressed deeper, Sophia is getting accustomed in fighting, so much so that she didn't need his help anymore. As they walk further and further, they come across a dark forest with trees that almost reached the clouds, and the leaves provides not only shades from the sun but blotted out the sun, that the forest is cold and dark, like those forests in Grimm Tales stories. As they walked ahead, suddenly they heard a roar not too far away. The survivor smiles. "That is the alien," he remarked. "You recognize it?" Sophia remarked. Her arrows were already on standby position, ready to shoot anything, in a moment's notice. "I couldn't forget that sound," he remarked. So they moved forward when suddenly they both stopped at the same time. He quickly unsummoned Badge back. Even though the cost of summoning him outside is not that high and Badge is useful sometimes, but comparing him and his pet, the one who has been pulling the weight in the battle is him. "There are people," his ears perked up. Sophia nodded. She realizes it too. But it's not a couple of people, but hundreds of people. He could hear the conversation, and as they pass deep bush they then see one thing they did not expect to see in these dark forests. A stronghold with wood walls and a watchtower. A huge gate all constructed by wood. There are some guards on top of the tower and guards on the entrance of the gate, moving in a pattern, guarding the wooden stronghold. "What is this?" Sophia inquired disbelievingly. It is clear from her tone she did not expect to see a stronghold in a forest. "I don't know," the survivor replied, but he began examining the surroundings. On the west side of the stronghold, the survivor could see the alien, his objective, his only quest from the cosmic core. Lying on the ground leisurely, with protective barrier surrounding the alien, it is resting without any worries. About 100 people trying to break through the barrier. Sometimes the alien will spit green goo from his mouth and a few men with shields would take the brunt of that corrosive spit. "That's my target," the survivor remarked. "He needs to kill it." And then he checks the quest windows again. Quest: destroy the demonic Earthen. The demonic earthen is a low-level beast in the planet of Carthan. They have acid spits, parasites that could live under the skins, and strength that surpass the Homo sapiens. Defeat the beast to gain your class rewards. Time limit: 1 month. Victory condition: killing the demonic Earthen. Failure condition: failing to kill the demonic Earthen in 1 month. Reward: unique skill of Shadow Lord. In the case of failure, the class of Shadow Lords will return back to the roster of unique class up, and all the experience collected during the tenure of having the power of Shadow Lord will be given to the next inheritor. "What should we do?" Sophia inquired. She notices the group that is trying to kill the beast in vain. But the survivor is still looking at the barrier. At a moment like this, Sophia knows just to let him collect his wonders, so she didn't say anything. As he glanced at the barrier, he got a revelation. Could it be? He smiles. Thinking about it, it is logical. The quest is auto-generated, which means the monster is also generated. Since the monster is the requirement for successfully completing unique class criteria, the monster would be protected by the cosmic core, and if that logic is true, then that means the barrier is for him. Only he can enter. Thinking about it, it is logical. Being a chosen already grants you boost in stats and special abilities. So, people who chose the secret class also had to experience more danger. No pain, no gain. But the reason he is smiling is because, thank God, he evolved first. The demonic earthen is a low-level beast in the planet of Carthan, so he is confident he could kill it. It might not be as leisurely as killing the apes and snakes, but it still would be pretty easy. That just shows how confident he is of killing the beast. The Shadow Lord profession is already in the bag, he mused. The survivor? Sophia nudges him and the survivor snapped back to the present. What do you think we should do? We greet whoever in charge here first, he decided. You don't mind they're attacking the beast? Sophia remarked, looking at the people throwing javelin and riddling the barrier with bullets. Nothing seems to penetrate the beast barrier. The only fortunate thing is that the beast did not come out of its protective barrier. No? Why? That's your quest, right? Then the survivor explains his theory and Sophia nodded in understanding. So that's why, she exclaimed. So you have all the time in the world, Sophia remarked, laughing. He just smiles and then he remarked. Remember. Address me as Lord Shadow inside the stronghold later. Why would you want that? Everyone knows your name now, don't you think? She remarked, clearly puzzled by his decision. Wouldn't that just make people want to grab the unique skill from you? Maybe. Or maybe not. Either they will got so tempted that they will try to attack me, or scared enough not to offend me. In the end, both methods have pros and cons. And since I don't like pretending to be weak, I might as well pretend to be strong. He understands the concept of pretending to be a rabbit, but he doesn't want to. Why? Because pretending to be rabbit also invites troubles. If that is the case, why should he bow to people, when he can look down on them? Thinking of the pros and cons, he decided to spread the name Lord Shadow. He was already well known by the Cosmic Core announcement. The survivor believe reputation is also important in this new world. Now that there is such a convenient thing as the announcement by the Cosmic Core, why would he not exploit his fame? After they decided in their course of action, they moved to the stronghold. The moment their silhouette is spotted, the guards on the towers screams, and then most of the guards on the tower either brandishes their swords, aim their arrows, or preparing to throw their spears and javelin. Some even in shooting position, holding a sniper rifle in their post, while some are targeting the duo with firearms, machine guns, 9mm, and many others. They are well armed, the survivor mused, which makes this stronghold more mysterious. Modern weapons all disappeared when the light came. Other than the things you store inside the storage rings, all modern weapons or necessities disappeared after the light fell. Then this means whoever supplied this stronghold with weapons is either someone high up in the military, or the most likely theory, the guards or supervisor of a weapon storage facility. The survivor also realizes there are some people who uses firearms, but their pistol are imprinted by runic design, which means their firearms is granted by the Cosmic Core. So that the Cosmic Core did not only grant cold weapons, but also hot weapons to humans. Interesting, he mused. Who are you? Identify yourself. The guards on the front gate remarked with a deep voice. The guard was bulky and in his hand was a curved saber. He was Malay. The one on his right side was Chinese. Sophia let the survivor take the lead this time. She on the other hand pointed her arrows to the people on the watch. The survivor approached the main gate slowly. To the crowds they felt an unexplained dread as the man in the black robe comes approaching. They couldn't see his face, only the black robe fluttering, as the wind blows his robe gently, each step soundless, like he didn't even walk those steps but swaying with the wind. This is not the first time the guards is asking the people coming here to this stronghold the same question, but this time he unintentionally screams. Because of the pressure bearing down on him. Lord Shadow on the other hand did not stop walking, nor does he offer any explanation. Sophia just sighed. Faithful to his character, she mused as she follows from behind, still overlooking the watchtower. Stop. The guard remarked, but Lord Shadow keep advancing. He did not run, just walking slowly to the front gate, but for some reason it is like death is coming to their doorsteps. The guard's instinct tells him to run, screaming to him to run, but instead in his panic he yelled. First company. Then the front gate's small door opens and from it appears 12 men who is all armed and armored. They look at the approaching man in hood and they remarked it again. "Who are you? State your intention and cease your movement." The leader of the first company is Naeem. He glanced at the approaching man and the man says nothing. He could even swear he could see a trace of a smirk on the face under the hood. "Stop or we will be forced to take action," the man remarked. The reason why the survivor is provoking this stronghold is because he wants to know what kind of place this is. A tyrant living like a king stronghold, or an organized band of people, or bandits. There is also a fact that this is just fun. He knows he is truly strong and he wanted to strike the fear of God inside the heart of these men. He wanted to establish superiority, it would be easier for him later. He could feel that the guard's level is mostly around 10 or 12, they are basically ants in his eyes. The reason why he needs to establish fear, it is to establish power. The reason why he needs to establish power? For the beast? He could see that the stronghold is not that far away from the beast. From the trace of battle around the area, one could surmise that they have been attacking the beast countless of times, but they failed. He didn't think this is because of their weak level. Why? Because they have enough number to overwhelm the beast. The ranks of the beast are merely an extraordinary beast, which is one rank down from unique rank monster. The reason why they fail is because of the barriers. The survivor could see that they couldn't enter the barrier. But he believes he could. This quest is tailor-made for him. But if he decided to offer his service to this stronghold, he needs to prove his worth. One might ask, why does he need to offer his service when he could easily just as enter the barrier and kill the beast? Why? It's because of profit, of course. Thinking about the gold these people have in pills, he is in a joyful expression. He has his plan, of course. And the other reason is to not offend people when he doesn't know the full story. Maybe there is a high leveler in here, but the survivor doubts it. Because he couldn't feel that pressure. But still, it's safer to be safe and just offend them slightly instead of offending them all the way. But he is sure, among these people there is no chosen. The reason why he is sure of this theory is because, if there is a chosen here in the stronghold, then they should have known about the barrier characteristic. As long as the barrier is not broken, the monster won't attack the stronghold. The monster is waiting for chosen to fight with them. And third reason, a lord should behave like a lord. He is a superior being than Homo sapiens. Why should he deals with normal people and extra characters? The leader of this stronghold should meet him and offer respect or something along that line. Stop. The first company yelled again. The people on the watchtower did not do anything since there is no order from up top. They just watched murderously at the duo and in standby position. There is some trace of determination on his face. The people on the tower also began feeling dreadful. Who is this duo coming to the stronghold? People asked them to identify themselves, yet they didn't say a word. When the first company came, the people in the tower smiles in relief, since surely they wondered the duo would feel a little bit fear and comply with the guard's request. Yet they stubbornly not saying anything, which only increases the uneasiness they feel toward these strangers. This is not the first time they are visited by some weird people. A few days ago they were visited by a man claiming himself to be Thousand Face, but he was denied entry. Then the man disappeared. Today, a man clad in black and a woman who looks like a Spartan warrior goddess, with a beautiful bow sling on her back, coming to their stronghold. And the scariest part is that even after the first company shows themselves, the duo still glanced calm as a still lake. Stop. The first company yelled as they began marching forward. Step by step they moved forward in uniform position. They all used a spear. The survivor smiles. As the survivor walked forward, he glanced at the leader of the first company, Naeem, murderously. As he did, the man's body suddenly began to shake and his organs felt as if they would stop working. His bodily function seemed as if it had lost its ability to function. The blood drained from his face, and astonishment filled his eyes. A massive pressure bore down on him, causing him to shake so violently that he wondered he might fall into pieces. Lord Shadow continued to look at him. This was the crushing power caused by the vast difference in their race. The survivor is not a Malay. He's not even human any longer. He's a Novus sapiens, a higher life form and being. Like the difference between an ant and a human. Naeem realizes it at that moment, that the man in front of him is an existence far surpassing him. Naeem knew that by merely lifting his hand, this man, clad in black, face that covered by his hood, and robe caressed by the winds, could explode him into a million pieces. An intense, indescribable dread welled up within him. Shaking, he coughed up blood, as he could feel his internal organ almost stopped functioning. His hand trembling, all of his hairs stands up, sweat drenching from his back, and he even dropped his spear with a loud thud, so scared that he didn't even dare to take a step backward. The 11 other men had already begun to feel sick to their stomach, but seeing this, seeing the hooded man standing there like an imposing mountain, their hearts shook. They knew that this mountain could exterminate them all in an instant. They trembled and they too, unconsciously, dropped their spears. The survivor actually relied only on his racial abilities and fear aura. The gap between his level and this 12 men in front of them is like the difference between the heaven and earth. As he glanced down at the 11 men who trembled in fear, he could see respect and fear in their eyes. When he glanced at them, each and every one of them was shaking in his boots. Then he spoke and his voice was cold and devoid of emotion, which only increased the fear and wariness that the people in the stronghold feel for this man. "My name is Lord Shadow," he remarked slowly, but nobody dares say anything. Then they remember the notification they read a few days ago. Lord Shadow. The one who defeats the unique monster a few days ago? Is that him? Some of them whisper. The guards also feel a little fear. Some of them fight a few of the beast and they know how fearsome a beast is, but this man in front of them defeated a unique rank monster. How much power he wields if he could defeat such monster. From what the guards know from the higher-ups, a unique monster is usually a prehistoric beast and the monster that this Lord Shadow defeated is 40 feet long. How do they know this? Because they once patrolled the Pahang River before they moved here deep in the forest. They know the monster that lies deep beneath the river, the size and its power. So, knowing that one man could achieve what hundreds of them could not do, it fills their heart with fear and awe. That is even bigger than most dinosaurs. No wonder, the guards mused. No wonder, he feels like peeing feeling the pressure of Lord Shadow. Now, he doesn't feel that embarrassed. Then Lord Shadow remarked, "Call your leader. Bring him here. Tell him that Lord Shadow summons him here," he remarked, like a bearing of a king. Usually one would attribute this kind of thing like being prideful, but the leader of the first company doesn't detect that from Lord Shadow. All he could detect was a pervading fear and coldness originating from Lord Shadow. Usually if anyone demands to meet the leader they won't be entertained. But, Naeem knows the power of this man before him. Defeating a unique monster. Even the generals on the headquarters can't defeat such monster. It would take a large operation to try to kill the unique monster and the casualties would be high. The man in front of him could also be categorized as monster. With one glance, he already destroyed whatever fighting spirit he has, and with another glance almost paralyzed his brothers in arms in fear. "Hurry up," he remarked, and as his gaze swept over them they trembled. "Yes, Lord Shadow. We will inform the captain." "You." Lord Shadow pointed to one of the guarding the front gate and the guards almost wet himself. "Bring me 2 chairs. "Yes," he screams unintentionally, quickly as he runs inside the front gate and bring Lord Shadow and his lady companion a chair. The woman behind Lord Shadow just giggles. When the chair is handed to them, they sit leisurely in front of the gate. The people who are fighting the demonic earthen also retreats back to the stronghold, but they returned from the back so they didn't know about the commotion. That day, the administrative center of the stronghold is in a mess as the head captain get a report, and when he heard that the man waiting in front on his front gate is Lord Shadow, he cancelled all of his plan for that day and rushes from his office to greet the man. On the other hand, Lord Shadow and Sophia was sipping tea on the front gate. It was like they are in a picnic in front of the gate, unmindful of everything. As Lord Shadow smiles under his hood, he mused. "This is the disposition of the strong," he mused. Chapter 39. The calm before the storm. The guards look warily at the duo on the front of the gate. They don't know what to do other than to wait for the higher-ups to decide. In just a short time, many people inside the stronghold have congregated nearby the gate. Some young people, teenagers mostly, would climb the watchtower and see below them a man clothed in black and a woman who is dressed like a Spartan warrior goddess, with a beautiful bow sling on her back. "Who is that?" one of them whispered. Their fingers pointed to the man under the hood. Other girls who also climbed the tower admired the woman with the bow. Powerful and calm even in such situation. They remember when the monster first came. They were in fear, and if not for the captains and the vice-captains they all would probably end up as the monster meals. The guards on the watchtower dare not relax and is full of tension. They knew whoever this 2 people is, they are strong. Not to mention, the man clothed in black is Lord Shadow. They all read the announcement from the system a few days ago. They could only imagine the terror this man could do to this stronghold. There is also the fact that a few moments before, the guards on the watchtower could see that Lord Shadow could summon monsters. There is some beast tamer in the stronghold, but mostly they tamed chickens or bats or praying mantis, mostly insect and the likes. It's not that they didn't want to train high-level monster, but to get a high-level monster is hard. Not to mention the people here in the stronghold is not all brave and dares to fight the beast and the zombies. Even those who dare to fight zombies sometimes do not dare to fight beast. Then, there are those who could kill beast, but could not kill zombies. The psyche of human minds is mysterious. Only those who have strengthened their will to survive and persevere would be able to stand on top. The crowds who were trying to peek at the visitors crowded near the main gate on the inside, but then when the crowd spotted someone they all give way. "It's the head captain," one of the men on the crowds remarked, and the crowds all look at the direction of the man. The man is large build and he has a thick mustache, and he usually seemed to be in control, but not today. Today he looked anxious and excited all at the same time. Beside him were the captains, Captain Hada and Captain Sita. Captain Hada, who was the captain of the first company. Captain Sita, who was in charge of the second company. Beside Captain Sita was the vice captains, Vice Captain Rani and Vice Captain Lakshmi. The crowds immediately open a path for these highest people in the stronghold in position to move. Arriving at the main gate, the man guarding the gate quickly saluted. "Open the gates," head captain ordered. There is a trace of nervousness written all over the head captain face. The guards were shocked to see this kind of appearance from a man so high in position. Naeem, who was waiting for the captains, did not think that even the head captains would appear. He quickly went to Captain Hada and asks in a low voice. "Why did even the head captain come down from his office?" he inquired. Hada, who was never a heavy talker, looked on the main gate with a solemn expression. Naeem wondered his captain would not say anything, so he shut his mouth up, but then his captain remarked. "We met him once before," he remarked. There is some sort of feelings in his voice. A hint of respect, and Naeem knows that is rare. His captain did not even shows respect to the general, so why would he even shows respect to some unknown stranger? But hearing that his captain knows Lord Shadow before, Naeem concluded there must be a story there, but he didn't ask further. The sound of creaking can be heard, and the survivor, who was just finishing his cup of tea, look at the main gate and he grins. Then the main gate opened, and when he sees the person leading the crowd, he was shocked. Sophia too, who was sitting beside the survivor, is shocked. "It's them," she remarked. The survivor just nodded. "Hamid," he remarked slowly, and then the survivor looked at how he changed. His clothes are more sophisticated than before, and he wears an armor that is very eye-catching. Even Hamid boots is very beautiful. He has grown, he mused. But what surprises him the most was the fact that Hamid is still alive. "Lord Shadow, we meet." Aga and Hamid first started the conversation. Hamid still remembers how overbearing this character Lord Shadow is, and now the second time they meet it doesn't seem his overbearingness decreases. It's more like he is even more overbearing than before. But he also recognizes that Lord Shadow would be very powerful. Even then, he was defeated easily by Lord Shadow. And a few days ago, he also reads that Lord Shadow defeated the unique rank monster. The fact that he knows and did not send any company to try to search for the unique book is testament of how highly he views Lord Shadow. Even though he knew he could send people to the river, why would he readily offend a man of such character, so unpredictable and overbearing? After all, his job here is not to get some unique book. It is his job to maintain the stronghold here in Temerloh and then expand to the other city on Pahang. The general has given him this responsibility, this job to him, and appointed him to the head captain. And if he could recruit Lord Shadow in the great plan, then wouldn't the general give him more skill books and pills? "Yes," Lord Shadow remarked, not putting the head captain in his eyes. He did not even get up from his seat, but his eyes look at Hamid. "You have grown stronger, Hamid, and you have created waves, Lord Shadow," Hamid remarked. "It seems you survived the light," Lord Shadow remarked, looking unimpressed. "We did, but not without sacrifices." And saying this, Hamid face hardens. "Who dies?" Lord Shadow asked calmly. "4 people under Hada," and Hada just bitterly smiles, and he bowed slightly at Lord Shadow. Lord Shadow replies. Then for a while there is some awkward silence, since Lord Shadow did not say anything after that. Sophia, who was beside the survivor, began pouring the tea to her cup, and the sound of water being poured is the only sound on the area. The crowds look at the duo acting nonchalantly like nothing is up, even though all the big characters in the stronghold are in front of him. One of the young kids on the stronghold looks at the imposing image of Lord Shadow, and he admired and even wished that he wanted to become like that someday. In the stronghold, the warriors and the support levelers is vital existence, but in front of captains and vice captains even they must bow their heads. The captains and the vice captain are all great people, strong and very powerful, killing beasts like cutting leaves, fearless and brave. But now, in front of these strangers, they didn't dare say anything rude. while these strangers are in leisure, sipping tea in the middle of the forest. One is sitting leisurely, while the other one was standing in respect. Even in a kid's eye, it is obvious who the superior ones are. The things that the kids saw and think, how could the adults not think it too? Lord Shadow, is there anything you would like? Anything I could help you with? I would like to enter the city, but those guards ask me to identify myself, so I teach them a light lesson. Hearing this, Hammond also doesn't know how to explain it. Of course the guards would ask any strangers to identify themselves. If not, what use are the guards waiting in front of the main gate, stool? Ehem. Lord Shadow, I'm sorry if that offends you, but of course the guards will ask you to identify yourself. If you have only identified yourselves, then surely the guards would not prohibit you from entering. Hammond explains logically, and the vice captains and the crowds nodded on the head captain explanation. It is logical and concise. I don't like it, Lord Shadow remarked calmly, and the crowds is shocked. He doesn't like it, so it is wrong? What kind of overbearing this is? If he says white is black, does the people have to nod? The survivor is simply bullying right now. But the truth is, he just wanted to show to Sophia and Hammond something. Sophia, looking at this spectacle, chuckles. Even though Hammond is humiliated in front of the crowd, he just endures it and not say anything. Sophia learns something. Power is all that matters in this new world. Even though this stronghold has many people and looks formidable when she first arrived here, as time passed by, she didn't feel that this stronghold is anything special. She concluded that with her torrents of arrows she could decimate the watchtower and riddles the inside of the stronghold with arrows. Then with the survivor powerful strength they could wreak havoc and chaos before escaping. So what if their numbers are superior? They have quantity, but Sophia and the survivor has quality. In a world of magics, monsters, and levels, do numbers really means that much? Injury could be healed by drinking potions. Strength could be gained by eating rare meats and eating pills, and when evolved, leaping through building is no longer constricted into web novels or sci-fi movies but could be achieved by everyone. Unless there are thousands of people in there, then handling this stronghold is easy matter. And after she talked to the survivor and confirms that there is no high-level opponent, she is even more confident. In the world right now, there is not even a person who reached level 39. People who has reached level 30 right now has exceed 10 but still not approaching 20. The survivor also get the rewards after the 10 list of the Hall of Fame was updated. So, right now, in the world, he has no rivals. He is truly sitting on the peak of supremacy right now, but he also know that since he got this luck he should remain at the top. If anyone got any fortuitous encounter like him, then his seat on the top will not be that high any longer. And he also realizes that when you evolved, the things that matter most is not how fast you could level up but the quality of the level up. That is why he keeps repressing his evolution. In level, he has no comparison. At least when it concerned humans. Beasts that rivals and surpassed him as many and still roamed the earth. Those that was ultimate or high-tier ranks monster, however, is in hibernation and asleep until they are activated. That is another factor why he wanted to become stronger. Titles and being the strongest is secondary to his primary objective, which is to survive. Sophia whispered onto the survivor ears. That's enough, don't you think? She remarked, still chuckling. The survivor looks at Hammond and then he smirks under his hood and then he remarked coldly. I'm just kidding. Even though he remarked that, no one wanted to laugh because Lord Shadow remarked it with no laughter or smiles. It was more like a statement. Cold. That is how they could describe Lord Shadow. Hammond, he remarked as he got up from his chair. Would you mind giving me a tour inside your stronghold? He asked, but it was more like an order. Not to mention his racial aura is always emitted and fill Hammond and his captain's heart with an overbearing pressure. Sophia, who is almost breaking to level 30, does not feel the pressure bearing on down her too much these days. And it helps that she is being tempered by that aura every second of every day, considering they're always together. But for people who are far from reaching level 30 and didn't have as many pills as the survivor and Sophia, bearing the pressure to talk with him is considered good enough. Hammond and his captains are on the mid-20s level, which is why they could converse with Lord Shadow without being too heavily suppressed. If the survivor emitted the full power of his racial superiority, the same thing that happens to the guard will happen to Hammond and his captains. Hammond, hearing Lord Shadow request, quickly say, Of course. It would be my pleasure, he remarked excitedly. Saying this, he quickly escorts the duo inside the stronghold. Chapter 40. Different ideals inside the stronghold. What does that store? The survivor pointed to one of the shed. That is our food storage. That is meat. He pointed to one of the shed. That is vegetables. Hamid pointed to another shed like barn. And what's that? Sophia pointed to another one with 10 guards posted around it. The survivor also curious about that shed since it is so heavily protected. That is our rewards and acquisition shed. Rewards and acquisition shed. What's that? The survivor asked. That is where we put our skill books, pills, potions, weapons, armor and the rest of the world orb system. Hamid explains. Hearing this, Sophia and the survivor both are shocked, but they do not show their shock on their expressions. Then Sophia inquired, "Why would you do that?" Clearly Sophia is puzzled. The survivor on the other hand began understanding what this stronghold is all about. Control, he deduced. Looking at the people inside the stronghold, they are mostly civilians. Looking at the guards, there are warriors as the foot soldiers. Archers guarded the watchtowers. Knights as the vanguards. Mages as long-distance weapons. Support class as the hospitals. These are systematic, in order, but mostly, controlled. If not, how could they create this kind of environment? Their classes, their specialties is decided by the higher-ups that control this stronghold. The survivor could see this in just one glance. Hey, it seems there are some ambitious people out there. Hamid was entertaining Sophia, answering all her question when suddenly Lord Shadow asked, "What is the hierarchy inside this stronghold?" Hearing this, Hamid also hesitates to tell Lord Shadow because he, in a way, could guess what Lord Shadow reaction's going to be, but then with a sigh he remarked, "Let us enter one of the barrack and speak there," he remarked. The survivor and Sophia nodded. It seems that this conversation would be private. They walked to the barrack. When Hamid enters, he quickly orders all the officers and the recruits inside the barrack to clear the place. The only one inside the barrack is the captains, vice captain, Hamid, Sophia and the survivor. The survivor sit down and Sophia sat beside him. Then Hamid also sits down while the captains and vice captains still stand, and then Hamid begin his explanation. When the light fell, we didn't know what to do, he remarked bitterly. All around us was tall trees and green grass. We heard monsters, we saw zombies eaten by some moving trees. It was terrifying and we were always in peril. For a few days we move in silence. We lose people. Then we reach what used to Mentakeb. There, we meet the vice commander. And saying this, clearly there is a hint of awe and respect in Hamid tone regarding this man called the vice commander. Vice commander. Sophia remarked, puzzled. When the fall began, Putrajaya crumbles, KL was destroyed, ravaged by monsters. Millions died in a single days, cities were burned and turned to ash. From the ashes, comes a group. They called themselves the Party for All Malaysians. A political party in the middle of an apocalypse. And the survivor almost break character and laugh, but he endures it. Not a political party, Hamid remarked, and this time his facial expression was clearly hinting to something dark. A military one. It was led by 2 generals. You mean real military? The survivor remarked. But one thing stays in his mind. The words that Hamid remarked sparked soothing in his mind. The words, 2 generals, and something clicked in his mind, the wheels turning as a few things enlightened to him. He didn't say anything, neither as his expression betrays his newfound information, but he clearly has some ideas about some things, and even though it is just a conjecture at this point, at least he has a place to start from. He did not ask the name of the 2 generals, instead he keep on listening to Hamid. Don't know, Hamid remarked. Then he continued, I don't really know whether the general really did come from the military or not, but they possesses enough people following them and establishes a stronghold in the middle of KL after the beast retreated. Everyone been calling them general and they do look the part. The reason why they built the stronghold in the middle of KL is because when the meteor strikes, there is some those meteorites that crashed to the earth, right? The survivor nodded. That meteorite that falls did not bring the monsters. They bring the teleport stones. Then Hada explained to the duo about teleport stones. So, that's the reason they build a stronghold there, the survivor exclaimed. Now wonder. If the teleport stone could transport the low-level players to other part of the country, to every state, this party could gain control and information easily. Yes, so they could send their army to pacify the country. Hamid remarked excitedly. Clearly he supports this party. But the survivor clearly could not agree with this. Sending armies? Establishing controls? These are the worst-case scenario he once wondered of. Some selfish people is carving Malaysia and creating their own sphere of influence. Warlords, are emerging. And what better way to carve a fallen nation than during chaos, by offering safety and security, by sacrificing liberty and freedom. While the survivor is conjecturing in his mind about all the things he found about this stronghold, Sophia asked Hamid. How does this got to do with you? Sophia inquired. Well, when we reached Mentakab we saw that there is a stronghold and we enter the gates. Entering we were given a choice. Either we join them and relinquish the cosmic core items, or after 3 days we would be evicted from the stronghold. Threats, huh? The survivor used. That would work. And you choose to stay. Protection by sacrificing liberty. HMPH, the survivor snorted. He clearly looks down on such person. How could they become stronger like that? Hamid, Hada, and Sita and the vice captains all smiles bitterly. Not all people are like you, Lord Shadow. Hamid remarked bitterly. How could a strong man like Lord Shadow understand? Weak people have their ways. You can't run away, is an ideal for the strong. And not all people are as brave or could endure what happens after the fall. Some lost loved ones and could no longer get up. Some lost courage and give up. Some found no other meanings and they stop. But hope keeps the heart alive. And the party is a beacon of hope for the weak. A hope of normalcy. A hope for security, a hope for things to get better. And in front of hope, people will be blinded by any logic and reason, and would surrender almost anything. To people who can stay and stand their ground, to not be swayed and get up from their despair, to not lose courage and to find a purpose in this new world, these people could easily see the discrepancies of the intention of this party. Because these kind of people, are strong. Both mind and body. Seeing Hamid and his subordinates bitterly accepting their positions, the survivor could not stand it. HMPH. Was I born strong? In the beginning, I was also weak, he shot back to Hamid. Sophia glares at the survivor and the survivor stopped rebuking them. Calming himself down, he inquired these people a question. How many? The survivor inquired them, how many what? How many of these strongholds have these generals constructed and how many states have they pacified? From what I heard from our last messengers, 4 states have had the stronghold and each stronghold is now trying to pacify each region. Hamid answers. Which states? Lord Shadow inquired. Pahang, Terengganu, Selangor and Kuala Lumpur. Hamid replies again, and the hierarchy? Recruits, normal recruits, officers, vice captain, captains, head captain, vice commander, commander, vice general, general. Pretty simple, Sophia remarked, nodding her head. Yes, this is the beginning. Hada remarked from behind. And each thing is regulated. No, the survivor remarked, and there is a trace of ridicule here. Hamid obviously did not miss that ridicule and his face reddened. He very much supported the party and its vision for a new Malaysia, and very much desires the peace that Malaysians have protected and preserved for 59 years. Yes. Hamid responded in a slightly higher tone. Skill books, items, pills, all this belong to the individuals. The survivor coldly remarked. The generals are trying to create back the former government, Hamid remarked proudly. As he used to work for the government, he is very loyal to the government, which is why he so easily enters the party. By exploiting the weak and desperate? The survivor inquired. His tone was laced with ridicule and condescension. Sophia glares at the survivor, but the survivor would not back down on this matter. It's one thing for users to rob items or pill against one another, but to exploit the weak and desperate, to play on their hopes and takes away their liberty, he could not stand it. Don't you see what they're doing, Hamid? The survivor inquired, hoping for him to see some sense and snap out of it. Hamid clearly rose to the occasion and defended the party with great vehemence. Of course Lord Shadow is not surprised, instead he listened calmly. The party provides protections and security. While it is true that each class is regulated and resources like skill books are stored for the party, it does not belong to the generals but belongs to those who did great merits. Not to mention, hunting with a group means increased safety and less of a risk. What do you have against government anyway? Hamid remarked, slightly angry. HMPH. The survivor snorted. Protection and security. What protection and security? There are beasts out there that could destroy your so-called stronghold with a swish of their tails. Does not belong to the general. Belongs to those people who did great deeds. Those people who win you those skill books are the one who should lay claims to the books. You must ask those low-level people to kill high-level monster, right? After all, a lower-level person killing a higher-level monster would drop more gold and items. What is this if not exploitation? Each one of his words struck a nerve with Hamid, who was a staunch supporter of the party vision and goals. His face turned red and he was very angry. Not a few hours passed and Lord Shadow has clearly seen their method of operations and then mocked them for it. How many people were saved because they work in a group? While it is true that people level up harder when fighting in a group, but at least they're safe. In the survivor opinion, unless you did not dare risk your life in this new world, you will always be mediocre. What use of making the world anew, if the same kind of people keeps ruling it? Classes regulated? Do you want to let humanity perish? The world orb specifically remarked, to grow stronger, not to play governments, the survivor remarked passionately. And clearly there is some anger in his voice. How could the people here be so stupid? Hearing the word government, did that blind their eyes, dull their senses? Do they not realize that they are being exploited? If you become strong enough, why would you need protection? Everyone can be as strong as him, if not stronger than him, if they only fight and persevere and not trying to find the easy way out. Being strong is the only way. It's not like the survivor don't want to sit calmly under the umbrella of government, but even as he thinks of what the government could do for him, he could not think of any that would guarantee him survival in this new world. He met a unique rank monster, and that monster is formidable enough to even destroy a city if it run amok. Imagine if Apex Rank's monster appears, this stronghold would probably be destroyed by one breath. This is why he could call them idiots. The government function has always been to govern. But what could you govern in a world starting anew with evolutions, magics and monster? The government also provides security and protects the people of the country. But in this new world, the government couldn't do anything and most have been destroyed when the fall came. There is no security guaranteed. No safety net from the government, no guarantee for anything. You could only trust in your strength and those around you. Then he remarked at Hamid again. Hunting with a group increased safety? Hamid, there is no safe place anymore. The resources don't belong to the party. Who would believe that? I'm not a 10-year-old kid to be deceived by some sweet words. This time Hamid could not stuff his feeling any longer and he explodes. You, all the people inside this stronghold are hoping that General Razak and General Bashar to succeed in establishing back the governments. You are evicted, get out, he yelled. Head Captain Hada remarked behind him, trying to calm down the head captain. On the other hand, Sophia just shakes her head while the survivor just look at Hamid and could not understand how he could be so blind. A difference of ideals, he mused. HMPH. I would not stay in this stronghold a moment longer even if you begged. Since we have different ideals, then I would not force you. But when my words are proven true, don't regret it. Lord Shadow leaves that dire warning as he got up. Waving his hand, he activated telekinesis and the barrack door opened like a gust of wind attacked the door and the door fly open. The survivor got up and began leaving the barracks, no fearing any resistance, while Hamid is still looking angrily at Lord Shadow, while Hada's face was plastered with a very complicated expression. Each and every one hearing what Lord Shadow words have their own wonders. Not everyone is as loyal as Hamid to a part not even a month old, and not everyone believes the promise the party has promised. Each and every one of them has made their own choices, and each of them have different objective and reason why they follow the party. Hamid loyalty is because of his faith towards government. Hada, because of the mutual benefit. Sita stays because of her friends. The survivor, a wandering soul in isolation, has no need for a place to belong. And when he made that oath with Sophia, he was no longer alone. And together they would take on the world. Together, they can do anything. Sophia also got up calmly and follows the survivor out. You should be a little patient with them, she remarked as they walked to the main gate. I have no patience dealing with idiots, he remarked coldly. You care, that's why you scold them. The survivor did not reply to Sophia's statement and Sophia just smiles. He really doesn't know how to express his emotion a little bit more gently. Just say that he didn't want them to be deceived. Instead he picked up a fight, she mused as she shakes her head, looking at the survivor behavior. He is misunderstood. She mused, and then she remembers the class clown before and she inquired herself. What happened in those years that changed someone so bright to become so cold? One day, she hopes that she will know. When they reach the main gate was already shut down. Hamid, who looked at Lord Shadow back, began sighing in regret. He was too hot-headed and was about to console Lord Shadow again. It was fortunate that the main gate was shut tight. It will give him time to console the duo. But then something unexpected happens. Lord Shadow jumped up and he arrived on the watchtower easily, almost like he was flying. With one leap, he arrived at the watchtower. Seeing this, the people on the yard could not help but take a breath. Could human do things like that? They seemed to be asking themselves, and some even rubbed their eyes, not believing what they are seeing. The same could be remarked for Sophia, who jumps and gracefully lands on top of the watchtower. Wait. Please wait. Hamid remarked as he is running towards the duo direction. But the duo has already jumped down the tall watchtower leisurely. The one who was most shocked is of course the guards on the watchtower. They built high walls to prevent people from scaling the walls, and high stairs to reach the watchtower, but in front of this duo, one jump is all they need. Living under the well, the frogs think the well is the whole world. The frog in the well was happy. It wasn't interested what was outside the well. The frog in the well was happy. It was recluse to anything that happened outside the well, and you all were happy, because you didn't know what occurred outside the well. This is what the survivor wondered about those people living inside the stronghold. So many threats outside, and they think they are safe in a wooden box. Laughable. The guards looked down as the duo landed with grace and without even a broken bone. Looking at this, they are truly shocked. Jumping from such a high distance and not even a bit hurt. In their stronghold there is nobody could do such feats. That is because they are regulated and each resources is given to the stronghold. To the survivor, they all have a screw loose in their heads. The path to strength in front of them, yet they give it to another. What idiocy! Of course they couldn't defeat Lord Shadow and Sophia. The duo eats pills, beast meat, and learns every skill that they could buy and got. Looking back at the stronghold, Lord Shadow sighed. Plan B? Sophia inquired, still smiling after they landed. Plan B, the survivor remarked, smirking. And they rush back inside the forest. Chapter 41, Ragnarok. Under a tree, a man and a woman is eating meat. The aroma was appetizing and the smell was very fragrant. With some spices, the man is cooking the meat in curry flavor. It was red and spicy, just the way the both of them like it. After being heated and making sure that the meat was tender and edible, the man put some of the curry in a bowl while the woman opened another pot which contains rice. The smell of the rice was sweet and the rice was evenly cooked. Seeing the rice, the woman gulped and quickly takes 3 scoops of rice onto her plate. Then when the man covered the ground with some cover, they put the food on top of the cover and they sit down, looking satisfied. What do you think it would taste like? The woman asks. I don't know, Sophia. But it smells good. The man and woman was Sophia and Lord Shadow, camping not far away from the stronghold and the beast. Call Badge, Sophia remarked. She already could not help but eyeing the dish. He then called Badge and Badge quickly appears nearby after killing a few apes. The survivor put one large bowl with only the meat inside the bowl for his pet while he and Sophia eat the meat with rice. Let's eat, the survivor remarked, and he began digging his food. The moment he swallowed the meat, a notification appears. Eating a unique monster meat fame increase. 100 IRONFLESH learned. Pillars of water acquired. Increasing all attributes in water and increase water attributes attack. Whoa, Sophia was the first one to exclaim. You got the skills? The survivor inquired. Yes, Sophia remarked. Iron flesh, and a huge boost on my strength, she declared. What about you? She inquired. The same skill, fame, and a new pillar. The survivor replies, grinning. That sucks. Sophia remarked, sulking. What? I mean, it sucks to be me. I didn't even get a pillar. Oh, of course. The survivor remarked sarcastically. Of course it sucks to be you, right? You got skill just by eating, not to mention boosting your strength, And you didn't even kill the damn thing. Sure, sucks to be you. He remarked, smiling sarcastically. Sophia chuckles. Then the survivor continues. Anyway, just wait until you reach level 30 and eat the meat again. There are still a few slabs of the meat inside my bag of holding. Maybe you will also get pillars then. Sophia nodded. How's the food? The survivor inquired. Good. Delicious, she remarked. The curry sauce. What is kua in English? Any Malaysian could help me with this. Is it gravy, or sauce, or soup? Is balanced in its spiciness and the meat was tender in texture. 5 stars, she remarked excitedly. The survivor smiles slightly. Behind him, his pet already finishes eating and is quickly ordered to guard the perimeter again. After their daring escape from the stronghold, no one seems to chase them. It seems Hamid really didn't want to offend him and Sophia, so Hamid didn't send anyone to hunt them. Anyway, the conflict started because of their difference in ideas. A pro-government in a world where government is not yet needed. To be more accurate, a government that exploits its people. The new party might as well rob the people in daylight if their policies are continued. Of course, the survivor understand that if these power is regulated and unified, it might be something worth investing on, but nothing is certain in this new world. And not to mention, the government taking what is rightfully the resources that each individual's made and turn it into some kind of type of control over the masses. That is unacceptable. At least this time he has the power to refuse such kind of control over him. In this new world, he will steer his own fate. He will be the captain of his own soul. The survivor could not accept that idea of government even more in this new world. After all, the new world, even though it is brutal and fraught with dangers, it is fair. You kill something weak, you get inferior items. If you are strong and you could kill a high-level monster, you could get great items. If you persevere and endure even in the greatest danger, you will reap the benefits in the end. The strong and smart survives, and they will be something. Something that the Cosmic Core wanted, a champion. The Cosmic Core did not change Earth to reshuffle the power of government. That would be too stupid for a force so capable and powerful. What does it cares about human governments? The Cosmic Core primary objective, in the survivor opinion, is to make humanity stronger, to face something. What other reason would the Cosmic Core urge humanity to survive? Even now, as many danger in the world, the Cosmic Core give us each means to survive and even give great benefit. Weapons, potions, pills, all magical and as unachievable by human standards. It would take a millennium leap of technology to outmatch the Cosmic Core most primitive standards. This is why the survivor did not hold any grudges when Hamid did not accept his ideas. The same could be remarked for Hamid. He did not want to prolong arguments and create enmity when the crux of the conflict is their difference of opinion. Since they have different opinion, then each one will walk their own path. Then they finish eating and they just lay around the trees. The wind slowly caresses their body as the surrounding is getting darker, as the sunset began to dim. Sophia was beside the survivor, leaning on the same huge tree, and then she inquired. So, what is plan B? She asked. She is confident that the survivor has another plan. What she didn't know what that plan entails. The survivor, who was closing his eyes in contemplation, then opened his eyes, and in his eyes it seems like that he has made a decision. He looked at the nearby bushes and smirked. Before I tell you, let us ask the person hiding in the bushes nearby to show yourself. The survivor remarked, and this suddenly brought Sophia to alarm. Her bows quickly stand at the ready and she got up with fast speed and ready to shoot her arrows. Calm down, Sophia. The survivor remarked, still leaning on the huge tree, looking as calm as ever. Then a bush rustles, but there is no one there. Look at the ground, the survivor remarked in whispering tone to Sophia. The ground was a little soft and Sophia looks at the ground and she was shocked. A footsteps is nearing them, footprint that has created steps by steps, but there is nothing in front of them. Invisibility. Huh? Neat skill. The survivor remarked. And then suddenly a child is in front of them, appears suddenly. You dispel your invisibility? The survivor inquired. Clearly he is not shocked. The child nodded. A child, huh? Now that is hardly appropriate, don't you think? The survivor remarked, clearly interested. Now, would you mind to shed your disguise? The child smiles. Then he speaks in a foreign language. This shocks both the survivor and Sophia. About this language comprehension, the survivor naturally has his own theories. It seems for whatever reason, even though people speak their tongue, everyone could understand it. But they still could know that the other person is talking in a foreign language. For example, a Chinese talking with a Russian. Even if both people do not learn the corresponding language, they could still understand each other. But, for example, if the Russian was told to write in Chinese, he would not be able to, because the cosmic core only alter the sounds to make people understand, like some kind of translation service that is never wrong. The survivor knew the child in front of him speaks a foreign language, yet he could understand it. But he can't write whatever he is saying. In other words, you have to learn it by yourself or buy the corresponding skill books to write the language. One might surmise this as good since it clears out miscommunication, but the survivor clearly didn't think so. Studies showed that understanding does not equal peace. On the other hand, studies has shown that diversity sometimes keep the peace. The effort used to destroy other tribes or languages has shown to negatively affect the population instead of making people become closer. Maybe, Dot and the survivor wanted to chuckle at his own wonders. Maybe the more we understand each other, the more we understand the depravity and darkness in each other. Maybe, the more we understand, the harder it is for us to forgive. Google about language and there is a very detailed studies about the correlation between language and conflict and many others. The child glanced at Lord Shadow and smiles a bitter smile. You are very smart. How did you know I wear a disguise? You must be the man called Thousand Face, or are you a woman? Saying this, Sophia has gripped her bow tighter and she is even more determined to be cautious against this child. It seems that whoever this child is, this is not his true appearance. The child on the other hand was shocked that Lord Shadow knows his name. How did you know my name? The child is clearly shocked as his tone went 2 pitches higher than usual. But then another question appeared in the child's mind. How did you know I was in disguise in the first place? Lord Shadow smiles and then he began explaining, a lot of guesswork, mostly. Living in this new world, to be making a logical deduction is almost impossible. I usually hate guessing as I prefer fact than guessing. But when magic are involved, you could understand that I need to have a degree of suspension in disbelief and try to guess with insufficient information about you, your purpose and the reason why you act the way you act. What interests me the most is your motive. Hearing your voice, you're not from around here. You're not even my countrymen, which make your motives more intriguing. First, the matter of your name. This information is easily gathered. The survivor remarked as he began telling the child in front of him how he deduced the child identity. I heard in the stronghold when I was entering the stronghold that a few days ago, a man called Thousand Face tried to enter but was denied entry. No one would call themselves Thousand Face unless they could change their face. That's it. That is flimsy, the child chuckles. But the survivor was not done. There is also the fact that your appearance shocked some people and this matter was brought to the top in which the man calling himself Thousand Face disappears. Of course, I almost could not work any information since, like you observe, I was not long in there, but I picked up some chatter. It was remarked that the man resembles one of their residents, which piqued my interest and give me the idea that the man named Thousand Face is not naming himself like that for the lulz. Considering that in the list of unique class, there is one unique class that is called Transformation Lord, I connect the dot and I have my suspicion. Of course, it was an incomplete theory, but when I tell the name to you, your expression betrays your words and my theory is proven. The other one was that I noticed you a few days ago and you were observing me. A day you disappeared and then a day later you came back to watching us. Now, that is weird, unless whatever your plan it did not succeed. When I heard about a man denied entry, and then I calculate the distance between my camp and your movement, it was not that hard to solve the puzzle. The child is in awe and Sophia has already lowered her bow and sits down beside the survivor again. It seems only she didn't realize that this person has been watching them these past few days. But even though she has lowered her weapon, she did not yet stores her weapon. She is still wary even though her expression did not show it. And she could also faintly feel the superiority oozing from the child body, a pressure resembling that of the survivor. But it is fainter, like it was blocked. Could he even conceal his aura? She mused. This is why she did not completely lower down her guard. But then the child inquired again, even so, how are you sure that I was in disguise? I might as well be a child and possess this ability? Hearing this, the survivor chuckles. Because that is the face of the child in the fields. The same bone structure, it has a large resemblance with the bone structure of that child. And that smell. Rosemary, is it? I smell that smell on the corpse too. Only at the child corpse, not the other bodies. Hearing this, the Hild sniffs his own smell and his smile hardens. The survivor on the other hand keep explaining about other facts that he discovered. I always wondered why the killer would scratch the boy face. My conclusion is that there is an unrelated party that also stumbled onto the bodies. What I can't understand, it's one thing to disguise yourself as the child, and it's another to scratch the face of the appearance you take. Then I glanced at you and I wondered I could understand. It was a simple motive, wasn't it? It was not done for cruelty but simply to act like you were smart. At least that is what I wondered initially, but then I tried to understand the psyche of the man who did this. I honestly could say what you did was tasteless and cruel. But there is nothing in your behavior that would indicate you to be mentally unstable, neurotic, or a cruel man. A bit stalkery, but other than that, there is no clear sign of craziness, no bouts of angers, and you are very patient man. All the time, you have observed me and my friends with the utmost patience. But one could say that you are not very smart in hiding your tracks. I attributed this to your misplaced confidence in your skills. Maybe it's because that you could hide from my divine consciousness that makes you so confident, thus you deemed hiding your tracks unnecessary, and this time the survivor smiles juts got wider. Hearing this, the child is shocked again. So he even knows I could hide from his divine consciousness. Impressive. Impressive, the child inwardly wondered. But that act of mutilating the child face, now that's just sloppy. Seeing that you are not very smart, I could understand why you did that, and conflicted. Well, to survive in this new world, I guess we all have our dark passenger inside ourselves. The child asked this time, his expression hardens, then he inquired. Why did I do it then? The child inquired, and this time he swipes his face with his hand and his body height and face all changed into a much mature face. The survivor was not shocked and Sophia was also calm. Knowing that the man in front of him could change to someone else is not the most craziest thing they both have seen this week. You mutilated the child face because you wanted to use the child face. But mutilating it was not the requirement of your class, then why? The survivor remarked, as he put his hand under his chin and smiled, looking at the man in front of him, piercing him with his stares. The man did not say anything and his face clearly shows sign of pain. Not physical pain but something deeper. Then the survivor continues. So, I try to think deeper of your action. Maybe it is ritual, maybe it is your signature, and then it got me to think, this is a man very insecure with himself, with a complex with his appearance, thus he chooses the class, and even relishes in the act of mutilating the face. Choosing the class because you want to change your face, and by changing your face, you believe you changed yourself. It was not the victim face you tried to erase, it was your face. For why you hate your own appearance, this I could not deduce. It's your psychosis, and I don't know what triggers such violent act. It was involuntary or maybe subconsciously. It was recent, this kind of act. Something happened during the fall. I will not inquire. The man shows an appreciative expression. Sophia on the other hand listening to the survivor deduction look at Thousand Face with pity. What had happened that he could become like that? The survivor continues his deduction, and as he explained things, some things also become clear for him. It was personal, the act of mutilating the face, but not personal for the victim. No, it was personal for you. You, mutilating your own face. Even now, in front of me, you are still using another disguise. That is not your true face. Saying this, the man is shocked again. Smart, very smart. This appearance is an appearance he takes from one of Odin guards when he was at Norway. It's foreign and it's not a face that Lord Shadow has ever seen, but Lord Shadow is very confident that this is not his true face. With one glance, all of his skills turn into such tasteless trick. Such brilliant deduction. The survivor did not want to pursue what he regarded as unfounded guess, so he spoke about what he is confident of and turned the conversation to how Thousand Face came to observe him. Then as you leave the field you went to the stronghold and inquired for entry. It must be surprising for the people inside when they see a child without his mother come back, especially if he come back alone. The higher-ups would be more shocked than surprised, since I'm pretty sure that they know the child has already dead. You realize this too, didn't you? When you realize that your appearance attracts much attention you ran and follow us again. For these past few days I let you follow me, because I wanted to know. To know? To know about what? Thousand Face asked. The survivor smiles and then looking calmly at Thousand Face he remarked. Whether you're an ally, an enemy or a simple passerby. Which one are you? Lord Shadow remarked, still smiling, still calm. From beginning to end, he set the pace and in a position of power. With information in his mind, he possesses an almost uncanny ability to be in control. Which one do you think I am? An ally, an enemy or a simple passerby? Thousand Face remarked, turning back this question to Lord Shadow. Lord Shadow smiles and Sophia look at the man warily. Sit, Lord Shadow remarked. Why? And the man grinned, to determine whether you're an ally, an enemy or a simple passerby. Lord Shadow replies, grinning from ear to ear. The man sit down on the ground as the night began. One question, the man inquired as he sits down on the cold hard ground. He sits in defenseless position and Sophia recognizes this. She did not interfere the conversation between these two because she did not even know what the survivor is planning. Sometimes she glares at the back of the survivor. Still a part of the story she mused. Too stubborn she inwardly wondered. Ask away. The survivor remarked as he poured cold water onto a cup and handing it to Thousand Face. Thousand Face took it and then take a sip before asking his question. How do you know that the people in the stronghold know about the massacre on the field? And if they know, why didn't they retrieve the body? Hearing this, Sophia was also jolted. Yes, come to think of it, how could the survivor be so sure that the people in the stronghold knows about the massacre, and if they know, why didn't they send anyone to retrieve the bodies? The survivor smiles and did not immediately answers. With one swish of his hand there is a lot of dry firewood and leaves in front of them. The survivor lit a fire as the night is beckoning, and then the fire slowly gains strength and the cold night is negated by the warm fire. Now, they are sitting around a fire pit. Sophia is enjoying a carbonated drink while Thousand Face is still drinking from his cup. The survivor wanted to discuss the plan B, but he must first determine that the person in front of him is not dangerous. Who knows? If he could make this man an ally, their survival rating would go up. By now, he has formulated a few reasons why the man has been following him, but instead of guessing, he would like to know it clearly from the man's own mouth. So, they must share. Two generals. The survivor suddenly remarked as he sits down. Hearing this, I could deduce that there is a hierarchy in the stronghold and that stronghold is just one of many. And I also heard that there is a headquarters. And right now, it's a wooden stronghold, but if it was given enough time, these stronghold would clearly evolve to better construction. But, I also could deduce that right now, there are factions in this so-called party for Malaysian. Even in mountains, there is only one tiger. The massacre probably was done from one of the orders of one of the generals. One could argue, one general is good, one general is bad. Why? Because, a conflict of opinion could only happen if the principle they held is different. And if there is faction in this party, then I could deduce that the higher-ups in that stronghold are aware of the massacre, since some of them would undoubtedly participate in the factional strife. Of course, this is just guesswork, and doesn't mean that it is entirely correct. But hearing your admission about the reason why you fled, I could confirm these theories. They did know of the massacre and they leave it on the field, to bait or trap someone. Order from the top. That's how I know. He explains, and hearing this, Thousand Face and Sophia nodded in agreement. Sophia on the other hand also admits that the survivor is really one of a kind. How could he know these things? Only by piecing up together a bunch of scattered information. Then the survivor asks, now, who are you and where are you from? Sophia also looks at the direction of the man. Now, the survivor has explained more than he cares to, and he didn't even need to, but he has extended his courtesy. He did not have to share every single information or cards he have under his sleeve, but he still did, to some extent. After all, the survivor did not tell the man everything. The survivor did not explain how. He knows that Thousand Face is following him, and he did not explain about the two people on the woods guarding the bodies, nor did he explain about the thing he picked up from the bodies. The survivor still has many secrets, but he shares some of his wonders, some of his unfounded theories to establish relationships. A measure of trust, no matter how small, needed to be shared to establish rapport. The man nodded and then he spoke. My name is Thousand Face. I am from Norway. It was curt, It was short and clearly the survivor is not satisfied with this kind of explanation. He wanted information. He wanted to analyze the person in front of him, to soak in every gesture, every eye twitch, and every involuntary movement. He wanted to know, so he could survive. Go on. Lord Shadow remarked. Thousand Face sighed. I was chased, he remarked. By whom? Lord Shadow inquired. Odin. Odin? Like the Norse god? That Odin? Thousand Face bitterly smiles, but then he remarked. No, a man. Nobody knows his real name. He led a band of people under him. When I ran from him, the people under him amount to 500 people. He called himself Odin and a believer of the old Norse gods. A pagan. He remarked. The survivor notices that there is a cross on his neck, but it was not his cross the survivor notices. It was small and there is a smell of fragrance around it. Perfume. Rosemary. It is that smell. And the man in front of him didn't fit the profile of a man who would wear perfume. Thus it belonged to a girl, or a very feminine man. Mostly it belongs to a child considering the design of the necklace and the size of the cross and the width of the necklace. The perfume too mostly is given to him by someone, probably by the same girl that gives him the cross. There are a lot of pagans in the world, you know? Sophia interjected. I know, but there is not much that still worships the old gods. This man called Odin is a fervent believer. He even remarked that the cosmic core is a relic of the old gods and believed that what happens is Ragnarok. The dusk of the gods, the survivor remarked, smiling. Well, considering what I have experienced, what my country has experienced, one could understand why he would think that. Thousand Face remarked. What do you mean? Sophia inquired. I was at Oslo when the fall first happens. I saw Fenrir. I saw a large tree sprouted out from nothingness. I saw Sleipnir. I saw Jormungand eating thousands of people. I saw all these monsters from legends and myths, and so it's understandable why Odin would believe that this was Ragnarok. Interesting. Lord Shadow remarked as he keeps nodding. Monster of myths and legends. There is also even prehistoric beast. This is interesting. What did you do that you had to run? Lord Shadow asks. HMPH, and this time he smiles. Odin likes to sleep with the woman he saved. And considering that he is very powerful, no one really could deny him. Not to mention sometimes. There are women who really liked Odin since he is charismatic and all that. I did not really care since he didn't really bother me. In his group, even though I also have unique class like him, I was level apart from him. I was not a threat and most of the time I became scout for the group, so I was useful to him. But unlike his brothers, I was not in his inner circle. The survivor nodded, but he began understanding the man personality as he heard the story. What changed? And the survivor realizes if Thousand Face was this submissive, something changed that made him so angry with Odin. Until one night, he tries to rape a girl. Thousand Face remarked, and his facial expression darkened and he gritted his teeth. I didn't think that would be the first time he did that. What changed this time? The survivor remarked calmly. Thousand Face nodded. True. It was not the first time, but this time he tries to rape a 9-year-old kid. Hearing this, Sophia looked in disgust. She could imagine that this Odin is very much like a beast. The expression on the survivor face was not better. One could see he is very disgusted with that notion. What did you do then? I fought him. My skill doesn't give me a lot in offensive power, but my stealth. In that group I was the best aside from assassins. When I heard the screams, none of his guard did anything. Not even the group. No one did anything. Her screams bother me so much that before I knew it, I was dashing through the tents and engage Odin in battle. That beast, fucking prick. Hearing this, the survivor looked in admiration. Such righteous attitude is commendable. It was stupid. Thousand Face remarked as he remembers his action that led him here, but he did not regret. It is. The survivor remarked, yet he smiles. For some reason, he couldn't hate that idiocy. The survivor. Sophia glaring at him. The survivor did not pay attention to Sophia, instead he then remarked to Thousand Face. Stupid, true, but sometimes, even if you knew what you're doing is stupid, there are meanings in doing so. Thousand Face, hearing Lord Shadow words, smiles a little. You don't think I'm lying? That I'm just making this up? Thousand Man inquired the survivor. No, how do you know? I just know. The survivor replies, clearly confident in his eyes. No pacifying behavior. No twitching. No unnatural movement. His eyes did not slant upwards, and his voice is even, his breathing is regular. Nothing would indicate that he is lying or trying to make up a story. Then what happened? The survivor inquired again, and this time he smiles. Ha 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 ha. He laughed and then he resumed, blinded him in one eye. He likes people calling him Odin. Fine. I will give you one blind eye so you could claim you're the real Odin, and remembering it, Thousand Face laughed again. And then I cut his dick off. If only you could hear his screams and his facial expression, and he smiles again. When Odin screams, his guard all come running. I ordered the girl to run, grabbed Odin bag of holding and run amid the snow. For 2 days the guards chased me until I jumped down off a cliff. I fortunately did not die. Plundering all the pills and potions inside the bag of holding, I managed to reach level 30. I was even thinking of fighting the guards when I realized that this time Odin was already cured. But still, and this time he laughed again. His blind eye could not recover, and his dick. You see, I used dagger when I fight. But I also have this one hook. When I fight Odin, I use this hook to pull his eyeballs from the sockets. For his dick, I cut it using the dagger. And then I put his eyeballs in my storage rings. His ballsack I throw amid the white snow. Unless he evolved or finds some pills that recover lost organs, he would remain blind in one eye and dickless until that moment's come. But looking at the entire group chasing me, I made my last bet and come over here. The survivor was about to laugh, but he endures himself, but sometimes there is strange sound coming out from his mouth as he tries to stifle his laugh. Using teleportation stone. Sophia inferred as she tries to ignore the survivor enduring his laugh. Thousand Face shakes his head. Crystal, and he smiles. I heard that in Malaysia there is a hero that managed to kill a unique class monster, and considering that none of Odin group reached level 30 yet, they could not teleport outside the country. But I can. When I found the crystal inside the bag of holding, I quickly crushed it and arrive at the opposite banks where you defeated the monsters. Since then, I've been following you. The other things, you could already deduce, right? The survivor nodded. The other stuff is easy to imagine then. This also means that everyone knows that he possessed the unique skill, but not many would pursue him since his strength acted as a deterrent. But for Thousand Face, he did not mean harm for him, so his strength did not act as deterrence but instead become an attraction. Thousand Face wanted his protection. That's why he teleported here. Which means, he become level 30 not long after he defeated the monster, but his fame is not enough to put him in the top 10. Which means by the time he become level 30, many other people in the world has become level 30. Thousand Face also explained that when he broke the crystal stone, all the capital nation of the world can be chosen and time slowed down. But there are certain countries where beside the capital nation the notification windows appeared slightly weird. Malaysia. Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Pahang. Temerloh. Near the river, unique skill book. Scale body technique, 1 month. This is what he say appear on the places where there is unique skill book. It will only appear where a unique skill book is dropped. At that time, the only skill book that was dropped is on Malaysia. The other nation before then did not yet experience drop in unique skill books. So that's why Thousand Face chooses Malaysia. But right now, many nations have dropped a few unique skill books. If Odin wanted to search for him again, Odin must have wondered he teleported to one of the nations in the EU instead of in Southeast Asia. Then smiling Thousand Face inquired. So, which one am I? Lord Shadow? An ally, an enemy, or a simple passerby? And the survivor smiles while Sophia keep drinking the coffee beside them.